Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 361, First Encounter with the Empress. The title of the world's oldest poisoner is not just for show, you know. This Empress is not someone you can order around. These were the words Assassin declared when Shiro summoned her. Shiro smiled, and his response from that time, no, I never intended to command you. I merely wish to engage in an equivalent exchange. Hearing these familiar words, Semiramis lifted the blue and white porcelain cup in front of her and drank the fine liquor in one gulp. The warm, mellow liquid flowed down her throat, extending to her stomach, and after being broken down, surged straight to her head with her blood. In her slight intoxication, the once mighty Empress seemed to return to a few days ago when she had just descended into the present world. The brilliance of mana gradually faded, and spirit particles emerged from the ley line, transforming the quantum state information into a physical form according to the records in the quantum fixation band. As the graceful figure wrapped in a black dress appeared, Semiramis knew she had come to this world once again. Before she could speak, an excited voice was heard. Pointed ears, dressed in this black gown, seductive body, should be Semiramis, no doubt. Great, the summoning was successful. Though a bit noisy, the fact that the men could identify her based on her features meant this summoner wasn't too bad, so she decided not to hold it against him. The Empress, in a good mood, thought this way, but the man's next words shattered her good mood. TSK, no wonder that king went to such lengths to take you, you truly are beautiful. To others, this might sound like a compliment or an unintentional remark, somewhat flippant but not a big deal. But to Semiramis, it was a violation of her greatest taboo. Indeed, Semiramis became the Empress of Assyria because King Ninus was captivated by her beauty and took her into his palace. However, this process disregarded Semiramis's wishes. If fate could be rewritten, she would have preferred never to meet King Ninus, nor to enter the palace, even if it meant living an ordinary life without ever reaching the highest position. Because of this, she disliked being judged by her appearance and would not allow anyone to mention this event that altered her destiny. In life, those who violated this taboo were executed in various ways by her. Now, as a heroic spirit, she had gained new powers, enabling her to easily dominate or even kill others. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't servants usually have lines when they appear? The rather handsome young man in front of her scratched his head, looking puzzled. By the way, where is this fragrance coming from? Do heroic spirits use perfume? Because you are about to die, and I have no habit of speaking to the dead. This is not perfume, but my poison. Semiramis spoke coldly. At this moment, she had no emotions left for her summoner, everything would end with the man's death. However, losing a puppet, master, would be somewhat troublesome. She would need to find another puppet quickly, one that was obedient. Ever since being taken by King Ninus, she had lost faith in humanity, a belief that remained unchanged through palace struggles and even after becoming empress. To her, all humans must be obedient slaves at her disposal. The young man wanted to say something but couldn't, as her poison had already penetrated his skin and spread throughout his body. In a few more seconds, he would be dead from the poison. Semiramis was certain of this. This was the power she gained as a heroic spirit, also her noble phantasm. No human could withstand her poison. Semiramis counted the seconds, waiting for the men to collapse. 1. The man's face turned ashen. 2. The man began to clutch his throat. 3. The man convulsed all over. 4. The man stopped moving. 5. The man, contrary to Semiramis's expectations, did not fall but remained standing, his complexion quickly returning to normal. By the time Semiramis counted to 6, the young man had started patting his chest and sighing. Oh my, the title of the world's most ancient poisoner is indeed well deserved. Poisoning me at the slightest disagreement, and such a potent poison at that. Luckily, it's me. If it were someone else, they might have died. You didn't get poisoned. Semiramis couldn't help but frown. I did, of course. If I hadn't been poisoned, it wouldn't have been so uncomfortable. But unfortunately, the poison you used this time wasn't potent enough to kill me. Want to try again? This young man, dressed in a black clerical robe, was quite the oddity. He wasn't angry at being poisoned upon their first meeting and even invited her to try again. Try again. Fine. Semiramis snorted. The poison smell that hadn't completely dissipated suddenly intensified, even giving the air a strange hue. However, this time, the young man showed no reaction at all, as if the poison didn't exist. I forgot to mention, once a poison is used on me, it no longer works. Remember to use a different one next time. The Empress, her anger once again provoked by the young man, raised an eyebrow and was about to use another poison when the man continued, isn't it about time to stop? I didn't intend to offend you, and you poisoned me once. We're even now. If you poison me again, wouldn't that be a bit excessive? If you want to poison me again, you can. If one poison doesn't kill me, you agree to assist me once. Do you intend to command me in this manner? The Empress was at first stunned, then quickly felt a different kind of anger, mixed with a peculiar sensation. How many years had it been since someone spoke to her like this? 10 years, 20 years. The title of the world's oldest poisoner is not just for show, you know. This Empress is not someone you can order around. No, no, I never intended to command you. I merely wish to engage in an equivalent exchange. The man smiled, not at all like a clergyman. But undeniably, Semiramis was indeed intrigued. As the men said, it was truly a novel experience for the most ancient poisoner to poison the same person multiple times, and Semiramis had a special fondness for novel and interesting things. If you offend me like just now. The men interrupted, feel free to act. Kill me if you can, consider me unlucky. If you can't, we'll call it even. That's also an equivalent exchange. You are truly a strange person. Thank you for the compliment. In a way, you are a strange person too. This time, Semiramis wasn't angry. Only a strange person would be intrigued by such a peculiar proposal. The men pressed on, so, about the equivalent exchange. I agree, servant assassin, true name Semiramis, pleased to work with you, interesting puppet, master. Chapter 362, Kill Command. The Empress, having already drunk quite a bit, was half leaning against the table in the courtyard. She casually swirled the blue and white porcelain cup in her right hand, completely unaware that her languid grace was more intoxicating than a century-old vintage wine. Sitting opposite her, enjoying the sight of the drunken beauty before him, Shiro half closed his eyes in admiration, pity, and relaxation, but without a hint of possessiveness. He grabbed the wine jar, poured a cup for both himself and his companion, and then picked up a piece of boiled egg, placing it in his mouth. I say, assassin, do you regret making that contract with me? At this point, you still ask about that. Master, your proposal was intriguing. As long as you can endure my poison, I have no hesitation in assisting you. Even if I do not want the Holy Grail. But you still aim to seize the Holy Grail, do you not? Semiramis turned her head and looked at Shiro through a haze. Shiro nodded. Because I promised someone I would help him make a wish on the Holy Grail for the salvation of all humanity, even though I do not favor this wish. Well, a promise is a promise, and I've already received the reward, so I have to see it through. Moreover, there's the influence of that guy's lingering consciousness. Saints are always so troublesome. Saint. Consciousness. I can't tell you now. Just wait a bit longer. Since Shiro was unwilling to say more, Semiramis did not press further. Many things, like wine, become more fragrant and flavorful with time. If that wish is fulfilled, the new world will be very dull. That's why I didn't tell you. I see. An interesting Holy Grail war, an interesting master, and a dull wish, such contradictions are interesting too. I've started to think that even without our pact, assisting you wouldn't be unacceptable, if you could curb your tongue a bit. Forget it, I can't change my mouth for the rest of my life. Shiro laughed, raising his wine cup. To an interesting Holy Grail war, cheers. Cheers. The two cups clinked, and each drank their fill. A gray pigeon landed between their cups, its small head nuzzling against Semiramis's hand. Semiramis lifted her head, sweeping away the drunkenness from her face, and met the gaze of the familiar that had come to deliver a message. She was both an assassin and a caster. Double summon, an extremely rare skill allowing one to retain both assassin and caster class abilities. Thus, Red Assassin had familiars typically exclusive to casters. Semiramis had been abandoned by her mother at birth, and the pigeons had raised her in place of a wet nurse. Since then, the pigeons have become her eternal friends. A report. It seems our berserker has just arrived in Triphos. Archer and Rider are also ready as reserves. Oh my. Rider too. Both Shiro and Semiramis were aware that Archer was tracking something. Now it seemed Rider had joined in as well. He seems to be following Archer. Well, it's that Rider. He's likely trying to persuade his fellow countryman, Archer. There was a slight hint of slyness in Semiramis's voice. The Rider, who was so bold and carefree that he didn't even regard kings with any importance, and the assassin, who ruled as empress in Assyria, Shiro could sense the deadly incompatibility between these two. If it were a Holy Grail war, instead of a Holy Grail battle, this would likely be the first pair to clash. However, under his coordination, their conflicts were limited to verbal exchanges and wouldn't affect the larger picture. Shaking the now empty wine jar, Shiro thought for a moment and said, "From the results, you should be right, but the relationship between these two goes beyond just being from the same place. At least, for Rider, it's more complicated. Is there some hidden story here?" Semiramis was intrigued. Gossip was a form of entertainment, especially when it involved people she disliked. There is, indeed. I can tell you, but you have to promise me one thing. Feel free to tease Archer and Ryder about it, but don't say it came from me. I promise. Archer was a companion of Ryder's father. They, along with other heroes whose names are recorded in myths, went on various adventures. If I remember correctly, Archer was the only woman in that group, at least the only famous one, and she was the goddess in the hearts of most of the adventurers, including Ryder's father. Are you saying something happened between Ryder's father and Archer? Semiramis speculated with some malice. I wish something had happened, it would be more interesting. Unfortunately, nothing did. Ryder's mother was not someone to be trifled with. If Ryder's father had dared to stray, he would have been done for. But even though nothing happened, that youthful admiration never faded, and he mentioned her to his children more than once. Think about it, when a father speaks with admiration and shyness about a woman, what impression does that leave on his children? Doesn't it plant a complex, indescribable feeling? In a way, Shiro had a rather wicked sense of humor. I see. Semiramis nodded thoughtfully. How do you know so much? Could it be, you have a similar experience? Ah. Shiro paused. How did you make that connection? I thought you'd ask if I had any relation to those two. If you did, they would have recognized you upon meeting. Don't change the topic. There's no such thing. Then how do you know so much? I've seen a lot. Shiro sighed, and for a moment, the depth in his expression made Semiramis overlook his youthful appearance. I may look young, but I'm older than you. You don't act like it. Hey, you dislike judging by appearances, so why doesn't that apply to me? I'm not judging by appearance but by behavior, your demeanor matches your looks. That's because I've adjusted my mindset to that of a 17-year-old. Being young is great. Your current mindset isn't like when you were on your deathbed, is it? Semiramis fell silent. The summoning of heroic spirits was indeed mysterious, capable of calling forth different facets of the same person from various periods of their life. The current Semiramis was in her most beautiful and powerful years. After a long pause, she finally said, I'm curious about what you'll be like in 10 years. Not much different from now, just taller, more mature, married, with children, and unable to act on whims as much. You're married. Semiramis's face showed a hint of surprise, quickly giving way to a lifelong allure. Master, how do your wife compare to me? Shiro answered decisively, without a trace of hesitation, they are all more beautiful than you. I don't believe it. Semiramis protested. She had a rather contradictory personality, disliking others judging by appearances, yet also hating when her beauty was overlooked. Believe it or not, it's up to you. In my eyes, they are the most beautiful, unparalleled in the world, no, in the entire multiverse. Them. You have more than one wife. Yes. Humph, as expected, all men are greedy and unfaithful. This answer had offended Her Majesty the Empress once again. Just as Shiro was about to say something, another pigeon landed. Semiramis set aside her distractions and listened to the pigeon's report. The person you asked me to watch for has finally arrived. The ruler, right? Upon hearing this, Shiro immediately sat up straight, his right hand rhythmically tapping the table as he carefully calculated various matters. Yes. It's confirmed that the ruler has infiltrated Romania. Thanks to the network of pigeons spanning the entire country, Shiro and Semiramis could monitor the whole situation without leaving their quarters. The moment the ruler materialized and infiltrated the battleground country, Romania, Semiramis's scout pigeon sensed the servant's inescapable flow of magical energy. What should we do? Leaving it alone isn't impossible, but we'd miss a good show. A good show. You'll see soon enough. Have Lancer test him. If he can kill her, all the better, though that's unlikely. If Ryder were here, they could team up, Semiramis lamented. Among the 7 red servants, excluding Saber who was acting independently, there were 6 remaining. Lancer and Ryder stood out compared to the other 4. Especially Ryder, whose fame in Romania could rival that of Vlad III. Shiro shook his head. Ryder wouldn't accept this task. Even if it were a command from his master, he'd refuse no matter what, that's the kind of person he is. Ordinary people might call it stubbornness, in a hero, it's called heroic spirit. Ryder wasn't a rebellious berserker, but he was far from a knight serving a king. If something didn't suit him, he'd openly defy even a king's command. He'd take up arms again only to avenge a friend. Such a man would never accept an order to kill the ruler alongside Lancer. Lancer is different, he is purely a warrior, loyal to the lord he recognizes. As long as it's a command from his master, he wouldn't have the slightest thought of defiance and would act immediately. This assessment clarified many things for Semiramis. This is also why, even though you could directly strip Lancer's master of their command spells, you chose not to and had me control him with poison instead. Exactly. To the Red Lancer, I declare, follow the guidance of the Red Assassin and eliminate the ruler. The release of your noble phantasm is at your discretion. Chapter 363, Chapter 363, Addicted to learning, unable to extricate oneself. The hazy moonlight was insufficient to illuminate the roads and signs, leaving the feel of the asphalt road as the sole guide for direction. According to the pigeon's report, the ruler had not dematerialized for some reason but instead hitched a ride, heading towards Trifaz. Hence, there was no need to track her. Ambushing on the road would naturally intercept the vehicle carrying the ruler. The materialized Red Lancer had been on standby on the Transylvanian highway, ready to execute the order. Lancer never questioned the morality of the orders he received. Serving the master who summoned him was his paramount duty. However, he harbored doubts about this order. It didn't target an enemy master or servant, nor did it involve consuming innocent humans to replenish mana. Instead, he was to eliminate the 15th servant, the ruler, who was supposed to act as the arbiter of this Holy Grail war. He struggled to comprehend his master's command. After all, the ruler wouldn't favor any side. They would, at most, warn or punish those who violated the rules to prevent the Holy Grail war from becoming invalid. Perhaps eliminating the ruler aimed to avoid punishment for breaking the rules, though this was a mere conjecture. However, an order was an order. Red Lancer would not disobey. He didn't even entertain such thoughts. Kill, if commanded thus, he would carry out the slaughter mercilessly. A pigeon landed, delivering a paper with concise content, vehicle type and license plate number. These alone were enough to identify the target. Lancer sat on a large sign on the highway, stretching out his legs, and waited intently for the ruler to pass by. In reality, Lancer had almost no specific knowledge about what kind of person the ruler was. Most likely, the Holy Grail had tightly concealed information related to the ruler. Ruler, assigned by the Holy Grail, bore the task of managing the Holy Grail war system. In punishing those who involved outsiders, the ruler acted as the overseer of the Holy Grail war. However, their power was incomparable to that of a human overseer. Importantly, the ruler had the privilege of managing the Holy Grail war single-handedly. Defeating them was almost impossible. But precisely because of this, it was worth fighting against them. On the distant horizon, faint lights from a car's headlights began to appear. Lancer saw it. On the lonely, old truck driving along, the sparks between the young man and woman grew more intense, taking on a different meaning. What kind? Just listen to a few snippets of their conversation. Men, what? You only know addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Woman, yes, the Holy Grail only granted me these. Men, so you don't know about square roots or anything derived from those. Woman, what's that? I feel somewhat familiar with the term, but not really. Men, all right, how many digits can you handle with basic operations? 3, 4, or 5. Woman, I don't know, it doesn't feel like a lot. The man put his hand on his forehead. You really only have basic living skills. Even if you're not illiterate, you're not far from it. The Holy Grail was stingy. Unlike Shirsho, who embedded some of her basic knowledge into the jewel left for Sakura. The woman tilted her head. Shirsho. Sakura. Jewel. The man waved his hand. It's nothing, don't worry about it. I understand now why you can't comprehend the textbooks. You completely lack a foundation in mathematics. It's no wonder you can't understand advanced mathematics. Even if I gave you an elementary mathematics book, you wouldn't be able to get it. The woman didn't respond, her pouting face showing a bit of indignation. Men, don't be upset. Let me introduce you to the modern mathematical system. Modern mathematics is divided into 4 levels: elementary mathematics, intermediate mathematics, advanced mathematics, and professional level fields above that. These correspond to the modern education system: elementary school, middle school, university, and higher level research and studies. This should be common knowledge from the Holy Grail, right? Woman, yes, I envy the modern education system, it's much better than in my time. Men, society is always progressing. If things didn't keep getting better, humanity would have gone extinct by now. Anyway, do you know your level of mathematics? Woman, elementary. The man shook his head. You're overestimating yourself. You don't even reach the elementary level. At most, you're at the level of a 2nd or 3rd grader, depending on the country. You understand the concept of grades, right? The woman nodded. Yes. But am I really that weak? The man nodded as well. Yes, you are that weak. No need to doubt it. Although warfare and mathematics are not closely related, your math level can indicate your overall education. I'm starting to believe you received divine revelation, otherwise, I can't imagine how you managed to subdue those nobles or debate with the clergy, leaving them speechless. Divine intervention must be the only explanation. Woman, it wasn't divine intervention, I truly heard the voice of the Lord. Man, that's not surprising. God indeed exists, just not in this world anymore. As we approach modern times, it becomes harder for gods to interfere in the present world, even for someone as powerful as Yahweh. If the 100 Years' War had occurred in ancient times, those nobles who judged you might have faced divine punishment. By the way, did you never hate those nobles? According to historical records, they did many excessive things to you. Woman, you know a lot about me. Man, it's hard not to. This is Europe, after all. Your fame ranks you among the top 10, if not top 5, heroes of all time. Woman, I'm not that remarkable. Man, you are. There's no need to belittle yourself. You save your country. That's enough. Woman, that was due to the Lord's revelation. Man, heaven helps those who help themselves, and people help those who help others. Because of your perseverance, God favored you. Because you helped the people, they helped you in return, fighting alongside you. Woman, God loves all people, without distinction. Man, nonsense. If there were no distinctions, why does it say that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life, instead of saying that all people shall not perish but have eternal life? Sorry, I don't mean to belittle God or to debate theology with you. I don't deny God's greatness, and I know he has done a lot for the world, but he hasn't reached the level of a monotheistic deity. He's not the only one with the qualifications to be a savior. Anyway, let's talk about the present situation. Woman, okay. Unlike the men, she didn't have a strong sense of contention or victory. Since the man was unwilling to talk more, she swallowed her words. Actually, it was because her theological knowledge was insufficient, and she didn't know how to refute him. Man, do you want to learn mathematics? If you do, I can teach you. Woman, you. Man, what, you don't believe me? While I might not be at the level of advanced mathematics, I can teach you up to intermediate mathematics. Woman, I do want to learn, but why do you want to teach me? Man, you're a beauty. Just kidding. You remind me of a friend of mine. I'll introduce you to her sometime. Also, we have a long way to go before we reach Triphos, and doing nothing is incredibly boring, so, in short, do you want to learn or not? Woman, yes, I do. Man, alright, then let's start with the 4 basic operations. And so, the man and woman became deeply engrossed in learning, unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 364, The Red Lancer. The man was, of course, Shinji, who had transformed into an assassin, while the woman was Jean d'Arc, manifesting as a ruler-class servant. Shinji was a modern man, a university graduate who had attempted the graduate school entrance exam twice. He failed the first time but passed the second, yet opted to forego his studies due to a job promotion. His learning ability, even if not top tier, was certainly above average. Despite having crossed over many years ago and having returned most of what he'd learned to his Shursho, he was more than capable of teaching Jean. Jean was born in 1412, a time when the aristocratic system was far from its end, and the general populace was largely uneducated. Education was a privilege mostly reserved for the nobility. As a shepherdess from a poor family, Jean reportedly couldn't even write her name. During her military campaigns, administrative tasks were often handled by her ally and protector, Gillis de Rice, while she focused on strategy and leading the charge. It was precisely for this reason that when she raised the Luminicite Eternelle and led the militia to victory time and again, people believed she was truly divinely inspired, as it was nothing short of a miracle. Because of this, Jean was often teased as a fool, an illiterate, and a poor girl, though it's worth noting that Shinji never supported this view. He preferred to believe in an alternate world scenario where Jean came from a family of strategists, and everything was a calculated plan to boost morale. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking on Shinji's part. After spending some time conducting simple tests, Shinji could almost confirm that Jean was, if not illiterate, very close to it, even considering the knowledge granted by the Holy Grail. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be illiterate. As for being a fool and a poor girl, those were true as well. To be fair, Jean was not stupid, but she was severely unbalanced in her skills, with all her intellectual talents focused on combat, leaving her woefully inadequate in other areas. Shinji had taught her for a full 3 hours, and she still hadn't grasped vertical calculations, not that she couldn't do it at all, but she just couldn't handle large numbers. "You are the worst student I've ever taught." Shinji almost screamed this in frustration, though he didn't actually say it out loud because of Jean's eyes, those blue eyes filled with distress and confusion, yet deep within, they harbored an unwavering thirst for knowledge. This determination moved Shinji, making him swallow his words and patiently explain again. 5 digits too much. Let's reduce it to 4 digits first. Take it slow, no need to rush. Jean nodded and continued to write and draw in Laetitia's notebook. Just as she finished the 10th problem, she suddenly stood up, putting away the paper and pen. Shinji asked, "Are you tired? Let's take a 15-minute break." "No, there's a servant from the Red faction in that direction. It seems they're waiting for us." Upon hearing Jean's words, Shinji also stood up. His casual clothes instantly vanished, replaced by the spiritual garment set by his servant body. I knew it. Then, a thunderous roar. Stop the car. Though the noise of the old truck was loud, it couldn't cover up Shinji's shout. It implies that the teachings of Buddha, or Bodhisattva, are like a lion's roar which subdues all creatures, capable of taming all beings, including those outside the faith. From a magical perspective, it uses the voice to trigger psychological suggestions, a type of hypnosis magecraft. With just one shout, the old man was forced to stop the truck. Please wait until dawn to continue driving. We can walk from here, it's no problem, Jean explained with the authority granted by her class, forcibly convincing the old man. After he nodded and bid them farewell, she grabbed her bag and sprinted away at full speed. Shinji dissolved his physical form and silently followed Jean. After taking just a few steps, he sensed something unusual. Someone had set up a bounded field here. Within its scope, not only were there no vehicles, but even the presence of animals had vanished. Silence enveloped this isolated space, and the air carried an indescribable oppression as if foreshadowing an imminent great battle. A storm is brewing. The alarms in Jean's heart grew louder. Danger, great danger. That servant is extremely dangerous. At this moment, she finally believed Shinji's judgment, the Red faction truly intended to harm her. Glancing back at Assassin, who had entered presence concealment mode, Jean put down her bag and assumed a combat stance. Clad in a deep blue spiritual garment that covered her whole body, her arms, elbows, calves, knees, and waist were wrapped in magic-woven armor. Her face now sported a metallic decoration extending from her forehead to her cheek, an inexplicable yet harmonious adornment. Overall, aside from the mysterious headpiece, her attire was fairly standard. Jean, now donned in the spiritual garment, seemed less pure and more valiant, akin to a Valkyrie, bearing a striking resemblance to Artoria. With such an aura, it was no wonder that a Madden caster might mistake her. Summoned as a ruler, her fighting spirit gradually ignited. It seems you are the servant ruler. A voice called from above. Ruler looked up to see a massive highway sign and a young man sitting atop it, waiting. His hair grew freely, maintaining a pristine white. His gaze was as sharp as a polished blade, complemented by the red stone embedded in his exposed chest, exuding a radiant and enchanting hue. But most striking of all was the golden armor, emitting a divine brilliance, seemingly fused with his body rather than merely wrapped around it. Though each part was beautiful, together, the young man left an impression that surpassed mere beauty. Ruler watched him intently, without any carelessness, and said, Red Lancer. I haven't even shown my weapon, and you can already see through me. With a hint of interest, the young man, Red Lancer, nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I know. Of course, I also know your true name. She refrained from revealing Red Lancer's true name because of Shinji's presence. This statement seemed powerful enough to make Red Lancer stand up. I see, you truly are ruler. The fact that you could discern my true name even before I drew my spear is the best proof of that. Indeed. So, Red Lancer, why are you here? Speaking obvious truths isn't exactly wise. Why I'm here should be taken as a clear declaration of war. Though she had already suspected it, being told again still made Ruler feel disheartened. Your master is foolish. Does eliminating me here have any meaning? Whether it has meaning or not is irrelevant to me. The concise reply strongly rejected any form of ideological communication. Red Lancer continued. My master ordered me to kill you here. I am merely following my master's command. In an instant, a pale light seemed to pierce through Lancer's right hand, revealing the object that should have been in his grasp in this realm. In his hand appeared a massive spear. Its length far surpassed the tall, burly young man, making it unimaginable that such a weapon could be wielded by a human. Its intricate design was nothing short of a work of art. This was an armament bestowed by the gods, and no other words could describe it. Lancer. Apologies, but I don't have the leisure to consider your privileges and show mercy. Let's settle this with just a parting blow. These words, coupled with the sudden surge of magical power, left Ruler speechless. Chapter 365, The First Battle of Servants. Before swords and spears could clash, the Red Lancer was already preparing to unleash his noble phantasm. No, at this rate, the enemy's noble phantasm will be faster than me exercising my privilege. However, Jean did not respond, not because she couldn't react in time, but because someone moved even faster than her in the Red Lancer. A piercing sound echoed as the iron pillar supporting the sign shattered into pieces, and the ground where the Red Lancer stood crumbled instantly. Of course, a Lancer wouldn't be shaken by something like this. He leaped up calmly and landed steadily on the asphalt road, the immense magical energy in his divine spear dissipating. Without a foothold, he couldn't aim, and thus his ready-to-strike fatal blow couldn't be executed. You are. The Red Lancer spoke in a voice as cold as the encircling chill, his eyes sharper than a hawk's, piercing through the dust kicked up by the fallen sign to stare at the previously unseen figure. The person who interrupted the Red Lancer's fatal strike walked out of the smoke unhurriedly, carrying a strangely shaped black and gold spear. The aura swirling around this spear was similar yet different from the Red Lancer's golden spear. Different, because of its attributes. Similar, because they shared the same classification. Undoubtedly, this was also a divine noble phantasm. I don't understand why you guys in golden armor always like to stand high up. One was on a lamppost, and now one on a traffic sign, calling you the 3 golden targets fits perfectly. Makes me just want to hit you. The men with the spear stopped 5 meters from the Red Lancer, smiling as he faced the Lancer's intense killing intent. The Red Lancer ignored Shinji's lament, his voice cold. Black Assassin. Generally, only someone with this class's inherent skills could evade the Red Lancer's detection, and the faint aura emanating from this person confirmed it. Indeed. Shinji smiled, contrasting sharply with the Red Lancer's demeanor. So your target is also the ruler? The Red Lancer glanced at the ruler. Of course. But while our targets are the same, our purposes are entirely different. You want to eliminate, I want to recruit. Frankly, I was quite troubled by how resolute the Holy Grail's adjudicator is. I should thank you for giving me this opportunity. After this, she might at least give a smile. Shinji said, also looking at Jean. Jean looked back at Shinji, expressionless, causing him a slight sense of defeat. So similar to the King of Knights in this regard. Are you two really unrelated? The exchange of glances between the two did not cause any emotional ripple in the Red Lancer. He remained utterly calm. 2 against 1. No problem. It's a form of battle, and I don't mind. This statement exuded confidence in his absolute victory. It wasn't arrogance or pride, the Red Lancer was simply stating what he saw as reality. I don't mind fighting with overwhelming odds. The primary goal of war is victory. The ugliest victory is better than the most beautiful defeat. But this time, the ruler is upright and just. Getting her to join forces with me would be harder than getting me to throw down my weapon and surrender. In response to Shinji's mockery, Jean remained as calm as the Red Lancer. Black Assassin and Red Lancer. If you intend to battle here, I have no objections. I will not interfere, rest assured. The Red Lancer aiming for my life and fighting you two are entirely different matters. As the ruler, I must maintain the discipline of this battle. See, so rigid. If I were the arbiter, if you wanted to kill me, I'd make sure you were the first to be eliminated. That's why you can't be the adjudicator. The Red Lancer nodded slightly to the ruler as a form of greeting, and she responded with a nod as well. Seeing this, Shinji curled his lips in displeasure. Since when did the two of you become so in sync? Let's cut the chatter here. I stayed by the ruler's side to wait for a red servant. Since you've come, Lancer, let's start the first battle of servants in this Holy Grail war. Shinji's words seemed to surprise the Red Lancer. Since when do assassins fight head-on like knights? You're seeing it now, aren't you? Shinji stepped forward, gripping the spear of Ishtar with both hands. Please, enlighten me, Red Lancer. Then let's fight, Black Assassin. The Lancer's fighting spirit ignited like a blue flame. The air crackled, emitting a burnt smell, as the Red Lancer's magical power and fighting spirit corroded the entire space. In contrast, the Black Assassin completely concealed his presence, seemingly unfazed by the Red Lancer's sun-like aura. Jean, observing from the sidelines, silently retreated a few steps, leaving the battlefield entirely to the red and black sides. The surging flames seemed to communicate the danger of the battlefield with their heat, as the instinct of living beings warned them that they were too close. Moments later, as Jean reached a safe distance, the two servants began their battle, formally commencing the Holy Grail War. Golden light and black gold brilliance shone simultaneously. The clash of two divine spears unleashed a torrent of magical energy. As sparks dissipated, both divine spears were knocked aside, indicating that the two were evenly matched in strength. It also made the Red Lancer realize that this assassin was likely very different from the assassins he knew. Perhaps he was only assigned the assassin class by chance. The golden armored feet of the Red Lancer cracked the smooth asphalt like a spider web, easily dissipating the force of the clash. Then, without delay, a ferocious spear attack, like a golden wall, followed. The greatest advantage of a Lancer is distance, and the Red Lancer maximized this advantage to the extreme. The length of his divine spear was astonishing, with just the spearhead being over a meter long. Even more terrifying was the Red Lancer's mastery of spear techniques. Long weapons have an advantage in distance, but after a thrust, retracting the spear incurs a slight time delay. However, the Red Lancer, through skill and control, minimized this gap to be on par with Shinji's, if not slightly shorter. It's worth noting that Shinji's spear was only 2/3 the length of the Red Lancer's. This performance alone demonstrated that the Red Lancer's spear techniques had reached a divine realm, capable of competing head-to-head with Scathach. Although Shinji was not weak, there was still a considerable distance between him and the pinnacle of martial prowess. Initially, he could hold his own due to attributes not inferior to the Red Lancer's. After a few rounds, as the Red Lancer adjusted to the battle rhythm, Shinji's situation quickly deteriorated. In the 10th round, the tip of the Red Lancer's golden spear grazed Shinji's waist, causing a spray of blood. Shinji was injured. By the 15th round, the golden spear twisted violently as it thrust forward. With B-rank strength, the astonishing length of the golden spear, and the Red Lancer's divine skills, the combination produced an unimaginable composite effect. The terrifyingly tricky force directly shook Shinji's grip loose, sending the black and gold spear flying into the air. The golden divine spear did not stop, thrusting towards Shinji's heart with incredible speed. An enemy must be killed without mercy. Chapter 366, Chapter 366, Consecutive Use of Noble Phantasms. Given the strength demonstrated by the Red Lancer, even if some of the force was diverted by the Lance of Ishtar, this thrust could pierce through Shinji's heart in 1 second, no, 0.5 seconds. In the blink of an eye, or even less, the golden spear bypassed Shinji's outstretched left hand, stopping less than 50 centimeters from his vital area. The fierce wind from the spear tip penetrated his spiritual attire, causing a sharp pain. In this life-or-death moment, Shinji's expression remained unchanged. The 5 fingers that the Red Lancer had forced open with his spiral force swiftly curled as if to grasp something. No, it wasn't as if, he did grasp something. A sword, a short, blunt sword, ancient in design, bearing inscriptions of earth, water, fire, and wind. Noble Phantasm, Qingyun Sword. The materialization of the Qingyun sword was perfectly timed. The unopened blade fiercely rubbed against the rapidly advancing spear tip, causing the divine spear, initially aimed at the heart, to deviate at the last second, ultimately grazing Shinji's right shoulder. The fatal thrust was deflected, and the Red Lancer immediately withdrew his spear. However, this time, Shinji's reaction was swifter. Before the left hand could fully retract, his fingers transformed, index and middle fingers extended, thumb pressing against the ring finger and pinky, forming a sword gesture. The ancient sword, glowing with green light, surged with overwhelming magical power. The ancient inscriptions of earth, water, fire, and wind simultaneously lit up. In an instant, black wind like knives and a curtain of fierce fire, following the direction of Shinji's sword gesture, swept towards the Red Lancer. The Red Lancer seemed momentarily surprised by Shinji's counterattack, a flicker of amazement in his eyes. But only a flicker. Those who reach a divine level in any field have experienced battles beyond ordinary comprehension, with unshakable will and impeccable experience. With a flick of his wrist, the Red Lancer redirected the golden spear, striking Shinji, who was focusing on wielding the Qingyun sword and sending him flying. As for the black wind and fiery wall enveloping him, the Red Lancer ignored them, allowing the wind blades and wall of fire to strike him. Shinji, who was sent flying, experienced what the Red Lancer had felt earlier, losing footing and being unable to aim his noble phantasm accurately. Reluctantly, he ceased supplying magic to the Qingyun sword. On the other side, the Red Lancer, unhurriedly retrieving his golden spear, casually cut through the weakened wind and fire, facing the landing Shinji from afar. Impressive, truly impressive. Such spear techniques are rare even among the countless heroes in the Throne of Heroes. To wield a spear before a master like you is akin to showing off before an expert. As he spoke, Shinji used his free left hand to draw 2 runes, applying them to the wound the Red Lancer had inflicted. Under the nourishment of the healing runes, the minor external injury quickly healed. The Red Lancer did not interfere with Shinji's self-healing, as he too was using this time to rely on his self-recovery ability to heal his wounds. Despite taking the brunt of the Qingyun sword's strike at close range, he hadn't come out unscathed. The spear is not your usual weapon. Bring out your true weapon, or you will die. The Red Lancer's tone was emotionless, not a provocation but a statement of fact. And Shinji acknowledged this truth. Since the hero of charity has said so, I can no longer test with these minor tactics. However, the spear isn't your most proficient weapon either, is it? Oh. You've discerned my true name in such a short time. Impressive insight. The Red Lancer finally showed a change in expression at having his identity revealed. It's inevitable when your appearance is so striking. The golden set of armor, ranked among the top divine constructs, nearly the highest level of godliness, like a small sun, and spear techniques reaching divine levels, I can't think of any other hero fitting these criteria. For others, unless they had considerable knowledge of Indian mythology, it would be challenging to identify the Red Lancer quickly. But Shinji was different, he had the advantage of foreknowledge. A slight probe confirmed the identity of the person before him. Karna, the hero with an immortal body praised in the ancient Indian epic Mahabharata. Born from the union of the sun god Surya and the human woman Kunti, he received the golden armor from his father as proof of his heritage, marking him as a natural-born great hero. In terms of heroic status and strength, he is undoubtedly among the strongest in the Throne of Heroes. The Mages Association has gone all out this time. Well, that's fine. It gives me a chance to see just how much of a gap there is between me and a top-tier servant. As he spoke, the wounds on Shinji's waist and right shoulder healed completely. The Qingyun sword in his hand also left his grasp, floating in midair. "Come on, black assassin." Karna, who had also healed his wounds, raised his golden spear. As Shinji mentioned, Karna's true expertise lies in archery. The Rakshasa-piercing immortal had accompanied him through countless battles in its bow form. However, due to class constraints in this instance, he could not carry both a sword and a bow, so the Rakshasa-piercing immortali transformed into a golden spear. Nevertheless, Karna possessed the skill, uncrowned martial arts, making him proficient in all weapons. Whether it was a bow, a sword, or a spear, it hardly impacted his prowess. Shinji formed seals with both hands, channeling vast amounts of magical energy into the Qingyun sword hovering in midair, unleashing the ancient sword's maximum power. In an instant, black wind and raging fire engulfed an area several hundred meters around Shinji. Karna, unhurried, swung the golden spear. Each strike shattered the approaching black wind, dispersing the rampaging flames. In the blink of an eye, 100 spear thrusts had passed, and not a single gust or flame touched his body. The Qingyun sword, after all, was an anti-army noble phantasm. Its wide range meant the pressure on an individual target was not as intense. Karna didn't even need to use the true name of his noble phantasm, his divine-level spear techniques were sufficient. Focused entirely on defense, he wasn't in the slightest hurry. For him, swinging his spear was routine, he could maintain this for hours without issue. Meanwhile, Shinji was using a noble phantasm. Even if it wasn't of the highest rank, the magical energy consumption was significantly faster. In Karna's view, it would only take a few minutes for Shinji to retract his noble phantasm, which would be the perfect time for Karna to counterattack. Unfortunately, this time he was mistaken. Not only did Shinji not retract his noble phantasm, but he also escalated, directly using a second noble phantasm, Ishtar's war spear, which Karna had knocked away earlier. Amidst the wind and fire, Shinji suppressed his presence, pulled out the war spear embedded in the highway, extended his left arm, bent his right arm, and assumed a throwing position. "Take this." And gal ta ki gal say, kindling of Venus that shook the mountains. Chapter 367, are all the red team's servants monsters? Alright, and gal ta ki gal say, kindling of Venus that shook the mountains, is just Shinji's imagination and embellishment. This war spear can only truly unleash the true name when wielded by Ishtar, combined with the concept of Venus and the legend of destroying the holy mountain. This is a genuine A++ rank anti-mountain noble phantasm. Even Karna, clad in his golden armor, would suffer severe injuries if struck by it. However, in Shinji's hands, it's just an ordinary spear throw with some divine power released from the spear, ranked merely at B. A direct hit could indeed inflict considerable damage on Karna, but given Karna's prowess and style, unless he suddenly fell under the influence of a legendary mentally retarded aura, he wouldn't block it head-on. It's not something he couldn't dodge. As Shinji anticipated, Karna sensed a magical energy wave far stronger than that of the Qingyun sword even before the spear left Shinji's hand. When the spear pierced through the wind and fire, breaking through the air, Karna, prepared to evade, reduced his defense and endured the wind blades and flames just to avoid the throw. However, whether Karna dodged or not made no difference to Shinji. If Karna didn't dodge and got injured, Shinji would continue to unleash other noble phantasms to inflict more damage. If Karna did dodge, it still wouldn't matter. The spear wasn't far from Karna's position, and Shinji had thrown it with all his might. By the time Karna noticed, no matter how much he accelerated, he couldn't get far, and that was enough. The war spear traced a flat arc and precisely struck the spot where Karna had stood. The power contained within the spear blade gushed out like a flood. The war spear that once destroyed the holy mountain made the earthquake. Amidst the deafening roar, the ground shook. The dual four-lane highway where the two were fighting collapsed due to the spear, creating a massive fault over 10 meters long, which continued to expand. Though Karna's strength meant staying within the fault wouldn't harm him, the unstable footing posed a more serious problem than negligible damage. No matter how powerful, Karna couldn't escape the constraints of being human. Unstable footing would prevent him from executing his spear techniques effectively. Therefore, before the asphalt road beneath him completely collapsed, Karna leaped, rising 10 meters above the ground, higher than the Qingyun sword's floating position. This was the safest solution, as he didn't know the exact attack range of Ishtar's war spear. If he couldn't escape its range in one go, he'd become a literal, golden target, a golden-colored target for Shinji to attack. Seeing this, Shinji directed the Qingyun sword with a pointing gesture, sending it straight after Karna. As a magical sword, even though the Qingyun sword wasn't sharpened, its embedded magical power was formidable. Guided by 4 talismanic runes, it was enveloped in black wind and fierce flames, resembling a black flame serpent dancing wildly in the air, instantly wrapping around the airborne Karna. This time, no matter how fast Karna's blade was or how high his spear skills were, he couldn't completely defend against the wind and fire. This was an all-encompassing, omnidirectional attack. Such an attack might not inflict severe injuries on Karna, but it certainly wouldn't leave him unscathed. As Shinji clasped his hands together, a crisp clap resounded, and the raging flame seemed to receive an ultimate command, exploding instantly with the force of several high-explosive grenades going off simultaneously. Did it work? Watching from outside the inferno, Jean squinted, trying to see through the black and red obstruction to discern the true situation within. Suddenly, Jean's expression changed, instinctively shielding her head. A dazzling golden light burst through the wind and fire, like the first ray of sunlight piercing the night. At the center of the golden light stood Karna, suspended in the air. The golden radiance emanated from the 3 sun-patterned armor plates on his back. From below, he appeared as if carrying the sun wheel, illuminating all beings, truly the son of the sun god Surya, and indeed the divine child who merged with the sun wheel after death. The gaze of the sun god's son, along with the light of the sun wheel, pierced through the sea of flames and met Shinji's upward gaze. Despite the intense pain in his eyes caused by Karna's unparalleled presence in the light of the sun wheel, Shinji remained fearless. He turned into a miniature sun. What a powerful skill, divinity. Compared to the sun flames he releases, the fire of the Qingyun sword is nothing. Skill, divinity, rank A. The power to infuse magical energy into a weapon. Karna transforms the flames of the sun into magical energy, attaching it to his weapon to increase the intensity of his attacks or defense. Usually used in conjunction with the Rakshasa-piercing immortal and the golden armor. When outputting at full power, it can negate gravity, allowing for hovering or breaking the sound barrier, achieving super high-speed movement and attacks. Such powerful performance also comes with a tremendous consumption of magical energy, limiting the duration to no more than 10 seconds. Otherwise, an ordinary magus as the master would become immobile, and even a top-tier magus would be too exhausted to perform magecraft. In short, the fully unleashed divinity can be considered a noble phantasm of a rank or higher in both performance and consumption. As the owner of this skill, Karna is well aware of its strengths and weaknesses. Since he is outputting at full power, he must finish the battle quickly. From above, after locking onto Shinji's position, the 3 armor plates of the golden armor immediately adjusted direction, rapidly closing in under the propulsion of the sun flames. The air condensed due to the movement of the immortal blade and was pierced in an instant. As the explosive sound echoed through the night sky, Karna appeared at Shinji's location. The surrounding walls of fire were extinguished by the massive shockwave, and a vivid red stain, the color of blood, appeared on the immortal blade in his hand. Judging by Karna's expression, he was not satisfied with the result of this strike. He intended to end Assassin's life with a blow beyond human reaction limits, or at the very least inflict severe injuries that would be difficult to heal in a short time. However, the latter had already anticipated his action and leaped back almost simultaneously with his thrust. In a state of full magical power, Karna had no energy left for a second redirection, helplessly watching Black Assassin escape. On the other side, Shinji was also sweating profusely. That was too close. Even though he had anticipated Karna's thunderous strike, he hadn't expected it to be so overwhelming. Despite using his most practiced full-body reinforcement magic to boost his reaction speed to the limit, the aftershock of the strike still grazed his calf. Are all the red team's servants monsters? P.S. Actually, there are quite a few monsters on the black team as well. Chapter 368, Chapter 368, Shut up, fatty. Whether all the red team's servants are monsters cannot be determined for now, but the red lancer, Karna, before them is undoubtedly a monster. In terms of might, Gilgamesh, with his endless noble phantasms and constant barrages, and Iskandar, who commands vast armies and tramples the earth, are stronger than Karna. However, the shock they brought to Shinji was not as overwhelming as that brought by Karna. Gilgamesh and Iskandar's strength comes from external powers, whereas Karna's strength is purely his own, an intrinsic might. This isn't to say that relying on external powers isn't strong enough, equipment is a form of strength. Ordinary people grew to make the mysterious world tremble by relying on the power of technology, which is also an external power. Karna's status as a top-tier servant, one of the golden 3 targets, is also due to his immortal blade and golden armor. Regardless, when a creature sees a powerful individual within its species, it feels envy. This is a biological instinct, and humans are no exception. At this moment, even without the immortal blade and golden armor, Karna could still deliver such an attack. This kind of shock was no less than seeing someone dive into the sea alone to hunt sea monsters and scat-hack his memories. But Shinji, determined and knowledgeable, quickly overcame his fear and shock. As Karna rose from the crater he had created, Shinji's fear and shock gave way to an unparalleled fighting spirit. Someday, he would become as strong as Karna, if not stronger. Fighting strong opponents, understanding oneself, and becoming stronger were his primary goals in this parallel world journey, aside from obtaining the Holy Grail. With a gesture, the Qingyun sword returned to his hand, and luminescent particles gathered beneath his feet, ready to manifest Hermes' winged sandals at any moment. This was the only method Shinji could think of to fight Karna. The distance couldn't be too close, otherwise, Karna would never give him a chance to escape, given his divine-level spear skills. The distance couldn't be too far either, as Shinji lacked long-range attack methods without the divine gunblade. Only at mid-range could he use his various noble phantasms to restrain Karna, with the Qingyun sword's wide-area attack and vision-obscuring abilities playing a significant role. The winged sandals, ready to activate at any moment, were both a trap and a final safeguard. Thus far, he hadn't shown his flying ability, which he could use to catch Karna off guard at a critical moment. If the situation worsened, he could also escape into the sky. Yes, Shinji planned to wear Karna down slowly. His noble phantasms weren't enough to kill Karna outright. To win, he had to outlast him. Karna, among the many heroic spirits in the Throne of Heroes, was also a major magical power consumer. Apart from normal attacks, passive skills, and the golden armor, all his other skills and noble phantasms consumed enormous magical energy. Shinji estimated that Karna could use divinity or his noble phantasms at most 2 more times. If he could withstand these 2 waves, Karna would have to retreat. Shinji's rapid-fire noble phantasm tactic would also consume vast magical energy, but he had homunculi to share the burden, allowing him to use his magical energy recklessly, which was the source of his confidence. Karna, let's see how long you can last. 10 meters away, Karna retracted his magical energy and stepped out of the crater. With his sharp eyes and experience, he understood Shinji's plan the moment he saw him holding a sword in one hand and a spear in the other. He had to admit that this strategy was somewhat troublesome. Anti-army noble phantasms, despite their low rank, weren't easy to counter with just spear skills. And Shinji's confident demeanor clearly showed he wasn't worried about magical energy consumption. This wasn't a facade. With his discernment of the poor skill, Karna could see through illusions and face the truth. The opponent could afford to drag the fight out, but he couldn't, which was the troublesome part for Karna. However, this was only a minor annoyance, and Karna had already thought of 2 solutions. First, close the distance for a melee fight. Although Black Assassin wouldn't easily let him get close, Karna was confident he could use Mana Burst, Flame, for a sudden acceleration. Once he got close, the outcome would be decided. Second, unleash a noble phantasm for a decisive blow. Karna had full confidence in his noble phantasms. Any of his offensive noble phantasms could turn Black Assassin to ashes. Thinking this, Karna pointed his spear at Shinji, silently issuing a challenge for another round. Shinji didn't waste words either. With a change in his seal, the wind and fire ignited once again. At that moment, both of them almost simultaneously sensed the presence of a 4th servant. Attack, saber. Accompanied by a rough male voice, a bright sword light tore through the wall of fire, launching a surprise attack from behind. Karna calmly swept his spear horizontally, the edge of his immortal blade precisely blocking the sword light, revealing the tall man holding a greatsword amidst the flames. Black saber. With assassin in front and saber behind, Karna remained unshaken and calmly spoke. I see, this is Triphos after all. It's not surprising to have reinforcements. Then let me face both of you at once. WH. The voice wasn't from Black Saber or Shinji but from Gold's, Black Saber's master, standing next to Jean. Everyone in Igdamillennia knew that Gold's had been overly confident lately. His confidence stemmed from the artificial battery system he had created and, more importantly, from his saber. No matter how powerful the opponent, Gold's believed his saber would never lose. But now, someone was belittling his saber, which shocked him. Immediately, his surprise turned into hatred, and with a chest full of anger, Gold's roared. How dare you spout such arrogance? Saber, assassin, crush that arrogant red lancer for me. No, Saber, you go alone. I'll take a break. Shinji's reaction was completely contrary to Gold's intentions. He dispelled his spiritual clothing, put away the Qingyun sword and the Ishtar war spear, and turned to walk towards Jean at the edge of the battlefield, seemingly unconcerned about leaving his back to Karna. Gold shouted angrily, Assassin, what are you doing? Didn't you hear my order? I told you to kill Red Lancer together with Saber. Shut up, fatty. If you keep quiet, no one will mistake you for a mute. Shinji applied healing runes to his calf as he walked, not even glancing at Gold. P.S. Discernment of the poor, rank A, Karna, blessed with the solitude of the world, has the skill to inquire about the lives and values of the weak. This skill demonstrates his ability to grasp the essence of others. He can see through the personality and attributes of his opponent and won't be deceived by verbal arguments or lies. Chapter 369, Red Lancer vs. Black Saber. Regarding the participants in this Holy Grail War, who left the worst impression on Shinji. First is Selenike, and second is the fat guy, Gords. Selenike is hopelessly beyond redemption. Even if she has a pretty face and a nice figure, it's all for naught. Her twisted nature rivals that of Ryunosuke Ryu. Gords, on the other hand, isn't completely wasted yet and might still be salvageable. However, he's currently in a state of self-inflation. If he doesn't get a few harsh setbacks, he'll eventually become as irredeemably twisted as Selenike. By that time, Shinji might feel the urge to get rid of him. Well, to be honest, he's already feeling a bit like hitting him now. You have to understand, Shinji's personality is considered quite good among transmigrators. He isn't arrogant, doesn't mind working for others, and can even tolerate some posturing, as long as you have as much clout as Lorelei or Kenneth. But what does Gord's have? He has some skills, but not enough to justify his extreme arrogance. Even Kenneth wasn't this overbearing. You don't realize it until you compare, there's always someone dumber than the last. Of course, Gord's was unaware of Shinji's inner ridicule. His anger had already shifted from Karna to Shinji. Who do you think you are, to speak to me like that? Fat fatty. Just a mere servant, how dare you be so disrespectful to a master? My master is Fiori, not you, you dead fatso. Shinji casually sat beside Jean, still not sparing Gord's a glance. The upgraded insult made Gord's anger burn even hotter. Fine, remember this, when we get back, I'll have Fiori deal with you properly. Suit yourself. But before that, I have a reminder for you, I'm an assassin. Is it wise to threaten an assassin like this? If you provoke me, be careful of my tenfold retaliation. Rest assured, I won't leave any evidence, and not even Darnik or Berserker will be able to do anything about it. At this, Shinji finally lifted his head, and the coldness in his deep blue eyes made Gord shiver, making him realize the immense power of a servant far beyond modern magi. Gord's, though arrogant, wasn't entirely brainless. When his anger was doused by the threat to his life, his intelligence kicked back in. What's the point of being ruthless? If you have the guts, go deal with the Red servants, like Red Lancer. This statement made Shinji look at Gord's with newfound respect. Ah. You can say something sensible, fatty. But I would have done that anyway. However, I won't take action this time because it's meaningless. How can it be meaningless? This is a great chance to kill the Red Lancer. No, it's not, Shinji shook his head. You've been here for a while, just wanting me to test Red Lancer's strength, but you didn't approach. You noticed me. Gord's was surprised. He had indeed been nearby since Jean and Karna met, but following Saber's suggestion, he stayed out of the servant's perception range. There was no reason he should have been detected. It wasn't me, it was Ruler. She had no change in expression when you appeared, indicating she noticed something. This was only half the reason, the other half was the mysterious way the story was written. If Shinji wasn't present, it would have been Gord's bringing Black Saber to rescue Jean. Unfortunately for Gord's, his approach was wrong, and Jean didn't appreciate it at all. Because you were far away, and I used an anti-army noble phantasm, you missed many details. Red Lancer isn't someone we can kill even if Saber and I team up. A forced kill will only lead to mutual destruction. As Shinji said this, he glanced at Karna. The latter was just focused on confronting Black Saber. Whether it was Gord's wanting to kill him or Shinji acknowledging his strength, there was no reaction. Black Saber was the same as if completely ignoring the conversation between Shinji and Gord's. Impossible, Saber is. Gord's didn't finish the last part of his sentence, it was something unmentionable. Don't believe me? Try it then. With me here, you don't have to worry about Saber getting hurt. Shinji chuckled, his confident demeanor leaving Gord's feeling indignant. Let's give it a try then. Saber, engage. At his master's command, the always silent Black Saber nodded slightly, stepping forward with the firm stride befitting a hero. Is that so? Then, Black Saber, it seems I can fight you one-on-one. At that moment, Red Lancer saw the swordsman smile. It was just a fleeting, barely noticeable smile, but Siegfried, the heroic spirit, indeed softened the corners of his mouth. Lancer's eyes were inadvertently filled with nostalgic thoughts. What did this Black Saber, so different in era and homeland, remind him of? I once met a man with eyes like yours. Lancer couldn't help but utter an irrelevant remark. Black Saber tilted his head slightly, seemingly urging him to continue. That man was a true hero. If you look at me with those eyes, it means our battle was not a chance encounter but an inevitable one. Lancer's fighting spirit blazed like a pale flame. The usually silent Black Saber allowed his sword energy to surge, the air around them distorting from their combined aura. When Black Saber arrived, he knew tonight's mission was impossible to succeed. He could have left immediately, but upon seeing those eyes so similar to his archenemies, he chose to stay. Ah, so it's you. You two are yearning to fight me. Red Lancer was certain and delighted. From now on, I will let nothing stand in our way. Let us battle to the ends of the earth, let us fight to the world's end. We heroic spirits are seekers and madmen who fight until the end of our lives. Even now, having gained a second life and manifested in this world, that faith remains unchanged. There were no loud shouts or tearing sounds, yet their fighting spirits blazed like scorching flames, gradually engulfing everything around them. And then, the lance tore through the atmosphere, roaring thunderously. The sword cleaved through the air, screaming sharply. Their clash was like the scattering of withering life, sparks flying as two vast forces met equally. Red Lancer's tactics were unchanged from before. Under the divine-level spear techniques, the golden spear manifested like a curtain. Its speed and ferocity were beyond Gord's comprehension and made Shinji once again confirm Karna's strength. What he showed earlier was just a small demonstration. This was the full extent of his divine arts. However, the divine skill that Shinji thought would allow him to last at most 10 rounds was withstood by Black Saber, who endured hundreds of spear strikes. That was Siegfried, the knight who traversed the Netherlands, the Dragon Slayer. His swordsmanship had reached a superhuman level. He used the tiniest time gaps to gradually close the distance. Yet, Siegfried couldn't simply rely on his excellence to naturally defend against the spear's strikes. Just this alone made it impossible to completely withstand the consecutive divine spear strikes. Despite this, Black Saber steadily shortened the distance. It was an extremely reckless behavior that even Ruler, who should know his legend, wanted to stop. Only through sacrifice can success be achieved, saying it is simple, but the practice is accompanied by great difficulty, where most people sink deeply into the quagmire of death. Black Saber took another step forward. He used the smallest possible movements to maneuver his great sword, gently deflecting the spear's consecutive strikes. However, this was still not enough to keep up with the spear's speed. Several thrusts should have hit vital points, cutting arteries and piercing between the eyebrows, but such was not the case. Witnessing the extraordinary scene, the Red Lancer immediately retreated. He put some distance between himself and the Black Saber, casting a glance that seemed to freeze him in place. Such shallow wounds. It wasn't just one strike, in fact, 78 thrusts had hit the Black Saber. Each strike had landed precisely on a vital spot, yet the saber stood unfazed, poised in his stance. He wasn't uninjured. But the wounds were absurdly shallow. Normally, it wouldn't be surprising if his arm was shattered or his eyes gouged out. At least, the Red Lancer had thrust his spear with such power. However, the fact that Gord's healing magic immediately closed the saber's wounds indicated that the saber's injuries were shallow enough to regenerate instantly. How could this be? If all those consecutive strikes had been blocked, it would be hard to believe but theoretically possible. But, to have taken direct hits and yet sustained such minimal damage was impossible. This was both an impossible event and a phenomenon that had indeed occurred. So, there must be a reason. Either he was blessed by the gods like the rider from his camp, or he had undergone rigorous training, or... Ah, I see. I finally understand. A long-forgotten feeling of exhilaration surged in the Lancer's chest. This Black Saber was indeed similar to him. The Black Saber was equally astonished. His exceptional ability, Armor of Fafnir, which recreated the legend of the hero Siegfried who bathed in dragon's blood, nullified attacks below B rank. Even attacks surpassing B rank would first be reduced by B rank before affecting his body, which explained why the otherwise fatal wounds were so minor. In other words, normally, without fully activating his noble phantasm, merely using his spear as a regular weapon, there was no way to harm the saber. Yet, all 78 strikes from the Lancer had injured him. Although they were minor wounds, easily healed by God's healing magecraft, this fact was enough to make the heroic spirit Siegfried shiver. This meant that the Red Lancer's spear contained physical attack power equivalent to an A rank. Needless to say, the spear itself must be a rare treasure. But it was the combination of incredible strength and exceptional technique that produced such destructive power. Magnificent. The Black Saber's joy was evident. In his lifetime, he had never fought such a hero. Since defeating the dragon that destroyed thousands of villages, he has created countless legends with his immortal body. Yet, the feeling of crossing the line between life and death had long since vanished. Any attack was ineffective against him, and Siegfried merely slaughtered his enemies with ease. This wasn't combat, it felt more like a chore. But this battle was different. Look at that spear, piercing through my dragon armor. Look at that skill, already reaching the divine. How many legends has he forged, and how many hardships has he overcome? Just thinking about it filled the Black Saber with admiration. The Lancer before him seemed to share the same sentiment. They remained silent, nodded to each other, and once again, plunged into battle. The thrusting spear once again aimed at the Black Saber. The spearhead contained fighting spirit, battle intent, and a steel-like will. Saber raised his great sword again, and the Lancer gripped his spear with both hands. Though it was night, it felt as refreshing and exhilarating as basking in sunlight. The two rare heroic spirits clashed once more, spear against sword. Chapter 370, The Troublesome Fatty. Ugh. Gords clenched his teeth as he watched the deadly duel between the Black Saber and the Red Lancer. He couldn't find an opportunity to use magecraft, and the opposing master seemed to be absent. What frustrated him the most was that the Black Saber couldn't secure a victory. Siegfried, the valiant hero, was undoubtedly the strongest saber. He was a hero who feared no attacks below B rank. Yet, even such a saber couldn't completely fend off the Red Lancer's attacks. No, he had to think of something. Gords wiped the sweat from his forehead, first looking at the standing ruler, then at the assassin sitting carelessly beside her. He ultimately decided to speak to the ruler. Ruler, I am Gords Music Ig Millennia, the master of Black Saber in this Holy Grail war. Ruler, true name Jean d'Arc, Jean responded in a clear voice, maintaining a meticulous stance. Oh, it's the famous Saint Jean d'Arc. I apologize for my rudeness. Merciful and just saint, please follow the rules of the Holy Grail war and punish those who break them and attempt to murder you. Gords made his request with feigned humility. To him, it was extremely foolish for the Black Assassin to face the Red Lancer alone. With a privileged ruler present, not making good use of her was downright stupid. Of course, the ruler should accept this proposal. No, anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't refuse, Gords was certain of it. Unexpectedly, the ruler shot Gold a sharp glance. I refuse. Huh. Before Gords could react, Shinji suddenly stood up from the ground and slapped his forehead. Enough, fatso. Stop wasting your efforts. If ruler were willing to help, I wouldn't have been fighting the Red Lancer for so long. I'm not as dumb as you think. This answer completely caught Gords off guard, to the extent that he ignored Shinji's disrespectful gesture. Why? The Red Lancer is trying to kill her. She believes she must remain neutral and shouldn't affect either side. The Red Lancer is targeting her alone, unrelated to the Black faction, so she won't team up with us to harm the Red faction. If she does anything, it will probably be after our battle ends. Indeed, I swear on my dignity as a summoned ruler that I will not intervene in their fight, Jean declared resolutely. Hearing this, Gords muttered under his breath. He couldn't understand the ruler's values at all. Someone was trying to harm her, yet she would wait until the fight ended. I originally wanted to at least get the Red Lancer's true name. You don't need to ask, ruler, I can tell you. Huh? What is it? Karna, one of the greatest heroes in ancient Indian mythology. A hint of mockery appeared on Shinji's lips, and his gaze towards Gold's turned contemptuous. Karna? The Red Lancer is Karna? How can this be? Gold's confidence was severely shaken, his face full of disbelief. There's nothing impossible about it. Your saber is indeed very strong, practically invincible in his era, but among heroic spirits, he's only top tier, far from invincible. At the very least, Karna is his equal, if not stronger. Gords gaped, wanting to say something but not knowing what, until he finally stammered, have you guessed Saber's true name? Of course, Saber and Karna have distinct characteristics and are highly recognizable. Shinji lowered his voice to a whisper that only the two of them could hear. A Western appearance with a great sword, superhuman swordsmanship, dragon attributes, a body tough enough to withstand Karna's fierce attacks with just surface wounds, and your reluctance to reveal his true name, it's quite obvious, isn't it? Norse mythology, do I need to go on? No, that's enough. Gords shook his head, his swelling confidence now battered and deflated like a punctured balloon. Then let's continue discussing this battle. After accomplishing that great feat, Saber obtained an almost invincible body, which is his capital for trading wounds for distance. Karna has a similar legend. His father, Surya, granted him golden armor and earrings to protect him, which he now wears. It is said that even the gods found it hard to destroy. Karna, clad in golden armor, was nearly invincible, and his death came only because Indra deceived him into giving up his armor. The term invincible might be an exaggeration, but based on my observations, that golden armor reduces all damage to 1/5, no, 1/10. That's why I said we can't kill him today. Noble Phantasm, Kavacha and Kundala, rank A, integrated with Karna's body, this powerful defensive noble phantasm emits the radiance of the sun. It reduces all hostile interference, physical attacks, magic, curses, etc., to 1/10 of the damage for Karna. In normal combat, any damage taken can be healed through self-recovery. Even a direct hit from an A+ rank anti-army noble phantasm won't hinder his actions. Hearing the information Shinji disclosed, Gords completely abandoned the idea of having Siegfried kill Karna. Only taking 1/10 of the damage, how unfair was that? In some ways, it was even more unfair than Armor of Fafnir, which at least had a fatal weakness, whereas the golden armor did not. The Mages Association was indeed formidable, achieving this degree of protection within just a few days. Assassin, can you find the master of the Red Lancer? No sign of him. If I had found him, I would have eliminated him without you having to ask. He either didn't come or retreated immediately upon sensing the presence of the Black Saber. This was said for Gords' benefit. Shinji had no intention of seeking out Karna's master. He was certain Karna was acting alone. So, Fatty, what do you plan to do? Continue a battle that is unlikely to yield results, or call it a day and escort ruler to retreat? I. Despite the two servants fighting, as a master, he could do nothing, frozen by the overwhelming pressure from the two warriors. He felt a deep frustration towards his foolishness. This sense of helplessness evoked long-forgotten feelings of shame and disgrace in Gords. Again, in this situation, again those look, just like the aloof nobles of the Mages Association. The black saber, the red lancer, even the ruler hadn't looked at him once. The only one willing to speak was the assassin, with nothing but sarcasm, devoid of any servant's respect. I must do something. I must obtain the power to do something. Yes, that power is in my hand. Gords looked at his right hand. There, indeed, was the mark of a master. The command seals, a bond between master and servant etched with immense magical power. That's right. By using this command seal, I can easily bring that servant under control. A servant is not a hero, but merely a puppet. This must not be forgotten. Allowing the servant to fight while standing by is unacceptable. As a master, shouldn't I use magical means and calm judgment to guide this battle to victory? Gord's changing expression did not escape Shinji's notice, and he felt an urge to slap some sense into him. This guy still doesn't have a correct understanding of the Holy Grail War and the master-servant contract. He wants to use the command seal at the first sign of trouble. He needs a good education. Chapter 371, Fighting Until Dawn. Gold's early reputation was marred by his arrogance and conceit. After developing the artificial human battery system and obtaining the linden leaf stained with dragon blood, he began to consider himself the best in the world, looking down on everyone. He naturally believed that he was the ruler of this Holy Grail War and that everyone should act according to his will. The so-called heroic spirits, the servants, were just puppets and tools that shouldn't resist him in any way. The obedience of the black saber, Siegfried, inflated his arrogance to a ridiculous degree. He blindly believed that Siegfried was the strongest and that no other servant could be his match. If left unchecked, this attitude would lead him to give reckless commands during the upcoming battle with the Red Rider. If Siegfried refused due to unreasonable orders, Gords would become furious, believing that Siegfried's failure and disobedience were due to disloyalty. He would then use a command seal to force Siegfried to use his noble phantasm. By that time, Gords had completely abandoned the principle of keeping true names secret. If Danik hadn't stopped him, Siegfried's true name would have already been known to the Red faction, an act of sheer stupidity. As a member of the Black faction and a temporary ally, Shinji didn't want to see this idiot continue down this path, nor did he want to see Siegfried exit the stage so soon. He had to wake Gords up. As for the idea of killing Gords to solve everything, it was never an option for Shinji. Not to mention whether he could kill Gords under Siegfried's protection or whether his death would arouse Danik's suspicion, Gords' abilities alone made it impossible for Shinji to let him die. Although he was reluctant to admit it, at this point, Gords was the most important master of the Black faction. The Black faction's trump card, the vast magic power source, the artificial human battery system, was designed and managed by him. The Black faction's lower-tier soldiers, combat-use artificial humans, were also his creations. Even the maids, janitors, and other logistical personnel in Millennia Castle were mostly his artificial humans. Without him, life for the Black faction would be extremely difficult. In this sense, this guy indeed had some skills. Recalling Gord's role, Shinji finally quelled his urge to punch him, opting instead to throw an ice rune at him. Assassin, what are you doing? Gords jumped up, his face covered in ice shards. I'm cooling you down so your brain doesn't get fried by impulsiveness. You. Shinji Warren, I'm doing this for your own good, expression, prompting Gords to look at his command seals for comfort. Don't bother looking. No matter how much you look, there are only 3 strokes, they won't multiply. It's none of your business. Gords, still fuming, clearly didn't catch Shinji's true intent. Shinji wasn't in a hurry and continued, how could it not be my business? These are precious non-renewable resources. Use one, and there's one less. If you waste them in a moment of impulse, it would be a real pity. The emphasis on, use one, there's one less, and waste finally made Gords pause. What do you mean? Nothing much, just that I saw you clenching your fist and staring at the command seals earlier. I was afraid you'd do something foolish and use them to give a pointless order. Humph, I wouldn't do such a thing. Gords turned his head away, not wanting to see Shinji's half-smiling face. That's good. Since we have this rare opportunity, let me remind you of a few things. Servants exist indeed dependent on their masters, but they're not mere puppets, they possess great power in their wills. That's precisely why command seals are used to bind them. The use of command seals directly affects the master-servant relationship. When the command seal aligns with the servant's will, it unleashes enormous power. Conversely, when it opposes the servant's will, it's possible for a servant with a strong enough will to resist its effects. Even if the command seal twists the servant's will, it will still impact the relationship between master and servant. Maybe you don't think this matters, but have you considered what you'll do when all 3 command seals are used up? What will you use to bind a servant who is 5 or 10 times stronger than you? Will you sever the contract and cut off their magic supply? Even then, a servant can exist for several hours to days without it, you know. Shinji's voice grew colder, and Gord's heart sank further. Consider yourself lucky, fatty. Saber is a man of noble character, he wouldn't turn against you. If he were someone with a worse temperament, you might already be dead. I'm not trying to scare you. Honestly, I consider myself to have a pretty good temper, and even though I haven't spent much time with you, I've already wanted to smack you several times. Remember my words, to unleash the greatest power, master and servant must reach a consensus. Otherwise, even the best class, saber, and the strongest hero won't meet a good end. That's all I have to say. Whether you listen or not is up to you. With that, Shinji stopped paying attention to gourds and focused entirely on the battle between the spear and the sword. The higher one's skill, the more beneficial it is to watch such peak duels. Fully digesting these insights could further refine Shinji's combat techniques. Red Lancer unleashed thrusts like cannon fire amidst roaring winds. Black Saber wielded a golden greatsword that sliced through the atmosphere and darkness alike. Their attacks intertwined like a spiraling vortex and vanished like sparks in an instant. These two, standing at the pinnacle of sword and spear techniques, vied for supremacy. In terms of skill, Red Lancer had a slight edge. In terms of resilience, Black Saber was superior. However, in overall strength, they were nearly evenly matched. Even a momentary lapse could result in a pierced heart or a severed head. If there was an advantage to be found, it was the presence of Master Gourds. He could use healing magecraft to continually repair Black Saber's injuries. Nonetheless, Lancer's self-healing ability was also remarkable. Even without his master present, there seemed to be a strong connection between them, providing Lancer with a substantial amount of mana. The sound of clashing steel neared 10,000. Minor wounds were instantly healed, exceeding 1,000 in number. Before long, both combatants unknowingly ceased their attacks. It wasn't due to fatigue. These rare heroes wouldn't succumb to exhaustion even after battling for 3 days and nights. Yet, time was beyond their control. The sky had turned from pitch black to a deep, dim blue. Indeed, several hours had passed since they began fighting. Neither had used their noble phantasms nor found a moment to reveal their true names. If this continues, we'll be fighting until dawn. I don't mind, but what about you? Your master seems to be getting impatient. Saber ultimately sheathed his greatsword in silence. Gord seemed to want to say something but couldn't find the words. The dense tension between the two was so palpable that he instinctively realized this was not a realm for outsiders to intrude. Then, Black Saber, forbidden to speak by his master, cast aside his hesitation and spoke. It was this very act that slightly shook Gord's deeply ingrained belief that servants were mere puppets. I hope that next time, we can truly fight to our heart's content. This statement, filled with an extraordinary earnestness, was something Red Lancer, Karna, did not fully understand. He was unaware of what lay hidden within the illustrious hero Siegfried's grand legend. Even so, he admired those words immensely. Red Lancer nodded slightly, expressing his approval of the swordsman's words. The reason being that it echoed a hidden wish within Lancer's heart. It wasn't a grand promise or vow. They saw each other as beings to be vanquished, as worthy opponents. Thus, they shared that sentiment. Ah, I am truly fortunate. Black Saber, I sincerely thank you for the luck of facing you in this battle. This was Red Lancer's genuine praise, containing the bond of a warrior. The hope that, it is my sword and spear that will defeat you, was like the dream of an innocent youth. Well then, farewell, Black Saber. A silent farewell. In an instant, Red Lancer's body vanished as he turned into spirit form. At the same time, the sky took on the faint purple hue heralding the dawn. P.S. That's why having a noble phantasm that doesn't require revealing its true name is so convenient, just throw it and you're good to go. Chapter 372, Chapter 372, The First Battle Ends. What a spectacular battle. Truly worthy of Alemaine's greatest hero. Alemaine is the French word for Germany, and it's normal for Jean, the Holy Maiden of France, to speak French. It shows that the world isn't all about speaking Japanese. Faced with ruler's praise, Black Saber nodded silently. But it's only Saber, right? What about me? Wasn't my battle spectacular too? Shinji blinked his eyes as if to say, praise me, praise me. Although Jean had received mathematics lessons from Shinji, she had no intention of being biased. Your battle was also spectacular, but compared to Saber's, there is still a certain gap. That's a good evaluation. Shinji was quite satisfied with this evaluation. He casually patted Siegfried's shoulder and smiled. It's normal to be a bit behind Brother Sieg. Brother Sieg is one of the greatest warriors of Northern Europe, a true hero. Brother Sieg, you're truly a man, Brother Sieg, the great hero. Towards the end, Shinji even started singing. Gord stared at Black Assassin, unconsciously grouping him with the weirdo like Astolfo. Although, after some reflection, he found some sense in Assassin's words, he found it hard to reconcile the silly, playful person in front of him with the imposing figure from earlier. After staring for a while, Gords regretfully realized that this approach wasn't working and had to pull himself together to face Ruler again. Arbiter, would you be willing to accompany us from now on? If you plan to oversee the battle in Triphos, then staying in Igdmalenia's Millennia Castle might be a good choice. With a wave of Gord's hand, a black Mercedes parked in the distance quickly drove up and stopped by the roadside. No, doing so would be unfair. My detection abilities are tens of times that of an ordinary servant. No matter where the battle unfolds in Triphos, I can rush there immediately. Please do not worry. Ruler unceremoniously refused. This Holy Grail war was an unprecedented clash between two forces, and she couldn't show favoritism to either side, not even superficially. Let's go, Saber. Gord's voice indeed held suppressed displeasure. His objective was clear from the start, to secure Ruler. However, Red Lancer had disrupted his plans. Even if he wanted to use Black Saber's strength to subdue Ruler, it was already too late. Gord's, being a magus, wasn't foolish enough to let his servants fight in broad daylight, especially with the ever-unpredictable assassin around. And you, assassin. Are you coming back with us, or will you continue escorting Ruler? I'll go with you. There won't be any more red servants threatening Ruler before dark, and I've done what I needed to do, Shinji said as he opened the car door. Wait, your bag, Jean reminded him. When Shinji met Jean, he was carrying a backpack, which he had placed in a concealed spot along with Jean's luggage before entering the battlefield. Keep it. It contains my midnight snack, but since it's already morning, I plan to go back and have breakfast with my master. If you don't mind, you can have it as your breakfast. You must be hungry. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Also, remember to do the homework I left for you, I'll come by to check when I have time. With the roar of the engine, the Mercedes, driven by a homunculus driver, headed towards Millennia Castle, and from the roll-down window, Shinji and Gord's mutual jabs could be faintly heard. Are you an idiot, assassin? Servants only need sufficient mana supply, they don't need to ingest food. You're the idiot. Don't you understand the simple truth that good food can make people happy? I've told you, although our existence is special, servants are essentially still human. And what is that homework? Not telling you. You. The voice grew fainter until it finally disappeared. Jean once again looked out at the traces of the battle between the two. The marks were scattered and chaotic, with no fixed direction. These were not damages born out of malice to destroy something but merely the aftermath of a simple battle. Indeed, with just a casual strike, the signpost on the highway was cut in half, leaving a crater reminiscent of a meteor impact. Thankfully, this wasn't an elevated road, Jean thought. If it had been, it might have collapsed in their footsteps. Of course, servants wouldn't die from that, but the reconstruction of the elevated road would take a long time. That would have been quite inconvenient. In any case, the first battle between the Black and Red faction servants ended in a draw. Neither side suffered serious injuries nor expended significant magical energy. It was merely a light skirmish. However, even this light skirmish was intense. As the war escalates, there will likely be servants and masters trying to deceive each other. Was she, Ruler Jean d'Arc, summoned to oversee such actions? She couldn't decisively say no, but there was a vague feeling of disbelief. No matter what, there was something different about this Holy Grail war, something her inner self quietly voiced. Thinking about it now won't help. Regardless, I must give it my all. Ruler clenched her fist and declared to herself. Even though the sun had risen, she still wore her armor, which made her feel inexplicably embarrassed. She quickly released the magical armor and changed back into her casual clothes, walking over to where her luggage had been placed earlier. There, a black handbag and a backpack lay side by side. Jean opened her, Letitia's, handbag, took out a black notebook, and looked at the half-filled handwritten exercises Shinji had left behind, feeling a pang of bitterness. It had taken half an hour to complete just one page previously. How long would it take to finish these 20-plus pages? Sigh. This showed that Jean was a very diligent and hard-working student, who loved learning. She never even thought about asking someone to do it for her or simply not doing it. One had to admit, she was a good student, just a bit dense. Shaking her head to dismiss the stress from the exercises, Jean opened Shinji's backpack. Inside were sandwiches wrapped in food bags, a vegetable salad in a box, fresh milk in a glass bottle, and some unidentified food items that looked like snacks. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Even though she had learned about modern life through Letitia, Jean, who came from a rural background, still found Shinji's provisions overly luxurious. If this was just a midnight snack, how extravagant must his main meals be? Although Assassin didn't want them, should she enjoy these luxurious items? As she hesitated, the grumbling protests from her stomach became the deciding factor. Thank you, Lord, for this food. Jean picked up a sandwich and gently bit off a corner. The softness of the bread, the crispness of the vegetables, the tenderness of the ham, and the sweetness of the jam mingled and clashed in her mouth, bringing Jean a pleasure she had never experienced in life. It's delicious. After devouring half the food in the backpack, Jean contentedly patted her stomach. Now my stomach feels much better. Suddenly, she shivered and looked in the direction Shinji had gone with her blue eyes. Did he leave these things because he noticed something strange about me? Well, it doesn't matter if he did. It's getting late, I should head to Trifaz. Under the pale purple sky, the girl picked up her bag and set off once more. Chapter 373, Jean's peculiarity. Is Jean peculiar? Undoubtedly, yes. Her current state is a typical example of a pseudo-servant, or as the church would say, a saint vessel. The heroic spirit does not manifest directly in a human form but instead possesses a being whose soul's wavelength and compatibility are highly matched, using the latter's body to act. Jean's vessel is a 17-year-old French high school girl named Laetitia, a young woman whose appearance and personality are very similar to Jean's. Laetitia is a devout believer and a French national, with a deep-rooted reverence for Jean. Therefore, when Jean proposed to borrow her body, Laetitia handed over control without hesitation, never harboring even the slightest resistance, even though Jean repeatedly emphasized that she was not the saint Laetitia perceived her to be. With Laetitia's voluntary cooperation, Jean bypassed the most uncontrollable step of the pseudo-servant process, where two souls merge and influence each other, achieving a state similar to that of Lord El Meloy II, Zhuge. The difference is that while Kongming's soul resides passively within Waver Velvet, Jean's case has Laetitia completely relinquishing control. In this state, Jean and Laetitia are both interconnected and relatively independent. Interconnected, Jean can access most of Laetitia's memories, and the two can communicate and exchange thoughts directly. If necessary, they can switch consciousness. Independent, even when Jean takes over the body, Laetitia does not lose consciousness but experiences Jean's actions as if watching a first-person movie. This includes the battles of the servants and the elementary lessons Shinji gives Jean. When Jean accomplishes her goal or dies midway, Laetitia's body will revert to its original state based on pre-stored information. Depending on the situation, it can even be forcibly transferred to a safe place, and any injuries sustained will instantly regenerate. Hence, no matter how severe Jean's injuries are, they won't adversely affect Laetitia. To put it bluntly, it's as if Laetitia's existence is enveloped in a shell named Jean. Because they share a physical body, Jean cannot dematerialize as a spirit and must eat regularly like a normal person. Though she won't die from starvation, the body will feel significant discomfort from hunger. Engaging in activities as a servant consumes a lot of energy, and after continuous battles or long periods without food, she can faint from hunger. Indeed, in the original timeline, Jean did make such a mistake. Knowing this, Shinji specifically prepared a bag of food for Jean to replenish her energy, hoping to make her realize the necessity of eating while also earning some favor points. Those familiar with Jean know that her favorability is hard to increase, but once it does, it becomes unwavering. Shinji understood Jean's peculiarity far better than Jean herself. Normally, a ruler should manifest directly as a servant, not as a pseudo-servant. Jean became a pseudo-servant due to historical remnants from the previous Holy Grail War. During the Third Holy Grail War, one of the three founding families, the Einsburns, who knew the secrets of the Greater Grail, were unwilling to accept defeat and initiated an illegal summoning to call upon an 8th class. In Shinji's world, the Einsburns illegally summoned Avenger, resulting in the pollution of the Greater Grail, which indirectly led to Shinji's journey through parallel worlds. In this world, the Einsburns illegally summoned a ruler, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Amakusa Shiro, a heroic figure from the late Sengoku period in Japan, was known as a prodigy from a young age and grew up to be handsome and elegant. Originally named Masuda Tokisada, he was later adopted by Amakusa Shiro and renamed Amakusa Shiro. He was a devout Catholic. In 1630, the shogunate issued an edict banning Christianity, executing anyone who refused to renounce their heretical beliefs within 2 months. In 1638, unable to bear it any longer, Amakusa Shiro led 30,000 followers in an uprising. The shogunate dispatched 120,000 troops to suppress them. Despite this overwhelming force, the shogunate suffered over 4,000 casualties, while Amakusa's side lost fewer than 100. They achieved several significant victories, causing great panic within the shogunate. The shogunate employed strategies of bribery, threats, and assaults. Eventually, due to a shortage of supplies in the besieged castle and the relentless attacks by the shogunate's 120,000-strong army, the castle fell. All 30,000 people inside were brutally massacred. Unfortunately, even so, the Einsburns did not achieve their long-cherished wish. In other words, there was no victor in the Third Holy Grail War. Due to Amakusa Shiro's activities, the Third Holy Grail War in this world was far more intense than in the other world. This directly led to the weakening of the three founding families. Darnik invaded with Nazi Germany to seize the Greater Grail, which caused significant changes in the timeline. During the Shimabara Rebellion, Amakusa Shiro witnessed just how despicable, lowly, and cruel humans could become when striving for power. If people of the same race could act this way, how much more would human cruelty accelerate when dealing with people of different skin colors and cultures? The Third Holy Grail War and the subsequent Second World War further solidified Shiro's thoughts. He concluded that to save humanity, there was no other way but through the miracle of the Greater Grail, the third magic. Afterward, he began searching for various documents and spiritual veins, obtaining information from the three founding families, and seeking the Greater Grail, all while waiting for the Fourth Holy Grail War to begin. To obtain the Grail, he devised an unimaginably grand plan, with predictions accurate to countless possibilities, even foreseeing the special situation of a 7 versus 7 battle. To ensure success, he painstakingly secured the catalyst to summon Semiramis, not 1, but 4. He is the biggest antagonist in this Holy Grail War, the one Shinji is most wary of and must defeat. He is also the main culprit behind why Jeanne d'Arc could not manifest as a servant and had to descend as a pseudo-servant by possessing a body. If it weren't for the ruler's servant radar class privilege and the fact that your initial plan was useful to me, I would have killed you already. Sitting in Gord's car, Shinji thought this while resting with his eyes closed, completely unaware that an unusual situation was also occurring on Amakusa Shiro's side. Never mind, let's stick to the plan. The main goal at this stage is to help the Black faction, counter the Red faction, and incidentally increase Jeanne's favorability. I wonder if that pack of food is enough. By the way, does Jeanne have the Big Eater trait? She actually does. Damn you, Takeuchi-sensei, why did you create so many characters with saber face? If I get them mixed up, it would be not very comfortable. Chapter 374, A Fateful Encounter. A strong sway was felt. Magic power was expelled from severed nerves. The soul melted, dissolved, and disintegrated. Though the consciousness was clear, it was impossible to think. Weak instincts were sorrowfully expressing something, but to him, that was nothing more than the faint cries of a beast. Unable to perceive, unable to think. Completely incapable of constructing logic. Unable to assert themselves, even uncertain of whether he was alive. Even so, since he existed on the earth, there were things he could acquire. For example, information and time. As long as he had time to receive and organize information, knowledge could be generated there. Knowledge transformed the previously elusive, cloud-like sensations into words. I'm alive. A simple fact. A fact is so obvious that even a crying infant could understand it instinctively. Until now, he had never understood what it meant to be alive. Time passed. Information was gathered. Knowledge was obtained. Since gaining self-awareness, that cycle had been spinning at an unusual speed. He was originally a creature created based on a magic circuit. His capacity for understanding knowledge was quite astonishing. Humans coming and going, companions passing by, and monsters crossing paths. He looked at them indifferently. Companions gazed at them with faint emotions in their eyes. The reactions of the monsters varied widely, some were uninterested, some gazed sorrowfully, and some were keenly interested in investigating. Even so, nothing changed. The cycle of information and knowledge continued relentlessly. The chaotic knowledge, like a mess of rags, was now being organized, classified, and neatly stacked like the contents of a library. But the more external information he stored, the more he felt a heart-wrenching sensation in his chest. He instinctively chose to ignore it and continued gathering more information. But the more he collected and understood, the harder it became to ignore that feeling. If he converted his inner self into numerical values, that would occupy 60%. Even if it was something he could no longer ignore, he still chose to retain it. This couldn't be condemned as a lack of courage. After all, a lack of courage is defined based on an understanding of what it means to be courageous. He hadn't yet understood that it was cowardice. He just unintentionally chose to ignore it. Fate is spinning. Changing, twisting, and then going mad. Before his eyes stood a human and a monster. Both were figures who had passed by him countless times. One was named Roche, or Master. The other was called Caster, or Teacher. Let's try integrating a magic circuit. Listening to Caster's words, Roche nodded in response. Then, let's use this homunculus. He carefully scrutinized the content of their conversation. Magic circuits, those indispensable pseudonerves necessary for using magecraft. It was these circuits that formed the basis of their bodies. So, what did it mean to integrate them? A chill ran down his spine as if insects were crawling back and forth. This was an unmistakable, certain fate of death. Use this homunculus, use, in other words, consume. If something is used, something else will disappear in the process. Since his creation, he has maintained a steady heartbeat regardless of the situation. Yet, due to that brief conversation lasting less than a minute, his heart was now pounding with intense unease. He recalled previous conversations. Caster and Roche had often discussed the golems. Rather than artificial life, they were mechanical puppets constructed through rituals and earth and stone. The reason for integrating magic circuits into them was to create golems capable of weaving magecraft. Creation comes with consumption. If the creation is a golem that can use magecraft, then what is consumed must be a homunculus with magic circuits. He finally understood the truth behind the chill. Consumption means extinction, and extinction means death. Even knowing this, he couldn't fully grasp its meaning. Let's start by using about 3. This one, and this one. He was pointed out. The vivid presence of death gripped his heart as if to suffocate it. The 60% he had ignored harshly proclaimed. You will die. Since his birth, he had been immediately sealed in this magic supply tank, and now, everything would be rendered meaningless, merely due to the trivial reason of being randomly selected. The two gradually left. He realized there was still a little time left before his impending death. Despair overwhelmed him. This was what he had always chosen to ignore. There was no purpose in his creation, not even a reason for his existence had been initiated. Even so, he couldn't cry out, couldn't regret it. He could only stare blankly with empty eyes. No, is it really like that? He thought, desperately trying to think. Could he do nothing? Wasn't it just that he had convinced himself he could do nothing? In reality, he was doing something other homunculi couldn't. At the very least, he had gathered information, thought, reached conclusions, and felt fear. He had already done so much. Then, just a little more, just a little further. The germination of self-awareness in him, sealed in the tank providing magic to the servants, was purely coincidental, and being chosen was merely an accident. However, when these two coincidences overlapped, they carried the weight of destiny. Move. For the first time in his life, he moved a finger. He struggled to move his hand, clenched his fist, and raised his arm. Move. He reassessed his situation. He understood that he was sealed in a green preservation liquid to efficiently supply magic. Putting aside the yet-to-be-realized purpose of his existence, he focused on his immediate goal. He needed to escape, right now. Move. He swung his arms, frantically pounding the reinforced glass. But he quickly realized that this was a futile effort and gave up. The physical impact he could generate was not enough to break the glass. He pondered for a moment and scanned his magic circuits. Drawing in mana from the atmosphere, Great Origin, he prepared to activate the circuits that provided him with mana for this world. Gain. He cut off the supply. Using the language he knew, he initiated his mystery. The expected result was destruction. He let his hands touch the reinforced glass. The mana that had already flowed into his body captured the destination and immediately surged toward his palms. He grasped the nature of the glass he touched. The mana transformed, capable of breaking it with the smallest and most appropriate force. His hands glowed, and with a force as weak as thin wood, he shattered the reinforced glass. Immediately, his body tilted outward. He tried to reconnect with the world that was supposed to be isolated. Ignoring the glass tearing his back, he fell into the passageway, the present world. He felt awful, something was wrong. His chest was tight, and he wanted to open his mouth but found he couldn't. His mouth was covered by something like a respirator. He tore it off and took a deep breath. Ugh, ah. He choked violently. A burning pain radiated through his throat. The gas he inhaled was acrid, causing his lungs to spasm in pain. He had to escape. Fast as possible. The goal was decided. He tried to stand up, only to realize that the action of standing up hadn't fully permeated his body. Weakly attempting to stand, he fell embarrassingly. He couldn't walk at all. Crawling on the ground with his hands, he moved his body. He advanced a small distance. Calm down, he told himself, propping himself up on his elbows to lift his upper body. His feet touched the ground. His fragile ankles screamed in protest, but he ignored them and slowly straightened his knees. Then, he took that step. Every time he stepped on the ground, gravity assaulted him. There was always a painful pressure, and the sticky liquid was extremely unpleasant. His breathing finally began to calm, but he didn't know which way to go. The only clear thing was that he would die here. He moaned. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. After suffering so much, all he had achieved were a few steps. Walking, escaping from this place, the sense of futility overwhelmed him as if he had dedicated his entire life to this trivial act. He berated his despondent self and fully committed to the task of walking. A faint gasp came from behind him, and he suppressed the urge to turn around with all his might. He knew what that gasp meant. Ignoring it was all he could do. Compared to that, moving forward was everything now. He supported himself against the wall, silently reciting steps in his mind as he walked. Unknowingly, he had moved from the room he had always been into a corridor paved with stones. Blood continuously flowed from his feet. Like the soft feet of a baby, they finally touched the ground for the first time just now. Even a small stone could easily tear his skin. Blood was flowing. Pain assaulted him. The overwhelming amount of information, so different from when he was soaked in the solution, clashed violently in his brain. The dense atmosphere caused his lungs to be in constant pain. A body that wasn't designed to walk, how far could it go? The corridor seemed endless, extending without change. He realized he could go no further and weakly crouched down. His breathing was faint, his heart raced, and his body, utterly unsuitable for survival, refused even to stand, let alone walk. Lacking overwhelming heat, his extremities grew cold. His blurred vision and distant sounds made logical thinking impossible, leaving him only with despair at the approaching death. What a meaningless life. What a meaningless existence. Born without meaning, dying without meaning. All he could do was tremble at the harsh reality. Frustrated, though not sure what he was frustrated with, he felt incredibly irritable. He was terrified of closing his eyes, convinced that if he did, he would never wake up again. He feared sleep, feared being imprisoned by darkness, feared the world. The only thing he didn't fear was himself. Because he had nothing. He had never owned anything, never engraved anything. Colorless and transparent, he was just that. Unintentionally, his heart trembled. He realized that there was another presence besides himself. When exactly had this presence come to his side? His mind was in utter chaos, and he was so terrified that he didn't even want to know who was beside him. His gaze caught sight of him. He instinctively knew that he had been seen. Although he thought he must escape, he couldn't move no matter what. His body curled up in fear. The silence, as if it would crush him, made his heart pound so hard it was unbearable. At that moment. What's wrong? You'll catch a cold like this, you know. The words that reached him were not ones of contempt that tore at his body. They were warm words, concerned for his well-being. He reflexively looked up, and their eyes met. He took a small breath. That face, he had seen it once before. It was one of the monsters who had shown a pained expression and glanced at him. If he remembered correctly, his name was Ryder. You'll catch a cold, you know. Ryder repeated with a smile. But the boy didn't know what to say to him. However, he knew that Ryder was waiting for his response, that much was clear even to him. Unconsciously, he muttered something in a hoarse voice. Seemingly unable to hear, Ryder leaned closer, tilting his ear. He knew nothing. What should he believe in? What should he do? He didn't know, he didn't know anything. His consciousness cut out. It seemed he had fainted, and realizing this, he became scared. Just walking was so painful. Even so, he wished from the bottom of his heart to continue living. Astolfo found a crouching boy in the corridor of the fortress. What should he do? He pondered. First, I need to save him. This thought was already firmly in his heart. What he was considering was actually how he could save this boy. For now, let's move him. Once he decided what to do, his actions were swift. Astolfo took off his cloak, wrapped the boy in it, and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Though Astolfo was a slender heroic spirit, carrying a human was no problem at all. However, he immediately worried about where to take the boy. His own assigned room was out of the question, as his master, Selenik, would call him out every few hours. Even if he was the servant she summoned, Astolfo thought it was a bit excessive to be so persistent. Ryder-sama. Hearing himself being called, Astolfo turned around. Two homunculi were staring at him and the boy he was carrying with emotionless eyes. Caster-sama is looking for a runaway homunculus. Do you have any clues? No. He answered in a fraction of a second, without even a hint of contemplation. The homunculi glanced at the boy he was carrying but turned away, saying, I see, before leaving. Good luck, you two. Astolfo waved goodbye to the departing homunculi with gratitude. He didn't know what was going on, but if Castor was chasing this homunculus, it would be even harder to save him. He wanted to discuss it with someone, but Saber never talked to him, so he didn't know his personality. Berserker didn't care about homunculi, meaning he likely wouldn't chase him or offer help. Assassin had a good relationship with him and was a nice person, but was currently out. In this way, there was only one servant left to rely on. Astolfo arrived at Chiron's room and knocked on the door to announce his visit. Archer, it's Ryder. Is there anyone in the room? Ryder. No, there's no one here. That's good, Astolfo said as he opened the door. Seeing the boy slung over Astolfo's shoulder, Chiron immediately sensed something and led the two to the bedside. This is the homunculus that Castor is chasing, right? I think so. Astolfo placed the homunculus on the bed and temporarily removed his cloak. After wiping the dirty body with a towel handed over by the considerate Chiron, he draped a borrowed robe over the boy. The boy's expression was filled with pain, and his breathing was somewhat rapid. Archer, you are knowledgeable in medical arts, right? Diagnose him. Understood. Chiron took the unconscious boy's hand, checked his pulse, and then placed his hand on the boy's heart. Using his well-trained eyes as an archer, he thoroughly examined the homunculus's body. It seems that his magical circuits almost went out of control. I think when he broke the glass using magecraft, the residual mana caused turmoil in his veins. Additionally, there's another simple reason: overexertion. Overexertion. I'm afraid he has never walked even once since birth. Today was likely the first time he stood under his power. I see, so he's like a newborn baby. Normally, homunculi are beings capable of activity from the moment they are created. If a homunculus is perfectly made, it wouldn't die due to a limited lifespan. However, perhaps due to distortions in its very creation, homunculi often possess many physical defects. Perhaps this homunculus was born physically weak. He was likely created for supply purposes rather than for combat. Even though he possesses first-class magical circuits, he lacks the body to utilize them. If he uses magecraft, even if the magic circuits can endure, his body cannot. As long as he doesn't use magecraft, he'll be fine, right? That should be the case. But even so, living seriously will be very difficult. He probably only has about 3 years to live. The room was enveloped in silence. 3 years. Faced with this exceedingly cruel prognosis, even Astolfo's shoulders drooped. After a while, Astolfo broke the tense silence. I've dirtied your bed. I'm very sorry. It's fine. But, may I ask a question? Why do you want to save him? Upon hearing Chiron's question, Astolfo responded without hesitation. Because I want to save him. There was no force in his words. He simply wanted to save, and so he tried to save. It was simple and natural. Precisely because of this, it was an action that was difficult for anyone other than Astolfo to take. Castor seems to be chasing him, huh? Ahaha, who cares about that? Astolfo laughed, raising his hands in the air. Though Chiron sighed, he also believed that Astolfo's judgment was surely correct. Indeed, winning on the battlefield is important, but the current situation wasn't so dire that they had forgotten their duties as heroes. Saving him, letting him go, such things should be allowed and done. I'm going to leave the room for a while. No one should come, but even if someone knocks, don't respond. Thank you. Well then, let me stay here for a while. Just before leaving the room, Chiron suddenly asked Astolfo. Do you intend to take responsibility until the end? Astolfo, upon being asked this, glanced at the homunculus lying on the bed. He recalled the weight of the body from earlier, so light it was despairing. The arms trembling as they protected his head were as thin as dry branches, with an innate frailty that made even walking uncertain. Even if they successfully escaped from this fortress, it was hard to say whether he could continue living. Taking responsibility meant bearing the burden of his life. But regrettably, he couldn't accompany him for 3 years. Even if he wished to, the Holy Grail war wouldn't last that long. So, to what extent should he save him, to fulfill his desire to help? Astolfo didn't know. When unsure, he had already decided to follow his heart. Protect him, help him fulfill his will. I'll help him until I deem it sufficient. I won't abandon him. As soon as Chiron left the room, Astolfo placed his hand on the homunculus's forehead and whispered. Wake up. You've been awake for a while, haven't you? Upon hearing this, the homunculus opened his eyes, shakily raised his upper body, and gazed at Astolfo with eyes filled with unease. He looked just like a small animal with nowhere to escape, Astolfo thought. Hi. Astolfo first tried to greet him but was met with silence. Well, what should I say, HM? Astolfo tilted his head. In times like this, what should he say to make him understand that they were allies? After hesitating for a moment, Astolfo wrapped his arms around the homunculus's head, pulling it towards his chest. Maintaining this position, Astolfo said. Do you understand now? There's no one here who will hurt you. I'm here to help fulfill your wishes. The homunculus didn't understand. What was Astolfo saying? He couldn't comprehend. It wasn't that he couldn't understand the words, but he couldn't grasp Astolfo's intent. Tell me your wish, Astolfo whispered in his ear. The homunculus began to think. Wish, after all, did he even have the right to put his wish into words? He had no power, no possessions, no accumulated history. He was merely a device for supplying mana, yet he had even abandoned that task. However, he still had a desire that did not match his identity. It was a wish hidden within his body, a dream. He had never thought it could come true. But just saying it should be fine, he judged. He opened his mouth, using the vocal organs he had hardly used until now. Despite the pain that accompanied the effort, he managed to say his wish. Please, save me. Astolfo, upon hearing this wish, responded in a cheerful tone. Got it. I will save you. The speed was so immediate, it made one doubt if he had even thought it through. Unbelievable, the homunculus thought as he looked at Astolfo's face. Astolfo gave a carefree smile. You said please save me, right? I heard you. Don't look at me like that, I'm a heroic spirit too, you know. I will save you no matter what. Will he save me? Will he fulfill my wish? Can I trust him? No, that's not it. I want to trust him, the homunculus prayed. To this homunculus, meeting the Black Rider, an impeccable warrior, Astolfo, right from the start, how fortunate was that? Astolfo puffed out his chest and said. All right, let's first think together about how to save you. Don't think it's best to leave everything to me alone. After all, when it comes to lack of judgment, no one can beat me, Astolfo. The homunculus widened his eyes and accepted Astolfo's words. His innocence, which made questioning his reliability seem foolish, moved the homunculus deeply. On this day, fate began to take its steps forward. P.S. On this day, a boy met a girl, boy. Chapter 375, I have something to say, please listen in silence. When Shinji, Gords, and Siegfried returned to Millennia Castle, someone was already waiting for them in the parking lot, instructing them to meet with Vlad III immediately. Gords showed clear dissatisfaction with this. Even though Shinji had scolded him once, he still couldn't stand Danik's way of serving Vlad III as his lord, thinking it was disgraceful and a shame to the entire Ig Millennia clan. What a useless patriarch, Gords muttered while looking at the expressionless, silent Siegfried. Compared to Vlad III, Siegfried was better, and obviously, my standards as a master are higher. In contrast, Shinji rather admired Danik. He had grasped the personalities of the servants and reached a consensus with them in the most suitable way. To stimulate Vlad III's initiative, he disregarded personal honor and disgrace. After all, he was a monster who could make Zouken Matou suffer losses, far better than the clueless fat man beside him. Regardless of their inner thoughts and willingness, Danik was the patriarch of Ig Millennia, and Vlad III was the leader of the Black faction. Their orders could not be defied, at least not for now. Shortly after, in the throne room, the three saw Vlad III seated on the throne and Danik standing beside him. Vlad III asked, "Assassin, report your actions from last night." Shinji had anticipated this question. His task last night was to further investigate Ig Millennia's defense system, but he appeared on the outskirts of Triphos and encountered the adjudicator that the Black faction wanted to recruit. How could this not arouse curiosity? Of course, Shinji had prepared a response in advance. He spoke methodically. At 2000 hours last night, I left Millennia Castle and headed towards Triphos to re-examine the bounded field along the way. According to my estimation, the investigation would take at least 4 hours, but it went surprisingly smoothly. Not only did I not find any new issues, but the previously identified loopholes were also well resolved, likely due to Archer's work. At this point, Shinji paused deliberately, and seeing Danik nod, he continued, as expected of a great sage, so knowledgeable about magecraft. Thanks to him, by around 2220, the investigation was complete. My Master Fiori rest time was around 2300 hours, and I judged that returning to Millennia Castle would be meaningless. So, I took it upon myself to scout Triphos, where I had not been before. At 2330, I finished surveying the terrain of Triphos and continued to advance to the outskirts. On the highway outside the city, I discovered Ruler. I thought it was an opportunity. Ruler has the authority to influence the war's direction significantly. If we could use her, the Red faction would surely be defeated. Even if we couldn't recruit her, we should leave a good impression to prevent her from siding with the Red faction. She didn't come back with you, so the recruitment must have failed, Vlad III said, resting his hands on the throne's armrests, his face emotionless. As the Lord said, Shinji slightly bowed his head to show regret. Ruler is noble and determined, strictly adhering to the principles of justice and resolve to maintain distance from both sides. Although the recruitment failed, I believe this result is not unacceptable. At least if we can't recruit her, neither can the Red faction. Do you know Ruler's true name? Danik asked. Ruler did not hide it. She is the Saint Jeanne d'Arc. So, it's the Saint of France. Danik knew of Jeanne d'Arc's legend. Because she strictly follows the rules and doesn't overstep, I had a new idea, to utilize my class skills to infiltrate Ruler's side. As long as Red faction members appear, I can catch them off guard. A good strategy. Vlad III affirmed Shinji's idea. No one would ignore the adjudicator's presence, nor would anyone expect an assassin to be lurking around the adjudicator. It's just a pity. It's just a pity that I realized the Red faction didn't intend to recruit Ruler but to eliminate her. I thought Ruler would team up with me to punish Red's Lancer, but she was more stubborn than I imagined. She refused my proposal, treating the Red-Black War and the attack on Ruler as separate incidents. Helpless, I had to fight Red's Lancer alone. In hindsight, I should have let Ruler and Red's Lancer fight first and then come out to take advantage. Of course, this wasn't Shinji's true thoughts. Although Jeanne is strong and has privileges, Shinji still doesn't believe she can defeat Karna. Furthermore, Karna's golden armor ensures that Shinji's sneak attacks cannot cause fatal injuries. Rather than going through all the trouble for nothing, wouldn't it be better to stand openly and leave a good impression on both sides? Before making this statement, Shinji had already confirmed that the observation magecraft in Millennia Castle could only transmit images, not sound. The people in the castle did not know what Shinji and Jean had talked about, and with Jean's character, she wouldn't follow him to the castle to expose him face to face. No need to be upset, assassin. Even I would have made the same choice as you. Vlad III did not blame Shinji for his mistake, instead, he gave him quite a high evaluation. I do not dare accept such praise from your highness. Excessive modesty can come across as insincere. You have already proven your capabilities through your achievements, tell us your assessment of Red's Lancer. Yes, your highness. Red's Lancer's strength is on par with Black Saber. Whether as a heroic spirit or as a servant, he is top tier, and like Saber, he also possesses immortality. Saber, what is your opinion? Vlad III turned his gaze to Siegfried. Siegfried glanced at his master, and seeing no objection, he said, Assassin's words are accurate. Red's Lancer, Karna, indeed deserves such an evaluation. Karna. Vlad III and Danik exchanged a look, the former was concerned, the latter as if facing a formidable enemy. Are you certain? He confirmed it himself. He disdained such disguises, Shinji and Siegfried almost spoke in unison. Danik snorted heavily, his face cold and unwrinkled. To have prepared such a catalyst in no more than 2 days, Rocco Belphabin, though he is the Minister of Spiritual Evocation, could not have done it alone. Belphibin's allies. El Meloy II and Sophia from the Department of Spiritual Evocation. The 3 major departments of the Mages Association are determined to annihilate us. But just one Karna is far from enough. We have your highness, Saber, Archer, and powerful servants like Assassin. Victory will be ours. Your highness. Vlad III understood. The next time we encounter Red's Lancer, I will fight alongside Saber. Siegfried frowned slightly but quickly let it go. As a warrior, he wanted a life-and-death duel with Karna, but this was not a one-on-one fight, it was war, and concentrating superior forces to defeat the opponent was the most common tactic. Shinji wore a similar expression, but his frown did not relax. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Your Highness, Patriarch Danik, may I have a word? P.S. Since the Holy Grail War began, servants have run rampant, and the world is in turmoil. The nation faces peril, and the people suffer. I, Shinji Matou, will sweep across the 6 directions, conquer the 8 wildernesses, win the hearts of the people, and earn the respect of all. This is not achieved through power but is destined by fate. Chapter 376, Wake-Up Call. A report, a night battle, and the credit for probing Red's Lancer's ability significantly elevated Shinji's status in the eyes of Vlad III and Danik, almost on par with Siegfried and Chiron. When he had something to say, both would let him speak first, carefully considering his words before making any judgments. Danik extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation. Shinji did not hold back and immediately asked, do you too, and the other masters of the Ig Millennia clan, truly believe that the Black faction's victory is certain and that the Red faction's defeat is inevitable? I'm not talking about slogans, I mean genuinely believe it in your hearts. I thought you were going to say something significant, but it's such a shallow question. The reply did not come from Vlad or Danik, but from Gords, who had not had a chance to speak. Of course, I think that way. You should be able to sense how enormous our advantage is. Although Danik was displeased with Gord's rudeness, he did not act against him due to the latter's contributions. Instead, he affirmed Gord's statement. With 3 top-tier servants, Vlad, Saber, and Archer, and the other servants being very competent, we have a considerable edge. Though our masters may not match the Mages Association's hunting dogs, the mana distribution compensates for that gap, perhaps even surpassing it. Furthermore, we hold the home ground advantage and have 60 years of preparation. According to my calculations, our chances of victory are at least 80%. Shinji sighed upon hearing this. At first, I thought the same, but after my battle with Red's Lancer last night, I feel that you all, no, the entire Ig Millennia clan, might be too optimistic. The Ig Millennia clan's attitude was more than just optimistic. They believed that after years of dormancy and thorough preparation, they had an excellent hand, with an inflated mindset no less than Gord's. Indeed, people of the same kind flocked together. Shinji's deep understanding of the Red faction's servants assured him that they were not weaker than the Black faction. In terms of combat power, they might even be stronger. Even with his interference significantly boosting the Black faction's strength, the gap was not as wide. In a scenario where the strength gap is narrow, one side being cautious and advancing steadily while the other is overly confident and reckless clearly shows which side has the higher chance of victory. The only consolation was that the Black faction, including Gord's, was not beyond saving. Vlad III and Danik were not arrogant fools either. Once they realized that the Red faction was not as weak as presumed, they would take their opponents seriously. This was precisely what Shinji intended to achieve now. I consulted Fiori and learned that our enemy is a colossal entity that has stood for nearly 2,000 years, with deep foundations. Although we caught them off guard, such a giant, given time, will inevitably receive continuous support. Every day that passes, their strength grows. It may not be long before their accumulation matches or even surpasses ours. The accumulation I speak of includes various aspects, from logistical support to combat strength. Clan leader Danik just mentioned 2 departments, summoning and spirit evocation. Given such titles, they must have amassed many precious catalysts. In this scenario, not to mention one Karna, adding Arjuna, Rama, or other great heroes is not impossible. To exaggerate, if there were 7 top-tier servants comparable to Karna, would you still have such confidence? That's impossible, Danik shook his head. In today's era of rampant pseudo-Holy Grail wars, even Belphegor and Sophia couldn't possess so many precious catalysts. I've been in contact with various clock tower families for many years and know them well. Unless the 12 lords unite, it's impossible to summon 7 servants comparable to Karna. The internal factional struggles within the clock tower ensure that unless the 12 lords face a life-and-death crisis, they won't unite. The Belphegor faction could at most produce relics for 3 top-tier servants, and even then, there's no guarantee of a successful summoning. Let's assume 3 for now. Shinji extended 3 fingers. As someone from an assassin background, I prefer to consider the worst-case scenario to ensure nothing goes wrong. 3 against 3 would be roughly even. But I also heard that a colossal entity, no less powerful than the Mages Association, has joined the fray. I think it's called the Holy Church. It seems related to the Catholic Church. It's an internal organization of the Catholic Church, opposing the Mages Association for many years, Danik explained in detail, though he was unsure why Shinji mentioned this. They once managed the Fuyuki Holy Grail Wars, aiming to prevent the relic's misuse. This time, the Mages Association invited them to demonstrate their legitimate stance. The master they sent is an unheard-of priest, not a significant figure, nothing to worry about. I don't see it that way. Please answer me this: if a neighboring country of equal strength invited you to witness and assist in quelling an unchallenged rebellion, would you send an insignificant person just to go through the motions? The 2 top heroes of their respective nations fell into deep thought. Chapter 377, Misdirection. Will it happen? The answer is no. Between nations or forces, once it reaches the diplomatic level, it is impossible to act recklessly. The people sent out represent the country. If they lack sufficient strength and can't hold their own, it's not just their face they lose, but the face of the country as well. This rule also applies to the Mages Association and the Holy Church. Take London, for example. The Holy Church has semi-openly stationed personnel there, and even the 12 lords do not underestimate their leader. Fame and strength are not necessarily proportional. Every major power has hidden agents and trump cards. These people may not be famous, but they are not easy to deal with. This is what Shinji wanted to convey. Amakusa Shiro fits this description perfectly. He indeed lacks fame because he hardly interacts with his colleagues and has a low presence. However, his evaluations and achievements within the Assembly of the Eighth Sacrament are among the best. He has overseen multiple pseudo-Holy Grail wars and is highly experienced. He has also infiltrated the Middle East, a region known for its mixed sectarian forces and strife, for nearly 20 years. If not for his lack of ambition for power, he would not be just a priest. Incidentally, Amakusa Shiro's brown skin is not his original complexion but something he changed specifically for his infiltration in the Middle East. The Holy Church, on par with the Mages Association, not being able to produce catalysts for powerful servants would be strange. Thus, we are very likely facing 4 top-tier servants. Shinji's analysis finally changed Danik's expression. This master-servant pair may not stand with the others, Vlad III interjected. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Helping us split the Mages Association is also an option. Shinji nodded. Lord Vlad's view is indeed a possibility. But judging by clan leader Danik's expression, the Holy Church's people haven't contacted us yet. Whether they decide to align with the Mages Association or are secretly assessing our strength, we should currently treat them as enemies. A 4 against 3 situation hasn't changed, so I ask again, do we still have an 80% chance of victory? Gords was indignant. Humph, you're just speculating. Strategically, we should underestimate the enemy, but tactically, we must take them seriously. We can't place our hopes on uncertain factors. Even if things are as you say, what about my developed mana diversion system, noble phantasm spam, and top-tier servants? Mana and noble phantasms are only one part of determining victory. You saw it yourself. My spamming of noble phantasms didn't pose much threat to Karna. Siegfried and Karna fought all night, not because they didn't want to unleash their noble phantasms but because they had no opportunity. Are you saying my developed mana diversion system is worthless? Gords glared at Shinji, as this system was one of his greatest achievements, anyone belittling it would face his wrath. Of course not, Shinji shook his head. Although I don't like your personality, I have to admit that your system deserves a thumbs up. Thanks to it, servants like mine, who rely on noble phantasms, can bring out their maximum combat power. I must say, thank you for that. Being praised by his constant critic, Gordz's expression immediately softened, and he lifted his head high, looking very pleased, though he thought it was disdain. Indeed, he is a tsundere. However, while a tsundere loli is cute, a middle-aged tsundere man can be a bit gross. But, fatty, let me remind you of one thing. For most servants, a noble phantasm is a trump card. Using it means determining victory or defeat, deciding life or death. The chance to spam noble phantasms is rare. After all, no matter how powerful a noble phantasm is, it's meaningless if it doesn't hit. Spamming noble phantasms just for the sake of it will only leave openings for the enemy. I know, no need for your reminder, Gordz said, maintaining his tsundere attitude. While Shinji and Gordz were talking, Darnik gathered his thoughts and spoke in his usual calm tone. Assassin, I understand what you mean. I won't be blindly confident. I'll follow your advice, underestimate the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically. That puts my mind at ease, Shinji said, bowing slightly. There's one more thing I'm concerned about. Go ahead. The Red Faction's deployment of a Lancer to attack the ruler. I've been thinking about it on the way back. Attacking the ruler is harmful and unbeneficial. Normally, no one would do such a thing. Unless, the Red Faction intends to break the rules. Darnik, a master of intrigue and politics, immediately understood Shinji's concern. His grand rank was also acquired through political maneuvering, and he deceived countless Magus and Magus families. As soon as Shinji mentioned it, Darnik grasped the implications. Politics is a game built within a certain framework, breaking the rules is not done lightly and must come with significant benefits. The Red Faction's willingness to attack the ruler suggests they have a complex scheme. Assassin, have you discovered anything? Not yet. How could he? Amakusa Shiro had sent Karna to kill Jeanne d'Arc to prevent her from realizing he was also a ruler, which was against the rules of the Holy Grail War. Mentioning this was just a reminder to be extra cautious and not to be outwitted by Amakusa, the mastermind. Additionally. But, clan leader, you mentioned the pseudo-Holy Grail War. Is that also a Holy Grail War? Can it summon servants? Shinji's seemingly casual question made Darnik's pupils contract sharply. Servants, yes, additional servants. The pseudo-Holy Grail War is still a Holy Grail War. Although it lacks the most crucial elements, it still has the basic ability to summon servants. It doesn't require many, just a few. They don't need to be the strongest heroic spirits, just those with a home field advantage. For example, summoning Greek heroes in Greece or Roman heroes in Rome would cause significant trouble for the Igmalenia clan. Realizing this, Darnik quickly ordered, Gordz, notify our comrades immediately. If there are indeed additional servants, inform me at once. We must also not neglect ruler, we will need her strength. I'm on it. Regarding ruler. Given the urgency, Gordz didn't put on airs and was about to leave with Siegfried. As he turned to go, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Assassin seems to get along well with ruler. When they parted, it looked like he even left her some homework. Homework? What's that about? Vlad III and Darnik both looked at Shinji. With a peculiar expression, Shinji rubbed his nose. Well, you might not believe this, but Saint Jeanne d'Arc is very interested in mathematics. However, she never went to school and can't understand textbooks, so I taught her some basic arithmetic in my spare time and left her quite a few exercises. Thus. The wise and mighty Vlad, the deeply calculating Darnik. The silent Siegfried, the arrogant Gordz. All were dumbfounded, their mouths opening in unison to exhale. Huh. P.S. The clock tower didn't even go all out this time. Even with 7 servants, obliterating Igmalenia would still be a breeze. The pseudo-Holy Grail War would be the first choice, summoning dozens of servants and deploying them to Triphos. Imagine that scene. Additionally, the Mages Association has many families that have inherited ancient mysteries, i.e., genuine noble phantasms. People like Gray and Bazette could easily take on servants individually. Sending such individuals would make Igmalenia's situation dire. Chapter 378, Chapter 378, Sieg. Fiori was a trustworthy and kind girl. When she promised to arrange a room for Shinji, she did just that. Malenia Castle was large with many rooms, but only a few were actually in use. This was mainly because there were only 6, masters who needed rooms. After all, this castle was once a military fortress designed to house 1,000 soldiers. Despite the golems, homunculus incubation chambers, various materials, and defense facilities taking up much of the space, there were still plenty of rooms available. The extravagance of each master's quarters, each large enough for a family of 3, was evidence enough of the castle's ample space. The room allocated to Shinji was also spacious, roughly estimated at over 40 square meters, fully equipped with all necessary living facilities. It was located opposite Fiori room, next to Chiron's, and diagonally opposite Kalza's. However, so far, Shinji had only been to his room once, for less than 2 hours. Of the 2 nights since being summoned, one was spent in Fuyuki, and the other accompanying Jean Dark. During the day, he was almost always by Fiori's side. Only after Fiori drank her pain relief and calming potion and fell asleep quietly would Shinji return to his room to rest. Despite being in a servant's body, which was far stronger than a human's, rest was still necessary to avoid wear and tear and fatigue. Based on yesterday's experience, Fiori nap should last about 2 hours, so I can rest during that time. After a busy night, I am indeed a bit tired. I definitely can't keep pulling all-nighters. Immortality isn't so easy to achieve, not everyone can be as energetic as the Grand Duke in the night. Casually making fun of Lad 3's dark circles, Shinji opened the door to his room. 3 seconds later, he swiftly stepped back out and checked the room number. This is definitely my room. Unexpectedly, there were already 3 people in the room that was supposed to be empty. One of them, the only one Shinji hadn't met before, was occupying the bed he intended to use. This was a young boy who had a similar androgynous quality to Astolfo, making it hard to determine his gender at first glance. His slender beauty and handsomeness were like finely polished gemstones. The boy's sculpted features, which shouldn't exist on a natural human, along with Chiron and Astolfo on either side of the bed, immediately made Shinji realize the boy's identity. He was Sieg, the protagonist of the book Fate/Apocrypha. However, he didn't have a name yet. Sieg's life was legendary and extremely fortunate, with a luck stat higher than any protagonist in the Fate series. Born as a homunculus meant for supply purposes, he had only a 3-year lifespan and knew nothing about the world, with even a faint consciousness. However, after witnessing the death of other homunculi, he awakened a fear of death and a will to live. Instinctively, he used magic to break the glass wall of his incubation chamber and escape. The heavily guarded Millennia Castle was an impossible place for a homunculus who couldn't even walk to escape. But Sieg was lucky. First, he encountered the helpful Astolfo, who hid him. Soon after, during a break in the Red Faction's assault, Astolfo managed to smuggle him out of the castle. Lady Luck continued to favor him. Siegfried, moved by the homunculus and Astolfo, took out his own dragon heart and placed it in the homunculus's body. This not only healed his injuries but also broke the 3-year lifespan limit, allowing him to live like a human. The reborn homunculus named himself Sieg in gratitude to Siegfried for saving his life. As a complete human, Sieg's actions became even more extraordinary. He formed a bond with Jean Dark, who had come to investigate the Black Faction's saber and gained her protection. He intervened in the Red Faction's assault, saving Astolfo from Mordred. After being severely wounded by Mordred, he was revived by Frankenstein's self-destruction, which activates the dragon's heart, allowing him to transform into Siegfried for 3 minutes. After the great battle, Selenike used a command spell to force Astolfo to kill Sieg, but Mordred, passing by, saved him. Mordred killed Selenike, and Sieg formed a contract with the now masterless Astolfo, officially joining the Holy Grail War. Returning to Millennia Castle, Sieg rescued his fellow homunculi and fought for their equal rights. He reached an agreement with the remaining Black Faction, led by Fiori, and Mordred's team. Together, they launched an offensive against Amakusa Shiro. In the final battle, Sieg achieved consecutive victories, first killing Karna, then Amakusa Shiro. Finally, he transformed into a dragon, carrying the Greater Grail to the reverse side of the world, saving both the world and humanity. You thought that was the end, that this was the legendary conclusion. No, it wasn't the most legendary part. The most legendary part was that this newborn managed to win the heart of the saint, Jean Dark. Jean, for his sake, spent countless years and eventually left the throne of heroes to reunite with Sieg on the reverse side of the world. The story ends with the young man and woman embarking on a journey around the world. What a happy ending, truly a happy ending. Happy my foot, this was exactly how Shinji complained after reading the novel, and he felt the same now seeing Sieg. This ending was a total letdown. If it had been like other stories where a boy meets a girl and their relationship gradually develops through shared experiences, from acquaintance to friendship, to understanding, and finally to love, Shinji wouldn't have had any complaints and would have offered his heartfelt blessings. But Jean and Sieg. Come on, there wasn't even a hint of such development, they skipped directly to the last step. It was so abrupt that it felt forced, like a poorly matched couple. The only hint was Jean's line, Sieg-kun, do you want me to get pregnant, which was mocked by Japanese netizens for years as out of character, turning into a meme. Yuichiro Higashide-sensei, you truly lived up to your reputation for this whimsical storytelling. Ahem, sorry for digressing. But these were Shinji's genuine thoughts. The moment he saw the boy lying in bed, a strong urge to rant surged up like bamboo shoots after rain, making Shinji's usually lazy expression twist with a few more sinister lines, and a dark, oppressive aura enveloped him. Assassin, are you angry? Astolfo was startled by Shinji's gloomy expression and shivered subconsciously. I was out fighting strong enemies, and when I returned, I found my home occupied. Do you think I'm angry, Astolfo-kun? P.S. Shinji's role and opportunities related to Sieg are over. This summary serves as a conclusion for Sieg. P.S. 2. Some people asked who is Gray. Gray's name is Gray, the protagonist of the case files of Lord Elmeloy II, and an inner disciple of Waver, currently one of the strong contenders for Waver's main disciple. Character traits: a descendant of Artoria, distant relative, guardian of the Artoria family gravesite, resembling Artoria in appearance, though she didn't originally look like this. Since Artoria's first summoning in 1994, she gradually began to resemble her, likely due to her constitution and some meddling from her family, which is why she dislikes her face. She usually wears a cloak, has immense magical power despite not being a magi, possesses superhuman physical abilities, and her weapon's first form is a scythe. After unsealing it, it becomes Artoria's Holy Lance. In the latest volume, she has learned to use the Holy Lance, breaking 5 seals and, like her ancestor, destroying someone's chariot. Chapter 379, Femboy. Shinji's voice was gentle, and his smile was radiant, but the more he acted like this, the more terrified Astolfo felt. Astolfo's behavior might be erratic, but this kind of erratic nature wasn't entirely without its perks. Astolfo's skill, evaporation of reason, rank D. Rationality has evaporated, and he can't keep any secrets. Revealing the true names and weaknesses of allies, forgetting important things, etc., have all become curses. This skill also includes intuition, allowing him to sense the most suitable developments for himself in battle to some extent. In other words, this skill trades rational analysis for extraordinary intuition, giving Astolfo the ability to see through appearances and grasp the essence to some degree. At this moment, in Astolfo's perception, the assassin in front of him was no longer a person but a terrifying beast, and he was the prey in its sights. Ugh. Assassin is so scary. Astolfo shivered, sensing the danger. Seeing Astolfo's frightened expression, Shinji felt a bit embarrassed. Astolfo, it's one thing if you wear women's clothes to save your good buddy, the mad paladin Roland, but why has your entire spirit become feminized? You've faced countless enemies in your adventurous life. In your final battle, you fought fearlessly against 50,000 Saxons with just a few dozen men. So why are you trembling before me, an unknown assassin? Where is your knightly spirit? Where is the honor of Emperor Charlemagne's 12 paladins? Okay, let's set that aside. Just explain to me why your trembling looks more pitiful than a genuinely cute girl. Even a macho guy like me almost felt bent. To resist Astolfo's unorthodox charm, Shinji began recalling all the beautiful women he had encountered in his life. Shirsho, Sakura, Justice, Fujino, Tuko, Kiri, Lorelei, Fiori, Reika, Artoria, lend me your strength. I absolutely won't succumb to this trap. With this thought, Shinji immediately resisted Astolfo's unorthodox allure. Of course, this little distraction caused the dark aura emanating from Shinji to gradually fade, and the room's atmosphere quickly returned to peace. Casually picking up a bottle of drink from the coffee table, Shinji asked, "So, what's going on? Why are you in my room? And who's the one occupying my bed? This must be your doing again, Trapkoen." I'm called Astolfo, not Trapkoen," Astolfo weakly protested. "Are you kidding me? A pure man, a real tough guy, using I/Adashur. And you're even softer than my Sakura-chan. How can real cute girls compete with your act? Come on, ladies, bless me once more. I promise to stay far away from this guy in the future to avoid any issues. I say you're called Trapkoen, so you're Trapkoen. No more arguing." Shinji glared fiercely at Astolfo, who instantly cowered. "Trapkoen it is, why so fierce? Why so fierce? This is my room, right? You entered without my permission, this behavior is called trespassing. In any era, I could just cut you down for this. If I invaded your room, you'd be angry too, right? No, I wouldn't be angry at all." Astolfo shook his head, his pink braids flying in the air, exuding femininity. "You want to invade my room? Welcome. Just make sure to come when my master is looking for me. I won't lock the door." Poof. Shinji spat out his drink, taking a good while to calm down. This guy, oh, I almost forgot, your master is a black magus. These groups usually have some psychological issues. Has she been doing a lot of weird things to you? Yeah. How did you know? You're amazing. Astolfo nodded vigorously, stars practically sparkling in his eyes. So, you must come to save me. Stop using that trap-style adoration on me. Shinji pushed Astolfo's head away, which had gotten too close. Deal with your own master yourself. I don't like that woman named Selenike. She reeks of blood, and I might not be able to resist cutting her down. That would cause a big mess. How can you be like this? Astolfo deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the floor. I say, girl, no, boy, no, let's stick with Trapkoen. Trapkuin, you're wearing a short skirt. Sitting in that pigeon-toed position, doesn't a certain part of you hurt? Just looking at it makes me ache. Forget it. This kind of pseudo-girl can't be understood with common sense. It's better to classify them under a special category within the order of primates, suborder Haplorhini, infraorder Simiiformes, superfamily Hominoidea, family Hominidae, subfamily Hominini, tribe Hominini, genus Homo, species Homo sapiens. Alright, enough with the pointless stuff. You still haven't told me why you're in my room. Who is that person? That's a homunculus I picked up in the hallway. Castor is looking for him for some reason, and your room seemed the best place to hide him, so. Ryder, if you explain it like that, Assassin won't understand. Let me do it. Chiron, who had been silently reading and sitting on a chair, interrupted Astolfo's chaotic explanation. In his view, Assassin was probably already confused. Shinji wasn't confused at all. He understood perfectly what had happened and even guessed why they had hidden someone in his room. He just asked to avoid suspicion. Chiron's explanation matched Shinji's suspicions exactly. Sieg escaped, encountered Astolfo, and was brought to Chiron's room for treatment. Unlike in the novel, Chiron's master had been switched from Fiori to Calls. Fiori, having difficulty walking, would call Chiron over for anything, making his room a safe place since no one would enter. Calls, on the other hand, had a strong curiosity and frequently visited Chiron's room, asking questions, sometimes up to 10 times a day. Their relationship was gradually evolving from master-servant to teacher-student. In this situation, Chiron's room was no longer safe. Though Chiron knew Calls would keep the secret and even offer help if asked, Chiron, both as a teacher and a servant, didn't want to put Calls in a difficult position. So, he suggested hiding Sieg in Shinji's room. As neighbors, Chiron knew Shinji rarely used his room and it was unlikely to be disturbed. Of course, with Chiron's decorum, he wouldn't commit an intrusion like this. He had planned to formally ask Shinji upon his return. But Astolfo couldn't wait and directly invaded Shinji's room via the balcony, leading to this current situation. P.S. If you've played Fate/Grand Order 1.5, Chapter 2, you'll know how formidable Dion and Astolfo are. It's said that on the day Chapter 2 was released, the number of doujin featuring Astolfo and Dion surged dramatically. Chapter 380, Selling Sieg. I knew it was your doing. After listening to Chiron's account, Shinji couldn't help but raise his hand and give Astolfo a flick on the forehead. Ow, I'm sorry. Astolfo clutched his head, whimpering and apologizing in one fluid motion, truly a master of acting cute. You're forgiven. Shinji shook his head with a wry smile, too lazy to argue with him. Astolfo had this unique trait: no matter how much trouble he caused, it was hard to stay angry at him. This time, the mischief was minor, but in his previous life, he had caused much bigger problems and even got turned into a tree. Yet, he never faced any significant punishment and remained one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins. Of course, this was also because Astolfo never had the will to do bad things. Even when he lost his rationality, his instincts would still reject actions categorized as bad. So, no matter how much trouble he stirred up, the consequences were never too severe. Over time, even Emperor Charlemagne and Roland got used to it: just scold Astolfo as Shinji did, then help clean up his mess. Alright, let me take a look at what kind of homunculus could captivate both a caster and a cross-dressing hero like you. Shinji teased as he walked over to the bed, examining the boy lying there. Silver hair, red eyes, a face like a doll. No doubt about it, this was the work of the Einsburn family. Although he was made male, there were still many traces of Justice in him. However, being a mass-produced model for supply purposes, he wasn't crafted with the same finesse as Justice. If Justice was a perfect 100, then Sieg would be an 80. From this perspective, the production line created by fusing the technologies of the Einsburn and the music families was quite impressive. The only pity was that being a disposable mass-produced model, his lifespan was only 3 years. Far inferior to the meticulously crafted quality that the Einsburn would pour immense resources into. Just look at that old man act: he's been alive for 200 years and is still lively, having made a mark in the magical world of this realm and potentially causing trouble in another, such as the anticipated Fifth Holy Grail War. So, the question is, what should we do with this homunculus? Leave him be? Help out Astolfo? Or hand him over to Castor? Standing by the bed, Shinji quietly observed the sleeping homunculus, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. It was already decided that Sieg wouldn't get the chance to save people by extracting Siegfried's heart. The real Siegfried was far more valuable than a 3-minute Ultraman version of him. As for what to do with Sieg, Shinji wasn't too concerned: alive or dead, a powerless homunculus didn't matter much. But now that he had been delivered to his doorstep, he couldn't ignore his existence. Of the 3 choices, leaving him was the first to be eliminated. Without his intervention, there was a high chance that Siegfried would sacrifice his heart. That left the choice between Castor and Astolfo. Castor, true name Avisprin, also known as Solomon ibn Gabaral, was an 11th century poet and philosopher. Born in Malaga, Spain, he was a significant figure who brought the academic and intellectual traditions of ancient Greece, Arabia, and Judaism into the European cultural sphere. He didn't leave behind the dazzling achievements of a swordsman or king, nor did he create art that would last for millennia. However, he was one of the figures who sparked the Renaissance in medieval Europe. He derived the concept of Kabbalah from the Hebrew word meaning to receive. In other words, he created one of the foundations of magecraft, profoundly influencing both world history and the history of magi, making him an undeniable hero. Avesprine's personality was peculiar. Due to his frailty and misanthropy, he deeply disliked interacting with others. While he could engage in rational conversations, there was no room for emotion in them. As a magus who had perfected a certain type of magecraft, he didn't need to worry about the mundane affairs of his household. This magecraft is a golem creation, and Avesprine is the foremost golem master in the history of magecraft. Roche's exceptional respect for him, as well as Darnik selecting him for early summoning alongside Vlad III, is due to this fact. Over 2 months, Avesprine has amassed a 4-digit number of golems, ranging from large to small, with various functions such as long range, close combat, and reconnaissance. They are an indispensable part of the Igdamillennia clan's defense system. Releasing all these golems at once would be troublesome even for a top-tier servant like Siegfried, but this isn't Avesprine's trump card. Avesprine's trump card, and his only noble phantasm, is called Golem Keter Mokath. This noble phantasm is the pinnacle of golems. No, it has surpassed the boundaries of golems and puppets, reaching a new realm of artificial life. Unfortunately, Avesprine couldn't complete it during his lifetime, and his wish upon being summoned as a heroic spirit is simply to finish this noble phantasm. Now, his wish is just one material short, a first-class magus to serve as the heart. Avesprine's noble phantasm reflects the abilities of its heart directly into its power. Unfortunately, the Igdamillennia clan's suitable candidates are all masters and cannot be used as the heart, so Avesprine turned his attention to homunculi. Whether supply or combat homunculi, they all have first-rate magic circuits. The only thing they lack is self-awareness, so they cannot be considered complete magi. Avesprine tested many homunculi but couldn't find a suitable candidate until Sieg appeared. Without any orders, using magecraft on his own is undoubtedly a sign of awakening self-awareness. In other words, this homunculus has already become a magus and has the potential to be used as the heart. As long as he finds him, his wish will be one step closer to realization, Avesprine believes. Golem Keter Malchut is a growth type A+, rank anti-army noble phantasm with the power to change the course of battles. From this perspective, handing Sieg over to Avesprine is the best choice. If Sieg can serve as the heart, Black's chances of winning will increase significantly, truly reaching the 80% estimate Darnik mentioned. Furthermore, using this as a stepping stone to gain command over Golem Keter Malchut, Shinji is confident he can severely cripple the Red faction in one fell swoop. Even if that doesn't work, it could still earn favor with the Caster and Berserker teams and eliminate the possibility of Siegfried sacrificing his heart to save someone. With this thought, an urge to go directly to Darnik welled up within Shinji. Chapter 381, The Smiling Man. That man was a mass of muscle. No matter how you think about it, that's the only way to describe him. Although he was a towering giant over 2 meters tall, the first thing anyone would notice about him was his overwhelmingly large muscles. Then, when they looked up to estimate his height, they would feel even more despair. The countless scars etched into his blue-white muscles easily suggested that he had accumulated these from terrifying training and many battles. However, it was also clear that none of those wounds had penetrated deeply. Trying to cut a massive iron ball with a small knife, of course, the wounds couldn't be fatal. Yes, his muscles were like blocks of steel. A sharp blade might cut his skin, and he might bleed a little, but that would be the extent of it. His arms were like the bodies of crocodiles. Even though his huge pectoral muscles were bare, his entire body remained as solid as armor. His legs, moving smoothly, were as powerful as the hind limbs of a mammoth. Despite the leather straps tightly binding his entire body, including his face, the man showed no sign of pain. He even wore a pleasant smile. His attire was minimal. The leather covering his waist and hips was not meant for protection. But that was enough. His muscles could not be contained by armor, nor did they need to be. They were overwhelmingly massive beyond the need for any such protection. At dusk, this man walked unkemptly through the idyllic woods spread across the eastern part of Trifaz. By comparison, seeing a giant octopus walking on the road would seem more realistic. He was completely out of place in this naturally serene forest. The man was the Red faction's servant, Berserker. Stop right there, Berserker. Someone was chasing after him, like a beast set free. As she leaped and darted through the branches, the girl repeatedly called out to Berserker. The girl, clad in green attire, had eyes filled with a beast-like inorganic sharpness. Her hair flowed freely, lacking the smoothness of nobility, but it perfectly matched her wild visage. Yes, she was a beautiful, human-shaped beast. Berserker laughed and, without stopping, replied to her. Ha ha ha, Archer. Forgive me, but I cannot obey that order. I must head to that fortress, to the side of the despot. Red Archer shouted anxiously. You fool. I told you to wait for the right moment. Why can't you understand that? But Berserker did not stop. He continued to stride forward powerfully, step by step. By now, he had been walking continuously for 2 days and nights. He had been spotted by travelers on the road more than once. Archer could only hope that the suspicious priest would handle it appropriately. The word wait does not exist in my dictionary. At this point, Red Archer gave up on him. More accurately, following orders conveyed by a pigeon, she chose to focus on providing support if persuasion failed. So, in the end, it's impossible to communicate with a berserker. To her sighing monologue, a voice responded. Ah, I thought it would come to this. Berserker's class isn't just for show, you know. Upon hearing this voice from above, Archer looked up at the branches. A young man with a serene smile stood there. He was quite handsome. However, his beauty was not that of an elegant knight that would make a noblewoman's heart flutter. His eyes were as sharp as a raptor's, and his strong, agile body was far from vulgar. He had the heroic aura that anyone, man or woman, young or old, would admire and aspire to. He was the Red Rider, considered by the entire Red faction to be the one who could rival the immortal hero Karna. Rider, are you saying we should just abandon him? With a shrug, Rider replied. Well, there's no other way. That thing is a monster that only thinks about fighting. Trying to persuade him makes you the stranger one, don't you think? I'm quite skilled at handling wild beasts. I even considered shooting an arrow through his knee, but if she did that, Berserker would undoubtedly turn on Archer and attack her fiercely. You'd be doing us a big favor if you could just manage yourself, sis. By the way, why did you follow me here? With a welcoming smile, the young man answered. Of course, because I was worried about you. Isn't that obvious? Is that so? She neither blushed, nor was she surprised, nor angry, she did not react at all. For any ordinary woman, no matter how virtuous, such words would undoubtedly make her blush with shyness. However, for this archer who had lived amongst wild beasts, sweet talk held no meaning. Having his flattery fall flat, Ryder awkwardly scratched his head. Then, he cleared his throat, returning to the task at hand. In any case, our mission is to provide rear support, which means aiding Berserker within our capabilities while gathering as much intelligence as possible. We're about to face the enemy. If things go smoothly, that guy should reach the fortress by midnight. However, there should be an intercepting force before that. Ah, indeed. I'd love to see what the Black faction is capable of. Both Archer and Ryder were top-tier hunters and warriors. They didn't believe for a second that they could achieve victory by storming the fortress, guarded by 7 servants, with just half their number. To stop that berserker, we'd need at least 2 servants or a full assault by all of us. Otherwise, it's impossible. Indeed, even with such efforts, stopping Berserker would still require extraordinary measures. That said, he's entirely different from the berserkers we know of in our lore. True. Since he can talk, I thought his madness enhancement level might be low. Red Berserker's madness enhancement level was off the charts. Although he could speak, making it seem like his madness enhancement was low, Berserker could only talk without actual communication. He wasn't disobeying orders, he simply didn't understand them. Even a command spell's order required stacking 2 spells to be effective, otherwise, it merely felt like physical pressure to him, unable to halt his actions. The Thracian gladiator, the symbol of rebellion, Spartacus. Truly, a man with a peculiar character. Red Berserker, Spartacus. He was a Roman gladiator slave who one day led 78 companions in a daring escape. He defeated a pursuing force of about 3,000, inciting slave uprisings across various regions. Although he was ultimately betrayed by trusted pirates and dismembered by the Roman army, he achieved many victories before that. To the oppressed slaves, he was indeed a beacon of hope. He despised all tyrants and was driven to challenge all powerful figures. He fought to protect, care for, and heal the weak. Above all, he was a berserker who fought for rebellion. That was Berserker. By the way, Ryder, what happened to your horse? I'm here to gather intelligence. I don't want to give away my information to the enemy. So, this time, I won't be using them. Ah, well, if it's you, it shouldn't be a problem. Are you using a sword or a spear? Of course, a spear. Ryder and Archer continued their relentless pursuit of Berserker. Given his slow, straight path, there was no chance of losing him. By the way, Archer, I have a question for you. What is it? Have you seen your master's face? No, I haven't. The only person I've met is the master's intermediary, that priest. After being summoned, Archer immediately realized that the man before her wasn't her master. This was evident because someone who looked like a servant accompanied him, and, most importantly, she didn't feel the connection that indicated she was linked to her master. Same here. Well, that's just how magi are, I suppose. No matter how you look at it, it's quite unusual. But, considering what awaits us in the end, it might just be death. The primary concern in this Holy Grail war wasn't losing the battle but what would happen after victory. Regardless of which side prevailed, the likelihood of all 7 members surviving unscathed was low. However, an ending where only one person survives is also improbable. Moreover, the Holy Grail can only grant the wish of one group. Therefore, internal conflicts would begin the moment victory was achieved. Any magus would naturally aim for the root, the source that records all past and future events, located outside the world. If a relic capable of granting such a wish were within reach, it would be natural for allies to turn against each other. Of course, this applied to servants as well. To realize their wishes, they would need to eliminate their comrades. So, even if they fought together, such relationships would only last until the final moments before victory was decided. Is that why they don't want to show their faces? No matter what, they should at least show their face. That priest and his servant feel very suspicious. Assassin, right? She claimed her true name was Semiramis. During their meeting, Red Assassin boldly revealed her true name, leaving both Archer and Rider speechless. No matter. Because I am assassin, my very existence is uncertain. At least revealing my true name serves as proof of our cooperation. Despite her words, Rider and Archer did not trust her. The strong aura of decadence surrounding her made the two pure warriors uneasy and distrustful. Yes, Semiramis. The Empress of Assyria. Ah, why do those who call themselves kings, regardless of gender, always act so arrogantly? It's infuriating, truly infuriating. Being served by others tends to make one adopt that attitude. In terms of status, we're equals, so there's no need to worry. Meanwhile, at the Igdmalenia fortress, the 6 pairs of masters and servants gathered once more. Following Darnik's signal, Black Caster activated the 7-branched candelabrum, projecting the scene outside the castle. This magecraft, which used a flying golem as a relay point, far surpassed the range of ordinary magi's clairvoyance. What the golem revealed was a crude, half-naked giant advancing through the forest, an indescribable sight. Darnik spoke first. Everyone, according to Caster's report, this servant is relentlessly charging through the forest towards the Igdmalenia fortress, day and night. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. In a war, it was natural for servants to attack. However, whether it was a surprise attack or an all-out offensive, it was common sense for multiple servants to attack together. Of course, exceptions existed, such as Red Lancer, who was assigned other tasks. With no sign of any subordinates around, it meant this servant intended to charge in alone. It was an incredibly foolish act, but there was only one class among the 7 that could perform such a reckless deed with ease. I judge this to be Red Berserker. Likely due to an extremely high level of madness enhancement, he is in a berserk state, desperately seeking enemies. Servants summoned as berserkers had varying levels of madness enhancement based on their legends. A lower level of madness enhancement granted fewer status boosts but allowed for some degree of communication. A higher level of madness enhancement significantly boosted their status but made it nearly impossible to communicate or command them. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Vlad III, who sat calmly on his throne, more composed than most servants, a case of extremes producing opposites, perhaps. Fiori asked, "What should we do, uncle?" Of course, we mustn't let this opportunity slip by. Dispatching 3 servants should suffice. However, this is a unique chance in this Holy Grail war. If things go well, this berserker might even become our pawn. Darnik's words sparked a flurry of discussion. Once it quieted down, Vlad III, in a calm voice, starkly contrasting with the frenzied men in the image, asked, "Let's hear the detailed plan. You must have gathered the servants here with this in mind." "Yes, my lord." Thus, Darnik began to outline his plan. It had to be said that Darnik, a veteran of the Third Holy Grail War, spoke with such rich experience that everyone couldn't help but listen, except for 2. One seemed distracted, their large eyes darting around as if plotting something. The other kept their head down, their eyes subtly scanning Saber, Caster, Rider, and Gourds. 3 hours had passed. The sun had set, and the forest was gradually enveloped in darkness. Berserker's previously smooth advance had come to a slight halt. Enemies. Yes, but they don't seem to be servants. As Archer noted, those blocking Berserker's path were Igdmalenia's vanguards, combat homunculi and enormous bronze golems that even Berserker had to look up to. There were over 100 of them. What should we do? Should we help him? Ryder's proposal carried a hint of disappointment. Naturally, if they were facing servants, it would be a different story, but this was trivial. There was no need to intervene, so the 2 chose to watch. The battle between the Red Berserker and the Black Vanguards was utterly one-sided. A homunculus's battle axe cleaved into his shoulder, and a golem's fist smashed into his face. Despite receiving blows that could shatter steel, his smile remained undiminished. It seemed to grow even brighter. From the start, Berserker had no intention of avoiding any attacks. Instead, he seemed to deliberately jump into them. He absorbed, and simply absorbed the blows. Despite being severely injured, his euphoric smile never faded. Soon, the homunculi and golems, despite not being exhausted, became confused and stopped their attacks. At this moment, Berserker began to move. Pitiful puppets of despots, at least find rest beneath my sword and fists. Berserker grabbed the golem's face with one hand. Effortlessly, he hurled the 3-meter-tall golem far away, crushing the unfortunate homunculi caught in its landing. Come, your turn. With that, he casually swung his sword horizontally. The upper bodies of the homunculi present were blown away. He punched a struggling golem, and its magically reinforced bronze head disintegrated into dust. Berserker's rampage did not cease. He spread his arms wide and charged forward, grabbing 5 golems at once and forcefully leaning back. The stone dolls, weighing several tons combined, had their heads shattered by his throw. It was like a human typhoon. Each sword swing and punch created heaps of debris. Red Berserker smiled as he swung his sword, and smiled as he threw his punches, a true nightmare. Even the homunculi, who barely possessed emotions, were infected by this madness and chose to flee. After tearing apart the last golem, Berserker surveyed the destruction and slaughter he had wrought, nodded in satisfaction, and continued to move forward. He's smiling. He can still smile. Archer and Rider exchanged uneasy glances, feeling a unique discomfort from witnessing something so horrifying. Fighting was expected, victory was expected, they had no complaints or admiration for the gruesome end. But Berserker's constant smile was enough to send chills down their spines. Surely, that heroic spirit could only be a Berserker. If he had shown anger, Archer and Rider might have considered him a rational Berserker. But he was smiling. Smiling in delight, as if something thrilled him deeply, fighting, killing, smashing. Anyway, now his strength is clear. To stop him, we'll need some significant noble phantasms. Archer, do you think he can take down a servant? Who knows? If that guy's noble phantasm keeps functioning, it's not impossible. But, making a noble phantasm keep functioning is an incredibly difficult feat. Even though they fought on the same side, the Red Servants didn't share the details of their noble phantasms with each other. Berserker was an exception, as his master had disclosed it. His noble phantasm was called Crying Warmonger, Howl of the Wounded Beast. Due to its extremely unique nature, in a typical Holy Grail war, it would be nearly certain he wouldn't survive. But, if those black servants keep mindlessly attacking him, it might turn into something interesting. Indeed, the more he got injured, the more damage he took, the stronger he became. With that noble phantasm, there was even a chance he could decide the outcome of this Holy Grail war with a single blow. Archer twitched her nose slightly in apparent displeasure. The smell of iron and machine oil seemed to be an unbearable stench for her, akin to an animal. What's wrong? We've been discovered. The black servants are approaching. Archer's senses far surpassed Rider's. If her words were true, they would soon face the enemy. All right, time to fight. Understood. 2 servants summoned their respective weapons. The spear summoned by Rider was significantly different in appearance from the spear of the Red Lancer, Karna. Lancer's steel spear was a massive lance that relied on its sharp spearhead and immense weight to cause destruction. In contrast, the spear held by Rider was simple, sturdy, and designed for close combat. Judging by its length and the way it could be easily gripped with one hand, it was likely a throwing spear. It seemed that Rider intended to challenge close combat without using his original weapon, Chariot. To be honest, this was sheer bravery. However, his calm demeanor vividly showcased just how heroic the Red Rider was. On the other hand, Archer summoned her unmistakable bow. The black-coated western bow, longer than her height, was said to be the celestial bow granted by the goddess of the hunt, Artemis. Its name was Tauropolos, Bow of Heaven, an epithet of Artemis, known as the Bull Slayer. It was a perfect match for an archer and a masterpiece of its kind. There was nothing it couldn't pierce. Well then, Rider, I will retreat and cover Berserker alongside you. She immediately retreated, disappearing into the darkness of the forest. Even though Rider could sense her presence, he had no idea where she was. It seemed that becoming a top-tier hunter made blending into the forest a simple task. All right. Now, let me give them a gentle greeting. Chapter 382, Reka arrives. In the early 20th century, Bucharest, the capital of Romania, was once called Little Paris. However, due to bombings during World War II, 2 earthquakes, and the unrealistic urban development by the dictator Ceausescu, most of the beautiful buildings from that time were destroyed. Of course, not all of them. If you drive along Victoria Avenue, which runs north to south through the city, you should still be able to see some old churches and historically significant buildings in the old city area. However, the scars Ceausescu left on Romania go far beyond that. They're called Ceausescu's children, right? A woman whispered in a somewhat sweet and detached voice. Although she tried her best to dress inconspicuously, the hint of melancholy that occasionally appeared on her face could still captivate men. Strangely, though, that someone listening to her sweet voice wasn't present around her. Passers-by were surprised to see the woman muttering to the void and watched her with astonishment. Perhaps sensing something abnormal in her eyes, no one approached her. It's not that they didn't want to, they just didn't dare. Beauty is one thing, but a mentally unstable woman is far less appealing. The woman, naturally mistaken for a madwoman, was Reika Rikuta from Japan. That someone listening to her sweet voice undoubtedly existed. Jack, in spirit form, holding her mother's hand, even though she couldn't hold it, Jack liked to pretend, and Artoria, walking invisibly beside Reika, cloaked by Hades' mantle. After some twists and turns, they finally arrived in Romania, as requested by Shinji. The more one knew about Reika, the more one realized that she was an exceptional talent. Although her profession had some flaws, her abilities were undeniable. Shinji had only just started, and she was already able to formulate an action plan based on the existing information and implement it with astonishing speed. Take their journey from Japan to Romania as an example. While Artoria and Jack were shopping for clothes at the mall, Reika had already obtained the flight schedules for the next 3 days through her business contacts. When the two servants moved to the supermarket, buying in bulk, Reika started contacting the airport and booking tickets over the phone. By the time Shinji called Artoria away, she had taken the newly dressed Jack to a car rental company and rented a sedan. Driving is a basic skill for a high-level technical worker. While Artoria was still at the Matou residence, Reika had already parked near the Matou residence, waiting. As soon as Artoria left, she drove the two of them to the airport. Incidentally, Jack was very well behaved around Reika. The incidents Shinji feared, like calling strangers mom or attacking people at the slightest provocation, didn't happen. This was mainly due to Reika's excellent guidance. As long as Jack was obedient, Reika would play with her and tell her stories. It's hard to imagine that the notorious serial killer would be so docile towards a defenseless woman. While Shinji was having breakfast with Fiori, the trio successfully boarded a flight to Romania, though the latter two were stowaways in the luggage compartment. I see, it's really sad. I'm not at that point yet, but I could easily end up like that if I'm not careful. Ignoring the strange looks around her, Reika continued her conversation with Artoria. They discussed Reika herself and Ceausescu's children. The so-called Ceausescu's children were one of the dictator's negative legacies. In the past, Romania attempted to legislate against contraception and abortion, forcing women to bear at least 5 children. As a result, children who couldn't be raised became street urchins, gradually turning to crime and human trafficking. Even after the revolution ended the dictatorship, those born during that time couldn't reverse their fate. Their young lives were eroded by the powerful and the mafia. Those children who survived unconsciously transitioned from the oppressed to the oppressors, common criminals and thugs. The children's experiences bore many similarities to Reika's own fall from grace. However, compared to these children, who struggled from one extreme to another from birth, Reika was much luckier and didn't fall as far. Nonetheless, to Artoria, whose chivalric code ran deep, both the children's and Reika's stories were heartbreaking. Even after stepping down from the throne and no longer obsessing over Britain's downfall, she still adhered to her chivalric code. I'm sorry for bringing up sad memories. Hee, thank you, Artoria. Reika's lips curved into a slight smile, a sight that made the hearts of men who witnessed it skip a beat. This is what I should do, Miss Reika. The Night King's nobility had not changed in 1400 years. Though she couldn't see it, Reika could still imagine the expression on Artoria's face. She genuinely felt pain and regret for her and sincerely wanted to protect her. Perhaps, to the others, Artoria seemed naive and foolish, but Reika didn't dislike people like her at all. Having experienced the ups and downs of life and engaged in one of humanity's oldest professions, she had seen too many people, too many events, and too much darkness, which made her appreciate this purity all the more. In her more than 20 years of life, aside from her parents, only 2 people were willing to give to her unconditionally. One was Jack, who relied on her unconditionally and regarded her as a mother, the other was Artoria. Although her feelings for the latter were far less pure than for the former. Their interactions over the past few days, including the discussions about Ceausescu's children and her fall from grace, were deliberately guided by her, aiming to draw closer and better protect herself. But now, that's no longer necessary. These 2 hearts, purer than diamonds, awakened her cold heart that trusted no one and measured everything as mere stakes, allowing her to once again feel the warmth of human kindness. If agreeing to help Shinji was merely to repay a life-saving debt, seducing Shinji was just a way to repay the heavy kindness in another form. Now, with her daughter Jack and the knight Artoria, she was once again willing to try to give, to try to believe in the people her daughter and the knight believed in. P.S. Although what Shinji did was essentially no different from what Jack did in the original story, the difference lies in intent. Jack was unintentional, while Shinji was intentional. This destined the difference. If it weren't for an innocent and kind-hearted person like Artoria, there would always be a barrier between Shinji and Reika Rikudo, one that even physical intimacy couldn't remove. Chapter 383, Chapter 383, Reika's Wisdom. It's never safe for a young, beautiful woman to walk alone at night. If local law enforcement is lax and crime is rampant, she becomes like a moth lamp, attracting all sorts of ill-intentioned people. Two men were already following her. They had the idea of attacking her in a place where the police couldn't see and where there were few pedestrians. The woman staggered lightly, stepping into a narrow alley between buildings without a second thought. This wasn't just a situation where they would steal her handbag and leave. If a tourist disappeared, no one would notice. The men intended to take everything from her: money, body, and life. They reached out to the woman with the intent to seize it all. In this place, even if she screamed, no one would care. That's what the men thought. However, they probably didn't expect that the woman was thinking the same thing. Having experienced the highs and lows of life and living in the gray areas of society, Reika had a deep understanding of both the upper and lower echelons, of black and white. She was accustomed to these shadowy dealings and knew how to handle them. Reika's steps were light, her white sneakers making slight squeaks on the dark pavement. She seemed completely unaware of the greedy eyes behind her and the hands of sin drawing ever closer. Oh! The man who reached out let out a cry of surprise. For some reason, his outstretched hand never touched the woman's shoulder. In that instant, he felt like he was trying to grab a ghost, which made him shiver with fear. But when he heard the crack of breaking bones and felt the intense pain in his arm, he finally understood his situation. His hand was broken, but why? The woman hadn't even turned around. Before he could reflexively think of an answer, even more intense pain surged through him. A tremendous force struck the man's abdomen, and with the horrifying sensation of all his internal organs churning, he was sent flying, slamming heavily against the walls on either side of the alley. Huh. The other man, who had been slower to react and hadn't yet reached out, stood there in bewilderment. He had no idea what had happened. His partner had just reached out and then had his arm broken and was sent flying. This has to be a joke, right? This is the kind of scene you only see in fantasy movies. What on earth happened? Could it be that they had encountered some kind of evil spirit? Ah. After a moment, the other men finally snapped back to reality. They were just moths drawn to the flame. Moths that fly into the flame inevitably get burned. Realizing this, the men turned to flee. He wanted to run to the main street, to the police, where he would be safe, though in his panic, he didn't have time to think about whether the police could handle something so supernatural. As he turned his head, he felt a chill down his back, as if something sharp was pressed against it. That feeling was familiar to him, like when he held a knife to someone's back while taking them hostage. "Mom, can I eat him now?" came an innocent, sweet voice from behind. Though the men didn't understand what was being said, he dared not move, fearing that any movement would cause the knife to plunge into his body. "No, Jack," Reika said, shaking her head at the small Jack who had materialized from spiritual form. "They are still useful to Mom." "Got it, Mom." Jack nodded and withdrew the knife. Upon discovering that the person restraining him was just a child, the men felt a sudden sense of relief. He summoned all his strength and kicked at Jack, intending to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. However, no matter how he kicked, he couldn't touch the child who was right in front of him. It wasn't that Jack did anything, it was because at the moment he kicked, someone grabbed him by the nape and lifted him high, well out of reach. "Scum." The stern voice and cold gaze, coupled with the increasing pressure and invisible fear, struck terror into the man's heart. "Miss Reika, although I, like you, don't agree with letting children kill, I don't understand why you're keeping these two scumbags alive." The one lifting the man was, of course, Artoria. Born in a chaotic era and having ruled a nation, she had a deep-seated hatred for people like him. In turbulent times, harsh measures were necessary, and she and her knights would execute such scum without hesitation. "No, Artoria, you are not like me. As long as Jack is happy, these pieces of trash can be killed. I would unconditionally indulge those I care for." Reika didn't say these thoughts out loud, knowing that the noble Night King would never agree. Instead, she calmly replied, "I have two main reasons for keeping them. First, they can be of use to us. Useful to us. These scum." The disdain in Artoria's eyes was clear under her hood. She flung the man aside, sending him crashing into the unlucky bastard she had earlier sent flying with her magical power. Unlike other servants who relied on their masters for mana, Artoria, bearing the dragon's essence, could self-sustain her mana as long as she didn't engage in high-intensity combat, though consuming food to convert it into mana was inefficient. A person's abilities and character are not directly correlated. Even scum have their value, don't you agree, gentlemen? Reika, holding Jack's hand, walked up to the two scumbags, smiling brightly. Despite their severe injuries, the two men felt a surge of lust, quickly cooled by the sight of the knife-wielding child at Reika's side. They hurriedly expressed their stance. "We are very useful. Don't kill us. We urgently need to get to Saigasora. Do you have any quick means to get there? If you do, not only will I overlook your offense, but I'll also reward you handsomely." Reika pulled out a stack of US dollars from her handbag, at least 20 bills. Having been through many ups and downs, she knew well how to deal with such scum. "This is a down payment. With this, you can drink or find women and enjoy yourselves for a few days. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. But, Jack, show Mom your knife skills on that wall over there." "Okay, Mom." In the blink of an eye, Jack slashed the wall dozens of times, leaving shocking marks and scattering concrete debris all over the two scumbags. "This kid is a monster too," thought the men who had initially considered attacking Jack, his heart now filled with cold dread. The other men felt the same. A kid whose knife skills were too fast to follow, and someone with the strength to lift a person with one hand. These people were not ordinary. Perhaps they were elite assassins trained by some underground organization. Two street-level thugs like them couldn't possibly provoke such individuals. Faced with the choice between a wad of green bills and a life-threatening situation, the scum's integrity was clear. "We know a way. We'll handle it." Chapter 384, Heading to Triphos. After accepting half of the deposit from Reika, the two men left the secluded alley, which they had once considered an ideal hunting ground, grinning and promising to complete the task. Once the men disappeared, Reika reached out to pinch her daughter's cheek and softly said, "Jack, quietly follow them. Don't let them notice you. If you find any problems, come find us. Make sure Momtoria and I won't be out of your sensing range." Jack had stopped calling strangers Mom, but she still called familiar people Mom. To foster a closer bond with Artoria, Reika had instilled in her daughter the concept that Mom and Dad are a pair, leading Jack to mistakenly believe that all women around Dad, similar to Mom, should be called Mom. The first to bear the brunt of this was Artoria, who was called Momtoria. This happened after Shinji left, so he wasn't aware of it. Even if he knew, he wouldn't oppose it and might silently applaud Reika. "Well done, you're like the legendary perfect wingman, winning effortlessly. Leave it to us, Mom. We'll get the job done." As Jack spoke, her body turned into spiritual particles and vanished. Momtoria, we off." "Be careful," Reika reminded, "Momtoria, Jack's saying goodbye." Be careful on the road, and don't use the dagger," Artoria stammered. Unfamiliar with such interactions, Artoria awkwardly raised her hand and waved at Jack. Her usual heroic demeanor was nowhere to be found in her stuttering, weakening voice. "Okay, Momtoria," Jack replied earnestly, then turned into spirit form and phased through the wall, following her targets. Without looking back, Reika could sense Artoria's discomfort and asked with a smile, "Still not used to Jack calling you Mom?" Artoria lowered her arm and muttered, "I've been meaning to ask, why don't you correct Jack?" "Why don't you deny it when Jack calls you Mom?" countered Reika. Artoria fell silent for a long moment before finally speaking, "Because I can't refuse." The legend of Jack the Ripper is terrifying and brutal, but upon learning the truth behind the legend, Artoria felt only sorrow and pain. What crime had unborn children committed? They just wanted to be born into this world as complete beings. Being called Mom by such a group of children, whether as the King of Britain or as a woman who had stepped down from the throne, she couldn't refuse. "I feel the same," Reika said, holding Artoria's hand. "From the moment she called me Mom, I saw her as my daughter. As long as she's happy, I'll do anything." "You're a bit too indulgent with her," Artoria said helplessly. "Although many things are her instincts, those incorrect instincts need to be corrected." "Then that's up to you, the strict Night King," Reika said with a wink. "I can't be hard on Jack, and I doubt Jack's father can either. So, you'll have to play the role of the strict mother. I've heard that's common in parenting. I have no experience raising children. I don't know if I can do it well." Artoria's hesitant response made Reika realize her flirtation had missed the mark. She had intended to tease the noble and pure Night King with such an ambiguous topic, but they were not on the same wavelength. Reika felt both amused and touched. "You can do it, I have faith in you. I have no confidence in myself. You know, I was betrayed by Mordred." "I know, but according to the Arthurian legend, Mordred was influenced by your sister, Morgan." "Wait, something doesn't add up. How did you and your sister have Mordred? Could it be that Morgan is a man?" "No, Morgan, my sister, is indeed a woman." Then Mordred, in an instant, Reika realized she might have stumbled upon some unknown, significant secret. Artoria sighed but didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, "Jack is about to move out of my sensing range. Let's follow her." Understanding that Artoria didn't want to elaborate, Reika didn't press further and silently followed. Half an hour later, Reika boarded a tour bus heading to Saigasora, posing as a tourist. Sitting by the aisle, she cradled something in one arm while resting her chin on her hand, speaking to the empty seat by the window. Now you have to admit, they were somewhat useful. All right, I admit it, Artoria's whisper reached Reika's ears. I remember you said there were 2 reasons for sparing them. What's the other one? Secrecy. He said that at this stage, our primary goal is to remain hidden and not be detected by either the red or black factions. So, anything that could draw attention should be avoided. And in this world, nothing draws attention more than dead bodies, which would attract the police, the media, and the mafia. It would also be easily noticed by those people. Won't injuring them draw attention? In a big city like Bucharest, where the mafia operates, small-time thugs get injured daily, and no one cares. Won't those 2 leak our information? That's not important. It's best if they don't, but even if they do, no one will believe them. Claiming they were beaten up by a child who looks about 10 and lifted by the neck, haha, if I hadn't met you all, I wouldn't believe it either. I doubt they'll be as lucky as me. They're just cannon fodder, not in contact with anyone important enough to know such things. This is what sets Reika apart, an unparalleled natural genius and anomaly in this Holy Grail war. Her understanding and observation of matters are extraordinary. Once she has a target, she devises the optimal strategy like an AI. In Shinji's view, her tactical planning ability ranks among the top 3 masters, second only to Amakusa Shiro and Darnik. However, her self-destructive tendencies and lack of motivation, beyond mere survival, have held her back until now. I still feel uneasy and unwilling. Artoria muttered softly, her thoughts not escaping Reika's notice. Because you don't want to let those 2 scumbags go. Artoria didn't deny it. Don't worry, they'll get what's coming to them. My money isn't that easy to take. Reika closed her eyes, hiding the cold glint in them. Not killing them with her own hands doesn't mean they won't die. The lure of money is irresistible, especially among greedy scum. In any country, these lowlifes are always the same. A few stacks of green bills, an accidentally overheard piece of information, and some alcohol. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll be dead by tonight. Jack, nestled in her arms, suddenly called out, Mom. Did I disturb you? Reika asked gently. No, I just heard Dad talking. The connection between Jack and Shinji was easier and less detectable than the master-servant bond with Artoria, as Shinji was currently at the Black Faction's headquarters and had to be cautious. I see. What did Dad say? Lingxia wasn't surprised. Stepping into Romania meant the war had already begun. He wants us to go to the village between Trifaz and Saigasora, called. Chapter 385, Jean in action. At dawn, Jean arrived in Trifaz and immediately encountered an unforeseen difficulty, finding accommodation. As the old man had mentioned, Trifaz had no tourist attractions to speak of, which perhaps explained why there were only 3 inns in the area, all of which were fully booked. We're experiencing this for the first time as well. We're sorry. Ignoring the apologetic innkeeper, Jean scanned the laughing and chatting men and women in the lobby. There was a faint magical presence, suggesting they were magi. Most likely, they were magi from Ig millennia. It seemed they were all staying in the inns of Trifaz. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Do you know of any other places to stay? How about the church? Of course, the church. Jean felt a bit ashamed for not thinking of it sooner. It seemed she had been outwitted by modern knowledge. Normally, one would first seek refuge in a church. After asking the receptionist for directions to the church, she set off. Perhaps due to overhearing her conversation at the inn, she noticed a few people following her. I wish you'd conduct your information exchanges through proper channels. After all, I'm not a magus, I'm a servant. It must have been because of her civilian clothes. Due to her incarnation, she couldn't dematerialize as a spirit, which was rather unfortunate. Regardless, her plan to stay at the church was now known. And for the sake of her body, she wanted to avoid sleeping outdoors. With no other choice, Jean headed towards the church. She knocked on the door of the modest wooden church and requested to stay for a few days. The nun kindly agreed. The only available space is the attic room. Is that all right? Given her current situation, Jean couldn't afford to be picky, nor did she need luxurious accommodations. As long as there's a place to rest, that's enough. Thank you very much. The nun introduced herself as Alma Patricia. She carried herself with grace, a woman born and raised in this modest town, seemingly content with nothing but God's grace. Well then, please follow me. Jean followed Alma up the stairs leading from the 2nd floor to the attic. Are you here for sightseeing? No, I'm here to study the history of medieval Romania. In that case, Saigasora would be a better choice. While there are some medieval buildings here, they don't hold much historical value. Someone is already conducting research in Saigasora. Oh, I see. Indeed, no one has explored Triphos yet. The creaky stairs led to the attic room. According to the nun, it was rarely used. However, the bed and nightstand were spotless, indicating they had been diligently cleaned. If you don't mind, I can also prepare meals for you. There's no need. My meal times are very irregular, so please don't trouble yourself. Jean was grateful for the nun's offer. However, considering that she might sneak out in the middle of the night, she felt it would be inappropriate to impose on her. No problem. Just reheat it. Reheat it. Seeing Jean tilt her head in confusion, the nun asked in wonder, "Don't you have a microwave?" "Ah, a microwave. I see, that makes sense." There was no need to go through the trouble of lighting a stove just to reheat food. "Ah, but if I could join you for a meal, I'd be very grateful." After thinking it over for a moment, Jean decided to accept the nun's kind offer. They agreed that if the nun called her and there was a response from the attic, they would eat together. If there was no response, the food would be placed in the refrigerator. This way, it wouldn't be a hassle. So, oh dear, I forgot to ask something important. What's your name? Ah, you can call me Jean. She straightforwardly gave her name. It didn't matter if it was disclosed, as unlike the black saber, she didn't have any obvious weaknesses. Jean, that's a lovely name. Thank you very much. I have another request. Could I pray in the church until it's time to eat? Yes, of course. That's what the church is for. After settling her belongings in the attic, Jean knelt before the altar. She clasped her hands tightly, bowed her head slightly, and closed her eyes. The feeling was just like it was in her previous life. The moment she began to pray, it was as if she was cut off from the world, drifting beyond the past, future, and reality. This wasn't done with any purpose, but simply to pray to the Lord. Each time she did this, her heart naturally clarified what she needed to do. For her, prayer was as essential as breathing. She couldn't go a single day without it. In her previous life, as a saint born into a farming family, Jean didn't know many prayers. Despite her efforts to memorize them, she seemed to lack a natural aptitude for reading and writing. At best, she could only sign her name. Although she struggled with this, she eventually concluded that as long as she prayed to the Lord, it was enough. It said that her comrade in arms, Gillista Rice, once laughed heartily and assured her, being able to write just that is sufficient. Jean. Coming back to her senses, it seemed she had been praying for a long time. The nun apologized with a concerned look. Sorry to interrupt your prayers. No worries. When I pray with full concentration, I lose track of time. I wouldn't want to faint from hunger. Then it's a good thing I came to get you. Dinner is ready, please come. Thank you very much. Alma led her to the dining room. The oak table and chairs were simple and old-fashioned, perfectly matching the small church. Where are the others? Ah, this church only has me. Since Father Rakusta passed away 5 years ago, no successor has been appointed. Originally, Triphos was just a small city with a population of around 20,000. Now, with other churches also being established, the only visitors to this small church were the elderly living nearby. A church for prayer didn't need to be large, Jean thought. Let's say a prayer together. All right. Alma, who had prepared the meal, and Jean sat facing each other and silently offered their words of gratitude. By the time the prayer was over, Jean's hunger had reached its limit. She picked up her knife and fork, cut into the steaming stuffed cabbage, and stuffed a piece into her mouth. How does it taste? It's delicious. With this vague response, Jean dove back into her dinner. With each bite, her contracted stomach expanded, making her feel even more hungry, an endless cycle of hunger and fulfillment. There's more if you'd like. Thank you, I will. She answered without hesitation. Jean, originally a farmer's daughter, had a voracious appetite that could compete with even the roughest of soldiers. The simple, home-cooked Romanian food was far more appetizing to her than any fancy aristocratic cuisine. Seeing Jean's blissful expression as she savored the meal, Alma, who had cooked the food, couldn't help but smile. Afterward, Jean borrowed the bathroom to thoroughly clean her dirty body from head to toe. At nightfall, the Magi and their servants would begin their activities. Jean's true duties would start from that time. The sky was an unchanging gray, and according to the weather forecast, there would be some rain around midnight. Kairi Shishigu and the Red Saber walked through the streets of Triphos. Of course, they weren't sightseeing but rather scouting for suitable and unsuitable places for combat. However, even suitable combat locations couldn't be used directly. Triphos was effectively under the control of the Igmalenia clan. Not only were the streets filled with their spies, but there was also a high possibility that suitable combat locations had already been rigged with traps, just like the battle the previous night. Sure enough, the places they investigated were filled with numerous detection-bounded fields and visual deception enchantments. I've had enough of these. It looks like you're struggling, master. Mordred called down from the wall to Shishigu, who was on the ground, searching for ways to break the bounded field. Her tone lacked any sympathy. Shishigu sighed and quickly decided to abandon this location. It wasn't worth the effort to secure such a well-guarded place. Saber, do you find it easier to fight on open ground or in the streets? Let me think. Open ground, I think. As I mentioned before, my noble phantasm is an anti-army type. The more open the ground, the more I can unleash my full power. It's very advantageous. In that case, it's better to avoid fighting in the city and move to the outskirts. The outskirts. Part of the city of Triphos was surrounded by the Millennia Fortress. Outside the city walls were buildings that had gradually increased over the past 300 years. The fortress was located at the northernmost end of the city. To the east of the city spread vast forests and grasslands. However, the cliffs beside the forest made it difficult to infiltrate the fortress directly, but then let's lure them out of the city and fight them. I see. For me, fighting outside this cramped city is much better. Because Triphos's houses, built around the 16th century, have their eaves all touching each other. If you plan to blow up entire buildings, that's another story. No, that would be a problem. Well, ultimately, whether it's the enemy or us, we're all willing to do whatever it takes to win, even if it means doing something like that. Magus are beings unbound by human ethics. No matter how many civilians are sacrificed, as long as they can uphold the principle of secrecy, it's not an issue. That said, everything has its limits. If one person dies, at most their close ones will mourn. But if 10 or 100 people die, public institutions will get involved. Eventually, the situation escalates to a level where it's beyond one's capacity to conceal, prompting the Mages Association to take action. Therefore, battles should be fought at night, and bounded fields to disperse crowds should be set up beforehand. However, this time it was the Holy Grail War. Summoning heroes from myth and legend and letting them run rampant, sacrificing an entire street might be seen as an unavoidable consequence. Moreover, every blade of grass and tree on this street belonged to the Igmalenia. Noticing that Mordred had suddenly fallen silent and seemed bothered, Shishigu turned around and saw a blatant expression of displeasure on her face. What's bothering you? I'm pissed off at how this will end up sacrificing civilians. Why don't Magus have such a basic sense of ethics? Saber spat out these words with clear disdain. They can't help it, that's just the way Magus is. It's disgusting. I hate that kind of thing, master. All right. I'll try my best not to involve civilians, your majesty. The swinging feet of Saber, who was sitting on the wall, suddenly stopped. Just now, what did you call me? I called you a king. Because just now, you referred to civilians as people, didn't you? Using the term people is a privilege of great figures. And besides, isn't becoming a king your wish? Since you'll achieve it someday, calling you that now shouldn't be a problem, right? Is it? Saber's expression froze. No, nothing wrong with that. In any case, your basic principle is to avoid involving civilians too much. Is that all right? After coughing twice, Mordred returned to her usual demeanor. She stood arrogantly on the wall, looking down at Shishigu, and said, Exactly. Attacking ordinary people to replenish mana is also prohibited. Got it. So, that's our basic principle. Shishigu was a fairly skilled magus. He had considered these two methods as extreme measures in his tactics. But if the crucial servant rejected them, then there was no helping it. If the servant proactively wanted to attack civilians to replenish mana, that would be one thing. But if she didn't want to, then it was best to give up on that idea. Shishigu's approach was not to manipulate Saber according to his ideas but to prioritize letting Saber act according to her own will. In a typical Holy Grail war, since you have to face 6 opponents, both master and servant must inevitably entrust their lives to each other, regardless of their bond. But this time, the probability of a master dying while the servant survives was quite high. To put it bluntly, even if they defected to join an enemy master who had lost their servant, it wouldn't be a big deal. In other words, for a master who hasn't established a relationship of trust with their servant, what awaits them is the blade of betrayal. Especially, this red saber views the relationship between master and servant as a mere alliance. If there's a disagreement that she believes compromises her interests, she is likely to abandon her master. That isn't betrayal, but abandonment. This is an essential quality for a king. Am I being played? That's paranoia. Alright, nothing more to see here. Next. Hearing the sound of wings flapping and a bird calling, the two of them looked up at the sky. A pigeon dropped a piece of paper at their feet before flying away. There was no doubt that it was from their mutual interest holder, Father Shiro's group. Communication. As soon as Shishigu read it, his expression tightened. It was probably bad news, Mordred thought, jumping down from the wall to glance at the paper. Berserker has gone berserk and is attacking the fortress. Hey, keep your voice down. Shishigu hurriedly tried to stop her. This wasn't something to be shouted out in broad daylight. But Mordred responded indifferently. Even if someone overhears, they'd just think it's self-talk. So, what's this about going berserk? Ah. I'll explain it to you back at the workshop. Explain now. Shishigu sighed openly at the persistent Mordred. However, she paid him no mind. It's said that Berserker's level of madness is quite special. Because he can converse, at first glance it seems like you can communicate with him, but in reality. Shishigu spread one hand. It seems he can't understand what we're saying. No matter who speaks, Berserker won't change his combat objective or stop. So, to achieve his goal, he rushed out. Humph, so what is this so-called goal? Most likely fighting. What else could it be? This is troublesome. By the way, why does it trouble you? Shishigu looked at Mordred, dumbfounded. In a 7-on-7 battle, if one stands out, that means death. At that moment, the battle turns into 7-on-6. Since there are no replacement combat forces for servants, this is an absolute disadvantage. Avoiding piecemeal deployment of forces is fundamental. Especially when reinforcements are unavailable. However, Berserker had started his rampage. Since there was no way to rescue him, it was almost certain that Red Berserker would be killed. This was truly troubling information for Shishigu, who was on the red side. On the other hand, Saber, already familiar with the situation, seemed completely uninterested. Isn't this great? A mere Berserker is just a servant who will die sooner or later once the fighting starts. Just ignore him, ignore him. Saying this, she took a bite of the apple Shishigu had bought from the market, immediately furrowing her brows. Then she handed the apple back to him. Tastes bad, here you go. You are heartless. Ugh, this is awful. Shishigu also bit into the apple and wrinkled his brow. Late at night, while Alma was sound asleep, Jean left the attic and went outside. The night in Triphos was truly enveloped in a deathly silence. However, the eerie wind, the stench of corpses, and magical energy were undeniable evidence that a Holy Grail war was taking place in this city. Jean soaked her right hand in holy water from the church and then sprinkled it into the air. The water glowed faintly, moving smoothly, and began to outline a three-dimensional map of the city. This was one of the privileges granted to the ruler-class servant, the ability to explore the area. The result of the exploration, only one red servant was confirmed to be in Triphos. Puzzled, she expanded the scope of her exploration. In the Millennia Fortress, there were 6 servants gathered, marked in black. 6 red servants missing, and 1 black servant. Understanding that Triphos was entirely enemy territory, it seemed the red faction had distanced themselves from the city and were observing the situation. It was likely that the lone red servant was a scout. But does that mean the lone black servant was also out scouting? The red faction was probably stationed in the nearby city of Saigasora. Strictly speaking, the Holy Grail War had to be conducted within one city. Thus, stationing in Saigasora could be considered a breach of the rules. However, given the current situation, this strategy might be unavoidable. After all, Triphos was under the control of Igmalenia. Unlike Fuyuki, which maintained some level of fairness due to the presence of the 3 founding families, Triphos was under the absolute monarchy of Igmalenia. Moreover, the city's scale was very small. It was a city that seemed to have long resisted development. Unlike Fuyuki, places for outside magus to hide were very scarce. Conversely, Igmalenia merely entrenched themselves in the strong and strategically important Millennia Fortress. No matter how much they secured the Greater Grail, this was too unfair. Stationing in a city outside Triphos should be forgiven to some extent. The city was so peaceful it was almost terrifying. If this were a regular Holy Grail war, there should have already been a few skirmishes. Since the red faction isn't making a move, the black faction doesn't plan to act either. So, would tonight be a peaceful night? As if to betray Jean's assumption, the servants within the fortress all moved out at once, but not towards Triphos. Instead, they headed outside. Towards the forest. Jean changed the exploration range, directing it towards the ideal forest spreading to the east of Triphos. The response from the red servants was confirmed, 3 of them. The city market seemed calm, it appeared they intended to battle in the outskirts. Well, it's good that the residents are safe. But natural destruction was also troubling. Hoping the situation wouldn't escalate to the level where the forest would be burned down like what happened with Red Lancer, Jean raced towards the forest. Chapter 386, Rushing to the Battlefield. As the Red Rider and Red Archer swiftly darted through the forest, the 6 black servants did the same, albeit slower than the red faction's agility. It wasn't because they couldn't run fast or were unaccustomed to moving through the forest, it was simply that their current speed was sufficient. Divided into 3 groups, the Black Rider Astolfo and Black Archer Chiron formed the first group, Black Berserker Vlad III and Black Caster Avisprin II, and Black Saber Siegfried and Black Assassin Matou Shinji III. The first group was to intercept and take down the advancing Red Berserker Spartacus, the second group was to coordinate and monitor the battlefield, and the third group was responsible for sniping any potential reinforcements. After all, the Red faction wouldn't be foolish enough to let Spartacus charge alone, even if they considered him expendable. To execute Darnik's plan, all 6 black servants stationed at Millennia Castle had been mobilized with the sole objective of bringing Spartacus under control. Will it be that smooth? Even on their way to the battlefield, Astolfo remained carefree, as if he were heading to a picnic rather than a battle. The outcome of a battle is only determined at its conclusion. The Red Berserker is a formidable foe. Walking through the forest, Chiron's presence melded seamlessly with the environment. Unlike human-made fortresses, he preferred coexisting with nature. It's fine, it's fine. We have 4 people to capture him, even the caster left his workshop. Plus, I always feel our berserker is more dangerous than theirs. Astolfo rested his hands behind his head, glancing sideways at Chiron, whose expression remained calm. Because this was once his territory, I can feel the ley lines responding to him. Ah, that's nice. I wish I could be summoned to my homeland too. I'd probably be stronger, although I'm already pretty strong, ouch. Before he could finish, Astolfo suddenly yelped in pain. It wasn't because his carefree attitude had annoyed Chiron and earned him a reprimand, it was purely his own doing. He was so engrossed in talking that he failed to watch where he was going and collided headfirst with a large tree. While unenchanted objects couldn't cause substantial harm to a servant, it didn't mean it didn't hurt. After all, they weren't incorporeal spirits immune to physical impact. You should watch where you're going. I worry you might make such mistakes in battle, Chiron said with a resigned sigh, stopping in his tracks. Ow, 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 got it. Astolfo held the spot where he had hit himself and performed a quick recovery, jumping up from the ground. After several more minutes, the two arrived at the battlefield and witnessed a gruesome scene. The Red Berserker was utterly disregarding the homunculi and golems deployed to intercept him. It was a scene of utter devastation, but the black servants displayed no anxiety. Such combat behavior was expected of heroic spirits and not worth being overly alarmed about. Still, this level of destruction is a bit much. It's truly brutal. That Berserker is a monster who slaughters enemies with sheer brute force, without employing any technique. He requires no arcane reasoning, existing solely for battle. Perhaps he didn't become like this due to the Berserker class frenzy, it's more likely that no other class suits him. Chiron agreed with Astolfo's observation. Surrounding them were numerous golems, far more than they had encountered earlier. Millennia had mobilized over half of their war assets for this operation. Do you think Archer and I will be killed like that? Given that absurd strength, it's a possibility. We must at least avoid a direct hit. Understood. I'll do my best, Astolfo's voice revealed not a hint of battle spirit. In response to this blatant attitude, Archer whispered. You seem a bit uneasy. If you sacrifice yourself here, you won't be able to save him, you know. I know. Standing up and patting his cheeks, Ryder re-energized himself. As if to say, bring it on anytime, he picked up his weapon, a beautifully decorated golden lance. Ryder, in a sense, you are about to undertake the most dangerous task. Do not let your guard down. With that, Archer shifted into spirit form and gradually moved away. He was likely returning to his original position on the castle walls. Left alone, Ryder sighed and muttered to himself. Oh dear. I'm not good at this sort of thing. I hate it, I hate how dangerous it is. But I have no choice but to give it my all. In a very bright voice, almost as if in response, the sounds and vibrations gradually approached from the other side of the thicket. However, the figure remained hidden in the depths of the night, making it impossible to capture accurately. Is it coming? In contrast to the harmony between Chiron and Astolfo, the atmosphere between the other two groups was not as pleasant. Vlad III carried himself as a lord and generally did not initiate conversation with his subordinates. Avisprin was not adept at interpersonal communication to begin with, and if it weren't for the necessity of combat, he wouldn't even leave his workshop. Since forming their team, their conversations could be counted on one hand. Let's go. We're here. I'll go prepare. The other group wasn't much better off. Siegfried, who do you think we'll encounter this time? Siegfried, let's discuss our coordination formation. Sieg. Shinji found Siegfried agreeable and was eager to engage with him. Yet, Siegfried had been given the order to remain silent, and no matter what Shinji said, Siegfried did not speak. Eventually, Shinji, pushed to his limit, directly said, Siegfried, pass on this message, fatty, make Siegfried talk. Not long after, Shinji received a response, not from Siegfried, but from the other end of the master-servant contract, relayed by Fiore. Assassin, say less. Uncle Gord's is quite displeased. If he's displeased, I'm even more displeased. Is this any way to treat a servant? I feel bad for Siegfried. Shinji fumed, contemplating if he should take this opportunity to mess with Gord's. Perhaps Uncle's attitude towards servants is problematic, but keeping Saber silent isn't wrong. Saber's weakness is as well known as Saber himself, and we must prevent any possibility of it being exposed. I believe Saber understands this, which is why he agreed. That's not the point, you silly girl, Shinji lamented inwardly, unable to explain things to Fiori, and thus stewed in his frustration alone. Fiori continued from the other end of the contract, assassin, you are to protect Saber's back. That's the primary reason you were paired with Saber. I understand. Don't worry. And please, protect our backs as well. If Gord's acts recklessly, you must stop him. Uncle Gord's won't. I hope so. Shinji let out a derisive snort. So far, he hadn't seen any change in Gord's. P.S. Black Rider Astolfo is invincible, like a tornado destroying a parking lot. Chapter 387, Chapter 387, Lord Impaler. Suddenly, there was complete silence. The sound ceased, leaving only the wind's howl dominating the surroundings. However, the presence of Berserker, unable to hide his aura, was unmistakably declared even before he manifested. He was there. With this certainty in mind, Astolfo took a step forward. Come, O tyrant. The time has come for your arrogance to crumble and the dignity of the strong to be scattered. With trees being felled in his path, the red Berserker emerged. Whoa. Upon seeing him, Astolfo immediately wanted to leave the area. It wasn't the giant that was frightening. Astolfo had previously battled a giant named Galligant with dozens of arms and paraded him around triumphantly. A tough opponent wasn't scary either. Facing a raging monster was similarly trivial. However, if this tough giant was smiling, it was a bit, no, extremely unsettling. Yes, a smile was terrifying. Smiling while intruding into enemy lines meant either immense confidence or insanity to the point of disregarding all consequences. Standing over 2 meters tall and wielding a short sword, the force of his earlier blow suggested that his fists possessed considerable destructive power. Additionally, his indefatigable demeanor was extraordinary. Even if one could wound him, it seemed impossible to completely kill him. Indeed, although Astolfo couldn't harm him in the slightest, he was expected to take the lead and understood the necessity of doing so. This is what I was summoned for. Well, I have no choice but to go for it. Astolfo flashed an invincible smile that rivaled the red Berserker's and brandished the golden lance in his hand. Listen to my voice, those afar. Come near, those close by. I am Astolfo, one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins. Here I stand, ready to fight with honor. Shouting out the long-awaited introduction he had been yearning to declare, Astolfo revealed his true name without hesitation. Fortunately, the red Berserker lacked the strategic thinking to exploit his opponent's true name. Ha 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 ha. Excellent, such arrogance is splendid. Come, trample me. Laughing, Berserker rushed towards Astolfo. His movements were surprisingly nimble, his bear-like body charging forward like a wild boar. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by his laughter, he swung down from above, a strike that could likely crush Astolfo's small frame. Astolfo dodged elegantly. He had indeed dodged. But unfortunately, there are blows in this world that are meaningless to dodge. Berserker's strike left claw marks on the ground and the shockwave alone sent Astolfo flying. Ouch, ouch, what a heavy hit. With a pained expression, his side bruised from the impact, he still stood up. There was no fear in his eyes. If touched, he would be sent flying, he couldn't counter with strength, and his skills were entirely useless. Even so, he was still a heroic spirit. Moreover, as one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins, Astolfo was both a foolhardy warrior, often called mad with reason dissipated, and an adventurer who had traversed the world, establishing numerous legends. And among those adventures, he had acquired various magical artifacts, a horn, a book, a phantom steed, hippogriff, and a golden lance that shone with brilliance. Then, here I go. Argalia. Show him your power. Astolfo charged forward. Even without a steed, his speed was as swift as lightning. However, to the emotionally numb red Berserker, this attack likely brought joy rather than fear. The fiercer and more desperate the attack, the more satisfying the counterstrike would be. Even if his abdomen was about to be pierced, this Berserker would surely retaliate. Thus, the confident Berserker swung his sword again. His super-compressed abdominal muscles were so sturdy that even steel paled in comparison. Trap of Argalia, down with a touch. However, the lance Astolfo wielded wasn't designed to kill. Of course, being a lance, it could inflict wounds and even death if it pierced the heart. But it was just an ordinary lance, lacking any magical enhancements, unable to pierce through everything, and devoid of any guaranteed heart-seeking causality. Nevertheless, this lance was deadly on the battlefield. Suddenly, Berserker felt as if he was falling. The firm ground he was standing on vanished, making him momentarily forget to swing his sword. Even so, his smile didn't fade, and he showed no surprise. Yet, overturning this unreasonable situation was impossible. The noble phantasm, Trap of Argalia, absurdly named as it was, lived up to its literal effect. According to legend, the lance favored by Prince Argalia of Cathay could make anything it touched fall. For heavily armored knights, falling in battle meant certain death. Even if not, the prestige gained from using this lance in jousting tournaments was evident. When used on a servant, this lance would manifest its legend by forcibly turning everything below the knees into spirit form. Regardless of where it touched the body, even if it hit armor woven with magical energy, the lance would sever the magical supply to the lower legs, making it impossible to reconstruct the physical form for a while. Even so, this alone couldn't stop the Red Berserker. As long as he had his upper body, he would crawl to defeat his enemy. Losing my legs won't stop me. Yes, indeed. So now, I'll stop you next. Alright, go. At Astolfo's command, the long-waiting golems pounced. The golems, each weighing over a ton, pressed down on him to immobilize one of his arms. But the Red Berserker swatted them away like a child, smashing the upper body of one with a single punch. Yet, even with their heads shattered, the golems continued to function until their mechanisms completely failed. That was their strength. Like ants capturing prey, they methodically and solemnly enveloped the Red Berserker. But he was neither a helpless small animal nor a caterpillar. No matter how much the ants bit, the giant wouldn't stop. The Red Berserker did not stop. Even with his legs turned into spirit form, he continued his valiant advance towards the fortress. Ha 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 ha, this is wonderful, this is marvelous. Enemy troops are gathering, and I am covered in wounds. Ah, this is what makes the victory cry worth shouting. His body was entirely covered by golems. Twice, Berserker tried to push himself up. Despite wearing armor made of rock, bronze, and steel, he continued to advance. Advance, advance, advance. The Red Berserker was a fool, but not a lost soul. Using his nose, skin, ears, eyes, and tongue, he understood. Just ahead, the tyrant was waiting. Yes, it's splendid. Caster, don't be modest. Your golems did a great job. It's just that this Berserker is an anomaly. The Red Berserker accelerated his advance. Tearing through the layers of golems, he finally laid eyes on his target. It's you. Indeed. Red Berserker, if it is the ruler you seek, then I am the one standing at the pinnacle. Oh oh, oh oh. Boo. The Red Berserker leaped with joy, stretching out his arm. Just a little more, and his hand would reach the tyrant's head. Always, without exception, after such trials, there awaited boundless glory and joy. The Berserker's logic was flawless and complete. No one could find a flaw in it. However, the Berserker forgot something crucial. Awaiting at the end of such trials was a miserable death and a cruel end. The Berserker surged forward. Staring at him with icy eyes was the Black Berserker, Vlad III. The hero who reigned supreme in Romania, brutally slaughtering all his enemies. The name he was fearfully called by his foes was Kazikli Bey, blood-stained king demon. As Vlad III declared this, the ground nearby surged upward. Tyrant, I will crush you, pulverize you. Berserker, undeterred by the weight of the golems, swung his sword. Unexpectedly, sharp stakes pierced his arm. Even if they didn't hurt, they forcibly halted his movement. I have spent my life battling rebels like you. I have slain them all, impaling their bodies and leaving them to rot. But stakes, several meters long, impaled both the golems and the Berserker. Vlad III only performed the rough operation of avoiding the spirit core. He ensured Berserker wouldn't die but saw no need to torture his spirit. Death would be a mercy, and if he survived, a worse hell awaited the Berserker. With his legs turned into spirit form, his body covered by countless golems, and everything but his heart and brain impaled, the Berserker still moved. To defeat the imminent tyrant. This was beyond hatred and obsession. Indeed. What Vlad III sought to confirm, even at the cost of half his golems, was his conviction. Was he merely a foolish savage content with rebelling against power, or did he, even in madness, hold an unyielding line deep within his heart? The Grand Duke sighed in satisfaction. Facing you like this, I finally understand. Your rebellion is the manifestation of a proud soul. You will never stand idly by while the strong trample the weak, you fight to turn the strong into the weak. Not for the weak. Such a pretense was beyond the Berserker's reach. He was single-mindedly. Do you dream of a world of equality? You are no dreamer, but a fantasist. For the first time, I wish to show respect to a rebel like you. But, regrettably for you. With a snap of Vlad III's fingers, Avisprin stepped forward. Let me convert your rebellion. Red Berserker, from now on, you will serve us. The Berserker's smile vanished. With a look of utter despair and rage, the Red Berserker faced the Black Berserker. What he declared was subjugation. To the Berserker, this was a humiliation and despair worse than death. Then, with a cold demeanor, Avisprin issued a command to the golems restraining Berserker. Instantly, they transformed into a fluid state, tightly binding Berserker along with the stakes. Even the rebellious hero Spartacus couldn't escape this stone prison. After that, Vlad III lost interest in Berserker. Since he was now under his command, the one who bared their fangs was no longer from the Black faction but the Red faction. To him, this was sufficient. Facing the returning Vlad III, Astolfo shouted loudly. Well then. It seems my part here is done, so I'll take my leave. With that, Astolfo hurriedly spirit form shifted back to the fortress. Naturally, he intended to take advantage of the situation. For a short time, this wasn't a scenario where a mere homunculus would be given much thought. It was the perfect opportunity. P.S. Trap of Argalia, down with a touch, rank D. This golden lance originally belonged to the knight Argalia of Cathay. Although it had low killing power, it could force the opponent's legs below the knees to become spirit form or cause them to fall. No matter where it touched the body, even if it contacted armor woven with magical energy, the lance would forcibly cut off the magical supply to the lower legs, making physical reconstruction impossible for a short time. As a result, Argalia defeated all knights of his level in jousting tournaments, including Astolfo. One knight, after falling from his horse, did not surrender but chose to draw his sword. Argalia was forced to fight with his sword and ultimately lost, fleeing afterward. Argalia had overly trusted in the power of his lance, to the point that he promised to hand over his sister Angelica, the beauty who later drove Roland mad, to the victor. Recognizing her brother's unfavorable situation, Angelica disappeared. During the ensuing chaos of the duel, Astolfo, whose own lance had broken, noticed Argalia's lance and, thinking, there's a lance here, borrowed it without permission. Chapter 388, Immortality. Before long, a shadow that even riders' eyes could capture slowly emerged from the depths of the forest. One person, one sword, carrying an unmistakable servant aura. Yo. Your saber, right? In response to the inquiry from the Red Rider, the Black Saber, Siegfried, nodded silently. I'm the Red Rider. Even though I'm a rider, I don't ride anything, and my weapon is a spear. But don't worry about it. Your rider over there isn't much different, right? More importantly. Ryder declared in a playful tone as if saying, if you want to see my true skills, then come at me all 7 of you. Are you okay with this? Do you think you can face me with just one fighter? If you want to defeat me, the Red Rider, you won't stand a chance unless you all come at me together. His cold, mocking expression was filled with immense confidence. Even without using his original weapon, he exuded a vigorous spirit and immense fighting spirit. However, the one standing opposite him was none other than the world-renowned Siegfried. The hero who slaughtered the evil dragon Fafnir seemed displeased, his eyes narrowing. Just feel this killing intent would crush the heart of an ordinary person. Yet, even seeing that expression, the Red Rider remained calm. Even under the weight of a hero's pressure, he didn't retract his provocative smile. This was the killing intent and hatred he was long accustomed to. For a hero who was satisfied as long as he had his one-of-a-kind friends and beloved women, this level of threat was like a breeze. If anything, only the times and weapons had changed. It was no different from usual. And with one word of boredom, he discarded everything. This was the way of life the Red Rider had loved during his lifetime. Come on. Let me engrave the name of a true hero, a true warrior, upon you. He raised his spear. In an instant, the heavy pressure of fighting spirit collided fiercely. If an ordinary person were present, they would undoubtedly be mentally shattered by the invisible pressure. But the hero Siegfried managed to withstand it. 3. The countdown began. The forest was vast, surrounded by tall trees unsuitable for swinging a spear or a sword. 2. The gradually freezing air felt all too familiar. The spear possessed a thrust far superior to any weapon present. With the spear capable of piercing a heart in one strike and penetrating a skull in another, the Red Rider did not find the current environment disadvantageous. 1. On the verge of explosion, as if time had stood still. Most importantly, with the support of the world-renowned archer, the Red Rider's confidence was unshakable. 0. Everything present was swept away, those impure were mercilessly obliterated. Someone stepped forward, someone raised their weapon. Siegfried's greatsword sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, its speed and power impeccable. But the Red Rider coldly sneered at the Black Saber's fierce attack. His slender war spear traced an arc and easily parried the greatsword. Too naive. Almost simultaneously, he delivered a kick. His fighting style wasn't based on knightly etiquette but was a combat technique thoroughly honed on the battlefield. Siegfried remained unfazed by Ryder's kick, taking it squarely on his abdomen and counterattacking with his sword. Without a successful hit, the Red Rider also didn't mind, similarly enduring Siegfried's strike with his body, continuing the fierce exchange. Both were more aggressive than defensive, and within moments, their weapons had struck each other's bodies multiple times. However, neither showed a single scratch, as their attacks were essentially nullified. After a dazzling round of offense and defense, the two unparalleled heroes simultaneously leaped back. The Red Rider slung his spear over his shoulder, revealing a warrior's grim smile. As expected, Black Saber, my spear can't pierce you. Is this hardness an immortality or invincibility of some sort? Just like me. Just like him. Siegfried readied his stance again, his sword-like brows furrowing slightly. He had bathed in dragon's blood, bearing the armor of Fafnir, which meant attacks below B rank couldn't harm him. But if the Red Rider used his noble phantasm, it might be effective. However, the Red Rider didn't seem to have any attack capable of causing damage. His immortality was different from Siegfried's. It wasn't simply a protective force to be broken by sheer power, but required specific conditions, like flames or lightning, or certain situational factors, such as being in a forest or at night. No one in this world is completely immortal. Even as a heroic spirit, one remains within the bounds of human. Those who transcend these bounds are extraordinary beings not typically called upon in the Holy Grail War. Determining what kind of immortality the Red Rider had was crucial to securing victory. Having made up his mind, Saber shifted his sword style from offense to defense and raised his eyebrows twice in quick succession. This was the signal Shinji had taught him earlier. Though Siegfried hadn't uttered a word, he remembered everything Shinji said that could be useful in battle. The signal meant to hold their position. As expected of Siegfried, he had sensed something was wrong. Unfortunately, his master didn't have the same keen insight. Using his spiritual form and presence concealment skills, Shinji stealthily approached the Red Rider from behind, ready to materialize two of his noble phantasms at any moment. At the same time, Siegfried heard his master Gord's roar. "What are you doing, Saber? That guy isn't even scratched. Use your noble phantasm, now." "Not yet." The Red Rider wasn't serious yet. The mystery of his unscathed invincibility remained unsolved. If Siegfried's noble phantasm could penetrate his defense, fine, but if not, it would expose his true name and weakness. Despite his master's scolding, Siegfried refused to act foolishly and ignored the command. "Hope you understand," Siegfried thought. Normally, he would exert every effort to persuade him, but there was no time for that now. The Red Rider, unaware of Siegfried's inner turmoil, continued, "We seem to be at an impasse." Saber, adhering to his agreement with his master, didn't respond. Seeing no reaction, the Red Rider's face showed a trace of displeasure. "You're quite the cold one. Those who can't laugh on the battlefield will forget how to smile in Elysium. This world is already so gloomy it's rotting and festering. So, shouldn't we at least be happier as we fade away? Don't you think?" "I don't. Laughing on the battlefield can sometimes insult the enemy. No, at least there's the danger of others seeing it that way. Enjoying the thrill of combat by acknowledging each other's strength is one thing, but laughing over corpses is just plain mockery." Facing Siegfried's silent refusal, the Red Rider extended a finger and repeated his earlier words. "It's better to be happier when you dissipate. Didn't I already say that?" In the next instant, an invisible arrow, faster than sound, shot straight at Siegfried's chest. The impact sent Saber crashing through several trees, tumbling to the ground. Fiori was becoming increasingly satisfied and impressed with her servant. To be honest, she initially harbored some wariness and dissatisfaction towards Shinji. Whether he genuinely forgot his true name or was lying, it indicated a lack of trust toward his master, which made Fiori, who wanted to work in unity with her servant, feel uneasy. She might be naive and lacking in worldly experience, but it didn't mean she had low emotional intelligence. After all, she was the next head of the vast Igdmalenia family, lacking none of the qualities of a leader. She hadn't forced the issue or used a command spell because she didn't want to overly pressure a newly summoned servant and damage their nascent relationship. In this respect, she was entirely the opposite of Gord's. After Shinji left, she did not immediately rest as he might have thought. Instead, she pondered how to get along with her servant and how to make him lower his guard. In between her thoughts, she would occasionally sense Shinji's position to see if he was scouting the area. Of course, she found nothing. Sensing his location across the whole of Asia was beyond even the Igdmalenia's capabilities. If they could do that, they wouldn't need the Holy Grail to rebel, they could simply confront the clock tower head-on. However, Fiori didn't doubt Shinji because of this. Instead, she saw it as a testament to his abilities as an assassin. With a noble phantasm that could conceal his presence, it wasn't unreasonable that he could hide his location. If she, his master, couldn't sense him, then neither could the enemy, which was a demonstration of his strength. It seemed he hadn't lied about his capabilities, he was indeed very powerful, perhaps with a good reason for hiding his true name. In this mutual misunderstanding, their bond paradoxically grew stronger, a curious situation, indeed. With a good start, getting along became much easier. From then on, Fiore discovered more and more of Shinji's shining qualities, his diligent effort during night shifts, his cheerful and engaging conversation that could last all afternoon, his keen insight into defensive weaknesses and servant true names, and notably, his skill in beating calls at computer games, which helped maintain her brother's dignity. As their time together grew and his abilities became evident, Fiore stopped worrying about his true name, believing she would learn it eventually. Her trust in Shinji deepened. So when Shinji suggested she and Gord's team up to observe the battle from Millennia Castle, she agreed first and asked for the reason later. Servants team up, masters team up, it facilitates coordinated combat, that's the surface reason. And the deeper reason? I'm afraid that fat guy will lose his head. He's your polar opposite, you respect and trust me, but he treats Siegfried as a puppet and a tool. What's worse is his egocentric nature. If his opinion clashes with Siegfried's, he'll undoubtedly think he's right and force Siegfried to comply. The problem is, in combat, 10 of him can't compare to Siegfried. So I hope you can stop him when he makes a mistake. Uncle Gord's isn't as bad as you say. He's difficult to get along with, but fundamentally, he's not a bad person. You don't trust my judgment. I do, but I also trust my own. Then let's wait and see. No matter what happens, I won't lose out. If things go as you say, all the better. If it turns out as I predict, then we'll rely on you. As for whose judgment is better, we'll have the answer after this battle. Shinji's smile and confident tone aroused Fiore's fighting spirit. She was a genius on whom many had placed high hopes, and geniuses are always unwilling to lose. Even if her combat abilities couldn't match those of a servant, she couldn't be outdone in everything. I will win. It doesn't count now just by saying it. How about this, if you win, I'll help improve your mystic code. If I win, you help me make 2 items. How about that? Deal. Deal. To Fiore's surprise, her fighting spirit had barely risen when it was ruthlessly crushed by reality. When she heard Gord's shout, "What are you doing, Saber? That guy hasn't even taken a scratch. Use your noble phantasm," quickly, she knew she had lost. Assassin is really impressive. The young girl praised him while starting to dissuade Gord's. Uncle. Chapter 389, Chapter 389, I have seen through your immortality. Aside from Black Saber Siegfried and his master Gord's, all the other masters and servants had somewhat established a master-servant relationship. Fiore had great trust in Shinji. Darnik served Vlad III with respect. Chiron and Calls were like mentors and friends. Roche sincerely respected Avisprin. Though Selenik found Astolfo's free-spirited nature somewhat tricky, she was charmed by his purity and honesty, making it hard for her to find fault as long as nothing major happened. Only Gord's had long given up on communicating with Saber. He made no effort to understand him and was simply afraid of revealing his true name. Gord's had no idea what Saber was thinking. What was hidden in that man who seemed like a machine? Was it discontent? Rebellion? Murderous intent? Contempt? Or was he thinking nothing at all? What were his goals and his beliefs? These were things that should have been asked beforehand. But Gord's refused to do so. He wanted to treat his servant as mere equipment. Perhaps it was out of vanity, or maybe he was obsessed with the idea that a servant is ultimately just a familiar. In any case, the fact that Saber was neither gaining nor losing ground in his battle with the Red Rider was causing an inappropriate sense of agitation to build up inside him. Gord's was the most excellent mage on the black side, and his servant was the strongest saber. So why hadn't they achieved any notable feats? Lancer was an exception, as he was a hero not inferior to Siegfried, also possessing immortality, like Karna. But why was it that facing a rider, who wasn't one of the 3 main knight classes, they were still in such a situation? Berserker had successfully suppressed the opposing Berserker, yet they couldn't even deal with a rider on their side. This was unacceptable. Saber needed to achieve notable accomplishments, not just let assassin and caster steal the spotlight. Driven by this mindset, Gord's began to issue haphazard commands through the master-servant link, just as Shinji had feared. Typically, masters did not give detailed commands during a servant battle. This was because they had absolute trust in their servants' experience and skills, which far surpassed those of modern mages. Most masters would only express their opinions on strategic matters. However, Gord's, overwhelmed by anxiety, had lost his composure. Saber. Use your noble phantasm. Use it. Seeing Siegfried ignore his command made Gord's even more anxious, pushing him to the brink of hysteria, a sign that his patience had reached its limit. Naturally, Fiore could not remain indifferent to this. "Uncle, please don't rush. The battle has just begun, and it's not yet the decisive stage. There's no need to use the noble phantasm so soon. But so far, Saber hasn't inflicted any damage on the enemy." Fiori's clear voice slightly alleviated Gord's agitation and anger. It's human nature to get stuck in a rut when alone, but having someone to advise you can help significantly. Gord's also had to consider Fiori's status as the next head and Darnick's support for her. The enemy hasn't harmed Saber either. It's a stalemate. Based on the enemy's displayed attributes, he might be the top tier. Before Fiori could finish her sentence, a green light swiftly approached from a tricky angle, striking Siegfried and piercing his dragon blood armor, resulting in an injury. The balance was broken. Gord slammed his fist on the armrest, roaring, "What are you doing, Saber? Why didn't you follow my command? If you had used your noble phantasm, Ryder might already be defeated." Fiori's expression also turned unpleasant. She had just mentioned the stalemate, and now this happened. She quickly contacted her servant. "What's going on? It's not just Ryder, there's also an archer." "What?" Fiori's heart leaped. "Don't worry. The situation is still under control, but to be safe, it's best to have the great sage oversee things. You can't move, so send the fat men." "Understood." Fiori suddenly looked up and spoke to Gords, who had already started to touch his command seals. "Uncle, our enemy is not just Ryder but also Red Archer. Please contact calls and request support from our archer." "But, about Saber," Gords glanced at Fiori's legs, then at the fallen Saber, his expression conflicted. On one hand, he didn't want Chiron to steal the glory, but on the other, the fact that Red Archer could break through the armor of Fafnir made him wary. Assassin said it's fine, and I believe him. I'll take full responsibility. Fiori's resolute attitude and the sharp gleam in her azure eyes were something even Gord's pride couldn't ignore. "All right, if you insist," Gords reluctantly waved his hand and activated the castle's internal communication spell. "I've done as you asked, the rest is up to you." Fiori stared at the screen in front of her, her hands unconsciously clenched. The moment Siegfried was hit, he realized what had just happened. The previous strike came from another servant positioned far behind Red Rider. This was a long-range attack, and it used no magical energy, purely physical force. Without a doubt, the enemy was an archer. This strike was clearly above A rank, causing him to temporarily lose control of his body. It seemed Red Archer had realized that ordinary attacks couldn't harm him, so they had increased the power of their shot. What's even more terrifying was that he hadn't sensed the servant's presence, proving that Red Archer was far beyond his detection range. This wasn't an open grassland but a dense forest filled with trees in the night. Even with excellent night vision, he was just a moving point. But Red Archer had managed it. An ultra-precise shot with destructive power surpassing A rank, accurate aiming in near-zero visibility, as if threading a needle. The enemy was an elite marksman. While rolling, Siegfried felt the danger. On the other side, Red Rider's eyes gleamed as he pierced through the rolling dust and spotted the arrow embedded in Saber. "So your immortality can be pierced if the attack is strong enough. That makes things easier, Suddenly, he looked towards the other side of the forest, his expression tightening. "Damn, it seems our Berserker is done for, but we still have a Saber here. Trading Berserker for Saber, it seems we've come out ahead." With a thoroughly joyful yet cruel smile, Red Rider tightened his grip on his spear, ready to deliver a strike that would pierce Black Saber's defenses. "So, how long until you revive?" 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Either way, it won't be faster than my strike. Farewell, Black Saber." Just as Red Rider raised his spear to strike, a stream of golden magical energy appeared above his head, accompanied by a dazzling flash and a deafening roar. The force, possessing greater destructive power than Red Rider's spear or Red Archer's arrow, descended from the sky, seemingly intent on obliterating Red Rider along with the surrounding ground. In an instant, thunder and lightning struck. Amidst the flashing golden lightning, two figures broke through, one after another. The first figure held a shield, dragging it across the ground and leaving two nearly 10-meter-long grooves. The second figure gripped a black gold war spear with both hands, leaving a distinct footprint with each step. Where the spear tip met the shield, terrifying magic surged, evoking the grandeur of collapsing mountains and raging seas. The men wielding the black gold war spear let out a roar, louder than thunder. Visible magic erupted from the spear tip, converting into physical explosive force that poured onto the large shield held by Red Rider. The intricately decorated, magnificent shield wasn't swayed by the torrent of magic in the slightest, but Red Rider holding the shield couldn't ignore the sudden explosive force. He was sent flying, crashing through several large trees, mirroring what had happened to Saber just seconds earlier. A green glowing arrow streaked through the air as Red Archer, from a distance, began to support his ally. The man with the black gold war spear was prepared. The once dimmed thunder roared back to life, shattering the arrow that could have pierced his skull. This precious moment of respite gave Red Rider the time he needed to regroup. The proudman stood up, switching his grip from holding the shield with both hands to holding it with one. In his now free hand, the javelin reappeared. "A good ambush, Black Assassin, but it's far from enough to take me down." "No, I think it's quite close." Black assassin Shinji Matou pointed his spear at Red Rider's shoulder, where magic condensed shoulder armor once was. Now, only charred, smoldering flesh remained. The supposed invulnerability to all slashes and strikes had been breached. I've seen through your immortality. Chapter 390, Shinji vs. Red Rider. Returning to the moment when Red Archer hit Siegfried, at that time, Shinji actually could help Siegfried dodge the sudden arrow, while others didn't know about Red Archer's presence. How could Shinji be unaware? He had been waiting for this round of long-range attacks all along. There were two main reasons he didn't intervene and allowed Siegfried to get injured. First, the armor of Fafnir is an injury-reducing type of immortality. Even if it was breached, it would mitigate the damage. The arrow wasn't aimed at a vital spot, so it couldn't kill Siegfried. Second, and most importantly, Shinji had a chance to ambush Red Rider. The best timing was when Rider was gathering strength, preparing to finish off Siegfried in one strike. Thus, Shinji didn't move. Whether Siegfried and Red Rider were probing each other, Siegfried falling after being hit by an arrow, or Fiori questioning him, he stayed still, focusing on waiting for the right moment. He used the pretext of requesting reinforcements to prevent Gords from causing any disruptions. If Gords issued a command seal order for Siegfried to use his noble phantasm during the ambush, it would be disastrous. The enemy might remain unscathed, while he could die under an ally's sword. After Fiori managed to handle Gords, Shinji had no more concerns. When Rider was about to unleash his full-force strike, Shinji activated his signature, Noble Phantasm Barrage. Indra's thunder led the charge, followed by Shinji himself wielding Ishtar's war spear. One attack came from the front, the other from behind, trapping Red Rider in a pincer movement. In that critical moment, Red Rider remained calm despite the surprise. The instant he sensed the unfamiliar servant's presence and magic fluctuations, he decisively abandoned his immediate target. He threw his javelin, charged with immense power, backward to disrupt the enemy servant's assault and break the pincer attack. He then switched weapons, using his shield to withstand the rampant lightning. By the time Shinji dodged the javelin and advanced again, Rider had already assumed a defensive posture. Despite using all his strength and deploying maximum magic output, Shinji only managed to push Rider back and knock him down without causing substantial harm. If not for the lightning strike speed surpassing Rider's weapon switch, causing some damage before the shield appeared, the ambush would have ended in complete failure. Not having killed Rider or even severely injured him, Shinji didn't feel too regretful. He knew Red Rider's identity. He was a hero on par with Siegfried, not easy to defeat. Of course, there was no fear. Since the ambush failed to kill him, they would fight head-on. It's not like only Rider had reinforcements, Shinji had his backup too. As long as Rider didn't flee, Shinji was determined to defeat him today. So, facing Rider's aggressive provocation, Shinji responded with equal intensity. Red Rider looked at the wound on his shoulder, trembling. It wasn't due to shame but joy. Great, truly great. There's someone on your side who can hurt me. The exuberant Rider laughed heartily, expressing his emotions just as he had said earlier, he was a hero who reveled in the battlefield. The other hero, similar in physique but opposite in temperament, recovered from the ambush. He silently pulled out the arrow from his body, raised his greatsword, and prepared to continue the battle. 2 on 2. That's fine too. Bring it on, Black Saber, Black Assassin. 2 on 2, indeed, but not in this form. Shinji sidestepped a few paces to stand between Siegfried and Rider. Saber, I'll handle Rider. You take care of Archer. Siegfried looked at Shinji inquiringly. Shinji glanced at the eye in the sky. If I'm not mistaken, his immortality can be broken by divine power. You instinctively felt his restraint on you earlier, didn't you? Though he called it a guess, Shinji was certain. He knew Red Rider's true name and said this only to avoid suspicion. Siegfried nodded in agreement. Seeing this and hearing Fiori relay Shinji's analysis, Gords broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost wasted a command seal. Fortunately, Fiori intervened. Uncle, I think you should trust Saber more, Fiori said, releasing her clenched hands and smiling with relief. Just as I trust Assassin. Gords did not speak. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat while recalling his actions. Strangely, he remembered something Assassin had once said. Servants exist depending on their masters, but they are not puppets. They have immense power and their own will. To unleash their full power, master and servant must reach a consensus. Otherwise, even the best class saber, the strongest hero, won't have a good outcome. Could I have been wrong? Siegfried was unaware of his master's thoughts. Realizing he couldn't handle Rider, he chose to trust his companion and went to confront another enemy. Whispering "Be careful" to Shinji, Siegfried rushed towards the direction from which the arrow had been shot. He intended to find the archer hiding somewhere. No way, Red Rider wasn't about to let Saber leave. He raised his shield and charged directly at Siegfried. Shinji planted his war spear into the ground. The power he released through the spear shook the earth and tore the ground, halting Red Rider's advance. Your opponent is me. Just an assassin. Red Rider glared at Shinji with a fierce expression, not hiding his intent to kill. An assassin is enough. Haven't you heard that assassins counter riders? Shinji met Red Rider's gaze without backing down. You only have a couple of divine noble phantasms, don't get cocky. Enraged, Rider brandished his javelin and roared as he launched his attack. His style was entirely different from other lancers they had encountered so far. It lacked the trickery of D'Armwood, the overwhelming presence of Karna, and the profound mastery of Scathach. Red Rider's spear technique, like his spear, was simple and unadorned. There were no tricks or embellishments, every move was aimed solely at killing the enemy. This was a spear technique honed purely for the battlefield. While this technique might not be visually impressive, it was highly practical. Of course, it had its flaws. A spear technique focused solely on killing couldn't be as balanced in offense and defense as other techniques. The pursuit of killing power came at the cost of weaker defense. However, this weakness wasn't an issue for Red Rider. He had a shield, a body tougher than most servants, encompassing not only his immortality but also his strength and endurance. Additionally, he possessed unparalleled speed. Even Scathach, enhanced by primordial runes when fighting Artoria, was slightly inferior. With speed and defense assured, Red Rider didn't need to worry about defense. He only needed to attack, and keep attacking. The pressure from this aggressive style was even greater than when facing Karna. In just a few exchanges, the simple javelin had grazed Shinji's vital points 3 times, each time closer and more lethal. The latest one nearly slashed his throat. While continuously attacking, Red Rider kept taunting. Hey, weren't you the one who said you'd be my opponent? You're not qualified at all. Where's your momentum from earlier? Or can you only talk and not back it up? You stirred my blood, and this is all you've got. Assassins should stay in the shadows. What are you doing in a frontal fight? How boring. Enough, let's end this quickly. Even though it's a bit unfair for an assassin, it's not entirely without merit. As he spoke, Red Rider put away his shield, gripped the javelin with both hands, and charged at Shinji like a meteor. Chapter 391, Paralyzing Strike, Part 1. The speed of this thrust was incredibly fast, so fast that it exceeded Shinji's visual limits and was completely untrackable. The only thing he could be certain of was that if he got hit by this thrust, even if it wasn't a vital spot, the outcome wouldn't be much better than Siegfried getting hit by an arrow. Fortunately, Shinji had already experienced such super speed attacks in his previous battle with Karna and had figured out some countermeasures. Method 1, Preemptive Prediction, 90-degree evasion. The faster the speed, the harder it is to control oneself. If you can predict the trajectory in advance, even if you can't track it, you can evade it. The 90-degree route perpendicular to the enemy's trajectory is the hardest to chase and can buy the most time for reorganizing or counterattacking. The moment Red Rider gripped his spear with both hands, Shinji locked his eyes firmly on Rider's feet. Whichever foot he stepped forward with would determine Shinji's direction of evasion. When Rider stepped forward with his right foot, Shinji dodged in the opposite direction, narrowly avoiding Rider's path. After charging forward for a few more meters, Rider halted, his voice tinged with a hint of surprise. Oh. Your strength isn't impressive, but your reflexes are quite fast. You dodged a direct hit. However, my attacks aren't that simple. As Red Rider said, although Shinji dodged the direct hit, he didn't avoid the turbulent airflow caused by the high-speed thrust. Under Red Rider's deliberate manipulation, the airflow around the spearhead exploded like a fragmentation grenade, leaving Shinji drenched in blood. Wiping away the blood that blurred his vision, the assassin murmured to himself, as expected of a top-tier servant known for unparalleled speed. Even Karna can't compare in terms of high-speed combat. Opposite him, Red Rider raised his spear again, assuming a thrusting stance. His sharp eyes moved from Shinji's heart to his head. That expression is much better than Saber's boring face. But smiles alone aren't enough on the battlefield, you need strength. My next thrust will be even faster. I hope you can dodge it. Even faster. Are you planning to break the sound barrier? Shinji's mouth twitched. He did not doubt Red Rider's declaration. With his pride, he wouldn't lie about such things. As expected, top-tier servants aren't to be trifled with. What's even more troublesome is that with Chiron overseeing the battlefield, using his Greek noble phantasm was out of the question. It would be recognized immediately. No choice, he had to use that. The moment he made his decision, Shinji lowered his center of gravity and placed his hand on the ground. At the same time, Rider leaned forward, channeling power into his legs, causing the ground around him to crack densely. The next second, Rider disappeared from his position, the air tearing apart with 2 ear-piercing explosions. 2 explosions. Yes, 2. One was the sound of the high-speed thrust. The other was thunder. Indra's thunder. A golden divine thunderbolt cut across horizontally like a golden serpent, blocking the space between them. Accelerating, Ryder didn't expect this move, crashing straight into the lightning, causing him to roll continuously. Yes, continuously rolling. No mistake in the description. Ryder's body was resilient, a single lightning strike couldn't kill him, at most leaving some burn marks and causing some paralysis. It was this paralysis that was deadly. Red Ryder was sprinting at high speed, and anyone with common sense knows the demands intense exercise places on the body. Even a slight stitch or cramp can lead to disastrous results, let alone paralysis. This was Shinji's second method for dealing with super speed attacks, paralysis. As long as the opponent wasn't someone like Karna, who used mana burst for propulsion, anyone relying on their physical speed would succumb to this technique, except perhaps those with high lightning resistance, like the son of the thunder god. You run fast, don't you? You have quick feet, right? But if your body doesn't obey you, I doubt you can run. Can you move faster than lightning? Can you defy inertia? Do you think physical laws don't apply to you? Do you fancy yourself capable of overturning Isaac Newton's principles? Unfortunately for Red Ryder, no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outrun lightning. Although Shinji couldn't track Ryder's movements, he could predict his trajectory and intercept lightning in advance. Once Ryder focused on high-speed thrusting, decelerating, or changing direction required some distance. Thus, the confident Ryder, ready to take down Shinji, met with disaster. His legs, sprinting at high speed, suddenly stopped obeying, causing him to lose balance and roll across the ground like a tumbling gourd. Of course, even tumbling, Ryder was not easily dealt with. After falling, he curled into a ball, using inertia to roll forward, his relentless momentum akin to a charging chariot, giving Shinji a surreal sense of déjà vu. No wonder this looks so familiar. Isn't this the human bullet tank? Where did you learn this ultimate move from the Akimichi clan? This is the Fate set, not the Naruto set. Speechless, Shinji continued to channel his mana, summoning 2 more bolts of lightning to strike at the lean, human bullet tank. Of course, unless he fully unleashed the lightning with the support of the Vajra, the damage to Ryder would be limited. Even so, Shinji didn't want to miss the chance to pursue. Given the vast difference in their raw power, he couldn't afford any slack if he didn't want to be defeated. After the second lightning bolt, Red Ryder finally stopped rolling and sprang to his feet. He glanced at the ground where Shinji had summoned Indra's thunder, which still radiated unabashed magical energy. So that lightning noble phantasm can be controlled from a distance. But to stop me, this alone isn't enough. Red Ryder began to run again. He had discarded his spear during the tumble and made no move to retrieve it, confident in his fists. Shinji didn't dare be careless, his eyes enhanced with reinforcement magic never leaving Ryder's figure. Even if he couldn't keep up, he had to predict Ryder's movements based on the afterimages on his retina. There. Golden lightning burst from the ground, cutting across Red Ryder's path. To Shinji's surprise, Ryder didn't charge headlong into the lightning as expected. Instead, he made a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding the thunder. Frowning, Shinji adjusted his trajectory, summoning a second and third bolt, but Ryder continued to evade them. The warrior, dashing through the forest, laughed heartily, "My steps won't be stopped by obstacles. If you can stop me, then try your best." As he spoke, the fourth and fifth lightning bolts whistled out, yet Ryder dodged them with increasing ease. "Let me tell you something else, I can run like this all night." "How long can your lightning noble phantasm last?" "Don't worry, certainly longer than you can," Shinji replied, continuing to summon lightning, while Ryder kept evading. "Is that so? Although I'm curious to see if you're telling the truth, such a war of attrition doesn't suit my style. Let me cross your lightning." Chapter 392, Paralyzing Strike, Part 2. Let me cross your lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, Red Ryder's figure halted abruptly, then disappeared in the next instant. No, he didn't disappear, rather, his forward speed was so fast it appeared as though he had vanished. At the moment he disappeared, a strong sense of danger drove Shinji to instinctively summon a bolt of lightning. Because it was instinctive, the lightning's placement, trajectory, and timing reached an unprecedented peak. Yet, even such an excellent lightning maneuver couldn't stop Ryder's charge. As the lightning struck, he leaped up, hurtling over the barrier of lightning, literally crossing it. Through several attempts, Ryder had identified Shinji's weakness. No matter how fast the lightning was, it ultimately couldn't keep up with his speed. As for predictions, as long as he did something unpredictable, like jumping, he could evade them. A competent warrior would never readily let their feet leave the ground, as humans without wings lose their footing and mobility once airborne, making it impossible to dodge attacks. If he could evade lightning on the ground, why risk jumping? With this understanding, Red Ryder successfully broke through the lightning barrier. Now, there were no obstacles between him and Shinji. It's over. Confident in his speed, Ryder raised his fist, knowing that at such high speeds, this punch could shatter Black Assassin's bones, regardless of any weapon the enemy might use. To Ryder's surprise, Black Assassin made no move to defend, nor did he panic or dodge. He stood calmly, his lips parting to utter a single word, forward. In that instant, the familiar sensation of paralysis once again invaded Red Ryder's body. Though not as intense as when struck by lightning, it was a fleeting, slight numbness, lasting less than a breath. But at a critical moment, any negative impact could change the outcome. This was the opportunity Shinji had been waiting for. The black gold spear, imbued with magic, shot forward, aimed directly at the off-balance Red Ryder. In a moment of crisis, Ryder regained control of his body, gritted his teeth, and planted his feet like iron stakes into the ground, halting his momentum. He grabbed the approaching spearhead with all his might. The spear, infused with Ishtar's divine power, tore through Ryder's immortality, and bright red blood gushed from the black-grooved blade, dripping to the ground. The injuries to his hands did not diminish Red Ryder's strength, instead, they fueled his ferocity. With a roar, his arm muscles bulged unnaturally, and the sudden burst of power overpowered Shinji, who was augmented by mana burst. The spear's tip was less than 3 centimeters from Ryder's heart. Having stopped the heart-piercing strike, Red Ryder didn't continue the struggle with Shinji. Instead, he let go and retreated. Normally, this would leave him open to a follow-up attack, but Ryder's speed far exceeded Shinji's. In a few strides, he was out of attack range. Watching Ryder move at a speed a quarter slower than his initial charge, Shinji felt a twinge of regret. Had Ryder retreated at full speed, there might have been a chance. Being so cautious left no opportunity. After all, dealing with a top-tier servant wasn't easy. Red Ryder stopped about 20 meters away, his amber eyes scanning as if searching for something. After a moment, he uncertainly asked, "A bounded field?" Shinji didn't have the habit of explaining his techniques to enemies and remained silent. Red Ryder didn't mind, nodding to himself, "Yes, a bounded field. I can feel the connection between the magical energy in the air and that lightning noble phantasm. You must be using a bounded field to borrow the noble phantasm's power to affect my movements." Shinji still didn't speak, but this time it was because there was nothing to say. Ryder had seen through the enhanced version of the paralyzing strike. As Ryder indicated, Shinji had indeed used a bounded field to alter the battlefield, the latest bounded field he had completed. Ever since defeating Sauren Araya, Shinji had been diligently studying bounded field magecraft. However, the bounded field magecraft left behind by Araya was incredibly profound, and after several months of research, Shinji had made little progress. It wasn't until the first half of the year, after a deadly battle with Ordenross, that the relic fully fused with him, allowing him to unlock the secrets of bounded field magecraft with the relic's experiential support. Interestingly, what seemed obscure and difficult before became much simpler after gaining entry. In just a few dozen days, Shinji's mastery of the bounded field advanced rapidly. Whether this was due to the inherent nature of barrier techniques, the support of the relic, or Shinji's exceptional talent, remained unclear. Regardless, Shinji developed a new technique before his next journey, Divine Thunder Barrier. The bounded field is based on the portable barrier technique left by Araya, with Shinji himself as the core and the Thunder of Indra as the pivot. Normally, Shinji's current level wouldn't be sufficient to sustain such a high-level bounded field. However, since the bounded field originated from Buddhism, and both the Thunder of Indra and the relic are Buddhist artifacts, this dual enhancement compensated for the technical deficiencies, completing the bounded field. Of course, this bounded field, reliant on external objects, still had considerable gaps compared to Araya Sauren's 6 realms boundary. Nonetheless, this newly developed technique proved extremely practical. Bounded field, Divine Thunder Barrier, this magecraft extends the power of Indra's thunder over a wide area. The larger the area covered, the weaker the lightning's power. However, Shinji didn't intend to use the bounded field for direct attacks. He valued the paralyzing effect that the electric current would produce on the body. At a crucial moment, even a top-tier servant would be brought to their knees, Red Ryder being the first victim. Despite being caught off guard and suffering a significant loss due to the lightning-bounded field, Red Ryder's spirit was undiminished, if not intensified. "I made a mistake. I shouldn't have underestimated you because of your class. Even an assassin is a heroic spirit, worthy as an opponent." A hero of his stature instinctively rejected those who relied solely on ambushes and assassinations, forgetting that an assassin's class didn't define the heroic spirit's true nature. Using his full strength against an assassin felt like an insult to himself, but not taking a heroic spirit seriously was an insult to both parties. At this moment, Red Ryder fully set aside any contempt and resolved to seriously defeat the enemy before him. Seeing the undisguised fighting spirit and smile of Red Ryder, Shinji's expression turned somewhat bitter. "If possible, I'd prefer not to be recognized by a warrior like you. It's gratifying but also more troublesome. I can recommend a worthy opponent for you who'd be delighted to fight." However, the more Shinji responded this way, the more intrigued Red Ryder became. This attitude of helplessness without fear, of frustration without retreat, was something he didn't expect to encounter in the Holy Grail War. I'm indeed curious about the opponent you mentioned, someone who sees through my immortality and says such things. But, compared to an unknown opponent, I want to defeat you. You remind me of someone who, knowing he couldn't beat me, still used all sorts of ways to restrain me. Every time I wanted a one-on-one fight with him, he always said similar things. In that case, you and I are destined to be rivals. O gods of Olympus, grant glory and honor to this battle. Red Rider pointed to the sky with his still bleeding right hand, maintaining his heroic demeanor both in life and in death. This time, it was Shinji who felt paralyzed. Chapter 393, Achilles. Shinji was utterly exasperated. It wasn't the paralysis from being struck by Red Rider's lightning, but rather an overwhelming urge to swear. Having long known his opponent's true name, Shinji only needed a moment to figure out who that person was, Red Rider's greatest enemy in his lifetime. While being compared to that heroic figure might be something to be proud of, Shinji would rather not receive such an evaluation, especially when facing a fully serious rider. What did I do to deserve this? Just a bit of complaining, and now I've been targeted. And the most suitable opponent is being ignored. How unlucky can I get? No, wait, there's someone even unluckier than me, someone who got targeted just from a glance. This unluckier person was, of course, Black Saber Siegfried, who got targeted by Karna because his gaze resembled that of Arjuna, Karna's half-brother and archenemy. Wait a minute, Siegfried and Karna being of equal rank makes sense as opponents. But my gap with Achilles is not just a small one. Besides, Karna was killed by Arjuna. Damn, I'm being mistaken for someone who was killed by Achilles, which means I'm even more unlucky. Yes, Red Rider was none other than the famous hero of ancient Greece, Achilles, another top-tier servant in the Red faction, whose renown could easily rank in the top 10 globally. Achilles, born as the son of the sea goddess Thetis and the hero Peleus, was blessed by the gods from birth. His mother, Thetis, loved him so much that she tried to make him immortal by burning away his mortal parts with divine flames. However, her husband Peleus opposed this, fearing that Achilles would be destroyed as a human. Thus, Achilles grew up retaining some human aspects. When the war between Troy and Achaea broke out, his mother posed a question to him. Do you wish to live a long and peaceful life in obscurity, or to gain great fame in war and live a short life as a hero? Achilles' choice is well known. While his mother felt proud of his decision, she was also deeply pained, knowing that his destiny was sealed from birth. If he chose to be a hero, his life would be as fleeting as a passing lantern. He grew up to join the Achaean army in the Trojan War, achieving numerous feats and eventually becoming the chief commander of the Achaean forces, the brightest star of his time and in all of Greek history. His greatest adversary was Hector, the chief commander of the Trojan forces, who single-handedly held off half of the Achaean army. The brilliance of Achilles and Hector illuminated the entire Trojan War. Compared to them, heroes like Agamemnon and the two Ajaxes, who could have been protagonists in other legends, seemed to fade into obscurity. If someone else had compared Shinji to Hector, he would have been delighted. But for Achilles to say it was another matter entirely, as Hector had died at Achilles' hands. This was both an acknowledgement from Achilles and a declaration of intent to kill. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for using any means necessary. The Holy Grail war is a life-or-death battle. At this point, Shinji was ready to go all out. Let's fight, enough with the talk. If Hector couldn't kill you back then, I'll finish the job for him now. Don't think being immortal or a demigod means you can do whatever you want. Try breaking through my divine thunder barrier first. You think you're the only one with a noble phantasm. You're underestimating me. Provoked by the enemy who bore the shadow of his nemesis, Achilles' pride surged, and his tone became even more arrogant. I have at least 3 ways to break your bounded field. But I've already said I won't use my chariot, and you definitely won't agree to the other method. So I'll use this. He retracted his right hand from pointing at the sky, manifesting a magnificent shield that had appeared earlier. With the shield my mother gave me, I'll crush you. Seeing the faint mountains and oceans on the shield's surface, Shinji's eyes narrowed. It was Achilles' strongest noble phantasm, Achilles Cosmos, the miniature world enclosed by the azure sky. In the epic Iliad, hundreds of lines are dedicated to describing this shield. Forged by the god Hephaestus, it recreates the world in which Achilles lived in miniature on its surface. It is one of the strongest known defensive noble phantasms, rated A+. Facing the shield is akin to confronting the world itself. Once activated, it can defend against any noble phantasm, whether anti-personnel, anti-army, anti-fortress, anti-country, or anti-divine. A mere B+ rank Indra's thunder, even as a one-time consumable using broken phantasm, would be insufficient, unless the original owner, the thunder god Indra himself, were to wield it. Not only is it a defensive tool, but Achilles can also convert this shield into an offensive weapon. By deploying the noble phantasm and charging forward, Achilles can crush his enemies with the miniature world on the shield, a use that even Hephaestus never envisioned. Fortunately, Shinji had enough understanding of Achilles to think of a countermeasure as soon as the shield appeared. Under the specially designed hem of his mystic code, white spiritual particles gathered, materializing into a pair of winged shoes. Bring it on. As long as we seek the Holy Grail, we can't avoid a fight. Now that's the spirit. That man always did what he set out to do, except for killing me. Are you ready, Black Assassin? As magical energy poured into the shield, the engraved world became increasingly vivid. Even now, if I say no, will you stop? Of course not. Take this, Achilles. Just as Achilles was about to unleash his trump card and Shinji was preparing to activate his winged shoes, both of them halted simultaneously. They sensed a servant's aura, full of majesty and pressure, rapidly approaching. The distinct black aura indicated the identity of the newcomer, Black Berserker, Vlad III. TCH, an interloper. Black Assassin, our duel will wait until next time. Until then, don't die on me. Achilles clicked his tongue in annoyance, put away his shield, and snapped his fingers. Instantly, 3 fine horses appeared, pulling a white chariot, and knelt beside him. The same to you, Red Rider, Achilles. Shinji also dispelled his spear and Indra's thunder, leaving only the winged shoes. Achilles leaped onto the chariot, cracked his whip, and the horses galloped skyward with great speed. The sight was awe-inspiring. As he watched Achilles depart, Shinji muttered softly. A testament to the rider class, the Troya's Tragoidia, tempestuous immortal chariot. It seems that 2 of the horses pulling it are descendants of Poseidon. I wonder how they compare to your older brother, Bellerophon. He squinted his eyes and extended his right hand as if caressing something. P.S. Broken Phantasm, the destroyed illusion, a skill that destroys a noble phantasm filled with vast magical energy, using the phantasm itself as a container to store that energy and belief as explosive power, dealing massive damage to the opponent. Normally, a destroyed noble phantasm is hard to repair, and few can act as containers to store magical energy, so this skill is rarely used, except by a certain red archer fond of knockoffs. P.S.2 Greek mythology is chaotic, and Poseidon is particularly notorious, especially for his penchant for human-animal play. Chapter 394, Archer's Helplessness, Part 1. The Red Archer found herself feeling utterly helpless. Swords, spears, mounts, madness, magic, assassination, the classes that servants are assigned to are varied, and each comes with its unique powers. Among these, the Archer class possesses a secret power unique to it. That is the use of bows and arrows, a skill granted by the class itself. It is a right so intrinsic it doesn't need to be listed as a special class skill. The more the bowstring is drawn, the greater the power. It's a simple principle. This right was brought to the utmost limit with the Red Archer. She possessed the celestial bow granted by the goddess of the hunt, Artemis. Praying, aiming, putting all her strength into drawing the bow, if she drew it beyond its limit, the arrow would be endowed with godlike power. She was a master hunter, blessed by the goddess of the hunt. She hailed from the natural paradise of Arcadia and was a princess of Arcadia. However, she did not receive the love of her father, who desired a son and was abandoned in the forest. Artemis, moved by pity, had her raised by a mother bear. She was a member of the largest adventure team in Greek history, and she followed the Argo, leaving behind many legends. She was the one who first struck the fearsome Caledonian boar, achieving the greatest merit among many warriors. Her true name was Atalanta, the supreme huntress in Greek mythology. Her archery had reached divine levels, and her speed surpassed all men. Yet, despite all this, she found herself with no means to stop the incoming black saber. Having grown up in the forest, it was her domain. She knew better than anyone how to conceal herself in the woods. She believed that the black saber couldn't possibly find her hiding spot. But she was wrong. The silent and reticent swordsman did not search, he charged in a straight line as if he already knew her location. Of course, if it were just this, Atalanta would not be afraid. As long as she had her bow and was in the forest, she was confident she could hit any target. However, simply hitting the black saber held little meaning. He had protection, whether from a god, a demon, or something else unknown. Only an arrow drawn to the limit of her celestial bow could pierce his undying body. Unfortunately, even with Atalanta's divine archery, she couldn't easily shoot such an arrow. Releasing such an arrow required more time to draw the bow than usual, and she could only shoot 1 arrow at a time. More arrows would dilute the bowstring's power. Moreover, the noise caused by such a powerful shot could not be concealed. With Black Saber already on guard, there was no chance to hit his body. He would either dodge or deflect the arrow with his great sword. Black Saber's swordsmanship was on par with her archery. Without the ability to use her multi-arrow technique, the outcome was already determined. As for using her noble phantasm, that option never crossed her mind. Her noble phantasm was a rank B anti-army weapon, its single-shot power inferior to a fully drawn arrow, merely a waste of magical energy. When Black Saber deflected her 3rd arrow and charged towards the tree she was hiding in, cutting down the century-old tree with one swing, Atalanta knew it was over. Continuing the fight would be a waste of time, she was no match for Black Saber. A prideful heroic spirit might feel unwilling, but Atlanta did not. Her thoughts were as animalistic as her beastly ears and tail. Pride, to her, was not worth more than dog food. This was just a skirmish. Her task was to support the berserker who had infiltrated the enemy ranks. Since she failed, there was no point in staying. There was no need to worry about the Red Rider either. She knew with his abilities, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. She strapped her bow to her back and, as the tree shook, leaped high like a leopardess. Under the silver moon, she left a silhouette full of feminine allure and wild beauty, reminiscent of the peerless grace that captivated countless heroes after the Caledonian boar hunt. This section must be seen in the manga. Atlanta is depicted beautifully. Until we meet again, Black Saber, she said, glancing at him with eyes glowing in the dark. Atlanta turned and sprinted away, running at full speed, confident that Black Saber could not attack from a distance. Atlanta was originally a hunter in ancient Greece who prided herself on her unmatched speed. She declared to her suitors, who were enchanted by her wild beauty, that she would marry the one who could outrun her in a race, but the price of failure was death. She shot down those who couldn't catch up with her, a testament to her remarkable speed. Even a servant like the Black Saber, whose average stats were above B, couldn't compare to her. After chasing for a few hundred meters experimentally and confirming that the enemy had left, the Black Saber, Siegfried, stopped pursuing and began to return the way he had come. Even from this distance, he could still sense the fluctuations of the assassin's signature lightning noble phantasm, indicating that the battle had likely reached a critical point. He needed to hurry back. Even if he couldn't break the Red Rider's immortality, he could at least serve as a shield for Assassin. Though silent and taciturn, having exchanged only a few words with Assassin, he had come to recognize Assassin as a comrade. His comrade had protected his back, now it was his turn to protect his comrade. Unfortunately, Siegfried had only made it halfway back when he saw the rider departing through the air in his chariot. By the time he returned to Shinji's side, the Black Berserker, Vlad III, had already arrived and was inquiring about Assassin's status. What? You say the Red Rider is Achilles? The sudden, explosive revelation moved even the usually composed Vlad III and Siegfried. Yes. When his noble phantasm was partially released, he mentioned Achilles, and the three-horse chariot we saw also confirms his true name. The information Achilles had revealed was ample, so Shinji had no reason to hold back. I see. Your analysis was correct, the Red faction has a second top-tier servant. At this moment, Shinji noticed Siegfried and waved to him. Yo, Siegfried, you're back. What about the Red Archer? Such a question required an answer, and Siegfried responded, she retreated. Her speed was greater than mine, I couldn't catch her. Any distinctive features? Vlad III asked. The war had just begun, establishing results was crucial, but gathering sufficient intelligence was also important if they failed to do so. Yes, she wore green spiritual attire and seemed to retain beast-like features, with visible ears and a tail, somewhat resembling a cat. A cat. Vlad III frowned. Could it be a non-human servant, or perhaps an innocent monster like myself? Shinji chuckled but remained silent. She wasn't a non-human servant or an innocent monster, she simply had the fate of being turned into a lion, hence the feline traits. Speaking of which, Atlanta was indeed wild, having done that in the temple. Vlad III, oblivious to Shinji's thoughts, continued, however, obtaining the true name of the Red Rider makes this trip worthwhile. Saber, Assassin, you both did well. Siegfried bowed his head silently. Shinji nodded slightly. There's one more thing to note, and please have clan head Darnik convey this to all our members. Like Siegfried, Achilles possesses the blessing of immortality. To defeat him directly, one must have the power of a god or attack the weak point named after him. Achilles' heel, Vlad III responded instinctively. He had known of this phrase even during his lifetime, a testament to Achilles' fame. And as the impaler, he was curious to see if his Kazikli Bey could pierce the tendons of this immortal hero. Even if it couldn't, it didn't matter. He had a second, hidden noble phantasm as his trump card. However, being in his homeland as a lord, he wouldn't use it unless necessary. At this moment, Shinji suddenly exclaimed. Ah. What's wrong? Nothing, just remembered something. Many scholars who study mythology believe that Achilles is one of the prototypes for Siegfried. Now that I think about it, there's some truth to that. The original usually has an advantage over the copy. Vlad III pondered the legends of both heroes and nodded. Now that you mention it, indeed. After speaking, they both looked at Siegfried, who showed a hint of helplessness. Regardless of the original and copy argument, he was indeed firmly restrained by Achilles. Seeing Siegfried's rare expression of emotion, Vlad III's interest was piqued. He patted Siegfried's shoulder and comforted him, "You are not alone in your frustration. I believe the great sage is even more frustrated since Achilles was his most outstanding disciple." Chapter 395, Archer's Helplessness, Part 2. As Vlad III mentioned, it wasn't just Siegfried who felt helpless. The Red Archer, who couldn't deal with Siegfried, and the Black Archer, the great sage Chiron, were also in this predicament. Chiron was the most helpless of them all, to the extent that even his master, Calls, who was standing with him on the city wall overlooking the battlefield, could sense it. Archer, is something wrong? Is the battle not going well? No, overall, the battle is in our favor. With his B+ rank clairvoyance, honed as an archer, Chiron could see Abisprin's golems firmly containing the Red Berserker. On the other side, although Assassin was at a disadvantage, he was not showing signs of defeat. The only thing Chiron did was use a telepathy-like skill to inform Siegfried of the Red Archer's position. Then why? Because of the Red Rider. I know him. Hearing Chiron's words, Calls didn't immediately understand. Isn't this the first time the Red Rider has appeared? How could you? No matter how hard one tries to hide their true name, there exist undeniable truths in this world. Yes, if you were well acquainted in life, it's only natural to know each other's true names. Calls asked, who is he? Achilles. Achilles, the Achilles from the Trojan War. Chiron nodded. I recall he was your... Ah, yes, he was my disciple, Chiron said with a sigh. Even though it's not in the traditional sense, in the Holy Grail War, such situations are not impossible. This so-called destiny sometimes doesn't spare even those of us who have passed away. It's truly ironic. When Achilles was young, his mother Thetis returned to her underwater homeland due to disagreements with his father, Peleus. Thus, Peleus entrusted his old friend, Chiron, who had trained numerous heroes, to educate Achilles. From then on, Achilles lived and learned with Chiron, spending 9 whole years together. It's no exaggeration to say that Achilles spent more time with Chiron than with his parents, especially during the most emotionally turbulent years of his youth. The bond between them had long surpassed that of a typical master and disciple. For Chiron, who possessed a long life, Achilles was not just a disciple but also a son, and sometimes even a mischievous younger brother. Even after Achilles completed his training, Chiron continued to watch over him silently. He knew about the countless legendary feats Achilles had accomplished, worthy of the highest praise as a top-tier hero. He also knew that Achilles would likely be the most outstanding servant in this Holy Grail War. Blessed sincerely by the gods of Olympus, Achilles possessed an invincible body that could nullify any attack. Only those who shared his divine heritage and had divinity skills, or wielded god-forged noble phantasms could harm him. Among the 7 black faction servants, only Chiron had divinity. Upon receiving Gord's request for support and recognizing Achilles, Chiron had been genuinely worried for Assassin on the battlefield. If Assassin hadn't possessed a god-forged noble phantasm and managed to injure Achilles, Chiron would have intervened. Since then, Chiron had drawn his bow several times, only to lower it each time, until finally, Achilles departed in his chariot without Chiron having shot a single arrow. Was it because he didn't have the opportunity? No, it wasn't. Given his understanding of Achilles, hitting him when he was unguarded wouldn't be difficult. Eliminating those moments that would only expose himself and were irrelevant to the overall situation, he had at least 3 opportunities to act, one of which had a high chance of directly killing Achilles. However, he missed them all. Yes, that's right, he missed them, not gave up. He knew when he should strike and predicted the outcomes. But every time he drew his bow, there would be a moment of hesitation in his heart because that was his disciple. This hesitation made him miss those fleeting opportunities. Does he regret it? A little bit. But compared to the bond between teacher and student, it's just an insignificant part. Seeing his expression change with his mood was almost unbelievable to Calls because the impression Chiron had given him during this time was one of calm and tranquility as if nothing could shake him, until now. Archer, are you okay? I'm fine. Chiron closed his eyes and exhaled as if trying to expel all his emotions. I just remembered the times I lived with Achilles. Seeing him now, you'd never guess that when he was young, just like Roche, he wasn't strong at all. His punches and kicks were soft and weak. Listening to Chiron and recalling Achilles' legends, Calls couldn't help but laugh. So he had such a past. Perhaps only you, as his teacher, would know that, turning the weak him into a hero of world renown, you truly are an exceptional teacher. And he is an exceptional student. Chiron, in this Holy Grail War, you and your disciple, not servant Archer, just Chiron. Don't worry, Calls. Once on the battlefield, there are no fathers, sons, or mentors, only enemies and allies. I won't hold back just because he's my disciple. Besides, I want to see how much he has grown since he left. Chiron opened his eyes again. This time, he had not returned to the calm and tranquility of a sage but instead exuded the unparalleled spirit of a hero, like a drawn bow, ready to shoot an arrow that could split the heavens. My disciple, you remain as proud as ever. This is your most fatal flaw as a warrior. Although your overwhelming strength has never exposed this flaw. But this time, that arrogance will become a lethal poison, because your opponent is your teacher, Chiron himself. I'll let you go this time, but next time, you better be prepared, or even you will die. By the way, Archer, since the Red Rider is your disciple, could he be like the Red Berserker and... Impossible. Chiron shook his head firmly. He is no longer the immature boy he once was. Now, he is worthy of the title of hero. He won't change sides because of me. On the contrary, knowing of my existence, he will undoubtedly put everything on the line to fight me, because that is the only way to show his growth and prove he is worthy of being my disciple. Indeed, Chiron's educational philosophy differed from Skathaka's, being relatively gentle. But in one respect, they shared a common belief, the dignity and expectations of a teacher. A disciple should not merely look up to their teacher but should surpass them and reach greater heights. That's quite a pity. Since Chiron said so, Calls didn't ask further. Just as Fiori trusted Shinji, he had great trust in Chiron. Let's go back. The battle is over. Yes. As they were about to leave the city wall, a massive communication spell rose from within the castle, quickly spreading around. To all Ig Millennia Masters, Ryder has escaped with a homunculus. That homunculus is an important vessel. Capture it alive at all costs. Chiron's step suddenly halted. Ryder, young man, I wish you safe travels. Chapter 396, Elopement. The scene shifts back a bit. Astolfo used his noble phantasm, Trap of Argalia, to knock down Spartacus and immediately leave the battlefield. Knowing that Astolfo is a reckless individual who acts solely on emotion, Vlad III and Avisprin don't pay much attention to his strange behavior. The two servants remained focused on capturing Spartacus. Once out of the servants' detection range, Astolfo quickly returned to Millennia Castle, to Shinji's room. At that time, Sieg was practicing walking. This was the first thing Chiron taught the newborn. First, you need to practice walking. Your legs are too weak. If you can walk, you might be able to perform magecraft. This way, the obstacles to your survival will be somewhat reduced. The second thing was to think about how to survive. Although Sieg's life was short, with only 3 years left, not thinking about it would be no different from dying here. After teaching these two things, Chiron handed Sieg over to Astolfo. It was Astolfo's responsibility from the moment he found Sieg and responded to his wish. Although Astolfo complained, he did not refuse and was prepared to escape with Sieg. His plan was simple: take advantage of the servant's complete deployment, escape the castle, and then use his trump card to leave Triphos in one go. He didn't think about where to take Sieg afterward or what punishment awaited him for not severing the master-servant contract. He simply wanted to take Sieg away, and that was it. With a slightly injured body, Astolfo smiled and extended his hand to the homunculus. Now's our chance. Let's run. The homunculus immediately understood the situation and grasped his hand, running together. Perhaps because Astolfo was holding his arm, it was overwhelmingly easier compared to usual walking. Even so, due to his frail body, their escape was slow. In the corridors of the castle, they narrowly avoided patrols of homunculi several times. None of them questioned them but silently watched them leave with cold eyes that held faint emotions. Their eyes showed sorrow and a slight hope. But the stone golems, as another form of combat force, were different. Following Castor's advice, Roche dispatched improved surveillance-type golems to chase the two running on the cobblestone paths. Of course, with Astolfo, a servant, beside him, the golems wouldn't attack. First, they couldn't stop Astolfo. Second, the golems' programming was set that way. Castor had no intention of personally pursuing them either. That was a task for others, he had more important things to do. Panting heavily, the two finally escaped the castle. Through the eastern back gate of the fortress, a rushing river came into view. The torrential, muddy flow was set as a magical trap. On the opposite bank lay a series of rugged mountains. Yet, there was freedom. Though it was a freedom filled with slight joy and harsh reality, at least it gave people the will to live. Don't let go of my hand from now on, okay? Sieg nodded nervously. The area was filled with traps and barriers set by magecraft. While a servant might manage, someone like Sieg, a flawed homunculus on the brink of death just from using magecraft, might not last 10 minutes. But the Black Rider, Astolfo smiled confidently. I've got this, Tata. He pulled out a heavy leather-bound book. Though the text and symbols on the cover were faint and unclear, Sieg understood that it was a magical item. Once, I saved a woman named Rosa Stilla. She gave this to me back then. Just holding it can break any magic. That's amazing, Sieg exclaimed. It seemed to be a noble phantasm as well. Astolfo, one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins, was known as an adventurer who embarked on various whimsical journeys, eventually reaching the moon. During his adventures, he acquired many strange and unusual noble phantasms. But there's a bit of a problem. Even though this is a noble phantasm, I've forgotten its true name. Astolfo seemed quite embarrassed as he gritted his teeth and unexpectedly revealed this absurd fact. Ah, but it's fine. As long as I have it, it should work. At least modern magi shouldn't be able to harm me. If it's not a modern magus, that's a different story. Or, the same might apply to something called a reality marble, which is almost akin to magic. But such magic couldn't be contained within a barrier and certainly wouldn't be activated just to chase after someone like Sieg. What was it called again? Magic, mana. Universal, break. Manual. Something like that. It feels like that's the name, but maybe not. Better remember it before a fight, Sieg advised. Losing just because you didn't know its true name isn't something that can be brushed off as mere confusion. You're right. Well, then let's go. Astolfo held his hand tightly and jumped forward. In an instant, the river water spiraled up to obstruct them, attempting to entangle the two. But thanks to the book, it was naturally repelled. Are you okay? Can you walk? Sieg replied that he could manage a bit. Astolfo offered to carry him, but Sieg refused. Sieg believed that until he couldn't walk anymore, he should use his own feet. Archer's teachings. Astolfo grumbled a bit discontentedly. To him, it seemed unacceptable that Sieg would follow teachings from just a few minutes of conversation. Got it. I'll stay with you until you're safe. They stepped forward. Although Sieg's feet weren't very painful, he was physically exhausted. Fatigue naturally slowed his pace. His heels and thighs began to creak and groan in protest. Are you okay? Astolfo kept asking. Sieg had been walking strong in front of Astolfo, but having stayed up all night, he eventually reached his limit. An hour later, he couldn't take another step without leaning on Astolfo's shoulder. I think you've done well. Astolfo comforted him while steadily moving forward on the dark mountain path. Even looking up at the sky, no stars were shining. It seemed they were under a disorienting illusion spell. A compass or map probably wouldn't be useful. However, Astolfo seemed to know the way. He walked straight along the forest path. Isn't it great being with me? Yes, you two should just stay together. A proud smile. The thought of not seeing that smile again tomorrow made Sieg somewhat reluctant. Astolfo would return to the Holy Grail War, while Sieg had to figure out how to survive. The likelihood of his death was high, and there was also a chance that Astolfo might perish in the Holy Grail War. The probability of this being a parting due to death was significant. Astolfo was a hero, an adventurer, and a servant, summoned to the modern world to fight. Compared to Sieg, who was created just to be consumed, they were worlds apart. What's wrong? Are you deep in thought? Sieg gave a vague response, not wanting to reveal his worthless feelings of inferiority. The forest, shrouded in darkness, was extremely quiet. Apart from the faint sound of leaves rustling in the wind, there wasn't even a bird's chirp. Was this a countermeasure against familiars? The forest was filled with barriers to a pathological degree. This atmosphere brings back memories. Did you know? I was once turned into a tree. Astolfo, looking up at the sky, talked about his past failures with a smile. It was said that Astolfo had made as many fatal mistakes as he had glorious adventures. He lost every single time he participated in horse races, fell into magical traps multiple times, and even the reason he painstakingly gained on the moon evaporated without him noticing. Yet, Astolfo never seemed to suffer from setbacks. It was as if he never considered failures and defeats as setbacks at all. For example, being turned into a tree was quite peaceful and unexpectedly nice. Birds would land on my hands without any caution, and animals, whether deer or wolves, would lean against me. You should check out the manga. Astolfo looks even more enchanting as a tree. Probably only he would think this way. Normally, being turned into a tree would lead to despair. His innate optimism must have been the reason he led such a positive life. Hey, how do you want to live your life? Suddenly, Astolfo threw a difficult question at him. Although Chiron had asked him the same question, Sieg could only answer that survival itself was his goal right now, leaving no room to consider what kind of life he wanted to lead. The pitch-black forest. Yes, his life was like this darkness. Aimless, without a goal, just like a forest where even surviving was difficult. Astolfo's genuinely caring voice resonated with Sieg's small soul. It would be great if they could escape. If possible, Sieg wanted to talk freely and joyfully with Astolfo afterward. Astolfo's steps came to a halt. He tightened his grip on Sieg's hand, which hurt a bit. Blocking their path were Black Saber and his master, Gords. It seemed they had anticipated their move and were waiting here. Sieg's expression was as emotionless as ever, while Gords glared at them with visible displeasure. Astolfo sighed and said, do you have some secret? Are you a servant? I don't think so, Sieg shook his head. Astolfo knew this too but couldn't understand, why go to such lengths for a single homunculus? The castle was full of them, after all. P.S. Darn it, because you could become the nuclear button. Chapter 397, Train Me, Teacher Chiron. Even with Shinji's intervention, some things remained unchanged. For instance, Spartacus was still forcibly severed from his original contract with Vlad III and Avisprin, and a new master-servant contract was established. Similarly, Astolfo still used the opportunity to escape with Sieg, only to be intercepted by Gords and Siegfried. The difference this time was that Spartacus's situation was due to Shinji intentionally not interfering, whereas the current scenario was purely coincidental. According to the novel, Gords wasted 2 command spells over the issue of whether to use a noble phantasm and was severely reprimanded by Darnik. At that moment, Avisprin discovered that the homunculus he had been searching for had escaped, so Darnik ordered Gords to redeem himself by capturing Sieg with Saber. This incident ended up providing Sieg with a significant opportunity, and Gords began to reflect and change due to the blow he received. Now things were different. Without Gords making any mistakes, Darnik had no reason to punish him, so there was no need for redemption. The reason why the two still went to intercept Sieg was simply because they were the only available team. Of course, the simplest and most effective method, to use a command spell to order Astolfo to bring Sieg back, was dismissed by Darnik from the start. Astolfo, with a magic resistance of a rank, could resist 1 command spell by sheer willpower. To force a command, 2 command spells would be necessary. Instead of wasting 2 command spells and creating a rift between master and servant, it was more appropriate to send someone to capture Sieg. As commanders, Darnik and Vlad III were naturally in charge of overall coordination and would not personally take action. Roche and Avisprin were busy dealing with Spartacus. Considering Spartacus's tendency to single-handedly charge at Millennia Castle, it was clear that if left unchecked, he would cause significant trouble. Therefore, a cage capable of restraining him was necessary. Avisprin's idea was to create a dual magical and physical restraint using the liquid that previously bound Spartacus and the castle's dungeon, only releasing him when his combat power was needed. Building this cage required considerable time, so the caster team could not disengage. Among the other teams, Fiori was not mobile, so she was immediately excluded. Calls, on the other hand, was a viable option, and Darnik initially considered sending him. Compared to the arrogant Gords, Calls was easier to command. Although Calls was the weakest master in terms of strength, dealing with a supply-use homunculus should not have been a problem, and Chiron could handle Astolfo. However, to Darnik's surprise, Chiron had been held up and couldn't come. The person responsible for this was none other than Black Assassin Matou Shinji. Upon returning to the castle, Shinji didn't say a word to Gords. Instead, he directly carried Fiori wheelchair, note, carried, not pushed, as pushing was too slow, leaving Gords puzzled. Gords had expected some sharp taunts from Shinji, as he had experienced Shinji's sharp tongue before, but Shinji hurried off, which was quite unexpected. However, Gords did not dwell on this minor matter, as he was pondering a more important issue, how to strengthen the bond between master and servant. Since the start of the Holy Grail War, none of Gords' actions had gone smoothly. After successive setbacks, his overinflated confidence and pride were gradually shattered, and his obscured intelligence began to resurface. He knew he had made mistakes and wanted to have a good talk with Siegfried, but he hadn't found the right opportunity yet. It was difficult for him to lower his pride to apologize directly. Meanwhile, Shinji, carrying the wheelchair, charged straight into Calls' room and bluntly said, "Train me, Chiron." Both Calls and Chiron were stunned by this abrupt request. "I've figured it out." "Don't tell me you haven't realized who Red Rider is," Shinji said as he set down Fiori wheelchair. "I did figure it out, but what does that have to do with training?" Chiron still didn't understand. Then, Shinji described the entire battle in detail. Although Chiron and Fiori had watched the live broadcast, they couldn't hear the sound and didn't know exactly what had happened. As a result, everyone, including Chiron, was dumbfounded. Fiori exclaimed, "Are you saying Achilles mistook you for Hector?" Shinji corrected, "It's not that he mistook me for Hector, rather, he saw Hector's shadow in me, like a substitute." No wonder he struck that pose at the end. That was a dual declaration, asking the gods to witness. Achilles wouldn't make such a declaration unless he recognized his opponent, Chiron said with a knowing smile. "I didn't expect him to treat you that way. I've heard of Hector too. Despite being merely human, he reached heights many demigods couldn't." "Hey, you're laughing, but I feel like crying, okay?" Shinji said with a bitter expression. "If I had known he was Achilles, I wouldn't have gone head-to-head with him. I should have changed tactics early on, coordinated with your support, and used the advantage of information asymmetry to kill him, or at least break his immortality." Although Shinji also played with slingshots, he was leagues away from Chiron's level as an archer and had no idea how many opportunities Chiron had missed. He always thought the reason Achilles wasn't taken down was his fault. For example, his positioning might have been poor, placing him in Chiron's blind spot, making it difficult to shoot, or perhaps he was mostly on the defensive, focusing Chiron's attention on rescuing him rather than critically injuring Achilles. Of course, even if Shinji knew Chiron missed opportunities due to hesitation, he would at most complain a bit regretfully and not take it to heart. After all, humans aren't unfeeling. If it were Sakura on the other side, Shinji's reaction would be worse than Chiron's. He might even switch sides. However, if Scathach were on the other side, his approach would be different again. Calls couldn't understand Shinji's pessimism. Didn't you do pretty well? From what you described, it sounds like Achilles was at a disadvantage. That was exploiting the advantage of information asymmetry to achieve an unexpected victory. Such tricks only work once, they're unlikely to succeed a second time. I seriously doubt Achilles won't be prepared next time. Shinji began scratching his head. In his previous life, he didn't have seaweed hair but straight hair, making scratching much smoother. I have some self-awareness. I could probably kill someone at Astolfo's level, and I could manage someone slightly stronger if I fought hard. But with Achilles, I'd be lucky just to escape alive. The strength gap is too big, other factors become negligible, and I've lost the initiative. I don't want to follow Hector's footsteps. So, Chiron, I can only rely on you. You want me to teach you how to deal with Achilles? At this point, if Chiron still didn't understand Shinji's plan, he wouldn't deserve his reputation as one of the great teachers of Western mythology. At the very least, help me get used to his abnormal speed. That speed is terrifying. For Karna to reach that speed, he must consume a lot of mana and can't sustain it. Achilles has no such concern. Speed is power. I'm afraid that next time, a single mistake could get me killed. I see. As I thought. You may not be top tier in terms of physicality or martial skills, but your control of the battlefield and self-awareness are excellent. These are precisely what Achilles lacks. If you maximize these traits, you might have a chance. So, you mean? You wanted special training, right? Let's start now. Yes, great sage, no, teacher Chiron, Shinji corrected himself immediately. While special training for others might not yield quick results, this one could. Because Chiron possessed a skill similar to Scathach's bug-level skill, Wisdom of the Divine Gift. The Wisdom of the Divine Gift, rank A+. The various wisdoms of a sage are granted by the gods of Greek mythology. Chiron learned medicine and music from the sun god Apollo, and hunting from the goddess Artemis. He was proficient in nearly all skills within the Greek mythological system. Except for the unique skills of heroes, he could exhibit proficiency at levels B to A in almost all skills. Additionally, with the master's consent, he could impart these skills to other servants. Shinji was very curious about what kind of sparks would fly when Wisdom of Duin Scythe met Wisdom of the Divine Gift, and how far he could go with both divine and demonic inheritances. Chapter 398, Roadblock. Shinji and Chiron were the types who, once they got serious, acted with swift decisiveness. When they said they would start special training, they began preparations immediately. First, we need a sufficiently spacious area. I wonder if there's a suitable place inside the castle. I'll go ask Patriarch Darnik soon. If there's nothing inside, we'll find a place outside the castle. There should be a suitable area within the barrier. Alright, if there's no problem, let's meet at the training ground at 6 tomorrow morning to start training. Not starting tonight. Balancing work and rest is important. You've already had a big fight today. Your body hasn't fully recovered, and you need some time to process the previous battle. Alright then. Shinji wanted to say, these minor injuries are nothing. Over at Scathach's, as long as you can move, the training doesn't stop. But since the one across from him wasn't Scathach but Chiron, he conceded, you're the teacher, you decide. What exactly will the training entail? The first step is for you to dodge my arrows. Although I can't match Achilles' speed, my arrows can. You must. Seeing their exaggerated efficiency left the Forvege siblings dumbfounded. They were still processing the whole Achilles and Hector situation. Sis, it seems like there's nothing for us to do. Indeed. Why don't we train our magecraft too? Good idea. Wait, no. What's wrong? I just promised Uncle Darnik to catch Ryder and that runaway homunculus, but now. Watching the two servants chatting enthusiastically, Call sighed helplessly. I'll talk to Uncle Darnik. After all, it's an assassin's request, and I can also help them apply for a training ground. Thanks, sis. Call's participation in the Holy Grail War was an accident, so he rarely interacted with the other masters of the Igmalenia clan, including Patriarch Darnik. Going directly to Darnik, and then going back on his word, was quite difficult for him. Fortunately, Fiori took on this challenge willingly. Everything that followed went smoothly. When Fiori mentioned that Assassin had requested Archer for special training against the Red Rider, Darnik immediately cancelled Archer's task and reassigned it to the Saber team. Gourds didn't put on airs and readily accepted Darnik's request, surprising the latter. Had this egotist taken the wrong medicine today? No, he hadn't taken the wrong medicine, his intelligence had merely returned to normal. Just moments ago, Gords had been inquiring about the details of Siegfried's battle, hoping to find a point of mutual understanding. But upon hearing it was Achilles, who was a perfect counter to Siegfried, Gords didn't dare to be arrogant. Knowing that Chiron and the strange assassin were training to deal with Achilles made him more than happy to comply rather than interfere. This led to the Saber team's roadblock scene. Rider. That homunculus cannot escape. Stand down. Despite being told this, the Black Rider wasn't about to obediently comply. What if I don't? He decisively dismissed Gords' proposal without a second thought. This seemingly impulsive response irritated Gords, but he chose not to argue with this irrational troublemaker and simply waved his hand. Saber, restrain Rider. Following the command, Siegfried stepped forward. Ah. Hey, has your master gone mad? Siegfried, maintaining his silence, swiftly rushed forward, grabbing Astolfo by the head and arm, pulling him away from the homunculus, and pinning him to the ground. The homunculus, who had been leaning against Rider, collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. What? Due to the significant difference in their specifications, Astolfo was easily subdued by Siegfried, his legs flailing aimlessly. Wait. Wait a minute. Let go of me, Saber. Just like this, take both of them back. The homunculus, lying on the ground, looked up at Gords. His gaze neither held strong hostility nor begged for mercy. Rather, his eyes were cold and mechanical, like a camera lens, observing humanity. TCH. Clicking his tongue, Gords seized the homunculus's slender arm, examining him up and down with a hint of confusion. You're no different from other homunculi. Why does Castor value you so much? What's different about you? All the homunculi of the Igdamillennia clan were created by Gords. As a fellow magus, and one under the alchemy classification, Gords was intensely curious about why Castor went to such lengths to capture this particular homunculus. Silence. The homunculus struggled to make his exhausted brain, which felt as if it were sinking into a mire, turn. His wrist was tightly gripped, on the verge of breaking. This man wanted to capture him, seemingly under Castor's orders. Why was he so adamant about capturing him? He didn't understand. Although he didn't understand, as the men had said, his fate would be to be ground into dust. In other words, to escape this situation, he had to make a choice. However, that was a choice the homunculus simply couldn't make. It was an option that a being who could see the future couldn't choose. Surely, a life as fleeting as his, trampling on others to survive, was against natural law. Bastard. What are you thinking? Don't hesitate. Don't give up. You said you wanted to live, right? You told me you didn't want to die. Then, shouldn't you fight until the end? You have that right. No matter what others say, I, Astolfo, will acknowledge you. Astolfo's words forcibly pulled the homunculus's near-breaking spirit back together. That's right, at the very least, he should have resolved to survive. No matter how clumsy that life might be, he wanted to be able to hold his head high in front of those who had helped him. Didn't he wish to live? Silence him, Saber. Gords, seemingly disturbed by the shout, impatiently glanced at Siegfried. Siegfried promptly covered Astolfo's mouth, silencing him. In that brief moment, the homunculus began to weave a spell. What was needed now was destruction. He clenched his fist, steeling himself to go all out to kill this magus named Gords. Accelerating his body to the brink of destruction. Just like when he had shattered reinforced glass before, he first understood the composition of the human body, then synchronized and began to destroy it. What? Realizing that the homunculus had activated his magic circuits, Gords stared in astonishment at the nameless creation. The homunculus gripped his hand firmly, steeled his resolve, and began to weave the opening words of his spell. Strasa/Gehen. The magical energy flowing through his body transformed in the direction most suited for tearing flesh and crushing bones. To put it metaphorically, his hand was both the barrel of a gun and the sheath of a sword. The bullets or blades that would fly from there would mercilessly destroy Gords' arm and even crush his heart. Ugh, anamorphism Eisenarm, transform into Iron Arm. The hastily woven spell highlighted a fatal flaw in the homunculus's magecraft. This magecraft, which analyzed the composition and transformed magical energy to cause the most suitable destruction for the target, would only cause a small-scale explosion if the composition itself changed. Their compatibility was poor, to say the least. A defective product created using Einsburn alchemy faced with Gords, who also studied alchemy, had fatally poor compatibility. A small explosion occurred, causing Gords to recoil slightly. However, this attempt to kill Gords had pushed the homunculus to his physical limit, counting the earlier escape attempt. You bastard. Gords trembled all over, burning with rage. His body was uninjured, and the pain quickly subsided. Such minor injuries wouldn't even take a day to heal. With healing magecraft, they could be completely cured in seconds. The issue was that the one who had harmed him was not someone else but a mere magical energy battery, one that he had created with his own hands, and the previous attack had contained murderous intent. This guy wanted to kill me. This realization was accurate. The homunculus had cast the spell with the greatest killing intent he could muster. To launch such unimaginable rebellion against his creator, the one who had given him life, the prey meant to be consumed suddenly bared its fangs. For Gourds, who regarded homunculi as consumables and his possessions, this was unimaginable. Are you kidding me? A mere homunculus. To think you could kill me? Impossible. 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 Driven by this rage, Gord swung his iron-fisted punch toward the exhausted, defenseless homunculus. At this moment, Darnik's orders had completely vanished from his mind. If this punch landed, the homunculus's fragile heart would shatter instantly. Astolfo's eyes widened, struggling desperately to break free from Siegfried. Siegfried, feeling a pang of sympathy, loosened his grip slightly. At that moment, an unfamiliar burst of magical energy erupted less than 3 meters in front of Gord's, accompanied by a commanding shout. Stop! In an instant, a fierce wind howled, and Gord's bulky body was blown backward. Seeing this, Siegfried immediately abandoned Astolfo and quickly moved to catch his master. The two lying on the ground were spared due to their smaller surface area. Hey, are you all right? Astolfo, not caring about what had happened, scrambled over to Sieg, shouting. Answer me. I'm okay. Sieg lifted his head, forcing a weak smile. Thank goodness. Astolfo hugged the homunculus tightly, nearly in tears. I suggest you don't use so much force, he's very weak right now and can't handle it. Astolfo and Sieg both looked up at the silver figure that had appeared before them, realizing that she had saved them. Who are you? Gords and Siegfried had the same question, but they quickly found out the answer. The tall woman in silver armor did not hide her servant aura. The emblem indicating she was part of the same faction clearly announced that she was their final servant. Black Lancer. Chapter 399, Borrowing a Sword. This Holy Grail War has seen numerous unexpected events, the most significant being the activation of the emergency system, which transformed the free-for-all battle of 7 servants into a team battle of 7 versus 7. Additionally, there have been many minor surprises. For instance, the ruler, Jean d'Arc, descended using a saint's vessel. Darnik intended to summon a lancer but ended up summoning a berserker, and the assassin meant for Sagara Hayoma was instead summoned by Fiori, without the additional 2-line incantation. As previously mentioned, the assassin class typically summons a Hasanai Sabbat due to the class itself acting as a catalyst. Given the proliferation of variant Holy Grail wars in this world, the information on all but the first Hasan has been exposed, making them prime targets for joint attacks by other masters upon their appearance. In their pursuit of the Holy Grail, Magi deeply researched the assassin class and eventually discovered a method to summon non-Hasan heroic spirits by preparing a specific catalyst and appending a 2-line incantation. Sagara Hayoma planned to use this method to summon Jack the Ripper. The ideal location to summon Jack the Ripper would be London, the reputed origin of the legend. However, since London is home to the Clock Tower, the headquarters of the Mages Association, summoning there would be suicidal for a rebellious member of Ig Millennia. Sagara had to settle for Japan, a place with a relatively well-known reputation and guaranteed safety. Unexpectedly, before the summoning ritual could be performed in Japan, Fiori had already summoned Assassin. By the time Darnik realized what had happened and was collecting the catalyst for Lancer while attempting to contact Sagara, Sagara had disappeared. More troubling was that the spirit board treasure collected by the clan indicated Lancer had already been summoned, an anomaly that caught Darnik's attention and caution. To date, the clan members stationed in Japan have reported no news on Sagara. With each passing day, the likelihood of his demise increases. The worst-case scenario would be that members of the Mages Association killed Sagara and replaced him as master, meaning the Red faction could potentially have 2 Lancers. Motivated by this thought, Darnik devised a plan to capture the Red Berserker. If they took one of his servants, he would take one of theirs, ensuring neither side would lose out and might even gain an advantage. Without a catalyst, the strength of a Lancer is purely a matter of luck. Of course, there is also another possibility. The summoned Lancer might be so violent that he killed his master and found a puppet to act as a third party, independent of both the Red and Black factions. In any case, Lancer is more likely to be an enemy than an ally. The moment Gords identified the newcomer, his body tensed, and the anger from being betrayed by his creation dissipated. Black Lancer. Indeed. The female knight clad in silver armor looked up slightly, her gaze sweeping over Siegfried and the crouching Astolfo nearby. Black saber and black. This was a lapse on Shinji's part. Although he had informed Artoria of the true names of the Black faction servants, he did not describe their appearances. Other than the ruler, there is no direct way for servants to confirm each other's classes, only external features can be used to make judgments. Siegfried carried a large sword, and the aura of battle energy around him was as imposing as a mountain, making it clear he was a saber. As for Astolfo, though he had a sword at his waist, it was not a noble phantasm and couldn't be used to determine his class. He could be an archer, caster, or rider. Although her knowledge included that Chiron, Avisprin, and Astolfo were male, Artoria didn't want to make any assumptions due to her own experience. Fortunately, Astolfo quickly introduced himself. I'm Ryder, Astolfo, one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins. Thank you for saving him, Lancer. Thank you. Sieg, held by Astolfo, struggled to stand and forced out the words. No need to thank me. Protecting the weak is what a knight should do. Even after 1500 years, Artoria still adhered to the knightly code. To her, Gord's behavior was undoubtedly bullying the weak, especially this young boy. You don't seem to be Ryder's master. Just a mere puppet, how could he possibly be a master? Don't make me laugh. Before Sieg or Astolfo could speak, Gords interjected. What is going on here? Artoria cast a glance at Gords, whose body shivered instinctively from the coldness in her eyes. He is a homunculus I created to serve me. Not only did he disobey my orders and escape from the castle, but he also tried to kill me, his creator. And Ryder, I don't know what madness possessed him to assist this homunculus in such a rebellious act. No, that's not it. Still very weak and barely able to stand, Sieg desperately waved his hands, trying to explain. I just didn't want to die. If I stayed there, I would die. I want to live. Live. Gords reacted as if hearing something outrageous. What nonsense. I don't recall giving you such a desire. With only 3 years of life, unable to contribute to the world or leave any mark, what is the point of such a defective product living? I. Sieg's face turned red as he tried to say something but didn't know what to say. Am I not even allowed to live? That's not true. Astolfo grabbed Sieg's hand and loudly retorted, contributing to the world or dedicating yourself to someone is something you do because you want to. Wanting to live is a righteous roar of humanity. As long as your heart is still beating, you should want to live. You must live on. The final words were a roar. It was hard to imagine that Astolfo, dressed in women's clothing and looking more feminine than a woman, could have such a commanding presence. This roar, like the first thunderclap of early spring, awakened the beast that had been dormant all winter. Sieg's eyes widened, and his breathing became heavy. I want to live. For the rider who saved me, for the archer who treated me, for the assassin who sheltered me, and most importantly, for myself. I want to live. His determined expression, burning eyes, and unyielding will moved both Siegfried and Artoria. I don't remember instilling such a personality in you. Gords was at a loss for words. By this point, he couldn't even muster any anger. It's not unusual for mass-produced items to have 1 or 2 defects, this must be a defective product. If Castor likes it, he can have it. Honestly, every time I encounter people like this. Artoria felt a slight sense of déjà vu. She thought of Irisveal, who, like this boy, was also a homunculus, yet lived more genuinely than most humans. Every time, I can't help but want to lend a hand. Is this what Merlin meant by fate? If that's the case, Ryder, may I borrow your sword? Sure, you can have it if you like. Without a second's hesitation, Astolfo handed his sword to Artoria, as if it wasn't his possession. Thank you. Artoria solemnly strapped the sword to her waist. You are an excellent knight. Although we come from different eras, I am glad to have met you in this Holy Grail war. Ahahaha, I'm glad too, Astolfo chuckled foolishly. Knight Astolfo. Yes. Astolfo snapped to attention reflexively. He didn't know why he did it, but he didn't mind the feeling. Perhaps this female knight reminded him of his lord, the greatest emperor of Europe. Hold on to your beliefs and take him away. Yes. But, Saber. I will hold them off for you, with the chivalry we both uphold as my oath. Artoria placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, and visible magical energy surged around the entire longsword. P.S. This is Astolfo's personality, completely indifferent to the value of treasures. He would give away an item, even if it were a noble phantasm. Chapter 400, Confrontation. As soon as Artoria said this, Astolfo hesitated no more. He grabbed Sieg with one hand and pointed to the sky with the other. Come forth, my companion, Hippogriff. Accompanied by a resounding eagle's cry, an even more intense wind pressure than Artoria's sword swept across the ground. The source of the gale was a fantastical beast with the upper body of an eagle and the lower body of a horse, looking incredibly bizarre. As the most mischievous troublemaker among the 12 paladins, Astolfo had many strange and extraordinary tales to his name. Among them, his non-human companions like the griffin, the famous horse Rabicano, and most notably, the hippogriff, could not be overlooked. Initially, this mythical creature should not exist. Griffins are natural predators of horses, feeding on them, making their offspring an impossibility. Yet, Astolfo, being an extraordinarily unique existence, made the impossible possible. Thus, this phantom steed, unseen in this world, became Astolfo's trump card. Well then, let's go. Gords was not willing to let the prize slip away. Saber, stop them. Upon hearing his master's command, Siegfried charged without hesitation. However, just as he took a step forward, Artoria unsheathed her sword. A silver flash streaked by as highly condensed magical energy expanded outward through the action of drawing the sword. In an instant, earth and rocks flew. Even someone as resilient as Siegfried was halted by this powerful strike. Stop. Amidst the swirling dust, Artoria stood tall with her sword, exuding a majestic presence that made Astolfo's eyes sparkle with admiration. So cool. Hurry, leave this to me, Artoria said, standing with her back to the pair, waving her left hand. Then we're off. Lancer, see you next time. Be careful. Exchanging parting words, Astolfo leaped into the air with Sieg. The low-flying hippogriff dove down, catching the two boys securely as they soared into the sky. From the start, Astolfo intended to use the hippogriff's speed to escape with Sieg. However, fearing the master, Selenik, would detect the hippogriff's magical energy consumption, he abandoned this plan in favor of a less noticeable escape on foot. Now that their escape was exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. They had to make a clean break and flee. Watching the hippogriff disappear into the sky, Artoria felt no more reservations. She calmly faced Siegfried and Gords. Do you still wish to continue fighting? Of course, Gords replied, glaring at Artoria with a hostile look. Since you let the homunculus go, you will take his place. We have many questions about your identity and your master. If you can, then try. Artoria shifted her grip from single-handed to double-handed, her preferred way of wielding her sword. Gords glanced at Artoria, then at Siegfried, who silently drew his sword, and let out a contemptuous sneer, a lancer trying to mimic a saber. My lance isn't suited for this kind of environment, and besides, I'm better with a sword than a lance. Anyone familiar with the servant system knows that a servant's class influences their noble phantasms. Different classes come with different types and effects of noble phantasms. While the detailed rules of how noble phantasms are granted remain unclear, many patterns have been observed through numerous Holy Grail wars. For instance, weapon-type noble phantasms have more restrictions, while other types have fewer limitations. Specifically, the saber and lancer classes are directly associated with weapons, limiting the types of weapons they can wield. No matter how skilled you were with various weapons in life, as a saber or lancer, you can only have sword or spear-type noble phantasms. Armwood, famous for his dual sword and dual spear combat style, could only use his spears as a lancer. Karna, who once used Vasvi Shakti to force Arjuna off the battlefield, was one of the finest archers of his time. As a lancer, the Holy Grail transformed his bow into a spear. Artoria is another example. Despite her legends revolving more around her sword, as a lancer, she is accompanied only by her holy spear. However, while the class can restrict the weapon, it cannot limit the experience accumulated in one's lifetime. Even without Excalibur, Artoria remains an excellent swordsman, unafraid of any formidable enemy with a sword in hand. Come, let me see just how strong the saber of this Holy Grail war is. With these words, the knight who once won a Holy Grail war as a saber stepped forward, approaching the awaiting Siegfried. When the distance between Artoria and Siegfried shortened to 5 meters, Siegfried moved. He lunged forward, swinging his sword with both hands. There was no variation or technique, just a pure combination of power and speed. 2 lunges, combined with the length of his arms and greatsword, covered exactly 5 meters, maximizing Siegfried's weapon advantage. The sword Astolfo gave Artoria was a typical Western sword, thin and long, designed for single-handed use. While not as extreme as a rapier, it wasn't suited for direct clashes, unlike Siegfried's greatsword, which had a completely different style. Unexpectedly, Artoria ignored the characteristics of her long sword and held it horizontally, preparing to clash head-on with Siegfried. This move surprised Siegfried. He was no novice like Gords, who knew nothing of swordsmanship. As someone who had honed his skills to a superhuman level and fought countless battles, he could tell from Artoria's stance that she had deep sword expertise, sufficient to qualify as a saber. A swordsman of her caliber couldn't be unaware of the differences in weapon and technique compatibility. When technique and weapon align, the result is twice the effect with half the effort, the opposite results in half the effect with twice the effort. If forced, it might be understandable, but this was the first strike. Was she trying to lose on purpose? Despite his doubts, Siegfried's actions remained unaffected. Regardless of his opponent's intentions, he had confidence in his strength. The moment Siegfried's greatsword struck down, he understood why. The seemingly delicate longsword transmitted an unexpectedly immense force. His B+, without using the plus, strength level, combined with the weight of his greatsword and the advantage of striking from above, only resulted in a draw. Could his opponent's strength exceed his own significantly? Before Siegfried could conclude, Artoria twisted her wrist, sidestepped forward, and drew her thin sword along the edge of his greatsword, aiming for Siegfried's chest. This time, she utilized the agility of her thin sword. Siegfried didn't dare be careless. He stepped in the opposite direction of Artoria's movement, intending to escape the thin sword's range and prevent her from closing the distance. However, once again, he miscalculated. The blade, the same color as her armor, grazed Siegfried's chest, drawing a drop of blood. Chapter 401, Gord's Discovery. Did I get hit? Siegfried's heart sank slightly. The injury on his body wasn't the issue. With the protection of the armor of Fafnir, the previous strike only grazed him. A wound about 2 centimeters long that only shed a single drop of blood indicated how minor the injury was. The real problem lay in what this result concealed. Firstly, most straightforwardly, like the Black Lancer Karna, his opponent possessed the power to break through the armor of Fafnir with a single strike. Secondly, and most puzzling to Siegfried, he had dodged the previous strike, so why was he still injured? Opposite him, Artoria's gaze swept over Siegfried's chest, seemingly reaching some conclusion. The wound was exceptionally shallow, suggesting this was the legendary invulnerability from bathing in a dragon's blood. However, Artoria stomped on the ground, launching herself like a cannonball. The tip of the cannonball was the point of her slender long sword. As long as she could inflict wounds, it wasn't a problem. 1 strike wasn't enough. Then 2. If 2 weren't enough, then 4. Siegfried twisted his wrist, using the broad spine of his greatsword as a shield to block Artoria's thrust. Generally, without understanding the opponent's methods, one should avoid their edge and observe calmly. But from the previous exchange, Siegfried had already discerned that his opponent's agility surpassed his own. His weapon, a massive greatsword, was heavy. Simply avoiding strikes would only give his opponent more opportunities. It was better to continue clashing head-on rather than give the opponent more chances. With the armor of Fafnir for protection and his master's support, Siegfried didn't mind getting injured. In the moment he made up his mind, Artoria's thrust hit Siegfried's sword shield. Taking advantage of her momentum, Artoria's strength overpowered Siegfried, forcing him back 3 steps. However, after 3 steps, Siegfried immediately regained his footing and, seizing the moment when Artoria's strength waned, swung his sword in retaliation. Artoria's swordplay shifted fluidly from agile to forceful and domineering, once again clashing head-on with Siegfried's great sword. Another rapid exchange followed, with destructive forces blowing Siegfried's long hair and tangling the plume of Artoria's helmet, but neither's resolve wavered. The sound of swords clashing was especially clear in the silent night, and the sparks from their blades were particularly dazzling under the dark sky. Swing, swing, swing. Thrust, thrust, thrust. Slash, chop, pierce, smash. Swipe, flick, lift, slice. Black Saber Siegfried maintained a solemn expression, whether attacking or defending, advancing or retreating, without any fluctuations. The greatsword, nearly as tall as he was, extended from his arm like an extension of his will, creating wave after wave of sword light. Black Lancer Artoria alternated between single-handed and two-handed grips, leaving behind a dazzling array of sword shadows and generating heart-pounding sword pressure, making her moves unpredictable. The only constant was her composure, equally matched with Siegfried's. Each clash of their swords stirred up a small storm, and each collision of their blades echoed with a thunderous roar on the battlefield. The deserted forest outside Triphos protested, screamed, and was ultimately ravaged and destroyed by the two's defiance of physical laws. Siegfried and Artoria continued their unyielding duel, reaching their 20th exchange. This time, their clash turned into a pure test of strength, with their swords pressing against each other. Under normal circumstances, with comparable strength, Artoria, who possessed Mana Burst, would have the upper hand. But Artoria's slender sword wasn't suited for such contests of brute force, and in the end, she was only able to match Siegfried. Just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch, Gords, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "So that's it, Lancer, I know the secret of your weapon." Upon hearing this, Siegfried's pupils contracted sharply, and Artoria's momentum also faltered. Noticing the change in both of them, Gords felt a surge of satisfaction and continued, "It's air. You compress air with magic, enveloping your sword, which is why it has such destructive power and can deceive Saber's vision. Saber, don't be fooled by her sword. It's much larger than it appears." After the 2 battles with Achilles, Gord's mindset had shifted. The regret of almost wasting a command spell made him reluctant to interfere in the battles between servants, and it also helped him adjust his attitude. Although he had put on an arrogant front before the fight began, once the battle commenced, he stopped speaking and silently observed. In the first exchange, Siegfried was injured. Naturally, Gords was anxious, but having the prior experience of fighting Karna, he wasn't overly panicked. Perhaps this was another top-tier servant. If worst came to worst, he could use multiple healing spells as before. The continuous emergence of strong opponents had shattered Gord's arrogance, and he began following Fiori advice, suppressing his anxiety and placing trust in his servant. This is how people are. When their mindset is unbalanced, they can't see even the simplest things. Once they calm down, their perspective broadens considerably. Soon enough, Gord's indeed identified the problem. There was something peculiar about Lancer's sword. Despite not being a noble phantasm, it could clash head-on with Saber's sword without bending in the slightest. This was a thin sword. Under normal circumstances, if a similarly material greatsword struck a thin sword, it wouldn't be surprising if it broke directly. Not to mention, Siegfried's weapon was a fantastical greatsword forged by the Nibelungen race, with materials far superior to Astolfo's decorative thin sword. Although Gord's had many flaws, one had to admit that he was the world's greatest alchemy master, second only to the Einsburns. Only such a person could spot the difference at a glance. From that moment on, Gord's no longer focused on the two servants. Instead, he concentrated on Lancer's sword, using his accumulated experience in alchemy to analyze the possibilities. It wasn't enhancement magic. It wasn't an alchemical transformation. These were his specialties, and it was easy to tell if they were in use. It wasn't an enchantment or inscription magic either, as those would have visible traits on the weapon's surface. One by one, he proposed possibilities and ruled them out. Fully absorbed, Gord's felt as if he were back in his workshop, continuously conducting magical experiments to find an answer to a problem. Finally, in the 20th exchange, when Siegfried seized an opportunity to force Artoria into a contest of strength, Gord's found the answer at the point where their swords crossed. Siegfried's greatsword wasn't making direct contact with Artoria's thin sword, there was a minuscule gap between them. In this gap, Gord sensed a special kind of magic. Under the influence of this magic, the air in the gap became harder than steel. Suddenly, all the clues fell into place. Chapter 402, The Dragon Slayer. Upon hearing Gord's explanation, Siegfried quickly reacted. The plus in his B+ strength attribute burst forth, doubling the power in his arm. What does doubling strength mean? When strength reaches B level, it can already be measured in tons. Doubling that. Artoria was equivalent to being hit by a car traveling at 60 km per hour. Fortunately, the nearby trees had already been destroyed by their earlier clashes, otherwise, Artoria would have shared Siegfried's fate from a few minutes ago, being slammed through several trees in succession. Of course, this was beneficial for Artoria. With no trees to block her, she would be flung farther away, making it harder for Siegfried to pursue. Additionally, Artoria's maneuver of manipulating the atmosphere during her flight to accelerate herself further completely thwarted Siegfried's pursuit. Artoria flew a full 50 meters through the air. The first thing she did upon landing was check her weapon. Siegfried's final burst had indeed pierced through the highly compressed air and touched the blade of her thin sword. Fortunately, the blade remained straight and bright, which relieved Artoria. The invisible air had absorbed most of the force, leaving the remaining power insufficient to cause irreparable damage to the thin sword. Yes, the secret behind Artoria and Siegfried's clash, where they could inflict damage without their blades touching, was her noble phantasm, invisible air. Weapon-type noble phantasms are often limited by their class, but other types of noble phantasms face fewer restrictions. Artoria's most commonly used noble phantasm, invisible air, falls into the latter category. This is a low-ranking but very practical noble phantasm. Its essence lies in manipulating wind, or in other words, the atmosphere. It can be used to change the refractive index of light, rendering her weapon invisible. Because the Excalibur is so famous to the extent that it can be recognized by its appearance alone without the need for a true name release, Artoria uses invisible air to hide the holy sword whenever she materializes in the saber class, preventing her true name from being revealed. This strategy isn't wrong, but it does waste the potential of invisible air. During King Arthur's campaigns, she developed various uses for it. For example, it could increase the speed of her or her horse, sweep away enemies in one blow, or use the wind as a blade to enhance the weapon's destructive power, whether it be a sword or a spear. During a contest of strength, she used the latter. Specifically, she highly compressed the atmosphere to create an invisible air sword that enveloped the tangible thin sword. In other words, the thin sword was merely a framework for shaping the external air sword, which was her true weapon. When used single-handedly, the compressed air could change the form, either increasing Artoria's speed or injuring enemies with wind blades. Both the air sword and wind blades inflict physical damage rather than being classified as a noble phantasm. Thus, despite invisible air being only C rank, it could still break through the armor of Fafnir under the influence of B rank strength and the mana burst skill. Due to the invisibility, this attack is nearly impossible to defend against. Even top-tier servants like Siegfried inevitably suffer injuries. Coupled with the poor visibility at midnight, Siegfried was hit 3 times in 20 exchanges without discerning the cause. The Night King thought it would take at least another 20 exchanges before being seen through, but Gord's revealed the secret in one sentence. Holding the sword horizontally in her right hand and running her left hand along the blade, Artoria recondensed the air dispersed by Siegfried. She glanced with mild surprise at the stout man, whom she considered morally questionable. Indeed, a person's character and abilities are not directly correlated. Gords didn't notice Artoria's gaze, he was still immersed in his joy. Without relying on command spells, he had used his strength and insight to uncover the secret of the Black Lancer sword, creating an opportunity for his servant. This feeling. This feeling. This feeling. It was simply fantastic. When he came to his senses, Gords found himself looking into Siegfried's eyes. In them, Gords saw gratitude and a hint of recognition. These were details he would never have noticed before. Even if he had noticed, he would have ignored them. He might have even scoffed, thinking, a mere puppet dares to recognize its master. But at this moment, he felt nothing but joy, a joy so intense that it shook his fat, making him want to shout. No, he already had. Go, Saber. Defeat Lancer for me. Siegfried didn't understand why his master was so excited, but he didn't think much of it. He faithfully executed his master's command. A voice in the back of his mind told him that he could now receive more support and unleash greater power. Am I also being influenced by my master? Well, it's not bad. Taking a deep breath, he let this fighting spirit infuse his entire being, causing his battle aura to surge and boil. If, a moment ago, he was like a mountain, majestic but not particularly dangerous, now he had become an ocean, with turbulent undercurrents lurking beneath its calm surface, ready to engulf anyone at any moment. Then, the undercurrents surfaced, and sword energy surged. Along with the sword energy spread an indescribable power. Gords couldn't sense this power, nor could the other participants in the great battle. Only Artoria could. It was the feeling of a cheetah eyeing an antelope, a griffin targeting a stallion, the feeling of being watched by a natural enemy. This feeling was like an instinct. Even if the antelope could potentially ram the cheetah to death, or the stallion had the strength to kick the griffin to death, they would still feel danger and even fear when confronted. In the moment when her body's instincts protested to her brain, Artoria recalled the greatest legend of Siegfried's life, battling the evil dragon Fafnir, which had destroyed thousands of villages, and ultimately killing the dragon with his human strength. He was a true dragon slayer. When this legend was sung and glorified by the people, he gained an advantage over all dragons and those with dragon attributes. And she, Artoria Pendragon, known also as the Red Dragon of Britain, indeed possessed the dragon factor, placing her squarely within Siegfried's realm of advantage. Previously, Artoria's low-level dragon attribute, combined with the advantage provided by invisible air, had allowed her to dominate the battle without much influence. But now, with Siegfried's fighting spirit soaring and his desire to attack growing stronger, the pressure he exerted also intensified. The great sword that once slew the evil dragon Fafnir swung down, and the dragon slayer bared his fangs. Chapter 403, Farewell. In this Holy Grail War, Jeanne d'Arc was summoned as ruler. She carefully inspected the forest where the second battle took place, involving Red Berserker, Black Berserker, and Rider, as well as the skirmish involving Red Rider and Archer, Black Saber, Assassin, and Archer. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. The only damage was to the trees knocked down during the battle. Moreover, the destruction didn't affect a large area of the forest. Of course, if Red Lancer, Karna, the radiant great hero, had joined the battle, the forest might have turned into a scorched wasteland. Jeanne didn't witness the battle firsthand because she couldn't arrive in time. Although her perception is tens of times that of ordinary servants, the ordinary servant's perception range is only about 100 meters. Tens of times that is only a few kilometers, and beyond that, she couldn't do much except roughly detect through the scattering of holy water. When she sensed the entry of 3 red servants and the departure of 6 black servants from the castle to intercept them, she immediately left the church where she was staying and rushed to the outskirts. Unfortunately, the battlefield was a deserted wilderness, and the saint had no means of transport other than her legs. Despite having A-rank agility, which gave her car-like speed, running at full speed would exhaust her body before she reached her destination. Therefore, she had to move at a speed her body could endure. By the time she covered the dozens of kilometers, the battle was over, and both sides had returned to their bases. All that was left for Jeanne were 2 battlefields that didn't need cleaning. Based on the traces left at the scene and her perception before arriving, Jeanne roughly reconstructed the situation. The black side's main force intercepted Red Berserker, while Saber and Assassin intercepted the supporting Red Archer and Rider. In the end, Red Berserker was captured, and the other 2 retreated. This battle concluded with a loss for the red side. All in all, it was a very ordinary battle, Jeanne concluded. Although there were many servants, there was nothing suspicious at the scene. Despite this, a lingering cloud of unease remained in her heart. Red Lancer Karna was a hero of high virtue. The only reason he would try to take her life would be a command from his master. Indeed, the problem lay with the Red Masters. She needed to find a way to contact them. Unfortunately, neither side's masters seemed to appear in this battle. The black side was entrenched in Millennia Castle, and the Red Masters, who should have been attacking, were also nowhere to be seen. Considering that this war was still in its early stages, this situation was understandable. Most masters in the Holy Grail War are magus, who are often less knowledgeable about warfare and more fearful of death than ordinary people. They might be observing from a safe place, just like the black side. In any case, tonight's battle was over. Just as she thought this, she felt a wave of exhaustion. It seemed she was already very tired. Technically, it wasn't Jeanne d'Arc as ruler who felt this fatigue. The one truly needing sleep was the body of Laetitia. It was now late at night, and after running for dozens of kilometers, though most actions were carried out by the Jeanne vessel, Jeanne was still relying on Laetitia's body, so feeling tired was natural. That said, since servants don't need sleep, Jeanne found this long-forgotten feeling somewhat novel. However, this novelty couldn't resist the body's demand for sleep. No, I can't. Not now. Rationally, she knew she should return to the city, to the church, and sleep in the bed in the attic room, but her eyelids grew heavier. She pressed her hand against a tree trunk to support herself, but it wasn't enough. In desperation, she pinched her cheek hard, the pain sharpening her consciousness a bit. What an inconvenient body. Due to the incomplete summoning, although she could maintain this state for a while, once she exceeded her limits, she might lose consciousness as if a switch had been flipped. How to deal with this problem would have to be considered later. Now, she needed to use holy water to locate the servants. If there were no issues, she could end the day. 4 black servants and 1 red servant were inside the castle. The red servant seemed to be Berserker, who had successfully swapped masters. This wasn't against the rules, master and servant exchanges were quite common. Wait a moment. Are there not 2 servants missing? There should be 6 servants residing within the fortress. So, where did the other 2 go? Expanding the search area. Found them, moving in the opposite direction from me. The 2 are acting together, perhaps on patrol. At that moment, another small dot representing a servant appeared in the scattered holy water. This is the 7th servant of the Black faction. Yes, it's black. All the Black faction servants are present. Confirming this, Jeanne shook off her drowsiness. She needed to meet the last servant of the Black faction. As a referee, it's necessary to gather information on every servant. If she missed today, the next opportunity might not come so easily. As she stepped forward once again, little did she know that her judgment was completely wrong. The 2 black servants were not on patrol but in battle, and the newly appeared dot was Astolfo, who was fleeing with Sieg. With the help of the hippogriff, Astolfo and Sieg's escape speed increased by dozens of times. The distance that previously took dozens of minutes to walk now flew by in the blink of an eye. Wahoo! Astolfo shouted excitedly, flying freely in the sky for the first time since being summoned. I've wanted to do this for so long. How about it? Isn't my hippogriff awesome? What do you think? This you naturally referred to the homunculus Sieg sitting behind Astolfo. Never having seen such a vast expanse, the homunculus was so stunned by the scene that he couldn't speak, only nodding woodenly until his chin hit Astolfo's neck, bringing him back to his senses. He mumbled, ah. Astolfo turned around, patted Sieg on the shoulder, and gave him a bright smile. This won't do at all. You're already free now. In the future, you'll see many more people and many more beautiful scenery. You have to enjoy your life. I remember there was something called an airplane in this era. It seems it can fly higher than my hippogriff. You should try it if you get the chance. Airplane. The knowledge he was given included such things, but it was just knowledge, he had never truly seen one. Can I really try an airplane? Sieg felt his mind in turmoil. Yes, you can. Seeing Sieg's bewildered expression, Astolfo encouraged him, but before that, you need to be stronger and more assertive. Come, shout with me, Wahoo. Wah-hoo. Sieg opened his mouth, trying to imitate Astolfo, but only managed an awkward exhale. Can't do it. Astolfo turned his head, seeing Sieg's flushed face, and patted his shoulder helplessly. Never mind, you'll get better with practice. We've arrived, hippogriff. Responding to its master's call, the hippogriff let out a short cry, drawing an arc in the sky and spiraling down to land. Heave-ho. Astolfo hopped off the hippogriff's back and then helped Sieg down. I can only take you this far. You'll have to walk the rest of the way on your own. These 2 paths lead to different villages, both quite remote, so there shouldn't be any magus. The last path leads to a city called Cygasora, much larger than Trifaz. It's also a good choice. Well, this crossroads seems to be a new chapter in your life. This place was on the outskirts of the Trifaz region, dozens of kilometers from the battlefield where Astolfo and Sieg flew from. It wouldn't be sensed by servants, had no detection-bounded fields, and couldn't be seen by golems. Astolfo had secretly found this perfect spot on the map in Shinji's room, under the watchful eyes of Shinji and Chiron. Aren't you coming with me? Sieg tugged on Astolfo's red cloak. I can't. I'm a servant, and I have to go back. Once I return, my master will force me to reveal your location and might even use a command spell. Ah, it's so annoying. Why do command spells have to exist? Astolfo angrily shook his pigtail. In any case, I can't defy my master's orders, so I can't take you to a safe place. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Ryder, you didn't do anything wrong. Ahahaha, that's true. One innocent, one natural, their interaction was simple. Although there shouldn't be any danger here, you must be careful on the road. Conserve your strength and mana, and be ready to use magic at any time. Okay, got it. I'm still a bit worried. How about I lend you a noble phantasm? Let me see, Trap of Argalia, the Book of Universal Magic, Hippogriff, Anne. Astolfo mumbled as he began to manifest his noble phantasms. Sieg quickly stopped him. No need. These are your noble phantasms, you need them to fight, and I can't use them anyway. Oh, right. The sword I could have given you was already given to Lancer. Next time, I'll ask Assassin to make some items for you. He seems quite good at that. Ah, right, take this. Astolfo said, pulling a seashell from his pocket. And this is? This is an item made by Assassin. If you inject mana and break it open, you can communicate with us. Once you find a safe place, make sure to let us know. Okay. Thank you, Ryder. Sieg nodded firmly. Is there anything I can do for you? Astolfo showed a slightly sad expression, then slowly shook his head. No, there's nothing. You've already been freed from this battle and you're now free, so just live according to your will. Astolfo smiled gently, like a girl, covering his cheeks with his hands. Then, as if moved, he pulled Sieg's head close and gently brushed his hair with his hand. After a moment, Astolfo finally let him go. All right, you should go now. I'll figure out how to deal with things on my end. Hearing these words urging him to leave, Sieg nodded and started to step back. Although his movements were slow, the distance between them gradually increased. Astolfo waved at him reluctantly at first, but then decisively nodded and leapt back onto the hippogriff, slowly ascending. Ryder. What should I do now? Sieg shouted at Astolfo, who was getting further and further from the ground. Astolfo leaned down and shouted back with a big smile. Do whatever you want. Now, you can do anything. You can meet all kinds of people in the city, like or dislike whoever you want, and live a joyful life of your own. I see, that does sound like a joyful thing, Sieg thought. Although there was still a thin layer of discomfort somewhere in his heart, he tried his best to avoid thinking about it. Astolfo sighed contentedly. Ah, that homunculus can now walk on his legs. Although his body is still fragile, one day he will become a true man. That should be good enough. But what should I do? Once I go back, my master will tie me up. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll let things take their course. Instantly putting such boring thoughts behind him, Astolfo guided his hippogriff back towards Millennia Castle. On the ground, Sieg walked forward slowly. His feet stepped strongly forward, leaving shallow footprints on the frozen ground. Yet, even so, his steps seemed somewhat sluggish. With every step he took, he would look up at the gradually receding figure of Astolfo. Even after he could no longer see the hippogriff, his steps remained slow and halting. Ugh, why is this happening? Even though he had learned to walk, even though he had decided to go to the village, even though his body was functioning perfectly, why were his feet so difficult to move? I should have asked Ryder how to move my feet. As he said these words, the homunculus realized that he was once again alone. At the same time, he understood that he would never see Ryder again. Ugh. It felt as if something was tightly constricting his chest, causing a sharp pain. But he still tried hard to ignore this pain and forced himself to move forward. Chapter 404, Artoria's Progress. The Dragon Slayer ability's effectiveness against dragon attributes manifests in two specific ways. First, it provides an anti-dragon boost, increasing damage. Originally, a sword slash would result in a 3mm deep wound. With the Dragon Slayer boost, the same slash would deepen the wound to 4 or even 5mm. The exact boost depends on the skill level and the degree of the opponent's dragon attribute. Second, it has a psychological impact. The suppression Artoria feels instinctively comes from this reason. Of course, Artoria's will is exceptionally strong, having borne the weight of all of Britain as a young girl. Now, without any lingering obsessions, her mind is harmonious and flawless. The pressure from the Dragon Slayer is formidable, but it's not unbearable. However, being able to withstand it doesn't mean being unaffected. The pressure from innate instincts will always exist unless the dragon factor within her is removed, affecting Artoria's performance. Her full strength of 100% is reduced to 95. If Siegfried's momentum increases, it could drop to 90. Don't underestimate the difference of 5 or 10 points. In a duel between masters, even a 1-point difference can decide victory, let alone 5 or 10. Coupled with the anti-dragon damage boost, Artoria has already lost half the battle before it even begins. This isn't an exaggeration. The differences in compatibility between servants are vast. Compared to Siegfried being helpless against Achilles, Artoria is much better off, at least she isn't completely powerless. Based on Shinji's understanding of Artoria, even if she has the power to fight, she is ultimately doomed to lose. Siegfried's advantages are just too overwhelming. Their basic attributes and physical capabilities are roughly equal, neither can overpower the other. In terms of swordsmanship, Artoria, trained since childhood and tempered by battlefield experience, is undoubtedly top tier. But that's limited to human standards and hasn't surpassed human limits. Siegfried, however, has truly stepped into the non-human realm, a whole level above. Even with instinct and mana burst, it's hard to bridge this gap. For noble phantasms, both have 2. Artoria has 1 A++ and 1 C, Siegfried has 1 A+ and 1 B+. Averaging out, Siegfried still has the advantage, not to mention his armor of Farnir, which ranks among the top 10 in practical noble phantasms. With its protection, Siegfried has a high margin for error, while Artoria's margin is reduced to 0 due to the Dragon Slayer, anti-dragon trait. With the invisible air shattered, unless Artoria retrieves her scabbard like last time, or Siegfried makes an irreparable mistake, Artoria stands no chance of winning. Or so it should be, but reality is different. After hundreds of rounds of fierce battle, Siegfried, having exerted his swordsmanship and dragon-slaying prowess to the fullest, still couldn't gain an advantage over Artoria. Desperate, Gords had to report the situation truthfully to Darnik and request reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Shinji was stunned, his mind repeatedly turning over one question: how could my Artoria be so strong? Could it be that after transforming from a girl to a mature woman, not only did she understand people's hearts better, but her combat power also skyrocketed? This isn't scientific. In his bewilderment, Shinji forgot that this world encompasses both science and the mystical. The one who made a master-servant pact with him is no longer the Artoria he remembered. The Artoria he remembered was the original saber from the Fate series, contracted with the counter-force to participate in the Holy Grail War, her strength based on her last battle in life. Now, however, she has broken the time lock, having spent 1,500 years in Avalon as an immortal being. 1,500 years, enough time for even a pig to become a sage, let alone the world-renowned King of Knights, the Red Dragon of Britain. Though Artoria spent most of these 1,500 years like a dragon, mostly asleep, with little waking time, her memory remained untainted by time. But having signed a contract with the counter-force, aware that she might fight for humanity or the planet, she trained in both swordsmanship and spear skills whenever she was awake. More astonishingly, Artoria wasn't alone in Avalon, there was also Merlin. As her teacher, Merlin taught Artoria most of her skills, through dreams, as entering dreams is as easy as breathing for this nightmare magus. Due to Merlin's pampering and indulgence, whenever Artoria wanted to train, Merlin would weave dreams for her filled with whatever monsters she needed. As an immortal top-tier voyeur who could observe the entire world, there wasn't a monster Merlin hadn't seen. Even if he wanted to fight a god, Merlin could create one in the dream, with a realism surpassing 80%. Honestly, Artoria herself didn't know exactly how strong she had become, only that she kept getting stronger. Even if it was just a little every day, no, every month, after 1,500 years, the accumulation was considerable. Any deficiencies she had were gradually filled over time. To this day, her first-rate swordsmanship has reached the divine realm through dream battles, and her greatest reliance, instinct, has upgraded from A to A++. At this moment, she is undoubtedly the strongest among the Knights of the Round Table. Even if Lancelot, wielding the Arondite, were resurrected, or Gawain at the peak of numeral of the Saint, they would not be her match. If Artoria were more accustomed to her mature form, even with Siegfried's Dragon Slayer bonus, she could still gain the upper hand. Of course, victory wasn't assured, just like Siegfried against Karna, without a chance to unleash her noble phantasm, and with the opponent having armor of Fafnir and renewed stance, fighting for days and nights would still prevent Siegfried's defeat. Even if she couldn't win, she could wear him down. This is Siegfried's capital as a top-tier servant. For this reason, Gords contacted Darnik, hoping to use the strength of multiple servants to take down Artoria. If she could be used for their side, great, if not, they could seize the opportunity to eliminate her. Darnik couldn't refuse such a rational proposal, so he quickly gathered forces to support Siegfried. Unfortunately, the Master of Black Assassin was among the reinforcements. As soon as the support team set off, they received the message. Knowing she couldn't continue the fight, Artoria unleashed a maximum power mana burst to force Siegfried back, then softly called, "Dun Stallion." A loud neigh, accompanied by the sound of the earth shaking, announced its arrival, a white warhorse clad in silver horse armor. The warhorse was very fast. Just as its features became clear, it had already arrived in front of Artoria. The warhorse was very intelligent, choosing its path intentionally, passing right in front of Gord's, scaring him pale, and forcing Siegfried to protect his master. Although the warhorse wasn't a noble phantasm, it wasn't something Gord's could withstand. Taking advantage of the gap, Artoria flipped onto the horse's back. Continuing this fight would be pointless, let's end it here. Black Saber, through your sword, I can sense that you are an excellent and upright knight. Why then, do you let your master act against the knight's creed without advising or stopping him? Are you true to your knightly vows? Hearing the female knight's stern question, Siegfried moved his lips but ultimately remained silent. Artoria snorted slightly in disappointment. I hope next time I see you, both you and your master will have changed. If all of Black Faction are like this, I would rather go forward alone. With that, the white horse galloped away, carrying its master into the night, leaving behind Siegfried silently sheathing his sword and a disgraced Gord's. PS1, Renewed Stance, Ranka. The ability to disengage from battle and reset the situation. It restores skill conditions to their initial values and forcefully removes several negative statuses. PS2, Artoria's swordsmanship isn't highly ranked. Typically, she relies on her attributes, instinct, and the advantage of an invisible sword when fighting. Without these, purely comparing techniques, she might not even match up to a spear-wielding lancer. Chapter 405, Dun Stallion. The white horse Dun Stallion and the black horse Lamrii are both beloved steeds of King Arthur. Although they are not magical beasts or phantasmal creatures, their ability to bear the Night King's campaigns north and south makes them exceptional among prized horses. Just the sheer strength of Artoria alone is something ordinary horses could not withstand. This time, accompanying Artoria in battle is the white horse Dun Stallion. This is an all-around warhorse with impeccable leg strength, endurance, and speed. It can traverse mountains and valleys as if walking on flat ground, and its short-distance bursts can rival a sports car. Even when compared to a car produced by another BMW company, it wouldn't be outshined. Of course, since it does not exceed the concept of a horse, it has no attack power and is not considered a noble phantasm. However, for Artoria, providing a platform and mobility for her lance is sufficient. This is also why Shinji, knowing that Siegfried counters Artoria, still dares to send her to intercept Siegfried. Even if she couldn't win, she could always escape. Indeed, Artoria saving Sieg was not a coincidence but an inevitability. As soon as Darnik issued the order to hunt down Sieg, Shinji contacted Artoria to rescue him at a designated location. The purpose, naturally, was to prevent Siegfried from rescuing Sieg. Astolfo's escape route was confirmed through a terrain map left by Shinji. He knew precisely where they might be caught or ambushed. Artoria found Sieg and Astolfo earlier than Gord's. However, seeing that they were not in danger, she did not reveal herself and merely followed them from afar using the invisibility of the Hades cloak. It wasn't until Siegfried subdued Astolfo and Gord's, in his rage, was about to kill Sieg, that she used Mana Burst to save him. Under her master's command, Dun Stallion ran 10 kilometers in one breath before stopping. Maintaining a stance ready to materialize her lance at any moment, Artoria vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. After confirming there was no one around, she relaxed her virtual grip and gently stroked her beloved horse's mane. It should be safe here. Thank you, Dun. The intelligent horse, Dun Stallion, raised its head in response to its master's touch and snorted as if reminding her of something. Almost forgot, we're still in Triphos. Realizing this, Artoria quickly dismounted. As soon as she left the horse's back, Dun Stallion dissolved, turning into spirit particles and dissipating into the air. The next second, a sharp gust of wind spread out from Artoria, blurring the surrounding scenery as the atmosphere became turbulent and light distorted. The invisible air, fully released. It's worth noting that this time the release had no substantial lethality. There were no enemies around Artoria. She did this purely to disrupt any potential surveillance magic in the area, creating an opportunity to don her cloak. Once she wore the cloak, all surveillance magic would fail, making it difficult for any pursuers to detect her presence. In terms of invisibility, the Hades cloak is among the best. Some might ask if the Hades cloak is so powerful, why not wear it outright? The answer is simple, Shinji was wearing this cloak when summoned, and all the other members of the Black Faction had seen it. If Artoria wore it openly, all of Shinji's plans would be ruined. Therefore, before lending the cloak, Shinji had instructed that she must not let outsiders see her wearing it. Hence, Artoria's method of reappearing from invisibility involves taking off the cloak first and putting it on requires the cover of the invisible air. After completing all this, Artoria, now in a state of invisibility, let out a long breath. Siegfried alone had put considerable pressure on her, and there was always the possibility of Vlad III and Chiron appearing. A resilient, nearly indestructible swordsman. A top-tier archer with pinpoint accuracy and long-range sniping abilities. And lastly, an all-around lord with high base attributes, home field advantage, and virtually no weaknesses, controlling a vast area. Any two of them joining forces could severely injure her, if all three were present, she wouldn't even have the chance to escape unless Shinji were to openly defy and protect her to death. As a consequence, they would lose the magical supply from the Igdamillennia family and might even have to use the 3 command spells they possess to counter Fiori command spells. Therefore, despite the accumulation of 1,500 years and Shinji's warnings, Artoria still found it hard to breathe. Compared to the last Holy Grail War, this one is more complex and more dangerous. Being the counterforces observer is indeed not easy. Stretching her arms to relax her tense body, Artoria began to gather mana to heal her injuries. The fight with Siegfried wasn't just a forced stalemate, it was a true equal match. While leaving dozens of wounds on Siegfried, she was also struck by his sword 3 times. Although the number of wounds on Siegfried was greater, the severity of Artoria's injuries was worse. There was no helping it, anti-dragon attacks are terrifyingly powerful. The magical armor that could withstand ordinary blades was easily pierced by Siegfried's sword. If she hadn't dodged in time, she might have been defeated. Fortunately, these injuries would heal after a good night's sleep, especially if she had some food to replenish her strength. At this thought, her flat stomach let out a grumble, as if in response and reminder. Hungry. Better hurry back, Miss Reika and Jack-chan must have saved some supper for me. Muttering softly, Artoria used her upgraded instinct to find her direction and headed towards the prearranged rendezvous point. It was a village isolated from magecraft, with simple and honest folk. Reika had easily rented an unused small courtyard under the guise of a vacation and had purchased many local ingredients from the villagers. Just thinking about those fresh vegetables and milk made her stomach feel even emptier. Pressing her stomach to suppress the hunger, the Night King, having removed her armor and donned her cloak, quickened her pace. At that moment, she sensed an unusual servant's presence. The aura suggested that this servant belonged to neither the Red nor the Black faction. According to the knowledge granted by the Holy Grail, it must be a ruler, the Adjudicator. Stopping to think for a moment, Artoria decided to meet with this person. No one understood the current Holy Grail War better than the ruler, who had special privileges. Gaining her support would make fulfilling her role as an observer much easier. Soon, Artoria saw a young girl. Chapter 406, When Artoria Meets Jean. When Artoria saw Jean, Jean also saw Artoria. It must be said that Jean's timing was quite fortunate. Had she arrived a dozen minutes earlier, she would have seen Astolfo returning after escorting Sieg. Had she arrived a few minutes later, Artoria would have already left. With the isolation provided by the Hades cloak, even the ruler would find it difficult to detect her. The moment Artoria saw Jean's face, she was stunned. That hair. That face shape. Those ears. Those eyebrows. That nose. And that mouth. Why do they look so familiar? It felt like looking into a mirror. Wait, isn't this my face? Who is she? How can she look exactly like me? It's no wonder Artoria was so shocked. Even an ordinary person would be startled to see someone who looks very similar to them on the street, let alone someone with Artoria's unique experiences. She vividly remembered that her sister Morgan had used magecraft to give birth to the taboo child Mordred, who looked exactly like her. Although she was certain that the girl in front of her was not Mordred, her first thought upon seeing that face was, could this be another one of her sister's tricks? One must understand that Morgan was both a Lady of the Lake and a great magus on par with Merlin. As long as she was alive, it wouldn't be surprising for her to pull off some strange magic. Unfortunately, when King Arthur died, Morgan was still alive and well. Of course, if Artoria could break the dimensional barrier and meet a guy named Takeuchi Takashi, she wouldn't be so surprised. What's the big deal about one look-alike? Characters with the same face could form a team, or even fight in a Holy Grail War. Unfortunately, Artoria didn't know Takeuchi Takashi, so she fell into confusion, standing there blankly, her eyes unfocused as she watched Jean approach. Are you the Black Lancer? Black Lancer. It's worth noting that at this moment, Artoria had already switched to her armored state, so only she could see Jean's face, while Jean couldn't see hers. Black Lancer. Jean asked for the third time, and Artoria finally snapped out of her daze with an responding, servant, ruler. Yes. Jean nodded, then asked with some concern, are you all right? Nothing, Artoria responded reflexively, then realized something was off and asked, why are you asking me if something's wrong? Yeah, did something happen? Jean was a bit puzzled by the situation. You'll know soon enough. Artoria took a deep breath to calm herself, then removed her full-face helmet. This time, it was Jean's turn to be stunned. However, her reaction was much smaller compared to Artoria's. This was mainly because the current Artoria was in her more mature form, resembling an older sister, and thus appeared much more mature than Jean. There were still some differences in their appearances. Additionally, Jean didn't have Artoria's unique experiences, so for her, the resemblance was merely surprising, not confusing. You startled me. I didn't expect us to look so similar. If I lived a few more years, I might look more like you. And you are. Servant, ruler, Jean d'Arc. Please take care of me, King of Knights of Britain. Saint Jean. The name awakened long-buried memories in Artoria. Back then, she had not yet let go of her obsessions. A mad caster had called her Jean, and the Queen of the Shadowland had also said she resembled Jean. So it's you. If it's you, then it's not surprising. Indeed, apart from the eyes, our faces are almost identical. Artoria wasn't surprised, but Jean found Artoria's calm attitude rather strange. Why do you say that? Because someone mistook me for you in another Holy Grail war. Perhaps it was an initial positive impression, or perhaps it was the sense of shared nobility, but Artoria did not hide the truth. Who was it? Gilles de Rice, he should be your comrade. Gilles. Jean's pupils contracted. He was her most steadfast supporter and ally. This bond remained unbroken until death. Countless memories surged to the forefront of her mind, the oaths sworn under the banner of the fleur-de-lis, the bloody battles on the front lines, and the shared laughter after the liberation of Orleans. All these thoughts eventually turned into a single sigh. Is he, all right? Artoria hesitated for a moment, then finally shook her head. Not well. He went mad, stubbornly mistaking me for you. Although we look very similar, there are many differences. If someone were familiar with you, they couldn't possibly mistake us. Moreover. Moreover what? Moreover, after being summoned to the present world, he committed many crimes and ultimately tried to summon a monster to destroy an entire city. Gilles he. The color drained from Jean's face instantly. Although she already knew Gilles de Rice's fate and the crimes he committed through the knowledge granted by the Holy Grail, hearing it from Artoria made it all the more real. She felt pained by this, yet she accepted it as a fact. However, when she heard that he had been summoned to the present world and still had not changed, her heart wavered. Gilles, are you still fixated on my death? Artoria silently watched the girl in front of her. She could understand these feelings. If Lancelot or Gawain had turned out this way, she would have reacted similarly. All she could do was wait for Jean to come to terms with it herself. She believed this girl, who was so similar to her, would find her way out. Because their resemblance extended beyond appearance to their spirits. After an unknown amount of time, Jean lifted her head, her voice hoarse as she asked, what happened to Gilles in the end? He died, under my holy sword. Artoria's expression was calm, showing no concern that she had personally killed Jean's comrade. I see. Jean's voice was very soft. When she looked up again, her eyes had regained their clarity. Thank you, King of Knights, thank you for stopping him for me. No need to thank me, if it were you, you would have done the same. Yes. This trust lifted Jean's spirits significantly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Only then did she realize the oddity in their conversation. Wait, how do you have memories of another Holy Grail war? Heroic spirits are beings detached from the timeline, capable of being summoned in any era, past, or future. However, only that world itself can summon the original heroic spirits, while humans can only summon servant incarnations of these spirits. The information, soul, that constitutes a servant returns to the original spirit upon the servant's death. The original spirit can then understand the servant's actions as if reading a book, but this record is not inherited by newly summoned servants. In other words, servants do not retain memories of their previous summonings. Yet Artoria had these memories, which naturally surprised Jean. Could it be due to the command spell? Before Jean could ponder further, Artoria proudly declared. Because I am special. P.S. Yes, I'm taller than you, and my chest is bigger too. P.S.2. Don't take the noble phantasm animation of Lancer Artoria seriously. At least, there hasn't been any other evidence found that Dun Stallion can fly. If you insist on explaining the noble phantasm, it could be said that the invisible air blew it up. Chapter 407, Chapter 407, Sisters. Because I am special. This statement revealed Artoria's attitude. She intended to come clean with Jean, explaining her uniqueness and the mission she bore, seeking Jean's help. This wasn't a hasty decision but a conclusion reached after careful thought. If it were another ruler, Artoria might not have used such a direct and undisguised approach. She would have cautiously engaged, gradually assessing the situation before deciding whether to speak and if so, how much to reveal. The King of Knights may not be exceptionally clever, but having been a ruler of a nation, she possessed the necessary intelligence and prudence when calm. The reason for choosing this approach was simply that it was Jean, a person whom both Scathach and Artoria herself had recognized as having a similar character and spirit. With this premise, Artoria only needed to put herself in the role of ruler to find the answer. Mentioning Gilles de Rice also served as a test to see how Jean would respond in such a scenario. Jean's response satisfied Artoria, hence she straightforwardly claimed to be special. Special? Jean looked puzzled and somewhat wary. Could my anomaly be related to her? That's right. Let me put it this way, I grumble. Before she could finish, a strange noise interrupted them. Though it wasn't loud, it didn't escape the ears of the servants. Well, I'm also a bit special. I need to eat like ordinary people, otherwise, I get hungry. Jean lowered her head in embarrassment and explained softly. The grumbling had come from her stomach. Although she had eaten a full dinner at the church, the hours of travel and use of holy water for exploration had depleted her energy, requiring replenishment. I understand. Artoria nodded repeatedly. An empty stomach is a formidable enemy, only when full can one fight effectively. At first, Jean thought it was just a comforting remark to avoid awkwardness, but seeing Artoria's serious expression, she realized it was more than that. Do you think so? Of course. My stomach would have protested even earlier. If I hadn't sensed your presence, I would have already gone back to resupply. When it comes to eating, the great king of knights never jokes. My place isn't far from here. If you don't mind, how about joining me for a meal? Miss Reika's cooking is very good. Well. Jean hesitated for a moment, but her body's needs overpowered her pride. Sorry for the trouble. Then let's go. We can talk on the way. Artoria started walking, but Jean remained rooted to the spot. What's wrong? Jean's face turned even redder when Artoria asked, I need not only food but also sleep. I'm so tired and hungry that I can't walk any further, could you carry me? In truth, she could still move by expending a lot of mana, but enduring the despairing hunger and fatigue would only worsen. Continuing like this, Jean was sure she would lose consciousness, so she had to muster the courage to ask the Night King for help. Her noble phantasm, Revelation, told her that Artoria could be trusted. Revelation, rank A. A skill equivalent to instinct. While instinct is a sixth sense in combat, revelation applies to all matters concerning the achievement of a goal, such as selecting the best path during a journey. Since it appears baseless, in the user's opinion, it cannot be properly explained to others. TSK, this similarity is truly beyond words. Given Jean's trust in her, Artoria would not betray it. She smiled and said, I can, but I have a better way. First, let me ask, there aren't any surveillance spells or familiars around, right? No, Jean shook her head. Ruler's exaggerated perceptive abilities ensured that all surveillance mysteries would be exposed. Since she had accepted the invitation, she couldn't allow Artoria's stronghold to be compromised because of her, it was only fair. That's good. With a call, a white horse appeared. This is my partner, Dun Stallion. Dun, this is my friend, Jean. Can you let her rest on your back for a while? Dun Stallion extended his head towards Jean and nudged her cheek with his nose. Thank you, Dun. This affectionate display brought a pure smile to Jean's face and a hint of surprise to Artoria. A noble steed with the ability to communicate, Dun Stallion was also proud. While he would not refuse Artoria's orders, he never proactively approached strangers. On one occasion, Bedivere, a newly joined knight of the Round Table, rashly tried to brush Dun Stallion's back and was promptly kicked away. Perhaps he considers Jean to be like family. With this thought, Artoria helped Jean onto the horse's back and led the way herself. Jean, if you notice anyone watching us, be sure to tell me. Okay. The place where I live is a very peaceful village. I don't want them to get involved in the Holy Grail War. Okay. Anne. The sensation of a touch on her shoulder interrupted Artoria's words. It was Dun Stallion's chin. What's the matter, Dun? Turning her head, she saw Jean slumped over Dun's back, arms wrapped around his neck, eyes closed, breathing steady. She fell asleep. Artoria didn't know what expression to put on. She quietly watched Jean's sleeping face. With her blue eyes covered by eyelids, her face was no different from that of her younger self. Looking at it this way, we do seem like sisters. Dun Stallion shook his head, indicating agreement. If not, he wouldn't be so close to Jean. In Cygasora, at a certain secret stronghold concealed by natural bounded fields and magecraft. Semiramis, full of spirit, triumphantly declared, this is the garden I longed for. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, how do you like it, Master? Wonderful. You've seamlessly integrated my requests, haven't you? Shiro's eyes sparkled as if he had seen something he had longed for in his dreams. What stood before him was an unimaginably colossal structure. It consisted of lush, neatly arranged floating islands, marble floors, and columns. Various plants intertwined everywhere, blending chaotic ugliness with dazzling beauty. Rather than a garden, it was more akin to a fortress. And rather than a fortress, it evoked the image of a gigantic flying weapon. This was no mistake. The Hanging Gardens was, in fact, a genuine floating fortress. Of course. Once Rider and Archer return, we'll activate the garden. Even the servants of the Black Faction will likely be scared out of their wits. Hearing Shiro's praise, Semiramis felt even more delighted and burst into laughter. Before that, would you like a tour of my garden? My master. Nothing would please me more. I must warn you, within the garden, the poisons I create will be maximally potent, so be prepared. Shiro was slightly taken aback but then smiled and said, are you worried about me? You, Semiramis, furious, snapped, go die, right now, Sakura Yuzum sad face. Arrogant king's alcohol. P.S. Regarding servants in FGO having memories, Nasu, Kinoko Nasu, the creator, has explained. To summarize, it's because of the uniqueness of singularities, so they have memories. See, Chaldea is that impressive. Chapter 408, Astolfo's Great Crisis, Part 1. Astolfo encountered an unprecedented crisis. More than a dozen black, hard stakes emerged from the ground, each aiming at the major arteries in his body. If even one pierced him, Astolfo would be seriously injured. If several hit him, the black faction's rider would likely be forced to withdraw. These black, hard stakes were naturally the noble phantasm, Kazikli Bey, of the Black Berserker, Vlad III. The reason was that Astolfo had angered this leader of the black faction. After ensuring Sieg's safety, Astolfo rode his swift eagle back to Millennia Castle. Thanks to his swift eagle, Astolfo was much faster than other servants. By the time Siegfried and the others, including Chiron, who went to provide support, had not yet returned, Astolfo was already back at the castle. One must admit that the existence of rationality evaporation makes his thought process unique. Seeing that the patrolling homunculus guards did not come to arrest him, he assumed everything was fine and boldly returned to his room to sleep. Unexpectedly, his master, Selenik, was waiting in his room and caught him red-handed. Selenik, with anger that had no outlet, ignored Astolfo's explanations and used all kinds of methods, bindings, curses, and various torture devices. She used everything she could, forgetting that Astolfo had A-rank magic resistance, rendering these methods almost entirely ineffective. After some turmoil, Astolfo ended up tied in a strange position, and at this point, the servants who had gone out also returned to the castle. Learning that Astolfo had returned, Darnik immediately convened everyone for a meeting. Naturally, the topic was Astolfo's elopement with the homunculus. At first, neither Darnik nor Vlad III acted as impulsively as Selenik. They gave Astolfo a chance to explain and defend himself. Astolfo did not hide anything and recounted the entire process, including how he found the person in the corridor and how he helped him escape. Of course, he omitted the assistance provided by Chiron and Shinji. Even without rationality, his emotions did not allow him to betray his friends. This omission made the two accomplices secretly relieved and somewhat touched. Given their importance in the black faction, even if they were exposed, it wouldn't have led to severe consequences. However, they would have undoubtedly faced a scolding, possibly affecting their image in their master's eyes, something two servants eager to maintain good relations with their master could not tolerate. After understanding the events, the next question was where Astolfo had taken the person. Before asking, Darnik kindly explained Avisprin's noble phantasm, Golem Keter Mokath, and the concept of the heart of the furnace, hoping Astolfo would confess honestly and bring the person back, so the issue could be resolved with minimal punishment, a political maneuver Darnik was quite skilled at. However, Astolfo ignored Darnik's goodwill and claimed he didn't know, which infuriated Selenik. If you don't appreciate kindness, then you don't deserve it. In her fury, Selenik stomped on Astolfo's face with her boots. When that didn't provoke a reaction, she revealed her command spells, ready to issue a forced order. Unexpectedly, Astolfo remained unafraid, smiling and saying, I knew you'd do that, so I just sent him out of the territory, not to a specific place. This way, I don't know where he went. Even with a command spell, you won't get an answer. Doesn't that feel great? Am I not clever? This unrepentant and boastful attitude made everyone feel like he deserved a beating. Selenik was on the verge of exploding with rage, but before she could vent her anger, a surge of magic darker than the night swept through the room, bringing with it black stakes. Kazikli Bey. Vlad III had made his move. Astolfo's attitude had utterly infuriated the tyrant. To Vlad III, Astolfo's act of releasing the heart of the furnace was a betrayal he could not tolerate in life or death. If not for Darnik's persuasion, he would have impaled Astolfo the moment he saw him. At first, Astolfo's cooperative attitude slightly alleviated Vlad III's anger, and he was even considering giving him a chance. However, a sudden twist completely ignited Vlad III's wrath. When a tyrant is enraged, blood is inevitable. Vlad III unleashed his noble phantasm, intending to establish an iron rule with the blood of a traitor and to quell his fury. As the magical energy swept through, Astolfo sensed the lethal danger. If his hands and feet weren't bound, he might have had a chance to evade. Although the bindings weren't much of an obstacle and could be broken at any time, even that would take a moment, time enough for the stakes to pierce his body. It's over. I'm going to die. My friend, you must live happily, though I won't be able to see it. Foreseeing his end, Astolfo closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. In his final moments, his heart was free of regret, filled only with wishes and slight sadness. He was such a pure person, naive and carefree, but never changing. The expected pain did not come. Just as the stakes were about to hit, another burst of magical energy intervened, propelling Astolfo out of harm's way. This magic, in stark contrast to Vlad III's chaos and darkness, exuded freshness and vitality, like being in a lush, verdant forest. This characteristic belonged to only one servant, the Black Archer, the great sage Chiron. As soon as Astolfo began boasting, Chiron sensed trouble. With the wisdom of the divine gift, he promptly prepared Mana Burst, saving Astolfo just in time. "Please, Grand Duke, quell your thunderous rage." Almost simultaneously with his rescue, Chiron stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Vlad III while keeping an eye on Astolfo. Chiron's respectful counsel aimed to dispel Vlad III's anger, while his watchful eye ensured the Grand Duke wouldn't lose control, wisdom accumulated from long years of life. Chiron's actions were undoubtedly correct, but he hadn't accounted for the disparity in their powers. A strange tint of blood appeared on Vlad III's pale face, and a more terrifying magical energy enveloped the throne room. In the next second, more stakes burst from beneath the carpet, roughly 50 in total. Most targeted Chiron, with a few aimed at Astolfo. Chapter 409, Astolfo's Great Crisis, Part 2. Despite his rage, Vlad III retained a degree of rationality. The stakes targeting Chiron did not attack directly but formed a conical cage around him, trapping him inside. However, the stakes aimed at Astolfo were not so gentle. Like before, they targeted his vital points with lethal intent. Chiron's expression changed. He wanted to help but was blocked by the cage of stakes. By the time he smashed the cage with his fists, Astolfo had already disappeared. Disappeared? Yes, he had disappeared. While Chiron couldn't rescue him in time, someone else could. This person also knew Mana Burst. Just before Astolfo was impaled, a palm strike sent him flying to the other side of the throne room with a gust of magical energy. That person was none other than the final member of the trio who helped Sieg escape, Black Assassin Matou Shinji. His reaction mirrored Chiron's. After saving Astolfo, he stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Grand Duke, please calm your anger." "Archer. Assassin. Do you intend to oppose me? Do you also wish to defy me?" Vlad III's furious voice echoed through the throne room, and black mist began to swirl in his blood-red eyes. "Extreme punishment. No." Darnik tensed up, ready to intervene, but the Romanian tyrant acted first. Kazikli Bey. This time, the stakes were more numerous and denser, targeting not 2 but 3 people, and without any mercy, all stakes aimed for their vital points. This action demonstrated Vlad III's will: the traitors must die. If anyone protected the traitors, they would share the same fate. However, this time, the 3 were prepared. Chiron displayed a unique centaurian gait, effortlessly weaving through the gaps between the stakes. He even had the leisure to manifest a bow and shoot a smooth, radiant arrow at Astolfo. Shinji didn't move as gracefully as Chiron but appeared even more composed. He took a step back, his body enveloped in golden light. He grasped the foremost stake with his left hand, unbothered by its sharp tip. Astonishingly, the stake, which could impale a person, was halted by Shinji's hand. Unable to pierce him, the stake was no different from an ordinary pole, lifting Shinji into the air. Simultaneously, a golden and azure staff appeared in Shinji's right hand. With a wave, the T-shaped head of the staff shot a milky white aura toward Astolfo. Astolfo was in the most precarious position. Initially, he had closed his eyes, expecting death. Now, knowing someone was saving him, he wasn't willing to die. He rolled on the ground, straining to break his bindings. With his hands and feet tied, Astolfo couldn't move faster than the stakes. Fortunately, Chiron's arrow arrived first, landing beside Astolfo and causing a small explosion that shattered the floor tiles and sent Astolfo flying. This was a high-level application of Mana Burst, where the mana was stored in the arrow rather than released during the draw, only unleashing upon impact, a divine skill achievable only by an archer like Chiron, whose archery had reached a godly domain. Before Astolfo hit the ground, the milky white aura reached him, forming an egg-shaped protective shield. It cushioned his fall and provided a layer of protection against any potential follow-up attacks from Vlad III. At this moment, Astolfo broke free of his bindings and stood up. The green wind swirled around him, seemingly summoning a noble phantasm, but he stopped reluctantly due to a signal from Chiron. Grand Duke, Darnik finally seized the moment to step in, blocking Vlad III's path. "Do you also intend to stop me, Darnik?" Vlad III cast a cold glance at his master. At this moment, his blood-red eyes were already half-invaded by black mist. "I dare not," Darnik bowed deeply. "I only wish to ask the Grand Duke to give Archer and Assassin a chance to explain. They are not Rider, they would not act so rashly without reason." Vlad III's expression remained grim as he stared at his master. Darnik kept his head lowered, his face showing no change, though the veins on his wrist, hidden by his sleeve, twitched, causing the command spells on it to tremble as well. Silence. No one spoke or moved even slightly. The entire throne room seemed to freeze, until the lord seated on the throne exhaled a breath of black mist and slowly lowered his raised right hand, allowing the air in the room to flow once more. Very well, in your name, for the past merits of archer and assassin, and because you have evaded the impaling 3 times, I will give you a chance to explain. Thank you, Grand Duke, Darnik bowed and stepped aside. Thank you for your mercy, Grand Duke, Chiron bowed a second time. Shinji flipped off the stake and also bowed. Only Astolfo, holding his head, looked around nervously. Shinji couldn't tolerate it and took a few steps over, tapping Astolfo on the head with the staff of the goddess, scolding, "You, too, bow." Oh, Astolfo rubbed his head and reluctantly bowed. You idiot, if you keep messing around, you might die here. This is not the same Grand Duke from before. Shinji sighed helplessly. The staff of the Egyptian goddess switched its power from protection to healing, spreading from his right hand to his left. Everyone thought he had blocked Vlad III's impalement, but only he knew he hadn't completely. Though it was just a bit, the tip of the stake had indeed pierced Shinji's palm, drawing a drop of blood-stained gold from the Buddha's light. One stake was like this, what about 10, 100? It's known that the Grand Duke's total number of stakes is 20,000. After all, he wasn't a Buddha with a Vajra body, only possessing a left arm achieved through external means. Moreover, Vlad III's class was troublesome. In the original timeline, Vlad III was a lancer, with his heroic side maximized by the local boost, making him even wiser and braver than in life. Even when Astolfo let Sieg escape and caused the loss of one of the faction's biggest aces, Siegfried, he merely ordered Astolfo's imprisonment and immediately entered spirit form to suppress his rage. But now, he wasn't the wise and brave lancer, but the madman class with the berserker skill. Although Berserker EX had an extreme reflex effect, allowing him to view things calmly, a calm madman was still a madman. He was now closer to the tyrant he was in life. Perhaps Astolfo's crime didn't deserve death, but would a tyrant care, especially in wartime? Not to mention, this tyrant was in an unprecedentedly powerful state. If things went wrong, the entire Millennia Fortress could be affected. Chapter 410, Astolfo's Great Crisis, Part 3. That being said, while Vlad III is indeed dangerous and difficult to deal with, the option of watching Astolfo be executed by him never existed from the start. Shinji's goal is to seize the Holy Grail, but he can't achieve that with his power alone. Therefore, he needs allies, and Astolfo is one of the potential allies he's chosen. What makes the best kind of ally? The answer is simple, 2 points. They are unlikely to betray you. They have no desire for the Holy Grail. Astolfo fits these criteria perfectly. Firstly, he is a knight and follows the chivalric code. Once he trusts you, he won't betray you. The fact that he took all the blame on himself earlier is the best evidence of this. Secondly, he has no regrets in life and no wish to entrust to the Holy Grail. He doesn't even know why he responded to the summons, often saying things like, since I was summoned, I might as well enjoy the second life. If it weren't for his extremely scatterbrained nature, he would be the best ally instead of just a potential one. Of course, after letting Sieg go and blocking 2 attacks for Astolfo, he is already Shinji's ally. From here on, as long as the circumstances are favorable, he can be fully brought on board. But before that, they need to get through the current crisis. As Shinji pondered how to persuade Vlad III to spare Astolfo's life for the time being, Chiron had already spoken up, not to the Grand Duke on the throne, but to the silent caster, Avisprin. Caster, you previously mentioned that the homunculus might serve as the heart of the furnace for your noble phantasm. The servant, whose face was always hidden behind a mask, gave a slight nod. Just possibly. Not definitely. I cannot draw a definitive conclusion without experimenting. Avisprin was a pure researcher, always adhering to the principle of truthfulness and never falsifying results. Chiron continued, so, it's also possible that the homunculus cannot serve as the heart of the furnace, correct? Avisprin nodded. Thank you. Chiron politely turned to Vlad III and said, Grand Duke, you heard him. It's only a possibility, not a certainty. If the homunculus cannot serve as the heart, then Ryder was merely dealing with a homunculus according to his own will. If I recall correctly, we servants have command over homunculi. Archer is correct, Darnik interjected. So, we cannot execute an important member of our faction over a mere possibility, don't you think, Grand Duke? Wait. Before Vlad III could respond, Roche stepped forward. My teacher is just being cautious. Based on the data we collected from other homunculi, that one definitely can serve as the heart of the furnace. The person most displeased with Ryder for letting Sieg go was undoubtedly Avisprin, followed closely by his master, Roche. Roche held Avisprin in extremely high regard, dedicating himself to learning from and assisting him in completing the noble phantasm known as the primordial human, Adam. Now, all the preparations were complete, except for the heart of the furnace, but the heart had been let go by one of their servants. How could Roche not be angry? After all, he was only 13 years old and couldn't maintain Avisprin's absolute rationality. If the potential heart was lost, just find another one. Getting angry was meaningless and a waste of time. Unfortunately, a naive child like Roche was no match for Chiron, who shut him down with a single sentence. That's still just speculation, isn't it? But. As Roche was at a loss for words, Vlad III slapped the armrest of his throne and shouted, "Enough. Archer, even if the homunculus cannot become the heart, it does not excuse Ryder's rebellious actions." Initially, the dispute over the homunculus was only between Avisprin and Astolfo, a minor conflict due to differing opinions. But once Avisprin reported the situation to Darnik, who then issued a pursuit order, the nature of the problem changed. If Astolfo had handed over Sieg at that moment, it would have been fine. But not only did he not hand him over, he also broke through the interceptions by Gords and Siegfried to send Sieg away. This was undoubtedly an act of rebellion. Rebels must be punished. Vlad III's words were resounding and undeniable. Grand Duke. His Excellency the Grand Duke is right. Shinji interrupted Chiron's upcoming argument, clapping his hands and stepping in front of him. Rebels must be punished. Upon hearing this, Astolfo immediately pouted, Chiron's expression grew more puzzled, and even Vlad III was somewhat surprised. If you agree with my view, why stop me? Because there are many ways to punish, and the one the Grand Duke has chosen is the most wasteful, Shinji said, glancing back at the two with a reassuring look. Vlad III asked, what do you mean by that? After all, this is a time of war, and it's still early in the conflict. Although we won the initial battle and gained some advantage, this advantage is far from securing victory. If we execute Ryder now, it would be a loss to us and a gain to the enemy, wasting the advantage we've just obtained. What do you suggest then? It's simple, let him die on the battlefield. Rebellion is a grave crime, and he must atone for his life, but there are many ways to die. Being impaled by the Grand Duke is one way, dying on the battlefield is another. This way, he can still create some value for our side. I suggest assigning him the most dangerous tasks in the upcoming battles, placing him wherever it's most perilous. For our side, it won't waste our combat strength, and for him, dying in the charge won't disgrace his knightly name. Shinji's goal was to change immediate execution to a reprieve. Both Shinji and Chiron knew that they couldn't confront a tyrant like Vlad III head-on, they had to use a softer approach. Chiron had already proven that reasoning wouldn't work, so they had to try another method of appealing to Vlad's interests. As long as they could keep Astolfo alive, there would always be a chance for a turnaround. With Chiron's wisdom, he immediately understood Shinji's point when waste was mentioned. He had prepared two arguments and had chosen the reasoning approach to spare Astolfo more suffering. Now that his suggestion was rejected, he quickly followed Shinji's lead in appealing to Vlad's interests. I agree with Assassin's suggestion. Although we have gained the Red Berserker, from Saber's description, our Lancer doesn't seem to be on our side. We must be cautious. Mentioning the female knight who could rival Siegfried, Vlad III's anger finally subsided, that indeed was a significant hidden danger that needed attention. Very well, I will follow your counsel and give Ryder a chance. Hearing this, Shinji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He bowed again without showing any emotion on his face, but inside, he was sneering, though Vlad's strength had increased, his mind was not as sharp as before. Let him be complacent for now, misfortune awaits him later. Semiramis, Amakusa Shiro, don't let me down. P.S. Grand Duke, why am I so unlucky? Truly, a heart-wrenching tune, where can I find a kindred spirit? Chapter 411, Virgin. To summarize, the Black Rider Astolfo's hands and feet were pinned down by thick stakes, and his mobility was further restricted by fluid-like golems, effectively putting him in the same state of confinement as the Red Berserker Spartacus. Although Vlad III eventually agreed to commute Astolfo's death sentence to a reprieve, this did not mean he could enjoy the same freedom as before. On one hand, this was a punishment for his rebellion. On the other hand, leaving him unchecked could lead to unforeseen troubles, so imprisonment was deemed the best option. Reaching this conclusion, Vlad III and Avisprin combined their efforts to set up the restraints, and finally, Astolfo's master, Selenik, personally locked him in the dungeon. After completing all this, Selenik did not leave. Instead, she drove out all the homunculus guards and then slapped Astolfo across the face. She thought this would make her feel better, but the reality was quite the opposite, her mood worsened. Although Astolfo winced, his expression lacked its usual carefreeness. Yet, he did not show signs of unbearable pain, and more importantly, there was no hint of despair. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? I do. I saved a homunculus, that's all. Don't joke around. Because of you, Castor can't activate his noble phantasm, and that's an A+ rank anti-army noble phantasm. Astolfo pondered for a moment, expecting to be scolded, then said. I'd rather not use a noble phantasm that requires sacrificing humans. Even if I had to do it all over again, I'd make the same choice. You. Selenik, enraged, slapped Astolfo again. Seeing him remain nonchalant under such circumstances only made Selenik's mood worse. She began shaking the stakes driven into his hands and feet. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. No, please, spare me that. Astolfo's face showed discomfort. Selenik finally felt satisfied. This was an expression she could never see from him in bed. This alone is enough. The beautiful black magus thought from the bottom of her heart. It was a pity that servants didn't have real physical bodies. A servant should act like a servant. If you had stayed by my side, none of this would have happened. Ah, so if I start doing that now, will you release me? Even though Selenik was madly in love with Astolfo, she shook her head at this suggestion. As long as Darnik continued to respect Vlad III, Vlad's authority was absolute, and she didn't want to get involved in that mess. The only time you'll be released is during battle. In this Holy Grail war, you're destined to be used as a pawn. Selenik displayed a cold smile, whispering in his ear. If you want to hate someone, hate that homunculus. Sorry to interrupt your intimate moment. A third voice echoed in the dungeon, which was supposed to contain only the two of them. Without needing to look, they both knew who it was. Only assassin could approach them silently under such circumstances. Selenik turned around and saw Shinji leaning against the cell door. She snorted, if you know you're interrupting, then don't speak and leave immediately. Or, do you want to join us for a threesome? In the last half of her sentence, the anger in her words suddenly turned into allure, combined with her purple lipstick, emitting a mysterious temptation, like a blooming poppy flower. Such a stark contrast genuinely startled Shinji. What's with this woman? She's way too bold. Shinji's mouth twitched as he silently cursed Selenik in his heart. He put on an apologetic face and said, well, thank you for your kind invitation, Miss Selenik, but I'll pass. Noticing Shinji's evasive gaze, Selenik became even more enthusiastic. She extended her tongue, gently licking Astolfo's neck and leaving a wet trail, teasingly. Oh my, still quite innocent, aren't we? Could it be you're still a virgin? Without giving Shinji a chance to respond, she nodded to herself. Yes, it seems so. Although I don't know your true name, your life must have been pitiful. Let me make up for the regrets of your past life. Pitiful, my ass. Shinji was fuming, not because he was aroused, but because he was angry. Messing with me about being a virgin. Do you want me to cut off your hand and strip you of your command spells? Opposite him, Selenik continued to tease Astolfo with her tongue and taunt Shinji with her words. Don't be shy. I'm sure Fiori wouldn't mind. Or is it that, you like your master? The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Right after being summoned, you couldn't stop praising her. Innocent boys chasing innocent girls are always like that. But this won't do, Fiori is just as innocent. If both of you are so pure, your first time will be difficult. Let me, the big sister, guide you into the adult world. Still unwilling. Then how about the three of us together? As Selenik's words became more provocative and her actions with Astolfo grew more intense, Shinji was finally getting a bit aroused and hesitated whether to knock this crazy woman out and throw her out, or better yet, throw her to Spartacus next door. Suddenly, there was a loud clang from the corridor leading to the dungeon, as if something heavy had hit the wall. This was followed by a series of hurried footsteps and the sound of something scraping against the floor. Faintly, they could hear. We've been discovered, what do we do, calls. Run, run. Well, the dungeon's security measures were too good, making it hard to detect eavesdroppers, or perhaps they had been noticed, but everyone pretended not to know. In any case, the overheard conversation was too much for the Forvege siblings, who were still inexperienced shut-ins compared to Selenik, a seasoned and hardcore veteran, forcing them to retreat in embarrassment. With this interruption, Selenik lost interest, and Shinji's anger subsided considerably. Can we stop joking around, Miss Selenik? I have serious business with Ryder regarding the Black Lancer. TCH, so boring. If you change your mind, come find me, I don't lock my door at night. Selenik threw a seductive glance, rubbed against Astolfo's face once more, then swayed her hips and walked out on her high heels. Not until she disappeared down the corridor did Shinji exhale and pat Astolfo on the shoulder. You have it rough. Right, right. Astolfo also looked distressed. Next time, you have to come and save me. That won't work. I'm afraid it'll only get worse if I do. True. Sigh. Both servants sighed simultaneously. P.S. It's a shame Selenik has such a bad personality. Shinji would never get involved with someone like her. Chapter 412, The Sleepless Night, Part 1. Light particles gathered. The fresh scent reminiscent of forests, grasslands, and open fields swept through the dark and cramped underground cell. This refreshing atmosphere dispelled the blood, death, and seductive aura brought by selenite. By the time the light particles had completely coalesced into a human form, Shinji and Astolfo had already calmed down, both turning their attention to the night's third visitor, Black Archer Chiron. My apologies. If Assassin and I had tried harder, you wouldn't have been subjected to such excessive treatment. When Vlad III and Avisprin had confined Astolfo, Chiron had wanted to plead for him, but Astolfo stopped him with a glance. No, it's pointless to split our faction over something so trivial. If this matter can be resolved by accepting criticism and punishment, then that's the best outcome. Besides, as one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins, Astolfo understood the role he had to play as a knight and a lord in this situation. Whether the actions were right or wrong, it didn't change the fact that he had disobeyed orders. Thus, Vlad III, as the Grand Duke, had to administer punishment. Astolfo had already come to terms with this on the way back to the city. Though he hadn't anticipated that Vlad would sentence him to death, it was not incomprehensible, given Vlad's tyrannical nature. Archer and Assassin had already defied the tyrant once to save him, and continuing to do so might cause discord or even a split within the Black faction, something Astolfo feared most. Vlad III was the commander, and Chiron was the strategist, each with their supporters. With a great battle looming, disagreements between the commander and the strategist had to be avoided. Hence, it was better this way, a reckless knight being punished could solve all the problems. Astolfo was that kind of good-natured person who, even without rationality, would instinctively think of his friends, not caring about what might happen to himself. I've been imprisoned before, caught by the Emperor, locked up by Roland, turned into a tree by a witch. I have a lot of experience in being jailed. What's there to be proud of in that? Shinji scratched his head helplessly. Well, seeing you so spirited and optimistic, I feel relieved. That's my greatest strength, Astolfo chuckled. Now it's up to you guys to take down the Red faction. Of course, Chiron said firmly. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, is he still safe? Probably, as long as he reaches the village safely. He'll be fine. You might even get to see him again, Shinji had a premonition. After all, Sieg was the protagonist of Fate/Apocrypha, the favored child of this world's destiny. He wouldn't die so easily. I hope not. It would be tragic if he escaped only to be dragged back in. Astolfo's face fell, and Shinji couldn't resist knocking him on the head. Fate is unpredictable. What if you meet him again after the war's over, and you both survive? Wouldn't you want that? Oh, in that case, yes, very much. Astolfo's expression brightened instantly. All right, I've decided. I will survive and go see him. That's between you two, Shinji squinted. To be honest, he hadn't liked Astolfo's erratic behavior much before meeting him in person, but after spending time together, he realized Astolfo was genuinely a good person, making it hard to ignore him. Fine, if everything goes well, I'll help you get a body, strengthen Sieg, and then send you two to the Netherlands to get married. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Astolfo's question interrupted Shinji's daydreaming. By the way, Assassin, why did you help him? Who knows? Maybe my rationality evaporated like yours, Shinji replied, not dismissively, because it was his emotions that had tipped the scales in his decision. And Archer? We are, after all, just fleeting spirits without physical bodies. For us, if we can leave such a mark on the world, that would be wonderful. Chiron's voice was gentle, yet it carried a deep longing and unwavering conviction. Shinji smiled slightly and thought silently to himself, you will leave a mark. Your knowledge, your teachings, and your influence will all be imprinted, not just in this world, but in another as well. I think the one who should become the leader is you, Ryder said, making a statement that would certainly cause a huge commotion if Vlad III heard it. Chiron, however, only shook his head with a wry smile and said, I'm not good at standing in the spotlight. Hearing this, Ryder sighed and muttered softly, indeed, things in the world never go as one wishes. Then work hard to make things go as you wish. I'm heading back to help Fiori with her medicine. I'll see you tomorrow. Shinji waved to the two of them and turned to leave the dungeon. Weren't you going to ask about the Black Lancer? That was just an excuse to deal with your master. Everything that needed to be said has already been covered. Wait. Chiron realized belatedly. Unfortunately, Shinji had already transformed into spirit particles and left the dungeon. Astolfo asked, is something wrong? Nothing, just wanted to remind him not to go looking for Miss Fiori now, to avoid any awkwardness. Chiron said this and was about to use a sensing method to contact Shinji. However, after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Never mind, it's also an opportunity to deepen the bond between master and servant. I have no idea what you're talking about, Astolfo said, utterly confused. It's okay if you don't understand. It's not important. Tell me about the Black Lancer. I'd like to hear your evaluation. Oh, she's a very powerful and handsome female knight. On the other side, Having left the dungeon, Shinji made his way to the herb storage with ease, retrieving the necessary ingredients according to the familiar process, and then headed to the kitchen to prepare the medicine. Since it was just a pain relief medicine, the preparation process was simple and didn't require any special techniques. With Shinji's current skills, as long as he had the ingredients and remembered the process, he could easily complete it. Half an hour later, Shinji knocked on Fiori's door, carrying a cup filled with green liquid. "Fiori, it's me. A assassin." "No, you can't come in right now." "Wait, this reaction isn't right." P.S. In Fate/Apocrypha, only Chiron used mind communication to contact other servants. It's speculated to be his exclusive skill, otherwise, the Black Faction wouldn't have fought so poorly in some battles. Chapter 413, The Sleepless Night, Part 2. According to Shinji's expectations, there should have been a calm and clear response, like "okay" or "come in." Even if there were some inconvenience, it would have been said with a slight apology, like "wait for X minutes." It was hard to imagine someone like Fiori giving such a somewhat incoherent and panicked response unless something unexpected had happened. "Fiori, what's wrong?" Shinji placed his hand on the doorknob, ready to open the door. "No, it's nothing," followed by a thud, like the sound of something heavy falling to the floor. "Fiori." Without further hesitation, Shinji turned the doorknob and forcefully pushed the door open. Then, he was stunned. He had thought something had happened to Fiori, something regarding her safety. He hadn't expected to see such a shocking scene. In the room, Fiori was lying face down on the floor, with her upper body sprawled out, her back up, and her lower legs resting on the bed. Well, this wasn't a big deal. Shinji had done even more peculiar things himself. After all, when resting, beds and blankets could become quite a formidable barrier. But the problem was, Fiori was only wearing pajamas. Everyone knows that pajamas are loose and not as form-fitting as other clothes. Fiori wasn't wearing any underwear and given this posture. Ahem, in short, all Shinji could see was white, so much white. Whether it was the white of her bare back, the smooth white of her neck, or the white exposed through the loose neckline, pressed by the floor. In short, Shinji now felt like reciting poetry: clouds in the sky, frost on the ground, a girl's smooth slee. Ahem, fortunately, before he could finish, some of the white started turning red. Seeing Shinji standing at the door, Fiori's face immediately turned red. The blush quickly spread from her cheeks to her entire face and then down her neck, visibly spreading across her whole body, showing she was extremely embarrassed and angry. "Ah, no, don't look." This was the first time Shinji had heard Fiori speak in such a tone, flustered, shy, angry, pleading, and a bit hysterical. It was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the miscellaneous thoughts in Shinji's mind. "All right, I won't look." Shinji immediately turned around, moving so quickly that some of the medicinal soup spilled out. "You being here makes it inconvenient for me. Could you please leave for a moment?" "But you..." Shinji was worried that Fiori might have trouble getting up using just her hands. "Get out." "Okay, I'll go out." Hearing Fiori's emotions becoming unstable again, Shinji said no more. He placed the tray with the medicine pot on the floor and quickly left the room, remembering to close the door behind him. Standing in the hallway for a while, Shinji finally muttered, "Did I just get a benefit?" Then, inexplicably, he slapped himself. "What the hell, that's your master. Stop having inappropriate thoughts." "Wait, isn't it usually the girl who slaps the guy in these situations? Why am I slapping myself?" Rubbing his temples and trying to gather his scattered thoughts, Shinji leaned against the door and asked, "Fiori, are you okay? Can you get up?" "No problem, I can get up. I have some auxiliary mystic code." Perhaps due to the door between them, Fiori's voice sounded much more normal. Upon careful listening, one could sense the operation of a special spell. "I see, then I'm relieved. About earlier, I'm sorry, It's okay. I know you were worried about me. It was my carelessness." Both inside and outside the door, silence fell once more. After a few seconds, Shinji felt they couldn't stay stuck like this and broke the silence. "The medicine." "Yes, I'll drink it. It's getting late." They spoke almost simultaneously. "You go first." Again, in unison. "Let me speak first." Looks like there's no need to say anything now. This time, they finally didn't speak in unison. "Yes. I'm right across the hall. Call me if you need anything." "All right. Good night, Fiori." "Good night, assassin." The awkward conversation through the door ended, and Shinji sighed, walking into his room. As the hallway returned to silence, another door quietly opened a crack, revealing the freckled face of a young boy. The boy looked at the door diagonally across the hall and then at the door at an angle, which couldn't be seen. He sighed heavily. Two idiots, hopeless. But such things do happen in real life. I thought it only happened in anime. As they say, art imitates life. I should continue watching anime, maybe I'll find a solution there. Call sat back down in front of his computer, expertly opened a CD case, and pulled out a disc. The cover of the disc was of a recently popular anime series. Seeing his enthusiasm, it seemed he wouldn't be sleeping for the first half of the night. Shinji suddenly felt a bit out of place. Unlike yesterday, neither Sieg, who had occupied the bed, nor Astolfo, who had taken over the sofa, would come tonight, leaving the room empty. When they were here, I thought it was noisy. Now that they're gone, it feels lonely. I am fickle. And with Fiori, I got the benefit but still feel guilty. Shinji reached out to open the window and stared blankly outside. The night breeze ruffled his hair and scattered his thoughts. Justies, do you think I'm a despicable person? Why do you say that? Justies, who had always maintained contact with Shinji, responded immediately. I chose Fiori as my master, intending to exploit her naivety and innocence. But the longer we spend together, the guiltier I feel. Is it right to deceive and use a girl like her to achieve my goals? If she finds out the truth, will she be hurt? Will she hate me? Although it has nothing to do with me, I still don't want things to turn out that way. Isn't that contradictory? Yes, very contradictory. This kind of contradiction and struggle falls into the category of being fickle. Hee hee, I don't know if you've heard this saying, a despicable person is always fickle, so I call myself despicable. No, you got it wrong. Justie's voice had a warmth similar to yet different from Fiori. A despicable person is fickle, but that doesn't mean all fickle people are despicable. This reasoning doesn't hold. You're fixating on that, huh? Shinji felt like laughing. Justies asked seriously, isn't that a form of fickleness too? I suppose so. Then we're both fickle. Though his thoughts were calm, Shinji felt a different kind of meaning. Thank you, Justies, for comforting me in this way. No need to thank me. If anyone should be thankful, it's me. You've done much more for me than I have for you. That's not how it works. Without you, there wouldn't be me. Then let's not say thank you to each other anymore. Yes, let's keep it this way. This is good. Shinji closed his eyes and stopped talking. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. When two people's fates are intertwined with mutual gratitude, it becomes impossible to calculate clearly, and they share their destinies. P.S. Shinji encountered the legendary Lucky Perv incident. Chapter 414, The Sleepless Night, Part 3. Fiori's cheeks had never been as red as they were now, as if a fire was burning within them that couldn't be extinguished. Part of this was certainly because Shinji had seen her in such an embarrassing state, but more so because of what Selenik had said. After the Astolfo Judgment Assembly and the Black Lancer strategy meeting ended, Shinji escorted Fiori back to her room before heading off to find Astolfo to check on Sieg's situation. Since he had chosen to help, he couldn't abandon it halfway. Fiori didn't think much of it. Chiron, Shinji, and Astolfo had always had a good relationship. With Astolfo facing a death sentence, Chiron and Shinji were willing to fight to protect him. Visiting him in prison wasn't a big deal, and Chiron would probably be there soon as well. Sure enough, a few minutes later, calls ran into her room saying that Chiron had gone to visit Astolfo. He also mentioned that Assassin had gone too and suggested that they visit as well since they had nothing else to do. Seeing her brother's expression, Fiori knew Calls probably wasn't going just to visit. He was likely up to something. Directly stopping him wouldn't necessarily work, even if he agreed, he might sneak off later. It was better to go with him and be able to handle any situation that arose. With this in mind, Fiori agreed to go with her brother. What would they see? What would Archer, Assassin, and Ryder talk about? How would they see? By spying, or more accurately, by eavesdropping. The essence of the Forvege family's magecraft was the attachment and manipulation of spirits. Though this magecraft wasn't highly combative, it was excellent in many areas, such as spying and eavesdropping. Thus, Fiori and Calls hid in the hallway leading to the dungeon, using pre-prepared beast spirits to spy and eavesdrop. Initially, Fiori was against this, but seeing the artificial guards driven away from the dungeon entrance, her curiosity got the better of her. Additionally, the dungeon had a preset-bounded field that suppressed servant senses, so Fiori didn't stop her brother. Then, the siblings heard Selenik's explosive statement. The Forvege siblings were young. While Western education systems in such matters were quite comprehensive, understanding knowledge wasn't the same as having experience. They had no practical experience in this area, let alone any real-world application. Compared to the experienced Selenik, they were absolute novices. A few casual words from Selenik left the two novices red-faced and flustered. When the experienced driver started showing off her skills, the two novices completely broke down. Calls even banged his head against the wall, and Fiori's wheelchair accidentally hit the floor tiles. Despite the complex bounded field in the dungeon, there wasn't one for soundproofing. Thus, the teasing Selenik, the teased Shinji, and the observing Astolfo all noticed the eavesdroppers. Realizing they had been spotted, the two hurriedly fled back to their rooms without exchanging a word. With an inherently strong psychological constitution and not being the direct target of the teasing, Calls calmed down quickly after some fresh air. Fiori, however, was not as composed. Her mind was filled with the impure words she had heard, making her beautiful face alternately flush red and pale. She tried to suppress those thoughts but found it impossible. In the end, she resorted to using water to calm herself down. With the help of the bathtub and bubbles, Fiori finally washed away the chaos in her mind and prepared to lie down and rest for a while. At this point, she had completely forgotten about taking her medicine, and the usually persistent pain from her magic circuits wasn't bothering her. Perhaps it was still there, but she was too distracted to feel it. Coming out of the bathroom, Fiori felt extremely tired, more so than after a full day of magical experiments in the workshop. Just as she was about to rest, she heard Shinji's voice. All her previous efforts were wasted. The suppressed chaotic thoughts resurfaced like wild grass growing in the spring breeze. The pure-hearted girl was a bundle of nerves. She answered in a panic while instinctively tossing and turning on the bed. As a result, she accidentally fell off and hit her head on the floor. Struggling to lift her head, she saw Shinji entering through the door. For a moment, a flood of emotions, shame, embarrassment, grievance, panic, overwhelmed her. She didn't even know how she managed to get Shinji out of the room. It wasn't until the door closed and she could no longer see the men who had unsettled her mind that she gradually regained some control over her thoughts, though only a little. Of course, the person outside wasn't faring much better. Two normally amicable people had stumbled through an awkward conversation, the kind of stilted, uncomfortable exchange known as cringe talk. It wasn't until she heard the door across the hall close with a clear sound that Fiori snapped out of her daze. What on earth did I just do? Recalling everything that had just transpired, the girl nearly fainted. He won't hate me, will he? She felt as if all her strength had drained from her body, collapsing onto the bed like a deflated balloon. Ugh, what should I do? For the rest of the night, Fiori tossed and turned, trapped in a fog of half-dreams and restless thoughts, with Shinji's face appearing in every fleeting vision. Fiori wasn't the only one struggling to sleep that night. Gords was also tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The events of the night had deeply shaken him. Siegfried's helplessness against Achilles and his absurd behavior. The overwhelming prowess of Black Assassin and Fiori unwavering trust. The contrast was stark. The subsequent meeting of the kings made Gords feel that sense of absolute trust even more. To save Astolfo, Chiron and Black Assassin had been willing to confront Vlad III. To Gords, this was unimaginable. Astolfo's own master had stood by without objection. Why were these two outsiders interfering? Why didn't the Forvege siblings try to stop them? Gords still remembered Fiori and Call's expressions. Though they were somewhat surprised and tense, they showed no signs of wavering. At that moment, he had thought, Assassin may not be as strong as Siegfried, yet he can still shine when facing top-tier servants like Karna and Achilles. In contrast, despite having the great hero Siegfried, I have yet to achieve any notable results. If this continued, it wouldn't be Siegfried's incompetence but his own. Perhaps, as that annoying assassin had suggested, the relationship between master and servant was crucial. Yet he had never tried to understand, no, he had never even thought about understanding his servant. No matter what, he needed to have a proper conversation with Siegfried, at least to understand his wishes. With this in mind, Gords got up from the bed and took out a bottle of red wine and 2 goblets. Saber, materialize. The knight from the Netherlands appeared, his imposing figure still as commanding as ever, always present. Gords pointed to the adjacent sofa and handed over a glass of wine. How about a drink? I'd like to have a good talk with you. That night, many couldn't sleep. P.S. Selenite's assist was spot on, proving she's the only master who truly understands how to use her servant and command spells. P.S. 2, it looks like Gords is about to rise. In Heigescheid's novel, I've always thought Gords was the best developed character, perfectly embodying the concept of growth from initial dislike to eventual transformation. Chapter 415, because there's no partner. Even someone as oblivious as Artoria thought that Jeanne d'Arc and she seemed like sisters, so it was no surprise that others felt the same. Are you sure you two aren't sisters? This was the first thing Jeanne heard after regaining consciousness. Opening her eyes, she was no longer on horseback but lying in a warm bed. Above her was not the endless night sky but a wooden ceiling. Where is this? Her throat felt dry, and her voice was a bit coarse. Ah, you're awake. A familiar voice came from beside her. Turning her head, she saw Artoria, dressed casually, sitting by the bed. Not far away stood an unfamiliar woman, who must have been the one who mentioned sisters. Was this their base? Then this unfamiliar woman must be Artoria's master. Good morning, Jeanne. Sky-colored eyes met emerald ones. Artoria's greeting sounded exceptionally warm, as if they were not just newly acquainted but longtime friends or even family. More surprisingly, Jean didn't find it awkward. Instead, it felt completely natural. Was it the unique atmosphere of the farmhouse reminding her of her past home? Or was it the person by the bed making her feel at ease? Jean didn't know, but it didn't affect her response. "Good morning, Artoria. How long did I sleep?" "About 6 hours. It's just past 7 now. If you're still tired, you can sleep a bit more." "No need, my stamina has recovered. I'm just feeling hungry." "Bear with it for a bit, breakfast will be ready soon. When we came back last night, you were sleeping so soundly that we didn't wake you. How about we make up for the promised midnight snack with breakfast?" "Sure, that sounds good." Haha, the laughter of a third person interrupted their conversation. "And you say you're not sisters? Who is this?" Jean asked. "Rikudo Reika, a friend of mine," Artoria introduced them. "This is the adjudicator of this Holy Grail war, servant ruler, true name Jean d'Arc." "So, you aren't sisters? Or is there some special connection?" Reika didn't seem surprised by Jean's identity. Taking care of King Arthur's appetite while also raising Jack the Ripper, she could accept any famous figure appearing. Instead, it was the identical looks of the King of Britain and the Saint of France that piqued her curiosity. King Arthur was active in the 6th century AD, while Jean d'Arc was active in the 14th century AD. What could have happened in those 800 years? In the blink of an eye, Reika had already concocted a convoluted story in her mind. Artoria secretly left descendants back then. Due to the fall of the Arthurian dynasty, they lived under assumed identities, wandering in exile, and eventually settled in France, their glory eroded by time. And Guinevere and Lancelot's elopement was all part of the plan to protect Artoria's descendants. After all, wasn't Lancelot a Frenchman? Reika's mind was naturally more active than most people's. She used to see herself as a machine, not considering anything beyond survival. Now moved by Artoria's sincerity, her heart was no longer so cold, and all sorts of strange ideas started to flourish. I can't help but feel you're thinking about something quite rude." The two who were mistaken for sisters exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. One had A++ rank, instinct, and the other had A rank, revelation. Even if Reika appeared normal on the surface, they could still sense an indescribable chill from her. Their synchronicity only made Reika more convinced of her speculations. "I'm increasingly sure my guess is right. Never mind, continue with your sisterly bonding. I'll go check on the kitchen." Before she could leave, the room door opened, and a cute girl in a dress poked her head in. "Mommy, the pot is boiling and the meat is all cut." "Oh my, Jack, you're amazing." Reika naturally walked over, gently stroking Jack's hair and speaking softly, "How about we go make some sandwiches together?" "Yes." Jack's eyes curved into crescents. "How many sandwiches does Mamatoria want?" Artoria thought for a moment and then held up 2 fingers. 2, Jean thought, which seemed appropriate for a woman's standard appetite. However, she was very wrong, terribly wrong. Jack nodded and said, "Got it, Mamatoria wants 20. 20. Jean was shocked at that moment. This appetite. Before Jean could react, she heard Jack continue to ask, "And the second Mamatoria?" "Jean," Reika corrected in time. "Mommy Jean." Jack didn't call strangers mommy, but in Jack's understanding, Jean wasn't a stranger. Would a stranger look so much like Mamatoria? Since she looked so much like Mamatoria, she must be a mommy too. No wonder they were said to have good compatibility. Both Jack and Reika had very unusual thought processes. "How many does Mommy Jean want?" Jean blankly held up 1 finger. "Okay, Mommy Jean wants 10. Adding 2 for us and 2 for Mommy, that makes 34 in total. Then let's get started." "Yes." Reika took Jack's hand and left Artoria's bedroom, not forgetting to close the door behind them. Last night, when Artoria returned, Reika had already gone to bed with Jack. To avoid disturbing them, Artoria had quietly moved Jean to her bed, then went to the kitchen, had a midnight snack, and finally fell asleep at the dining table until Reika woke her up to make breakfast, leading to the scene they just witnessed. The creak of the wooden door slightly cleared Jean's chaotic mind. It was only then that she realized what Jack had called her. Mommy Jen. Mommy. Oh God, she was 19 when she was burned at the stake. She hadn't even dated, let alone married. Now. She was called Mom. Although the person calling her that was a very cute little girl, still, no, that's not the point at all. Poor Jean, the poor saint, was thrown into such confusion by this sudden mental shock that it was even more exhausting than facing the Inquisition. Emotionally drained, even with her devout faith, she was still just a pure young girl, without any experience in such matters. Fortunately, Jean had Artoria by her side. The first time Artoria heard Mamatoria, Her reaction wasn't much better than Jean's, and she also wasn't quite sure how to comfort her. Don't mind it. Jack calls you that because she likes you. You see, she calls me mommy too, doesn't she? With that, Jean was barely pulled out of her confusion. You just let her call you mommy. I've tried telling her several times, but she just doesn't listen. She's very innocent and stubborn about this. Eventually, I realized it wasn't a big deal. Being called mommy doesn't change anything, so I just let her. Not a big deal. Although it indeed doesn't change anything, but still, this isn't right. How does Miss Reika educate her child? Doesn't the child's father care? Father? Artoria was taken aback. Ah, haven't you realized yet? Realized what? Jean was puzzled. Apparently not. Calm down and use your class privilege. It should be easy to see. At Artoria's words, Jean quickly focused her attention and let her senses expand. Soon, she felt an aura different from that of ordinary humans. This is P.S. King Ahog, Jean, although you can eat a lot, you're still far behind me. You're just an ordinary big eater, while I have an interdimensional stomach. PS2, Shinji, well done, Jack-chan. Daddy likes you. Chapter 416, I want to meet your master. Class skill, true name discernment activated. Jack's information is fully revealed. Class, none. Alignment, black. True name, Jack the Ripper. Gender, female. Height/weight, 150 centimeters/45 kilograms. Attribute, chaotic evil. Strength, E. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Mana, E. Luck, E. Noble Phantasm, C. The eighth servant of the Black Faction. How is that possible? Surprised, various speculations flooded Jean's mind. Could someone from the Black Faction have violated the rules? Jean's first reaction was exactly this. Her second reaction was to enter the Millennia Castle and investigate. If there was indeed a violation, she would exercise her authority as the adjudicator to administer punishment. However, she soon suppressed this impulse. As Artoria had said, an empty stomach is the enemy, and in her current state, a long journey was not advisable. Moreover, she noticed anomalies in Jack's profile. First, Jack's attributes were extremely low, so low that any known servant could easily crush her. Second, she had no class. If it weren't for the alignment marked as black, Jean would have thought she was a servant summoned through a ritual outside the Holy Grail. According to the knowledge granted by the Grail, every servant summoned by it should have a corresponding class. Unless Jack wasn't using a Holy Grail-created catalyst. Thinking along these lines, Jean felt she had found the answer. Over the millennia of human history, countless heroes have been summoned, and the legends related to them are extremely diverse. It wasn't impossible for a noble phantasm or skill to independently summon a servant. This would also explain why Jack had no class and such low attributes. However, Jack the Ripper wasn't a positive heroic spirit, so why was Artoria so accepting of her? Jean thought this and asked aloud. Although there are many legends about Jack the Ripper, in reality, they were just a group of pitiful children. Artoria sighed and then recounted what she had heard from Shinji about the true nature of Jack. Indeed, Jack committed murders, but was it truly Jack's fault? The noble king of knights couldn't find an answer, and neither could the resolute saint. The children who were stifled before birth simply wanted to come into this world, which led to the birth of Jack. The unborn children just wanted to return to their mother's womb, which fueled Jack's killings. Whether it was being born or wanting to be fully nurtured, these were basic instincts and wishes of life. Jack had never received a day of education, she was still a blank slate, acting purely on instinct. Using human concepts of right and wrong to judge these nascent, or rather, unborn children was inappropriate. If one had to say something, it could only be Shinji's conclusion: it's not Jack who is wrong, it's the world. Without that kind of social environment, Jack would never have been born. This is the root of the problem. After Jack was summoned, although she lacked some common sense, under Reika's guidance, she did not cause any negative impact on society. This further corroborated Shinji's view. She will no longer cause any killings. Now, she is just Reika's daughter, nothing more. Reika and I will teach her and protect her. I swear by the name of a knight, I will not let anyone harm such a child. Though she did not wear armor or wield a sword, this did not diminish Artoria's demeanor. No matter the time, place, or circumstance, she was always a knight. I trust your judgment and your promise. Revelation told Jean that Artoria was serious and trustworthy. If you and Miss Reika need to fight, I can take care of Jack. Jack belongs to the Black Faction, and having her not participate in the battle weakens their strength. Assuming it is voluntary, this does not constitute a violation. Upon hearing Jean's offer, Artoria smiled knowingly, then I'll leave her in your care. With Jean Mama looking after her, I think Jack will be very happy. Please don't use that title. Jean's face was full of helplessness, she still couldn't accept it. I can refrain, but Jack definitely will use it. Ugh. I will correct her. Though she said this, Jean had no confidence. I want to confirm something. Was Jack summoned by you? Jean had already used her true name discernment skill to skin all the Black Faction servants. In her view, there were only two people who could have summoned Jack, one was the assassin, and the other was Artoria. The former represented the unknown, while the latter was the most famous king of England, so possessing a skill or noble phantasm to summon British heroic spirits was not surprising. Such a skill or noble phantasm must have some significant limitations, like being able to summon only once, summoning only one person at a time, or summoning characters randomly. This would perfectly explain the current situation and Artoria's attitude, otherwise, Artoria could have summoned a much stronger heroic spirit. To say nothing of others, her Round Table Knights would have been excellent choices. No, it wasn't me. It was my master. This answer completely surprised Jean. Your master? Miss Reika. How could she? Could it be an illegal summoning? This thought had just arisen when it was interrupted by an even more unexpected fact. Reika. You're mistaken, she is not my master. She, well, should be considered a proxy master. Having experienced the previous Holy Grail War, Artoria naturally applied the example of Kiritsugu and Irisfiel. Proxy master? Then who is your real master? Him, he is as special as I am and is my confidant and collaborator. Special? Confidant? Collaborator? What do you mean? Jean was increasingly confused. You'll understand when you meet him. Artoria didn't elaborate further, she didn't want to disrupt Shinji's plans. Jean, let's continue last night's unfinished conversation. I'll tell you about my situation, and I hope for your assistance. The current Holy Grail War involves very complex circumstances. What followed was straightforward. Artoria told Jean everything about her situation, the mission she bore, and her speculations about the current Holy Grail War. As a saint who has heard the voice of God and as someone possessing revelation, Jean knew that Artoria was telling the truth. Considering what Artoria had said, Jean became even more convinced that her summoning was not merely to adjudicate the 14-night battle between the Red and Black factions but for a deeper reason. This reason also explains the unusual nature of her summoning. Having confirmed this, Jean did not hesitate any longer and informed Artoria of her special circumstances, responding to her request for assistance. I agree to provide you with assistance, but I must make it clear that I will not interfere in any way with the Red and Black factions' struggle over the Holy Grail. I understand. Artoria was not surprised by this stipulation. In addition, I would like to meet your master. Whether as a collaborator or regarding the matter of summoning Jack, I need to understand everything clearly. P.S. It's not Jack's fault, nor is it the world's, it's Tosaka Tokiomi's fault. This world's Tokiomi is still alive, so he continues to take the blame. Chapter 417, Special Training. When Artoria sent a message to Shinji through their contract, Shinji was already covered in bruises and injuries, courtesy of Chiron. Yes, the special training had begun, starting at 6 a.m. that morning. The core of the training was adaptation, divided mainly into two aspects, speed and technique. As a servant, his attributes were already fixed with no room for improvement. The only thing that could be trained was experience, particularly the experience of battling Achilles. First was speed. This was Achilles' forte, known as the fastest among all heroes of all ages. This legend was crystallized into his noble phantasm, named Comet Form. Dromius Comets, Comet Form A+ rank. Type, Anti-Unit, Self, Noble Phantasm. It enables him to traverse a vast battlefield in a single burst, without slowing down even when obstacles are present. Although he must expose his Achilles heel as a vulnerability, few heroic spirits can fully keep up with his speed, known as the pinnacle of swift-footedness in human history. There is a saying, in the world of martial arts, speed determines the winner. This illustrates how terrifying extreme speed can be, and Achilles possesses the most extreme speed. Kung Fu Hustle reference. Understanding this, Shinji had rigorously practiced anticipation and prepared the Divine Thunder Barrier, which indeed caused Achilles some trouble in their initial encounter. But these were ultimately tricks. If they couldn't kill the opponent in one hit, they would be less effective the second time. Now that Achilles had issued a dual challenge in the name of the Olympian gods, Shinji had to adapt to such speed, or face it through Chiron's arrows. As the inspiration for Sagittarius and one of the top archers in human history, Chiron's archery had reached its pinnacle. His shooting speed, strength, and angle were impeccable. Only thus could he shoot arrows fast enough to match Comet Form without fearing a misstep that might gravely injure or kill Shinji. However, due to the nature of arrows, there were still differences between Chiron's simulated Comet Form and the original. After all, arrows are much smaller than humans. If this weren't the case, Chiron's arrows couldn't reach Achilles' running speed. Truly simulating it would require enormous mana consumption, burdening Chiron's body and affecting the duration of the special training, making it not worthwhile. Therefore, for better training results, Chiron demanded that Shinji increase the difficulty. He couldn't use his noble phantasms and had to dodge or block the arrows using his body alone. Skills like using mana bursts to shatter the arrows were also forbidden unless he could do the same to Achilles. If you can't do it, don't think about taking shortcuts. It will only hinder your improvement. Chiron began lecturing again, almost instinctively as a teacher. Shinji called him Teacher Chiron during training, and later just a teacher, saving Shursho exclusively for scat hack. By 7 o'clock, Shinji had already turned into a porcupine, with at least 20 arrows stuck in him and countless more grazes. Fortunately, Chiron controlled his strength carefully, making the injuries look worse than they were. After a hearty breakfast and treatment with the goddess staff and life runes, Shinji was back in high spirits, ready for the second part of the training, technique. Through 2 observations, Chiron had accurately gauged Shinji's abilities. His technique wasn't poor, but it was far from exceptional, especially compared to heroes who had accomplished great feats in history. His greatest reliance in fighting these heroes, aside from his numerous noble phantasms, was his quick thinking and excellent adaptability. He could always see the enemy's strengths and weaknesses and then avoid the strengths while attacking the weaknesses. It was this ability that made Chiron agree to help with the special training. Once the Holy Grail War starts, it doesn't last long, typically not more than half a month. For someone who fights purely with brute strength, even if they train 24 hours a day, it wouldn't make much difference. But for someone like Shinji, who uses his brain and understands various techniques, there's a chance to find a way to counter Achilles, provided he gains enough experience fighting Achilles. Chiron was Achilles' teacher, and Achilles learned all his skills from Chiron. No one understands Achilles better than Chiron. Although Achilles had developed his abilities after finishing his training, Chiron was more than capable of simulating a 90% accurate version of Achilles. Chiron put away his bow and took up a pre-prepared sword, shield, and spear, Achilles' 3 most proficient weapons, to engage in close combat with Shinji. At this moment, Shinji finally deeply understood the familiar saying, an archer who can't fight in close combat isn't a good archer. Red archer, that's correct. In Chiron's hands, the shield was not only a defensive tool but also an offensive weapon. No matter what weapon Shinji used, Chiron could block it with the shield and reflect some of the force, causing Shinji's wrists to go numb and even making him lose his balance. The same was true for swordsmanship and spearmanship. Although not as intricate as Karna's techniques, each move was simple, direct, and filled with lethality. If it weren't for the practice weapons being blunt, Shinji would have died under Chiron's hands dozens of times. It's important to note that Chiron was mimicking Achilles' style, not his own. Shinji seriously doubted that, in terms of pure skill, Chiron could duel Siegfried with a sword, match spears with Karna, and excel in every discipline without any weaknesses. Shursho is like this, and so is Chiron. As expected, teacher is the strongest class. Should I consider switching classes too? Despite being brutally beaten, Shinji still had the mind to joke, but then Chiron punched him away. Chiron had switched to fighting barehanded, yet Shinji was still getting beaten badly, reminding him of his childhood training. Although the styles of his 2 teachers were completely different, the results were the same. Focus during combat. After thinking for a moment, Chiron, noticing they had been fighting for over 2 hours with Shinji mostly taking hits, suggested, if you're tired, take a break. You're probably reaching your limit. Limit? I'm far from my limit. Shinji nonchalantly wiped the blood from his mouth. As long as I'm still standing, I haven't reached my limit. Let's continue. With this intensity, I can at least last until noon. You. Chiron carefully scanned each part of Shinji's body, his eyebrows slightly raising. No, your body is clearly near its limit. Why? Have you been undergoing such training since childhood? Yes, indeed. As expected of a teacher, you have a keen eye. My Shursho, who taught me from childhood, believed that only by constantly surpassing limits can one become stronger. At the beginning, I suffered a lot and cried until I had no more tears. Thinking back, it was tough. Hearing Shinji's explanation, Chiron's frown deepened. That's too harsh. While I don't deny that extreme training can make one stronger, training with too much intensity can cause irreversible damage. I don't agree with such an education method. You are questioning my Shursho's teaching methods. If you two meet, a fight is inevitable. Honestly, I don't think you'll win, Chiron. Whether or not you've regained your immortality, you're still a son of gods, and Shursho's Godslayer skill is your bane. To avoid any issues for you, it's best I change the subject quickly. Whether you agree or not, you'll have to discuss it with her when you meet. Or, since you've both taught me, how about I evaluate your teachings? All right. Whether a teacher teaches well is ultimately judged by their student. Chiron nodded solemnly, accepting this unique challenge that belonged to teachers. For him, this held more significance than simply winning a fight. Chapter 418, have you finished your homework? And so, their special training continued well into the evening. According to Scat Hacka's Spartan teaching methods, today's training would have ended by the afternoon at the latest. But Chiron was different. He wouldn't push someone to their limits all at once. Instead, he believed in a balance of work and rest. He focused not only on physical training but also on stimulating the student's mind. He also made sure to leave time for deepening the bond with the master, while also considering healing and rest. The interaction between Chiron and Calls was one of teaching and learning. Chiron taught Calls various kinds of knowledge, and Calls taught Chiron how to use a computer, because a teacher who doesn't keep up with the times isn't a good teacher. It's essential to try new things actively. As for Shinji and Fiori, firstly, Shinji would push the wheelchair, and then they would chat about anything and everything. They talked about topics spanning the world, from the heavens to the earth, from ancient times to the present, from the mundane world to the magical society, from historical events to trivial gossip. As the ambitious next leader of the Igmalenia clan, Fiori knew a lot of the intelligence gathered by Darnik, some of which would still be useful in another world. Meanwhile, as a devoted fan of the Type Moon, a researcher, and a setter, Shinji knew many ancient secrets not even recorded by the Mages Association and the Church, greatly satisfying Fiori's curiosity. But that was all in the past 2 days. Since this morning, Fiori had stopped initiating conversations with Shinji, and she even avoided eye contact, keeping her head down most of the time. Shinji tried several times to start a conversation but couldn't make any progress. Aside from pushing the wheelchair and doing small tasks like pouring tea, the two hardly interacted throughout the day. This left Shinji feeling frustrated. Really, just because I flirted with you a bit, and it was you who gave me the opportunity, is it necessary to be so upset? Chiron, too, was puzzled. He noticed the tension between them and wanted to mediate, but Calls stopped him. What a joke, why should an outsider interfere in such matters? This is a textbook classic scenario. Textbook. Chiron didn't understand. So, Calls took out his treasured collection and started educating Chiron, becoming his teacher once again. On the other side, after enduring a whole day of awkward silence, Shinji couldn't take it anymore. After dinner, he found an excuse to slip out of the castle to clear his mind, completely unaware of Fiori's disappointment behind him and Calls' disappointed but unsurprised look. Well, you could say that Shinji didn't understand a girl's heart. And this so-called clearing of the mind naturally involved seeking out another woman. Don't get the wrong idea, this time it was purely in response to Artoria's request, with no ulterior motives involved. Honestly, Shinji still didn't understand how these two women, who looked identical, ended up together and had such deep conversations. Some might ask, with so much time since Artoria's message, haven't you thought to ask? Actually, no. First of all, Shinji had been mostly getting beaten up during that time, with no spare moments. Secondly, such matters couldn't be clarified in a few words, and their current communication was limited to brief exchanges. To avoid being discovered by the Igmalenia clan, Shinji had chosen a hideout for Artoria's group outside of Triphos. Here, Triphos didn't just refer to the city but the entire Triphos region. The long distance made communication difficult. Shinji suddenly started to miss the convenience of a mobile phone, but unfortunately, as a servant, he wasn't equipped with one. Therefore, he could only use the limited information he had to speculate and analyze. However, due to the lack of information, he couldn't deduce anything useful. At most, he guessed that Jean had been present at the battle last night, as no one broke the rules, so she chose to observe in secret. Whether by coincidence or for some other reason, the two met. Artoria, tasked by the counter-force, sought the referee's assistance, leading to their conversation. Shinji couldn't figure out what happened next. Why did Artoria bring Jean to her hideout? Why did she only send a message in the morning? What did the two talk about? The only certainty was that the two, who were similar in every way, seemed to have had a good conversation. Otherwise, Artoria wouldn't have agreed to pass on a message to Jean. This was why Shinji could focus on his special training without rushing to meet them. Of course, deep down, there was still a bit of concern. How much had Artoria revealed about him? Would these revelations affect his subsequent plans? These were uncertain factors, but since they were uncertain, he decided to wait until they were confirmed before worrying about them. There was no need to overthink things prematurely. Now, Shinji was determined to figure everything out and decide how to deal with Jean. With Justy's assistance, Shinji traveled along the ley lines in his spirit form to the border of Triphos. After walking for about 10 more minutes, he arrived at a small mountain village. The village consisted of only a dozen or so scattered households. Although it wasn't as affluent as Saigasora, it was leisurely and peaceful, giving off a sense of inner tranquility. Under the effect of his presence concealment skill, Shinji silently entered the village. Neither the vigilant guard dogs nor the other farm animals noticed his presence. Following the sense of his master-servant contract, Shinji walked unhurriedly along the country paths and climbed over a not-so-sturdy fence. He arrived at a modest countryside cottage. Before he could knock, the door opened, and a girl in a white floral dress rushed out, calling, "Papa." Shinji quickly caught her, spun her around, and lifted her high. "Jack, how did you know Papa was coming?" "Because we smelled Papa's scent," Jack replied sweetly, without a trace of the initial tension between them. After all, Jack drew her magical energy from Shinji. Papa's scent was essentially the scent of his magical energy. Oh my, such a close father-daughter relationship," said Reika, standing behind Jack with her arms crossed, smiling as she watched. "Of course, she's my daughter, how could our relationship not be good?" Shinji set Jack down and winked at Reika. Reika winked back, conveying everything without words. Inside, at the dining table, Artoria swallowed a mouthful of steak, put down her knife and fork, wiped her mouth, and stood up to greet him. "Master, have you eaten? Want to join us? Reika's cooking is delicious." "I've already eaten, you go ahead. I brought some snacks in case you need more." As he spoke, Shinji glanced nonchalantly at the dozen or so neatly arranged plates on the table, then turned his gaze to the last person in the room, who was staring back at him in astonishment. "Nice to see you again, Miss Jean. Have you finished your homework?" Chapter 419, I am the man chosen by the Holy Grail. As the ruler with the servant radar ability, Jean sensed the presence of the black assassin before anyone else. However, she did not reveal this to the others, not knowing the assassin's intentions, and this also aligned with her agreement with Artoria. Unexpectedly, the assassin kept approaching the house without stopping. Even more surprising was that just as Jean was about to give a warning, Jack jumped up and said, "Papa's here," then opened the door and threw herself at the man Jean had met once before. Jean was stunned. Was the black assassin Jack's papa? But Artoria had said that Jack was summoned by her master, which meant he was Artoria's master. Artoria's subsequent greeting confirmed this. Before Shinji's appearance, Jean had often wondered what kind of person Artoria's master would be. She never imagined it would be someone she knew, and moreover, a servant. "You are Artoria's master." Jean stood up from her seat, her sky-blue eyes fixed on Shinji. She saw him unhappily purse his lips and mutter something. "You didn't take the bait. I was hoping to put on a bit of a teacher's act, but you didn't give me a chance." "Ah, yes, you're right. Though it's a bit unbelievable, I am indeed Artoria's master. No rule in the Holy Grail War says a servant can't be a master, right?" As he spoke, Shinji pulled up his sleeve and unwrapped the bandage on his left arm, revealing 3 red command seals, the greatest proof and authority of a master. Seeing these 3 command seals, Jean completely confirmed Shinji's identity. "Indeed, there is no such rule. Your status as a master is legitimate." "That's good." Shinji had been waiting for Jean to say this. "Artoria mentioned you wanted to see me." "Yes." "For what? You don't expect me to continue teaching you math, do you?" Jean shook her head. "No, I didn't know beforehand that you were Artoria's master, but if you have time later, I do have some math questions I'd like to ask you." "Since you love learning so much, I'd be happy to continue being your teacher," Shinji responded with a smile. Reika, observing from the side, showed clear surprise. St. Jean d'Arc loves learning this much. She had seen yet another hidden side of these legendary heroes. The Holy Grail War was becoming more interesting at the moment. Reika's mind was different from ordinary people. She found no joy in ordinary life, living mechanically and instinctively. This was not only because she hadn't met anyone who truly cared for her but also because her seemingly normal worldview hid unknown distortions. These distortions were gradually awakening with the arrival of Jack and Artoria and the progression of the Holy Grail War. Now, Reika wasn't just participating in the Holy Grail War for the sake of those she cared about. She had found enjoyment in the war itself. Even if Shinji asked her to leave, she wouldn't. Having finally found a life that wasn't so dull, why would she leave? Some people are born with extraordinary traits. Many heroes are like this, and so is Reika. She was naturally suited for the Holy Grail War. What interesting things would happen next? Hugging Jack, Reika sat on the sofa, watching Shinji and Jean with a smile. The young man and woman finished their small talk and sat at the dining table to discuss serious matters. Artoria, sitting with them, continued her battle with the food, occasionally mumbling in agreement with her mouth full. In such a harmonious and friendly atmosphere, the outcome of the negotiation was naturally not going to be bad. Because Artoria had only mentioned her uniqueness without revealing Shinji's information, Shinji had plenty of room to maneuver. Considering he had already revealed his true name in front of Artoria and Reika, Shinji saw no point in continuing to pose as an unknown assassin. Additionally, due to a particular analysis by Justice, it was necessary to bring Jean on board. Therefore, Shinji hid almost nothing, openly revealing his true name and background. Of course, Shinji wasn't foolish enough to present everything without any embellishments, as doing so would undoubtedly result in being deemed a violator and disqualified by the judge. In Shinji's account, he portrayed himself as a kindred spirit to Jin, similarly chosen by the Holy Grail due to issues arising in this Holy Grail war. The difference was that while Jin possessed a human body and used it to operate, Shinji's soul was extracted by the Holy Grail and fused with a heroic spirit's power, allowing him to act according to his will. As proof, Shinji displayed 5 noble phantasms from different civilizations that had no connection to each other: Indra's thunder, Azure cloud sword, Ishtar's lance, Goddess staff, and Hades' cloak. Jack, sitting obediently in Reika's arms, was also evidence, as she was Shinji's servant. This explanation confirmed a suspicion Jin had. She had not been summoned merely to arbitrate between the red and black factions, there was a more significant reason. However, Jin did not fully trust Shinji's words. Her revelation skill indicated some discordance, although she couldn't pinpoint it. After all, Shinji wasn't lying. Justice was the Holy Grail, and he was chosen by her, carrying a special mission. What could be wrong with that? Noticing a hint of wariness still in Jin's eyes, Shinji played his trump card, cheating. This was a method that an honest, diligent, and hard-working student would never think of. Specifically, using his contract with Justice to draw out the Holy Grail's colorless mana. Though it was just a tiny amount, it was the most compelling evidence. Look, I possess such pure Holy Grail mana, how could I not be a man chosen by the Holy Grail? Finally, Jin believed Shinji's story, though she still had questions. Why didn't the Holy Grail inform me of your existence? Our cooperation would be far more efficient. You are the judge, meant to act openly and righteously. I am an assassin, naturally required to operate in the shadows. One in the light, one in the dark, a double assurance. If one side encounters trouble, the other can continue to act. I planned to contact you in the mid to late stages of the Holy Grail War, once the Grail had formed and the mastermind had surfaced. I didn't expect you to run into Artoria. It was the truth, without lies, compelling Jin to believe. I see. So, have you discovered anything? Finding nothing is sometimes the best discovery. After my investigation, none of the Black Faction's masters and servants are violating any rules or showing anomalies. The problem must lie with the Red Faction. Karna's actions the night you went to Triphos are the best evidence. But since that failure, they haven't taken further action. No action doesn't mean they don't intend to. It could be they haven't had the opportunity or something has delayed them. We can probe the Red Faction masters who have yet to reveal themselves to see what they're planning. How do we probe? I have a plan. Shinji's eyes flashed, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. P.S. I am the man chosen by the Holy Grail, and you are the woman chosen by the Holy Grail. Quite a fitting match, isn't it? Chapter 420, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 1. Is this enough? On the bustling streets of Saigasora, Jin carried a handbag, blending in with the crowd of tourists while disguised as a student. Yes, this should be sufficient. Standing about 2 body lengths away, a woman in a trench coat, sunglasses, and a wide-brimmed hat that completely covered her hair responded quietly. She was Reika Rikudu, the only member of the team besides Shinji with significant intelligence. I think the Red Faction should have already detected your presence. This is their stronghold, and we are on the main thoroughfare. Reika had disguised herself and, not being a magus, wouldn't attract the Red Faction's attention, no matter how beautiful she was. Jin, on the other hand, couldn't dematerialize and carried the vast mana and presence unique to a servant wherever she went. As long as the Red Faction's masters weren't idiots, they wouldn't ignore her presence. Jin asked, so, what do we do next? It's simple, wait for the Red Faction to act. Reika adjusted her sunglasses and glanced thoughtfully at the pigeons flying overhead. The Red Faction wanting to eliminate you means they have something they don't want you to know. Now that you've appeared in their stronghold, they can't ignore it. Once they move, we'll have our chance. By the way, have you sensed any presence of the Red Faction's servants? No. Jin shook her head. From the moment she entered Saigasora, she had maximized her perception. But so far, she hadn't detected anything, as if there were no servants in the entire city. I see, what do you think are the possibilities? 2 possibilities. First, they've used a special method to isolate the presence and mana of their servants. Second, they're not in Saigasora at all. Do you have any other detection methods? I do, but I can't use them in public. Reika nodded and pointed towards the side of the street. There's a cafe over there. A few minutes later, Jin hid in a booth and used holy water she had prepared in advance to activate an ability Shinji called Holy Water Radar. Compared to mana sensing, Holy Water Radar couldn't pinpoint exact locations or even determine a servant's class. It could only show the rough positions of the servants from both factions as differently colored dots. However, its range was vast, easily covering the entire city. The radar's results were shocking. What? Nothing. How is that possible? Shinji, who had been lying on the ground in the training area catching his breath, suddenly sat up, his eyes full of confusion. It couldn't be wrong. Both Jean's judgment and the intelligence he had indicated that the Red faction's base was in nearby Saigasora. So why was there nothing? Could they have used some method to evade Jean's detection, like Hades' cloak? No, impossible. Noble phantasms like Hades' cloak are extremely rare, it's not something everyone can have. And given Jean and Reika's thorough approach, they wouldn't be so sure unless they were certain. Could it be that Amakusa Shiro or the Red Assassin Semiramis had anticipated Jean's arrival and evacuated in advance? To avoid arousing Jean's suspicion, Shinji had only guided her step by step instead of prematurely revealing the existence of the mastermind, allowing for more speculation. Excluding Amakusa himself and the independently acting Kairi Sisegu, the other 5 masters had been controlled by Semiramis poison, trapped in an illusion, dreaming all day of crushing the Black faction and annihilating the Ig millennia, achieving glory. Amakusa's goal was to use this method to obtain command seals from the 5 masters. Without the master's consent, extracting command seals would be extremely difficult, and neither Amakusa nor Semiramis had that capability. They could only use inducement and deception to make these top magi willingly hand over their command seals to Amakusa, the overseer of the Holy Grail War. Retrieving command seals after the war was precisely the overseer's duty. Having obtained these command seals and control over the other red servants, Amakusa would then be qualified to face Jean without worrying about her invoking the God's resolution, privilege to forcibly command all servants to annihilate him. Inducing the masters through illusions to give orders was still indirect and could take considerable time and might not even succeed. Amakusa was not a combat-type servant. This amount of time would be more than enough for Karna or Achilles to kill him several times over. Therefore, Amakusa would not appear before Jean until he had secured this control. Knowing this, Shinji suggested Jean visit the Red faction's stronghold to see if she could discover anything. Although the chance of Jean capturing Amakusa, given his patience and cunning, was minimal, even the slightest trace would be enough to dispel all of Jean's doubts. Unexpectedly, Amakusa retreated so decisively without any contact at all. Should it be said that a boss is a boss? However, this was not the end, but just the beginning. Artoria, have Jean circle the city and then come back. Then, give her the cloak and take her into the city for another round. Dare you not pluck the thorny white lily? Will you eat the lion's head delivered to your mouth? Let's see how long you can endure. Shinji secretly steeled himself and, in doing so, naturally tensed his body, which usually wasn't a problem, but now, with his whole body swollen, he gasped in pain. Hiss, this hurts like hell. How lucky, if Ruler had come a day earlier, we might have been discovered. Hearing the news from Semiramis, Shiro commented with a smile. This time, it was merely a coincidence that the Red faction's servants were not in Saigasora. On the night before Jean's arrival, the Red faction had just moved their base from the mountain church to Semiramis' Ace Noble Phantasm, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Otherwise, even if Shiro had known in advance that Jean was coming, they couldn't have retreated so cleanly. Not to mention others, Achilles, when angry, wouldn't even listen to his master, let alone to Shiro as an agent. If things went wrong, Jean might have really caught them, which is why Shiro sighed in relief. Why do I feel like you actually wanted to be discovered by Ruler? Semiramis looked at her master with a half-smile. Because while everything going according to the script is safe, it's also very boring. The longer the suppression, the more eager I am to stir up some trouble. You've been influenced by Castor, Semiramis complained as she played with the pigeon that brought the news. Perhaps. Shiro didn't deny it. But a missed opportunity is a missed opportunity, lamenting it is useless. At this moment, a faint thought was transmitted to Semiramis' mind from Saigasora. Semiramis closed her eyes, synchronizing her vision with that of a distant familiar. A few minutes later, she opened her eyes, puzzled. What's going on? Not only Ruler, but even a Black faction servant has arrived. Black faction? Which one? Shiro also showed a surprised expression. The only one without any intelligence. No intelligence, meaning Black Lancer. Interesting, very interesting. Shiro's eyes lit up. What do you plan to do, Master? Should we send someone to handle her? I just confirmed that Ruler has already left Saigasora. Semiramis turned her palm up, the metal nails in her palm gleaming coldly. Shiro crossed his arms, one hand holding his chin. This is indeed a good opportunity to eliminate Black Lancer, but we can't ignore the Ruler's side either. Just because she's left doesn't mean she won't come back. So, are we just letting her go? Of course not. How can we let go of the meat delivered to our mouths? Notify our companion, they've taken so much information from us, it's time they paid a price. Chapter 421, Chapter 421, Kairi's Dream. Participants in the Holy Grail War sometimes have dreams. This is likely due to the deep spiritual connection between masters and their servants. They experience each other's past events through dreams. This phenomenon was also commonly observed in the first 3 Holy Grail Wars. Therefore, Kairi Sisegu was not at all surprised when he found himself in ancient Britain. Such things do happen. This should be the past of his servant, Mordred. Before he knew it, he was already standing beside her. The sword in her hand was the one she loved to use the most in this Holy Grail war, Clarent, the radiant and brilliant royal sword. This weapon originally did not belong to her. It was kept in the armory by King Arthur after he acquired it, and it symbolized the throne. Later, Mordred seized this sword and declared herself as king, inciting a large-scale rebellion. She then wielded this sword and challenged King Arthur to a duel. So, this is Camlan. Indeed, this was the Hill of Camlan, the battlefield where Mordred led her rebel army against King Arthur's regular forces in their final battle. The legend of King Arthur, this grand tale of chivalry, concluded with this tragic war. Arrows pierced into the lightly armored soldiers. However, Mordred, clad in her full steel armor, ignored all attacks and charged straight ahead. Arthur, a leader with immense charisma, finally achieved the unification of Britain. Yet, why did so many soldiers support Mordred's rebellion? There were several reasons. First, the widespread war weariness in the country as they approached unification. Despite being hailed as a perfect being, the scandal between the Knight of the Lake and the Queen, which led to the king's loss of authority, was another reason. The knights developed a fear and contempt for a king who was too pure and devoid of personal feelings. But there was another reason. On the battlefield, it was clear to Makiri why. Mordred's fighting style was extremely brutal. The knight's proud and grand swordsmanship appeared as fragile as dry branches before her. Though her actions seemed instinctual, they were the most efficient ways to kill. The soldiers following her were highly motivated, marching as if releasing human instincts. Their footsteps resounded like powerful war drums. She was a natural disaster, like a tornado. Mordred was a renowned knight. She had put in tremendous effort and indeed achieved it. Even so, had she fought as a knight, she might not have had 10,000 soldiers following her. Her strength was undeniable, and it contained a certain madness. On the battlefield, such madness was most commendable. Facing an opponent as strong as a monster, demolishing enemies like a storm, her soldiers followed her like they were possessed by her madness. They wanted to see what kind of bloody path this frenzied warrior would carve out. This was a form of fanaticism, a fervent belief. The soldiers' motivation was probably no more than this. However, no matter how high their morale, their strength was still limited. The number of soldiers dwindled, hundreds and thousands being wiped out one after another. Mordred never looked back. Soldiers, no, people would naturally increase after victory. She seemed to believe this. She prioritized attacking the areas with the most enemy soldiers. After decisively breaking through, she would charge towards the next densely packed enemy position. She annihilated all fearful, resisting, and fleeing opponents, piling up heaps of corpses. Meanwhile, Mordred paid no heed to all the foot soldiers. Her focus wasn't on anyone else but her father, King Arthur. Where is King Arthur? Where is the Night King? She shouted while cutting down the enemy soldiers surrounding her one by one. She deliberately chose to attack heavily fortified positions, thinking the king was likely there. However, as if rejected by destiny, the two never crossed paths on the battlefield. Yet, once the barriers were gone, destiny would eventually come to fruition. Both King Arthur's forces and Mordred's rebels were almost annihilated, leaving only a field of corpses. Supporting herself on her sword, Mordred finally saw King Arthur appear before her. Her expression was incredibly serene, showing neither pity nor hatred. Seeing her emotionless face, Mordred visibly grew impatient. Finally, they confronted each other on the battlefield. There was almost no one left to stand in their way. Mordred spread her arms and shouted passionately. Pouring out anger, joy, and indescribable emotions, she yelled loudly. How about it, King Arthur? Your kingdom ends here. It's over. Whether I win or you win, everything is already destroyed. Standing before her was the king, who bore a striking resemblance to Mordred, almost like a young boy. Despite Mordred's passionate outburst, she remained unmoved, not even responding to her questions, mechanically raising her sword. This must have been the most unforgivable response for Mordred. She let out a roar and swung her sword fiercely. King Arthur raised her sword to meet her. The two holy swords clashed, sparking. Despite both being utterly exhausted, they fought fiercely, refusing to be outdone. However, the outcome would not change. As Mordred said, regardless of who ultimately won, the kingdom would soon perish. You must have known it would come to this. You must have known. If you had just given me the throne, none of this would have happened. Yet, Mordred's sword did not slow down. Born as an illegitimate child, her admiration for her father turned into hatred upon her rejection, leading them to this deadly clash on the battlefield. I hate you, I hate you. I hate you for being the perfect king. I hate you for never acknowledging my existence. I willingly accepted being your shadow, yet you never looked back at me. So this is the rightful punishment, King Arthur. I've annihilated everything you had. Do you hate me? Do you hate me that much? Do you hate me, Morgan's child? Answer me, Arthur. Finally, amid battle, Arthur responded. In a cold, emotionless voice, the king declared. I have never hated you. The reason I did not give you the throne is because you lack the capacity to be a king. It was a response synonymous with indifference. It was a blunt assessment of Mordred's abilities, mercilessly deeming her unfit to be a ruler. In that instant, Mordred, enraged beyond measure, swung her sword, while King Arthur pierced her chest with the holy spear, Rongaminiad, the spear of the end. No matter how strong the armor was, it was meaningless before that spear. However, despite receiving a fatal wound, Mordred mustered her dying strength to deliver a decisive blow to King Arthur. Her helmet split in two, revealing the familiar face of a young girl that Makiri recognized. Blood dripping from her lips, Mordred reached out towards King Arthur before her. Chapter 422, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 2. The place where Kairi Sisigu and Mordred woke up was not the underground catacombs of Triphos, but a room in a small, secluded inn outside the city of Saigasora. To be cautious, they hadn't rented the room under their names, instead subtly taking over a room already rented by someone else. After receiving a message from Shiro, the two, who were deep behind enemy lines, temporarily moved from their original hiding place in Triphos to the vicinity of Saigasora. As a necromancer who had spent many years on the battlefield, Kairi had an extraordinary sensitivity to war. Without needing further confirmation or observation, he knew that the Red Berserker was undoubtedly doomed. With their numbers inferior to the enemy, they couldn't afford to let the Black faction gain further advantages. Before either side took further action, they would remain on standby here. At least here, the enemy wouldn't have the home field advantage, and Father Shiro was nearby, so they could watch each other's backs in case of danger, though Kairi didn't know that Shiro's group had already moved. Scratching the itchy scar on his face, Kairi sat up from the sofa, his face still showing the lingering effects of a dream. Mordred, who was playing with a stray cat, glanced at her master and mocked him. Started having nightmares as soon as we moved from the catacomb to this inn. Necromancers are troublesome. To the girl's surprise, instead of retorting or casually explaining as he usually would, Kairi just silently looked at her. That inexplicable look of sadness made her feel uncomfortable all over. What? That's gross. No, it's nothing. Let's go eat. Kairi avoided Mordred's gaze and got up to leave. Though Mordred was a bit concerned, the mention of food made her immediately forget all her questions. Being the only child of King Arthur, she inherited her father's extraordinary appetite, even if she had no claim to the throne. Oh, food. Food. What are we having today? Maybe Assassin can make sense of it. Since she couldn't figure it out herself, she decided to seek help. The first person who came to mind was Shinji. As an assassin, he had an exceptional sensitivity to information, which was evident from his previous performances. However, as soon as this thought arose, Fiori dismissed it. The awkward incident from the night before last made it hard for her to face her servant properly. Whenever she saw his face, she became flustered and didn't know what to do. This can't go on, I need to change this terrible situation. Biting her lip, Fiori was about to summon her servant through their contract. But before she could send the command mentally, she hesitated again. Ugh, I still can't do it. I am. After a moment of self-reproach, Fiori pulled herself together. Forget about that for now. Business comes first, since assassin isn't an option, I'll find someone else. Archer, no, that won't work either. As the second in command of the Black faction and their strategist, Chiron's abilities and wisdom were unquestionable. However, he was currently helping Assassin with special training. Informing him would be the same as notifying Assassin. Given what Fiori knew about her servant, he would follow along, potentially worsening their already strained relationship. Actually, it wouldn't. Fiori was overthinking it. The worries of a young girl. Next, Fiori ruled out calls, too familiar with him, no need to ask to know what he'd say. Selenik, not focused on the war. Astolfo, prisoner, rationality evaporation. Spartacus, prisoner, no prior interaction. Gords and Siegfried, both left early in the morning for unknown reasons. And Roche and Avisprin, always holed up in the workshop, not engaging with others. In the end, only Darnik, the clan leader and half-mentor, and Berserker of Black, Vlad III, remained. Pushing aside her discontent, Fiori moved her wheelchair towards the top floor of the castle. Chapter 423, Vlad III's Wish. It seems that many rulers, regardless of civilization, race, or country, enjoy the feeling of looking down from on high, overseeing the masses. Over time, castles and palaces have been built with the residences of their owners located at the highest points. Millennia Castle, a medieval fortress, is no exception. Naturally, this is where Vlad III resides. Usually, he and his master and subordinate, Darnik, stay here. Their daily routine consists of gazing at the scenery, tasting red wine, drinking tea, playing chess, and chatting. Vlad III has spent most of his 2 months in the modern world in this manner. Today, with no enemies invading their territory and no tasks to handle, the two of them sat by the window, playing chess as usual. The chessboard on the table was a traditional one for international chess, but the pieces were replaced with ones representing the 7 main servant classes, divided into red and black colors. Additionally, a golden cup representing the Holy Grail was placed in the middle of the board. The rules of the game were also modified. The first to touch the Holy Grail would be the winner. The intention was clear, this was for the current Holy Grail war. Vlad III picked up the red berserker piece and placed it next to the black berserker piece. The carved figure of the rampaging beast faced the red side of the board. With this, we now have 7 pieces. Although this piece is somewhat unruly, we still have an advantage over the red side's 6 pieces. However, if the red side is as formidable as we estimate in the worst-case scenario, our advantage wouldn't be so obvious. Darnik ran his hand over the 6 pieces in front of him, focusing on the saber and caster pieces. Based on their previous discussions, the red side's top-tier servant limit was 4, with Karna and Achilles already confirmed. Although Archer's archery skills were excellent, Siegfried and Chiron judged that her overall strength was still significantly below the other 2. Due to its inherent weaknesses, Assassin was unlikely to be one of their top-tier servants. This left only Saber, the best class, and Caster, about whom there was no information. Additionally, we must consider the possibility that Black Lancer could be one of their pieces. Therefore, to ensure victory, Caster's noble phantasm is essential. Mentioning this made Vlad III furious. Damn that rider, bringing along that homunculus, otherwise, there's no substitute, is there? No, Darnik shook his head, his tone regretful. Among our clan, only the 7 masters and that homunculus meet the criteria for a core. If it were second-rate or third-rate magi, I could gather as many as needed. But first-rate magi aren't something you can just prepare on a whim. While they could confirm that the enemy had 6 first-rate magi, it would be quicker to kill them directly and cut off their servants' mana supply rather than capturing them to use as cores. If necessary, we can select one of our masters who has lost their servant. Although first-rate magi are precious resources in any family, these sacrifices are necessary for the prosperity of the Igmalenia clan. What if it's me who retreats first? The same applies. Darnik's ruthlessness and determination moved Vlad III. I understand why you summoned me. Your essence is the same as mine, achieving your goals by any means necessary. This is the highest praise for me, Darnik slightly bowed, and I ask the Count to be prepared, if necessary. I will use my second noble phantasm. Vlad III was equally resolute. However, it is truly ironic to use the power derived from the very stigma I wish to erase. Vlad III's heroic reputation was mostly confined to Romania. Outside Romania, his image was distorted into that of a monster, earning him the world-renowned title of the infamous vampire, Count Dracula. The name Dracula originally meant son of the dragon and had nothing to do with vampires. However, due to his excessively bloody actions, his enemies attached various evil labels to him. Later, he was continually vilified in numerous literary works, ultimately shaping the Count Dracula image, which was completely different from who he was. Heroic spirits originate from faith and human perception. When a certain image becomes the mainstream perception, the heroic spirit will also be influenced by it. This is the case for Vlad III. He detests the stigma forced upon him, and his wish for the Holy Grail is to erase this shame. Upon hearing the Count's lament, Darnik remained unmoved and simply said, "History is written by the victors." Yes, history is written by the victors. If Vlad III had laughed until the end of his time, perhaps future generations would not have attached so many evil names to him, and he would not have become Count Dracula. And now, as long as he achieves the final victory, the stigma will be washed away, and his past will have no bearing on him. Vlad III saw this very clearly. However, his pride in the ground he stood on destined him not to tarnish himself unless necessary. I will be the final victor. For this, I will use all available power. Has the master for Red Berserker been decided? Not yet. Then it shall be Caster. Because of this incident, he lost his core, consider this compensation for him. But the command seals for forming the contract. Darnik hesitated slightly. Have Ryder's master transfer 1 seal. She bears responsibility for Ryder's rebellion due to her oversight. A superior should be clear in rewards and punishments, and Vlad III excelled in this regard. Understood. Neither Vlad III nor Darnik had any particular expectations for Berserker's master. As long as they could induce Berserker to go berserk at the specified time and place, anyone would suffice. Caster, being a magus, naturally met this requirement. As for Selenik, as Vlad III mentioned, she bore joint responsibility. Moreover, because Ryder was to be used as a pawn, she might very likely become the core of the Caster's noble phantasm. In Darnik's mind, she had already been marginalized. Still no news from Black Lancer. No, Darnik sighed. Since Black Lancer's brief appearance that night, the entire Igdmalenia clan had been searching for her, trying to determine which side she was on. Her last words were intriguing, suggesting she might not be a pawn of the Red faction, giving Darnik hope for recruitment. To this day, he had confirmed that Black Lancer's master was not Sagara Hayoma. However, the Holy Grail war was the priority. As long as Black Lancer could be used for their side, Darnik didn't mind collaborating, even if Sagara Hayoma had indeed died at her hands. Of course, if cooperation was refused, there would be nothing more to discuss, she would be eliminated. Yet, Black Lancer had not appeared again, leaving them at an impasse. As Darnik was troubled over Black Lancer, there was a knock on the door. P.S. Once again, emphasizing that the personalities of Lancer and Berserker are different. Lancer embodies the extreme facets of a hero, while Berserker is different, being a calm madman. Chapter 424, Chapter 424, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 3. Simultaneous with the knocking was a familiar greeting. "Uncle, may I disturb you for a moment?" "Fiori. Come in." The young girl who entered was as graceful as ever, but there was a look of confusion on her face. "Did something happen?" Darnik asked. "I just received a message from our clan member. Red Saber and her master, Shishigu Kairi, have appeared in Saigasora." Retreating due to being at a disadvantage, a rational judgment, Darnik remarked without surprise. "But there are other servants in Saigasora now, and their identities are unknown." "Other Red faction servants?" Darnik exchanged a glance with Vlad III. "Additionally, Ruler spent about 2 hours there this morning. I feel there is something off there and wanted to hear your and the Count's opinions." "It is indeed unusual," Darnik said thoughtfully, looking at the 6 red pieces before him. "And it also presents an opportunity. Yes, whether it's a coincidence or something else, it shouldn't be missed." Vlad III picked up the piece representing Red Saber. "However, the castle's defenses must not be neglected. I believe we should send servants suited for reconnaissance." "Servants suited for reconnaissance." Darnik quickly understood Vlad III's meaning: archer and assassin. Archer possessed clairvoyance, and assassin had presence concealment. Both had the keen eyesight and judgment necessary for reconnaissance missions. "Fiori, take your servant and go to Saigasora immediately with calls. Ensure your safety first, investigate what is happening second, and if the opportunity arises, attempt to eliminate enemy servants." "This." Hearing Darnik's order, Fiori seemed hesitant. "Is there a problem?" "No, nothing." Fiori shook her head, knowing this was no time for personal issues. "I will depart as soon as possible." After Fiori left the room, Darnik continued his game with Vlad III. Minor unexpected incidents like this would not shake Darnik's resolve. He had decided to betray the Mages Association, staking his life on it, and was well prepared for obstacles of this nature. Naturally, Darnik had considered the possibility of defeat in the war and the annihilation of his clan. But what of it? For so many years, his clan had not even been given the opportunity to reach the root, only to gradually fall into decline and obscurity. This was something Darnik would never forget. Now that his clan had finally obtained an opportunity, even this much was a stroke of unexpected luck. And, of course, Darnik had no intention of losing. Elsewhere, Fiori returned to her room and took out a black suitcase from her storage cabinet. Inside was her trump card, a connection-enhanced mystic code she had conceived, designed, and created herself. Saigasora did not have the tight defenses of Millennia Castle. There, both masters and servants could encounter danger, so she needed to be fully prepared. If necessary, she would also have to fight. After completing her preparations, Fiori activated her magical communication and conveyed Darnik's orders to her brother Calls and his servant, Chiron. As soon as he received the communication, Calls immediately turned off his computer and took out various weapons from his drawer. Unlike his sister, Calls' weapons were diverse: magical tools storing low-level evil spirits and beast spirits, bracelets inscribed with the names of beasts, and black insect eggs rolled into a ball. Fully aware that his magical prowess was not high, Calls never blindly pursued lethal power. From the beginning, he positioned himself in a support role. His combat style was not to kill enemies but to create chaos, giving his sister opportunities. His combat ability was undoubtedly the weakest among the Igdmalenia, but when working with Fiori, even a powerful magus like Darnik would not dare to ignore his presence. Meanwhile, Shinji and Chiron stopped their special training. Chiron wore a puzzled expression, not knowing the reason, while Shinji's eyes flickered with thought. Twisting and turning, yet returned to the same place. But Jack didn't cause a big news scandal by recreating Jack the Ripper due to insufficient mana. How did Shishigu manage to get to Saigasora? If Mordred encounters Artoria, that scene, TSK. No, this might be an opportunity. The parties of both red and black are all gathered. I didn't expect this, and neither did Darnik nor Amakusa Shiro. Good, the murkier the waters, the easier it is to fish. Let's see who will have the last laugh. As it was not yet dark and therefore unsuitable for activities related to mystery, the restless Mordred decided to wander around the streets. Fortunately, the city of Saigasora still preserved many buildings with hundreds of years of history, making it one of Romania's tourist attractions. It shouldn't be easy to get bored, Makiri thought. However, reality was quite the opposite. It wasn't long before Mordred was bored. I thought I could go sightseeing, but there's no skyscrapers, no amusement parks, nothing. Has it been 1,000 years since my time? Ah, because the selling point here is the medieval streetscape. It wasn't until Shishiga said this that he realized the avant-garde dressed girl beside him was a servant, someone who lived in ancient times. This streetscape meant nothing to her and had no novelty, just like how modern people are tired of bustling cities. Damn it, I had such high expectations. What a waste, the pouting girl angrily stuffed a pastry into her mouth. This was a freshly baked treat she had bought from the shopping street earlier. She had bought an entire batch, making the tourists behind her wait longer. Seeing the now empty packaging bag, Shishigu scratched his head helplessly. Come to think of it, you sure can eat. Eating is my hobby. After all, I've finally got a body. Mordred emptied the remaining pastries from the packaging bag into her mouth and then crumpled the bag into a ball. But, hobbies are just hobbies. I can't solve my problems without causing a big ruckus. Solve what? Of course, the rising urge to battle. For some reason, ever since stepping into the city, Mordred's desire to fight had inexplicably surged and grown more intense over time, as if a fire was burning in her chest that couldn't be extinguished. This long-lost feeling reminded her of the final battle of her short life. On that hill of swords littered with corpses, she had wielded the king's sword, searching for that figure who had completely occupied her heart. Where is King Arthur? Where is the Night King? As the sun set and the remaining light cast a vivid red over the entire city, it seemed as if she had returned to the Hill of Swords, hearing her hoarse shouts and finding herself awash in a mix of excitement, anger, helplessness, sorrow, confusion, and an indescribable emotion buried deep within her heart. What's happening to me? How could I have such an illusion? Is it because this place has stirred up memories? Just as Mordred struggled to dispel the hallucination and suppress her impulse, a faint servant's presence skimmed the edge of her sensory range. This is, Master, it's time to move out. Mordred grinned, a sinister expression matching the blood-red sunset. Chapter 425, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 4. Not only in Romania but even across the entirety of Europe, there is no city as unique as Saigasora. Its uniqueness lies in the word, unchanging. Although it is a small city with a population of 30,000, visitors who tour the historic areas listed as World Cultural Heritage Sites feel as if they have traveled back to the medieval era. Walking up the uneven stone-paved slopes, one can see many houses that have remained unchanged since the 16th century, and the square once used for witch trials is still preserved in its original state. Other tourist attractions include the old home of Vlad III, now a restaurant, the clock tower which serves as a landmark, and the church on the hill at the highest point of the old town. All in all, this is an ideal place for foreigners to experience past Europe. For Mordred, who was active in the 6th century AD, this town was boring and had no points of interest. However, for Artoria from the same era, this town was very nostalgic. Wandering through streets seemingly forgotten by time, she thought of her former capital, Camelot, the people she had sworn to protect, and the knights who once surrounded the Round Table. Walking along the main road that traverses the city, the cheers of the people echoed in her ears, King Arthur, King Arthur, King Arthur. Passing through the square where witches were judged, she seemed to see Lancelot and Agravain drawing swords against each other. Climbing the clock tower and overlooking the land, the panoramic view of Camelot, which she had seen countless times, appeared before her eyes. Those were truly memorable times, though mixed with many heavy memories and sad scenes. Yet, recalling them 1,500 years later, she still regarded them as treasures, never to be forgotten. What a wonderful place. Artoria, having traversed every corner of Saigasora on foot, sighed contentedly, breaking free from her memories. Sorry, Jean, for making you accompany me on this walk again. It's nothing, we have plenty of time anyway. Jean's voice sounded out of thin air, as calm as always. Under the cover of the Hades cloak, she perfectly avoided everyone's attention, following Artoria like a ghost, ready for the possible appearance of red servants at any moment. Unfortunately, just like the tour around the city in the morning, there was still no sense of any servant's presence. Could it be that the red faction has already moved? Or is it that the assumption, the red faction's base is in Saigasora, is itself a mistake? Come to think of it, no one had ever said that the red faction's base must be in Saigasora. This was just her analysis, and although it had been agreed upon by her companions, it ultimately had no evidence. Moreover, there is such a vast space between Saigasora and the Igdamilenia castle, with many places to hide. Why limit themselves to the city? Realizing her oversight, a sense of frustration rose in Jean's heart. Of course, there was also a bit of relief. That ally who prides himself as a teacher always called her foolish, yet he wasn't that smart either. After all, the so-called saint is a title given by later generations. Jean's essence was just a devout, pure farm girl under 20, far from achieving the enlightened state of rejoicing not in external gains, nor grieving over personal losses. Calming her emotions, Jean asked, "What should we do next?" "Let's meet up with Reika and Jack, then stay here for the night. If no other servants appear, we'll leave." Just as Artoria was relaying Shinji's plan, a rhythmic vibration came from her waist. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a white mobile phone. This was a communication device prepared for Artoria by Reika in Tokyo. To prevent detection by the clock tower and IGD millennia in Europe, it specifically used a Japanese local communication card with global service. The green button is to connect, the green button is to connect. While recalling Reika's instructions, Artoria pressed the green button. As soon as the call connected, Reika's anxious voice came through the receiver. "Artoria, come quickly, we've been spotted by servants of the Red faction." "What?" Artoria's expression changed instantly. "Where are you?" "The shopping street." "Hurry. Jack is trying to hold them off, but she can't last much longer." Reika and Jack being discovered was simply a stroke of bad luck. A regular woman and a modern servant without class advantages naturally couldn't compare in physical ability to King Arthur and Saint Jean d'Arc, who had led armies in battle, so they didn't act together with them. Of course, the mother and daughter pair weren't idle either. While the two heroes were out, they prepared a place to stay for the night. They couldn't stay in the local residential area as it wasn't conducive to hiding. Nor could they be too far from the residential area, as that would also expose them. In the end, Reika chose a hotel room closest to the clock tower. The hotel was adjacent to the Acropolis scenic area, where no one would visit the city walls at night, and the natural terrain of the walls provided advantages for servant battles. A few hundred meters in the opposite direction was the shopping street, which had all the necessary living facilities, making it a non-suspicious place to stay. Booking a luxurious suite on the top floor, Reika napped in the room with Jack. After a busy morning, they were indeed tired. And the best way to recover was to sleep with her daughter. Jack liked to jump on the bed, lift the sheets, and roll herself up like a bug. When she was tired of playing, she would drape the sheets over Reika and then lay her face on Reika's stomach, falling into a deep sleep. Seeing Jack like this, Reika felt that all the hardships were not hardships at all, and all the weariness was not weariness. When the mother and daughter woke up, it was almost evening. By calculating the time, those two big eaters out walking should also be back. This was another reason Reika chose this place. If there weren't food stalls, restaurants, and bakeries all around, other places might not satisfy the appetites of those two. And this also added to her speculation about the relationship between King Arthur and Jeanne d'Arc, who would believe they had no connection when they both could eat so much. The mother and daughter were shopping on the street with bags in hand, because they had to shop. Unlike in Japan, many stores in Europe close at sunset, and if they didn't buy things now, there wouldn't be any time left. Makiri and Mordred also arrived at the shopping street. Since Shinji had taken the assassin class, Jack naturally lost her presence concealment. Although her presence was much weaker than other servants due to the lack of a class, it was still detectable by Mordred's keen senses. After all, she was Artoria's child, inheriting her acute perception. When Mordred released her killing intent, Jack sensed something was wrong. She handed her things to Reika and instructed her not to follow, then turned and ran into a nearby alleyway. P.S. There's no helping it, Saigasora is that small, and Mordred inherited the king's stomach. If Artoria hadn't been lost in her memories, they would have met long ago. Chapter 426, Chapter 426, Mama. Papa. Jack was a clever child. She knew that her mother had no magical power and was not a master, so she wouldn't be detected by the enemy. This meant the enemy was definitely after her. As long as she left, the enemy would follow her, and her mother would be safe. While fleeing, Jack fully utilized her criminal talents as Jack the Ripper. She used spirit form to phase through walls, created confusion by running in circles and released mist that disrupted perception and concealed her presence. Unfortunately, Jack's attributes were too low, especially her agility, which was critical for escaping. She was 2 whole levels below Mordred. Under the crushing weight of these absolute attributes, no matter how hard Jack tried, she could only delay the inevitable and couldn't shake off Mordred's pursuit. In the end, Jack was cornered by Mordred at the city wall. "Found you, you sneaky little rat." Mordred had already shed her modern, edgy attire and donned the heavy armor and horned helmet, a noble phantasm inherited from her mother, Morgan. Through the gaps in her visor, Mordred caught sight of Jack's small figure. "TCH, it's just a kid. Doesn't look like a frontline fighter, so not the Black Lancer. An assassin or caster, perhaps." If Mordred had been more careful and used her brain a bit more, she would have noticed Jack's oddity. But, having suppressed herself for an entire day, she was eager for a fight and couldn't be bothered to think too much. "TCH, bad luck. But your luck's even worse. This ends here, Black Servant." "No way, Mama is waiting for us." Jack drew 2 daggers from her waist. She could sense Mordred's power, but she had no intention of giving up without a fight. Sadly, the difference in their strength was just too vast. In just 3 exchanges, Jack's daggers were knocked away, and Mordred's sword was raised high, ready to cleave her small body. "It's over, Nameless One." At that moment, Mordred suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. The next second, a piercing explosion echoed above Mordred's head, the intense and violent wind pressure solidifying like a hammer, striking her head, face, and shoulders heavily. If she hadn't been prepared, this blow would have knocked her to the ground, rather than just forcing her to retreat and relieve the pressure. Even though Mordred took the brunt of it, Jack, who was nearby, didn't fare much better. Despite Mordred absorbing most of the wind pressure due to their height difference, even a small portion of it was enough to blow Jack away. Don't forget, Mordred was in heavy armor, weighing at least 150 kilograms, while Jack only had a few light pieces of cloth and no preparation. How could she be more stable than Mordred? However, Jack wasn't harmed, as she was caught in a warm embrace just as she was thrown by the wind. The incredible softness and fullness against her back were all too familiar. Toria Mama. The mother-craving girl remembered every bosom she had nestled into. Mama was the most comfortable, Papa the broadest, and Toria Mama the warmest. "Jack, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Artoria, who had followed Jack's presence all the way, asked with concern. "No, just my wrist hurts a bit." Jack adjusted herself, finding a comfortable position to lie in Artoria's arms. By this time, Mordred had recovered from the shock of the wind pressure and had re-established her stance. Just as she lifted her head to ask a question, she heard a voice she could never forget. "How dare you attack a child uninvolved in the war? Have you forgotten the most basic principles of knighthood, Mordred?" Along with the voice, Mordred also sensed an overwhelmingly righteous aura and saw a face that bore an 8 or 9/10 resemblance to her own. Mordred was stunned, her body rigid. She muttered, "King Arthur." "It's me," Artoria replied, shedding her casual clothes to armor. She had been in such a hurry that she forgot to change her outfit. "Ha ha, ahaha, am I dreaming? I never expected to meet you in a place like this, my father, Shishiyu." The first sentence was naive and silly, like that of an innocent child. The second, however, was twisted and malevolent, like a vengeful demon. Though Artoria didn't understand why Mordred had such a drastic change, it didn't hinder her ability to sense killing intent. She patted the girl clinging to her neck like a koala. "Jack, go back to Reika." "Okay." Jack obediently jumped to the ground and softly reminded, "Toria Mama, be careful, that person is very strong." "I know, I've always known." Artoria slowly drew her sword. "It was she who ended my kingdom and my life. I didn't expect to meet you in this Holy Grail war, Mordred." This heartfelt sentiment from Artoria didn't register with Mordred at all. All her attention was captured by the girl's cry of, "Toria Mama." "Hey, you, what did you just call her?" Having run a distance, Jack stopped in confusion and turned her head. "Toria Mama." This reply was like an arrow piercing Mordred's heart. "Toria Mama." Mordred's gaze shifted dumbfoundedly from Jack to Artoria. You have other children. Is that why you don't acknowledge me?" Had Mordred been calmer, she might have noticed the differences between Jack and Artoria. But she was already overwhelmed by the term Mama, losing the rebellious spirit she had when organizing the uprising, and the hidden wisdom beneath her wild fighting style. She had completely lost her sanity, becoming more frenzied and hysterical than a berserker. All this was because of her father, the Night King Artoria. She was born as a rebellious child by Morgan to usurp King Arthur and become a ruler greater than Arthur. But ignoring her mother's intentions, she purely admired her noble and perfect father, longing for parental recognition. If she could obtain even the slightest acknowledgement from her father, she would transform into his most steadfast sword and shield. Even if he intended to destroy the world, she would follow without hesitation. Unfortunately, in the end, Artoria, who sacrificed herself to become an embodiment of righteousness, never showed Mordred any affection, treating her merely as a regular knight of the Round Table. So, Mordred went mad. She rebelled, fracturing the Arthurian kingdom and ultimately leading to Britain's destruction, still to gain Artoria's attention and make her recognize her abilities. She twisted her love and admiration for her father into hatred and destruction. Now, a term she was never allowed to use reignited this twisted feeling, transforming all emotions into hatred. "Arthur!" The frenzied shout echoed under her horned helmet. The king's beautiful silver sword was tainted by her crimson, hate-filled magic, transforming completely into a sword of disaster. Red magic thundered, turning into blood-colored lightning, responding to the final ray of the setting sun. The rebellious knight charged toward the king she revered. Just like their final battle in life. P.S. Notes, Jack, even though you're a shorty, I'm even shorter. P.S. 2, for Mordred's feelings towards Artoria, refer to Fate/Grand Order Chapter 6. The Lion King, Goddess Rangaminiad, only saw Mordred as useful, which made Mordred ridiculously happy. In the end, she self-destructed for her father. PS3, the Knights of the Round Table are essentially a group of king devotees. Gawain is a die-hard loyalist. Lancelot admitted he liked the king more than Guinevere, though his daughter Mash is number one. Tristan, the fool, regretted saying, "The king does not understand people's hearts," to the point he took on the reversal buff and defiled knighthood to follow the king. Mordred would have been ecstatic with just a bit of recognition. Finally, Agravain, who did all the dirty work to fulfill Artoria's ideal city, modified himself using his devotion to the king, ultimately killing Lancelot, who killed him originally, and dying at the king's side. This is all from Fate/Grand Order Chapter 6, one of the most iconic chapters. PS4, Fate/Strange Fake Volume 6 recently revealed that the person sealing Rongamini at Artoria is Kay, who according to Arthurian legend, should be Artoria's foster brother. Their relationship was quite good, and it seems his sarcasm towards her was filled with brotherly love. Chapter 427, Your father is still your father. They started fighting. Artoria and Mordred. It was practically a reenactment of the decisive battle at Camlan. Mordred, wielding the clarent, brilliantly shining royal sword, tainted crimson with hatred and magic, launched a ferocious barrage of attacks at Artoria. Although Artoria, due to class restrictions, did not carry her longtime companion, the Excalibur, she managed to counter with a borrowed sword from Astolfo, and her swordsmanship remained flawless. The slender blade, shrouded in the invisible air, clashed and intertwined with Mordred's magical sword, unleashing a heart-pounding torrent of magical energy. In an instant, fierce winds roared and crimson lightning flashed, illuminating the lion-faced helmet of Artoria and the horned helmet of Mordred, thus heralding the beginning of a father-son duel that had been awaited for 1,500 years. King Arthur, Artoria, hailed as the King of Britain to this day, with countless legends surrounding her. Mordred, a member of the Knights of the Round Table led by King Arthur, was Arthur's only child. He was also the rebellious knight who critically wounded Arthur at Camlan, bringing an end to the legend. Ethically, Mordred was the child of Artoria and Morgan. But essentially, Mordred was an artificial life form, homunculus, created by Morgan's trickery, a clone of King Arthur. Morgan Le Fay, Arthur's sister, and a great magus on par with Merlin, had perfectly replicated Arthur's abilities. Physical capabilities, dragon factor, an almost precognitive instinct, and innate mana burst, everything was identical to the Night King. And Mordred did not waste this talent. Benefiting from the rapid growth of an artificial life form, Mordred began serving as a knight just a few years after birth, silently observing and learning from her father. Swordsmanship, horsemanship, military strategy, political strategy, she frantically absorbed everything she could from her father, evolving from a mere physical clone to a well-rounded mirror image. It was for this reason that she could fracture Britain and single-handedly end Arthur's reign. It was also this reason that allowed her to battle Artoria to a near deadlock, almost resulting in mutual destruction. So, will they reenact that scene this time? Will it once again end with Artoria impaling her son with the holy spear, and Mordred killing her father with the cursed sword? The answer is no. Because Artoria didn't use the holy spear, so the conditions for that conclusion couldn't be met. Alright, that was just a joke. In reality, Artoria didn't need the holy spear to suppress Mordred. Initially, Mordred managed to cause Artoria some trouble with equal attributes, intense hatred, and a chaotic, unorthodox fighting style like a mad dog, like a wild monkey. At Camlan, she used this style to catch her father off guard, successfully disarming the holy sword and forcing Artoria to fight with the holy spear. But this time was different. Although Artoria was still somewhat unaccustomed to this erratic yet effective fighting style, not because her strength was insufficient, but because Mordred knew her too well. This style was specifically designed to counter Artoria's knightly swordsmanship. However, Artoria's use of a rapier was something Mordred hadn't anticipated. Once Artoria adapted to switching between the rapier and the greatsword, the battle's rhythm gradually fell under her control. After some time, Artoria completely acclimated to Mordred's wild monkey swordsmanship. Mordred was thoroughly pushed to a disadvantage and couldn't reverse the situation no matter how hard she tried. Given the high similarity in their base attributes and skills, once one side was suppressed, it was difficult to regain momentum. Even when Mordred used her only advantageous attribute, the plus in her strength B+, to barely push back the overwhelmingly powerful Artoria, she couldn't catch her breath before the agile Artoria, enhanced by the invisible air, returned, giving her no chance to exploit any openings. No way, no way. Mordred, utterly suppressed, screamed and roared like a mad woman. Artoria's dominance wasn't just a matter of tactics or targeted strategy, it was a fundamental, skill-based superiority that Mordred hadn't anticipated, leaving her bewildered and unwilling to accept it. Why are you so strong? Why? 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 I caught up to you. Arthur. Already at a disadvantage, Mordred's emotional turmoil worsened her dire situation. Perhaps not wanting to see Mordred continue her descent into madness, or perhaps having gained a new understanding after resolving her inner conflicts, Artoria, who had remained silent throughout the battle, finally spoke. Because I am no longer the me from Camlan, while you are still the you from Camlan. As Artoria said, perhaps during her lifetime, Mordred's abilities had reached the same heights as hers and even surpassed her in some aspects. However, the moment Mordred was pierced by the Holy Spear, lost her life and ascended to heroic spirit status, everything about her was frozen in the throne of heroes. No matter how many years passed or which era she existed in, her peak would always be the moment she gravely wounded King Arthur, unless there was a way to change humanity's perception or an opportunity to transcend the legend. But Artoria was different. She hadn't died, she was still alive, still growing, still with infinite potential. Back then, we were neck and neck, but over the years, you stopped while I kept moving forward. Even if only inching forward, the distance between us has gradually widened. This is why Artoria was able to suppress Mordred. Artoria's well-intentioned explanation did nothing to calm Mordred, instead, it drove her to further madness. She even abandoned her defense, aiming to strike Artoria out of sheer frustration. I don't believe it. Impossible, 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 impossible. However, this reckless strike failed to harm Artoria, instead, it left an opening. The rapier turned into a flash of silver, piercing through Mordred's chaotic defense and aiming straight for her neck. In the critical moment, Mordred relied on her battle instinct from intuition, swiftly dodging Artoria's thrust. Silver light splattered, embedding itself into the centuries-old medieval city wall behind Mordred. Seizing the moment when the rapier was trapped by the wall, Mordred swung backhanded, aiming to disable one of Artoria's arms. But Artoria was prepared. She grabbed Mordred's wrist with her free hand and pressed her entire body forward. The metallic armor, manifested by magical energy, clashed against the wall with a crisp sound. Chapter 428, Chapter 428, Kill Me. Sighisoara, the ancient city of Romania. 1500 years later, the legend reappears, and the Battle of Camlan reenacted. No one anticipated it would come to this, not Mordred, not Artoria, not even Shinji, who triggered it all. King Arthur, Artoria, pressed her child Mordred against the wall, refusing to let go no matter how fiercely Mordred struggled. Mordred even thought of using the horns on her helmet to gore Artoria, but their height difference meant the horns could only reach her shoulders, not her neck or head. It was only then, as her mind cleared from the storm of intense emotions, that Mordred realized something was wrong. When had her father grown so tall? Weren't they supposed to be the same height? Both standing at 154 centimeters. The hatred and anger surging within her chest gradually subsided, and her intelligence, influenced by the monkey's deduction, reclaimed its ground. She finally understood the situation. Have I lost? Lost to my father, once again. Noticing the force pressing down on her gradually weakening, Artoria also lessened her strength, though the suppressive stance remained unchanged. Mordred removed her helmet and dispelled the noble phantasm that concealed her true name, given by her mother Morgan, revealing a face identical to King Arthur's except for the hairstyle. This was the second time she had done so. The first time was when she had confessed her lineage to her father. Disappointed in Mordred, Morgan had revealed the secret of her birth, that she was the illegitimate child created by King Arthur and Morgan. She also delivered a prophecy that was more of a curse. King Arthur doesn't know you are a child, and even if she did, she wouldn't recognize such a filthy fact. Mordred was deeply shaken, yet also filled with incomparable joy. She wasn't truly human, she was the child sharing the same bloodline as the great king. No, as the legitimate heir of a king who surpassed all humans, her non-human birth was a mark of honor, perfectly fitting for the king's successor. Ecstatic, Mordred had approached the king. To someone who had never known paternal love, King Arthur's father figure was akin to a deity. However, when she stood before the king, removed her helmet, and revealed everything, hoping for recognition, the king heartlessly rejected her. I see. Although it is my sister's scheme, you are indeed my child. But I am not prepared to acknowledge this, nor will I entrust the throne to you. I see. So that's why I could only remain at the lowest seat of the round table. I finally understand. King Arthur despised her sister Morgan. How could Mordred, as Morgan's child, ever gain the king's recognition? No matter how hard she tried, even if she outshone everyone, Mordred was scorned by King Arthur as a tainted offspring from the moment she was born. The higher one stands, the more painful the fall. For Mordred, this was the shift from hope to despair, igniting a burning hatred for King Arthur within her heart. But this time, there was no hatred in Mordred's eyes, only a dead calm, like the ashes of a fire that had burned out. Ha ha ha, I thought I had surpassed my father, how ridiculous, my life is a joke. Artoria sighed, at a loss for words. Whether as a king or now, she never understood her child. She didn't know what Mordred sought, why she rebelled, why she hated her so much, or what madness had possessed her earlier. Seeing her father remain silent, Mordred's face showed a hint of pleading. Come on, say something, won't you, king, father? I don't know what to say. Artoria's expression was troubled, but Mordred couldn't see it as her face was covered by her mask. You don't know what to say. Don't you hate me? Don't you hate me for destroying your kingdom? For destroying the Britain you loved and gave everything for? You know, right? The Britain of today is nothing like your Britain, not at all. Mordred began to get agitated again. Britain, huh? Artoria lowered her head, her eyes unfocused. Do I hate Mordred? The truth is, that question is quite complicated. As a king, as the embodiment, slave, of righteousness, she did not hate, or rather, she never thought to hate. Back then, her only thought was to save her country and her people, even if it meant making a pact with the counter-force and traversing time and space to seek the Holy Grail. If she truly hated anyone, it was herself. As a king, she was ultimately the one to bear all burdens, and Mordred's rebellion was also the king's sin. Having untied the knots in her heart, shed the mantle of kingship, and returned to being an ordinary girl, she admitted that she had once hated and resented Mordred. But that was merely an emotion indulged in the dreams of the past, an ephemeral feeling that faded upon waking. After all, 1,500 years had passed, and even though the ideal realm within the Avalon felt almost timeless, she had changed significantly compared to her previous life, though she had not yet realized this. Seeing her father turn into a mute again, Mordred felt a wave of sadness. You won't even say a word to me. Then. Fine, I understand. You don't hate me, nor do you see me as your child. You only see me as an ordinary knight, perhaps a rebellious knight at best. Kill me, king. The rebellious knight, having failed, deserves a fitting end. Mordred's eyes lost their usual spark, as if her soul had been taken away. She had challenged her father a second time and was overwhelmingly defeated. Even when she brought up their beloved Britain, it did not evoke any emotion from her father, not even hostility. She had spoken her heart out, yet there was no place for her in her father's eyes. More importantly, her father had other children. She was truly envious, envious of the child being held in her father's arms, envious of her father's gentle demeanor towards the child. Even though she knew it was impossible, she truly wished her father would treat her the same way. If that were the case, then dying would be worth it. Mordred. Artoria involuntarily stepped back 2 steps, releasing her hold on Mordred. In the past, she did not understand the intense emotions in Mordred's words, and she still didn't fully understand now, but at least she could feel a profound sadness. She hesitated. That's not like you, King Arthur. Just like at Camlan, pierce my chest once more. This is my final plea, you're the Black Lancer, you should have it, right? That holy lance. Mordred closed her eyes, her expression peaceful and serene, finally showing a bit of her father's demeanor. Artoria raised her hand, and the holy lance that once illuminated the darkest of times materialized in her grasp. However, the trembling of its tip revealed the turmoil within her heart. Goodbye, father, Mordred whispered. And then, the lance roared. P.S. A bit of trivia, modern Britons are descendants of the Anglo-Saxons. King Arthur's Britain was Celtic, and back then, King Arthur led his army to resist the invasion of the Anglo-Saxons, which is why Mordred had such sentiments. PS2, this family has a knack for obsession and overthinking, and they all have a penchant for hiding their faces. Sigh, it's quite exasperating. PS3, the mention of the Battle of Camlan at the end of the previous chapter was a jest. In their lifetimes, there was no special attack against father or son. Chapter 429, Sisigu's Rescue. The gun roared. Yes, you read that right, the gun roared. Of course, this gun wasn't referring to Artoria's Holy Lance. Although the Holy Lance, which shares an extraordinary origin with the Holy Sword, could indeed roar when its true name is released, there was no need for such a grand display just to pierce Mordred. It wasn't like she needed to shatter both Mordred and the wall behind her into pieces. The gun that roared was a different one, a horizontal double-barreled shortened shotgun. Its name alone suggests it's a modified modern weapon, a genuine instrument of destruction. Its owner was none other than Mordred's master, Makiri. While Mordred was tracking Jack, Scythe was also in pursuit, albeit much slower than Mordred. Additionally, upon noticing the absence of a bounded field to ward off others nearby, he had to set one up himself to ensure the concealment of their magic. By the time he arrived, Mordred was already pinned against the wall. As a mercenary who had been active on various battlefields collecting corpses, Scythe had extensive combat experience. The more perilous the situation, the calmer he became. Even with his servant restrained by the opponent, he didn't rush out to rescue her. Instead, he calmly analyzed the situation. The timing wasn't right. If he charged out now to save her, not only would he fail, but he'd also get himself killed. Using a command spell to forcibly relocate her wasn't an option either, the distance between them was too close, and the Black Lancer's movements would be faster than the relocation. To save her, he had to wait for the exact moment the enemy made a move. Using techniques honed on the battlefield, Scythe minimized his presence and cautiously approached, getting close enough for his weapon to be effective. He knew that his weapon could potentially kill a servant, but not one as top tier as Mordred, let alone an even stronger opponent. His goal was to create enough of a distraction to give Mordred a chance to escape. Based on his understanding of Mordred, she only needed a brief moment, no more than a second, to break free and regroup. The stealth approach went relatively smoothly. The two servants, locked in confrontation, were too focused on each other to notice the sneaky approach of a mouse. However, once he got closer, Shishigu was a bit puzzled. The situation had developed as he expected. The Black Lancer was preparing to kill Mordred, manifesting a lance radiating terrifying magical power even from 30 meters away, a weapon that seemed strangely familiar to him. But Mordred's reaction was completely unexpected. She closed her eyes and waited for death. Was this the Mordred he knew? The rebellious knight he knew never gave up, no matter the danger. Even without a sword, even in the face of death, she would still take a bite out of her enemy. What was going on? Damn it, at a distance of 30 meters, he couldn't hear what they were saying. But it had come to this, he couldn't let Mordred die. Though he hadn't known her for long, she was a partner recognized by Makiri. Devour. The chant, masked by the sound of the gun, activated the magical mechanism of the gun and triggered the Gander curse embedded in the bullets. The finger used as a bullet roared out of the gun, shooting straight at Artoria's back. As the Black Lancer, Artoria possessed the class skill magic resistance at level B, making a mere Gander curse bullet incapable of breaking through her defenses. However, Sisigu's cursed bullet didn't rely solely on magical attacks. Enhanced by Necromancer Magecraft, the bullet itself reached supersonic speeds and contained energy potent enough to harm a servant, provided it hit. As the gunshot rang out, Artoria reflexively swung her holy lance, easily deflecting the cursed bullet, her sharp gaze swiftly locking onto Sisigu's position. Mordred's master. Sisigu wasn't surprised by the outcome. He hadn't planned to rely solely on the cursed bullets to complete the task. After firing 2 shots, a heart grenade, prepped with a pulled pin and timed to explode, traced a parabolic arc before detonating above Artoria's head. The hidden teeth and nails of a magus within the grenade failed to penetrate Artoria's armor, and the pervasive purple poison mist couldn't breach her magic resistance. To Artoria, this grenade was nothing more than a small firework. It was precisely the firework effect that Sisigu wanted. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Artoria's sight was obstructed, the man, exuding a fierce aura, rolled to a new position while shouting. "Saber, stop dawdling and move." As he shouted, he continued loading finger bullets, using ranged attacks to create trouble for Artoria. A figure burst through the poison mist, but it wasn't Mordred as Sisigu had hoped, it was Artoria. Clad in silver armor and wielding a radiant lance, the knight charged toward Sisigu's hiding spot. At her speed, the 30-meter distance would be covered in just a few blinks. "Saber, what the hell are you doing?" Sisigu felt like he was going insane. If it weren't for the fact that the light of the Holy Lance couldn't be obscured by the poison mist and that the master-servant contract showed no anomalies, he would have thought Mordred had already been killed by the Black Lancer. Damn it, there's no other choice. Sisigu activated an enhancement magecraft that every combat magi knew, boosting his leg strength to leap onto the rooftop. As he jumped, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing the first of the 3 command spells glowing with a sinister light. By the command spell, I order my saber to return to my side immediately. Space distorted as the miracle granted by the Greater Grail, capable of reaching into the realm of magic, activated. The petite swordswoman appeared as if breaking through spatial ripples, standing between Shishigu and the approaching Artoria. "Idiot. Stop spacing out and fight." Sisigu's voice finally reached Mordred's ears. Instinctively, she swung her sword, blocking the sweeping holy lance. "Master, why are you here?" "Fool, if I didn't come, was I supposed to just watch you die?" With Mordred holding off the Black Lancer, Sisigu finally had a chance to catch his breath. "What the hell were you doing? Giving up the fight? Have you forgotten your wish? You're supposed to become the King of Britain." "Your Majesty." "I, the King." Mordred was momentarily distracted, giving Artoria an opening to knock her away with a sweep of the lance. "Damn it." Sisigu gritted his teeth, producing an item in his hand. P.S. Mordred has a bit of a rabid dog personality. She hated losing more than she hated dying, but her dear dad was standing right in front of her. A series of blows led her to despair. Chapter 430, Old Iron. Someone bought the Shinji Matou at your service collection worth $200 in my Patreon. Smiley face. It was a peculiar knife with a slender blade, lacking in practical use. Unlike the magus finger used earlier, which could auto-target an opponent's forehead, this knife had no such capability. However, once it hit, it meant death. Well, maybe not immediate death for a servant, but it would certainly be excruciating. After all, neither the great sage Chiron nor the mightiest hero Heracles from Greek mythology could withstand its poison. When Sisigu joined this Holy Grail war, he received a formalin preserved Hydra hatchling as advance payment. Sisigu had each of its 9 heads processed into various weapons and auxiliary tools. This was Sisigu's trump card, a deadly poisonous mystic code used in combat. Although he wasn't sure if he could successfully poison the Black Lancer, he had no choice but to bet everything now. He couldn't just hold onto his trump card and die. Just as he resolved to go all out, the Black Lancer, who had knocked Mordred away, stopped her advance. Instead, she scrutinized Sisegu with a searching gaze before shifting her attention to Mordred. "Is this your wish, Mordred?" Feeling the confusion, surprise, and disbelief in that gaze, a surge of anger flared in Mordred's chest, reigniting her once lifeless spirit. "Yes, I want to become the King of Britain." "Oh." The drawn-out tone made Mordred extremely uncomfortable. "Humph, what you can do, I can do too." "I see." Artoria didn't offer a direct evaluation. She looked at Sisegu, who was standing nearby in a daze. "Magus over there, do you think Mordred can become a king?" "Of course," Sisegu answered firmly, without a hint of hesitation. "I believe she has the capability and the qualities. If I were King Arthur, I would have passed the throne to her long ago." "Master." No matter how tough Mordred was, she was deeply moved at this moment. Her father didn't believe in her, but her master did. Such precious support was invaluable. "It seems you found a good master, Mordred." Mordred gave a thumbs up and grinned at her master. "Of course, my master is the best." Sisegu mirrored the gesture. "You're the best servant too. It seems you've encountered an excellent master." Artoria's lance stirred the air. "Let me see how far you can go. Are you ready, Mordred? This time, don't let me defeat you so easily." "Don't worry, this time, I'll defeat you, Knight of Crimson Thunder." The magic, driven by emotion, roared and radiated, cutting through the night and illuminating both Mordred and Sisegu, who stood in a flanking position. "I'm going in." Mordred's shout ignited the tense atmosphere. The red saber and the black lancer, both surged forward toward each other. Saber aimed to cleave down from above with a wave-like, overwhelming force to cut her opponent in two. Meanwhile, Lancer, with equally unyielding momentum, thrust her lance straight at the opponent's heart. Both were engaging in a frontal assault, surpassing human capabilities. Upon collision, their clash would surely erupt into a magnificent burst of magical energy, a height that almost no modern magus could ever hope to reach in their lifetime. However, the expected clash was interrupted by Sisegu's shout of "Saber." Undoubtedly, Sisegu had complete trust in his partner. Even so, he still felt a twinge of unease, not towards the two servants before him, but something more distant and indescribable. At that moment, he felt a needle-like pain in his hand, a feedback signal from the bounded field he had set up around the area. There was an intruder. Mordred was concerned by her master's call. There was some significance behind it, otherwise, he wouldn't have called her name. As she realized this, a chill ran down her spine. Although she didn't know where the attack would come from, she was certain that someone had her in their sights. Whether it was a long-distance throw or a shot, if things continued like this, she would die. Her body reacted faster than her mind. She applied a slight brake to her rapid charge, forcing her body to deviate from its original path. This was the only action she could take at that moment. Artoria's reaction was almost identical. The two of them, as if rehearsed, changed direction simultaneously. In that instant, an explosion and a thunderous roar enveloped their red and white figures. The magical energy, not inferior to Knight of Crimson Thunder and Invisible Air, swept across the cobblestone street beneath their feet like a cannonball. If the two servants had not been clad in heavy armor, this single arrow would have caused them significant harm. And this was just the beginning of the assault. Before the surging magical energy dissipated, the second wave of attacks descended from the sky. 3 strikes, faster than the eye could follow, came down. One burrowed into the dust stirred by the magical energy, while the other 2 targeted Sisegu directly. Necromancers begin their training by confronting their death. They apply illusions to themselves, repeatedly observing their bodies decay. They must become accustomed to seeing themselves rot and degrade in a mirror. They must face death, embrace it, and understand the coexistence of life and death. Sisegu, having dealt with death for years, had a keener sense of it than anyone else. However, these 2 attacks were too fast, far beyond his reaction speed. By the time he realized something was wrong, the attacks were already upon him. In the nick of time, the magical dust before him split in 2. A silver glow, accompanied by red lightning, roared past Sisegu's head, deflecting the 2 attacks aimed at his vital points. "Master, be careful." Mordred's voice came almost simultaneously with her action. However, she wasn't moving towards him. She hadn't recovered from the first wave of attacks. Saving her master by throwing her sword was already her limit, costing her an arrow in her left arm, confirming the enemy was an archer. As Mordred struggled to regain her stance, the third wave of attacks arrived. Again, 3 arrows, but more vicious, all aimed at the weakest link among the 3, Sisegu. "Master, take cover." Mordred's eyes widened with rage. Without her weapon, she had no way to support her master. Without her master's magical supply, her journey in the Holy Grail War would end. Fortunately, although she couldn't save him, someone else could, the Night King, Artoria. Mordred had her back to Sisegu and used all her strength to detect the crisis, change direction, and throw her sword. Artoria, on the other hand, only had to change direction, which placed her closer to Sisegu. As the third wave of attacks arrived, she rushed forward without hesitation, pushing Sisegu out of the way. The impact was so strong that Shishigu felt like his bones were about to shatter, but it was far better than losing his life. As she came to a stop, Artoria saw the city's prominent structure, the clock tower. At the top of the clock tower, under the faint moonlight, were three figures. One of them was aiming a bow at them. Chapter 431, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 5. In the moonlight, Chiron held his longbow, continuing to knock arrows and draw the bowstring. The arrows he shot nearly hit the expected spots, but the target's actions differed from expectations. Did it work? Facing the question from Calls, Chiron shook his head and said, no, regrettably, only Saber was hit by an arrow. All other attacks were dodged. Even Kairi Sisegu. Calls looked surprised. He had observed Chiron's archery skills during their training over the past 2 days. In his mind, Chiron's arrows were comparable to modern weaponry. Regular shots equaled bullets. Full-draw powerful shots were akin to mortars. Multiple arrows from a single shot were like shotgun blasts. Most terrifyingly, all these arrows practically came with guidance systems. Although saying so might upset his sister, Calls was confident that even if she wore an enhanced mystic code, she couldn't block a normal arrow from Chiron, let alone Kairi Sisegu, who lacked a defensive mystic code. How did that guy dodge it? Because the tower they were in was too far from the battlefield, Calls couldn't see what exactly had happened. Yes, the arrow aimed at him was first blocked by Red Saber's thrown sword, and the second time by Black Lancer. Black Lancer. Calls couldn't understand. Didn't you say they were just fighting? How could they? I don't know, Chiron shook his head. But nothing is surprising on a battlefield. You're right, it's not impossible they teamed up and came over to kill us. Shinji's voice rang out. To utilize Assassin's concealment ability, he had remained in spirit form after leaving Millennia Castle, which is why Artoria only saw 3 people, with the last being Fiori, who hadn't spoken. Shinji wasn't surprised at all by what happened in the distance. Though he didn't know how the two met, he had imagined many times what might happen after they did. A fight was inevitable, likely initiated by Mordred, whose obsession with Artoria was profound. In contrast, Artoria had no such obsession with Mordred, neither hatred nor love. In terms of strength, Mordred was no match for Artoria. After the discussion with Jean last night, Shinji specifically asked Artoria, how did you end up in a draw with someone who counters you? The answer was unexpected yet made perfect sense. Shinji was very aware of Artoria's living status, but preconceived notions led him to subconsciously ignore the 1,500-year gap. To verify Artoria's strength, Shinji had personally sparred with her. The conclusion was that neither Vlad III, Karna, nor Achilles could necessarily defeat the current Artoria. This was one of the reasons Shinji allowed Artoria to go deep into Saigasora. With such strength, if she couldn't win, she could at least escape. As for Mordred, the gap between them was like a father overpowering his son, a complete thrashing. After that, given Artoria's character, she probably wouldn't kill Mordred. Then, they could use the opportunity to win over Mordred and Kairi. Shinji had already thought of a way to win them over, and with Artoria present, it wouldn't be difficult. Unexpectedly, before their fight ended, Chiron had already spotted them using his archer's clairvoyance. Without considering any code of honor or fair play, Calls directly proposed a sneak attack, to which Chiron had no objections. Seizing the chance, he unleashed a series of combination skills, displaying his divine archery prowess. Shinji did not comment on the matter. If it had been someone else, they might have been heavily injured or even killed by Chiron's arrows. But this father and daughter duo were different. Both possessed the special ability, Instinct, making it very difficult to ambush them, especially with Shinji secretly tipping Artoria off. As a result, the ambush was thwarted. Although Artoria's action to save Kairi took him by surprise, considering her noble character and that this was a duel between knights, it wasn't unexpected. And then they started coming together. Well, shortly after Shinji mentioned it, they did start attacking together. Assassin, you jinxed it. Calls frowned and complained, and even Fiori turned to glare at Shinji. Don't look at me like that. Instead of scolding me, why not think about how to handle the current problem? Shinji, in his spiritual form, crossed his arms, looking completely unhurried. At this distance, they'll be here in a few minutes. So, are we retreating or fighting? Archer, what's your opinion? Calls asked. Fight. The Black Lancer and the Red Saber have already had a major battle, and the Red Saber is injured. Retreating now would be a waste, Chiron replied while continuing to provide suppressive fire. Then we'll fight. Although Fiori had been in a strange state since yesterday, at this critical moment, she still displayed the decisiveness expected of the next head of the family. Archer, you take the lead. Assassin, deal with the injured saber. I'll handle her, master, Kairi Sisegu. Calls, you keep an eye out for the Lancer's possible lurking, master. This arrangement played to everyone's strengths perfectly. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, the strongest against the strongest, naturally, no one had any objections. Understood. Chiron drew his bow, nocked 2 arrows, and simultaneously targeted Mordred and Artoria, signaling the start of a new battle. Leave it to me. Calls pressed his bracelet, summoning the spirits of wolf and leopard beasts. Understood. At this moment, Shinji was already beside Fiori. The proximity made Fiori a bit flustered, and she instinctively wanted to move away. Just before she could, she heard Shinji's next words. Master, don't overexert yourself, and don't put too much pressure on yourself, just make sure to protect yourself. He's worried about me. He's concerned about me. In an instant, all of Fiori's confusion, shyness, and other chaotic emotions vanished. She realized how ridiculous her previous behavior was. It was just a bit of awkwardness, yet she had blown it out of proportion, even letting it affect her relationship with her servant. Really, like an idiot. Fortunately, there's still time to make things right. Fiori gently pressed her hand to her chest and took a deep breath. Yes, I'll protect myself. You go and fight with all your might. After saying that, she stood up. Chapter 432, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 6. Fiori stood up, standing upright with both feet on the ground. Don't misunderstand, she hasn't cured her leg condition. She can stand thanks to a metal support arm extending from her back. This arm keeps her body firmly fixed, more stable than human legs. Calls is the same, without another metal arm extending from his sister's back to support him, he would have fallen off the clock tower, or rather, he wouldn't have been able to climb up in the first place. Chiron chose the observation point on the clock tower, a landmark building of Saigasora, with a height of 64 meters, the tallest spot in the city. From there, he could overlook the entire city, but it also made him visible from any location in the city. The group stood even higher than the highest balcony, at the very tip of the tower's spire, a narrow spot barely serving as a foothold. Not mentioning Shinji, for whom, in his spiritual form, it was all the same. Fiori and Calls relied on special metal support arms, while Chiron stood purely on his own feet and balance. Let's start the operation, Fiori said, retracting the supporting metal arm, causing the siblings to fall toward the ground due to gravity. I'm off too. Black Lancer is very strong, please be careful, teacher. Shinji phased through the building, heading downward. Ah, I know she's very strong. Even from such a distance, Chiron could feel the fierce and majestic fighting spirit, stirring a burning excitement deep within him. He felt a strong urge to abandon everything and fight to his heart's content, surprising himself with this impulse. It seems I am still not mature enough, or perhaps it's because I have manifested in a youthful form. The great sage who had taught countless warriors couldn't help but smile wryly. Using the metal arm to move through the air, Fiori had already caught the attention of Red Saber and Black Lancer, who both shifted their gaze simultaneously. But at that moment, Chiron's powerful, magic-laden arrows came face to face with Black Lancer's spear, resulting in a dazzling burst of sparks. It was an unspoken declaration, your opponent is me, do not get distracted. Seeing her opponent switch from targeting both of them to focusing on herself alone, Black Lancer made her decision. She no longer looked at the falling Forvege siblings or Red Saber rushing toward their landing point and directly attacked Archer. By the time Mordred recovered from Black Archer's strike, 5 seconds had passed. She quickly rushed to Kairi's side, not bothering to express her anger at the enemy. Master, are you all right? Ugh, I'm fine. Kairi coughed twice, stretching his sword back from Artoria's hit. Thanks, Black Lancer. No need to thank me, a duel between knights should not be interrupted. Artoria used the broad surface of her spear as a shield, deflecting the follow-up arrows. Mordred, dissatisfied, smacked away a few tricky arrows with her sword. TCH, I knew you would say that. You haven't changed a bit. I think you've changed a lot, you're more lively than before and less like a knight. Humph, that's because you never paid attention to me or understood me. Yes, you're right. Artoria did not deny it. I'm sorry. I didn't understand you and had no right to judge. Such a candid apology left Mordred at a loss, stammering, and no, it's fine. I forgive you. Kairi couldn't help but find Mordred's strong yet awkward attitude amusing, causing her to become indignant. Unable to unleash her iron fist/palm punishment due to the falling arrows, her anger towards Archer grew even stronger. Master, what should we do now? Don't you already have an answer? Seeing Mordred's agitation, Kairi could only look on helplessly. However, he understood Mordred's feelings, as he felt the same way. Hey, Black Lancer, let's call a truce. We'll take care of the troublemakers first and then settle our fight. I have no objections. Even though she could sense her master in the clock tower, Artoria agreed to the alliance. Her master had only given a warning and said nothing more, likely leaving the decision up to her. Thus, she acted according to her judgment. Then let's see who can capture Archer first. Mordred was full of fighting spirit. You are injured, Artoria stated calmly. But I have 2 people on my side. As she spoke, Mordred pulled out the arrow lodged in her arm, and Makiri immediately cast a healing spell. If you insist, Artoria said no more, and the invisible air flowed beneath her feet. All right, let's have a long overdue joint sortie, father. Red lightning enveloped Mordred's body, pushing her physical capabilities to a new height. What, father? Black Lancer is King Arthur. Makiri was stunned. You didn't know. You never mentioned it, Makiri replied instinctively. However, it wasn't without any signs. He had seen that spear in dreams. And earlier, Mordred had said, I will become the king of Britain. Whatever you can do, I can do too. And those unusual actions. Besides the father she had been obsessed with all her life, no one else could have made her act this way. Wait a minute, father. But that voice isn't male. He almost forgot that Mordred was also a woman. It wasn't surprising that King Arthur was a woman. Enough of that, let's deal with the enemy first. Go, Saber. Okay. Hearing Makiri's words, Mordred immediately surged forward. She was like a human-shaped cannonball, flying toward the distant archer. Artoria also stepped forward. Though not as wild as Mordred, her speed was no less. At that moment, Artoria and Mordred spotted 2 figures descending from above. The father-daughter, or mother-daughter, pair exchanged a glance. Artoria naturally made a hand gesture, one that brought Mordred back to the days of following King Arthur into battle, a battlefield signal understood by all the knights of the Round Table. Fine, it's a rare opportunity, let's be a loyal knight for once. After a brief hesitation, Mordred chose to follow her father's command, turning at the next intersection and charging toward the Forvege siblings. With her in action was Makiri, who had been dragged along by Mordred. Chapter 433, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 7. Mordred's combat style can be described in 4 words, rough yet meticulous. Rough refers to her external demeanor. Mordred's moves are bold and unrestrained, surpassing even many male heroic spirits in this regard. However, one should not mistake her rugged fighting style for carelessness. While she might overlook minor details in everyday life, in battle, she exercises a caution that matches her strength. As she advanced, she instinctively chose paths where archers' arrows couldn't reach, while also analyzing various possibilities based on the current situation. There were 2 enemies. The way they jumped from the clock tower didn't resemble that of servants, at least not those of the martial kind. If it were her or her father, they would have simply jumped the several dozen meters without hesitation. The absence of a detectable servant aura up to this point also supported this observation. But to say both were humans, Mordred wouldn't believe it for a second. Just one archer challenging both her and her father. That would be a ridiculous joke, only a madman or an idiot would do such a thing. And Archer, who had coolly seized the opportunity for such a dangerous ambush, wasn't either. So, there was only one answer, one of them had to be a servant. An assassin. Or a caster. Even though she was injured, she was still a saber. Sending a non-martial servant against her would either be underestimating her or suggesting there was something extraordinary about them. It had to be the latter. Assassins have presence concealment, and if it were a caster, she might already be stepping into a trap. Better be cautious. With this thought, her rapid, thunderous advance shifted to a more conventional march, capable of both offense and defense. Saber, Makiri's voice sounded in her ear. Be careful, master. The enemy is likely nearby, Mordred said as she set her master down. I know. Then why? A hand reached over Mordred's shoulder, pointing to the corner ahead. There, she saw a man leaning against the wall, waving at them. Hi there. Mordred's expression twitched. She felt her intelligence had been insulted, expecting traps or ambushes, but instead, the enemy was standing nonchalantly in the open, more knightly than a knight. So, you're our opponent. Though the enemy appeared unarmed and non-aggressive, Makiri did not let his guard down. A master can discern a servant's class, a privilege granted by the Holy Grail, unless the servant possesses special skills or noble phantasms. At the first sight of the blue-haired man, Makiri confirmed his identity. Black Assassin. What? Black Assassin. Mordred's facial muscles stopped twitching, replaced by confusion. If he was assassin, then who was the girl who called her father Mom? Did I get it wrong? Get what wrong? Shinji asked with interest. He had been on the way when Jack was being chased by Mordred and was unaware of what had happened before sunset. Nothing. Mordred shook her head, discarding thoughts unrelated to battle, and cautiously scanned their surroundings. There's no need to be so guarded. You're probably worried that I've set some sort of trap, but I can tell you directly that I haven't. Of course, standing here openly isn't because I underestimated you. No one would underestimate the strongest class, saber, and I've seen your previous battles. I just have complete confidence in my strength. As he spoke, Shinji shed his casual demeanor and gripped the Ishtar war lance. Be careful, Red Saber. If you're careless, you'll die. The moment he finished speaking, Shinji had already closed the distance between them, thrusting his lance directly at her. This thrust gave Mordred a strong sense of déjà vu. Not long ago, she had faced a similar thrust. Black Assassin's stance with the lance was strikingly similar to Artoria's charging form. The surprise in her eyes didn't affect her body's reaction. Mordred instinctively swung her sword to block Shinji's thrust. How do you know? How? It was learned, of course. With Chiron's special training and the sparring with Artoria the night before, Shinji's body had naturally memorized this acceleration technique. The quick and precise follow-up thrusts were also something Shinji had largely mastered, mimicking them almost perfectly. Thanks to the solid foundation laid by Scathach, these simple techniques could be used skillfully once the knack was grasped. Mordred grew more puzzled as the fight went on. Where did this guy learn her father's techniques? Because of her doubts, Mordred was only blocking and not counterattacking, which frustrated Shinji. He had intended to use this fight to test the results of his recent training. Mordred's combat style had many similarities with Achilles, but that was only when Mordred was going all out. If she continued like this, he wouldn't be able to see much. Hey, don't get distracted. If you don't start fighting seriously, I'll go after your master. As he spoke, Shinji threw his black and gold war lance from close range, the weapon drawing an arc before striking Mordred in the chest. With a heavy impact, Mordred staggered, her footing unsteady. Seizing the opportunity, Shinji darted past Mordred, charging towards Makiri, who was 10 meters away. Don't even think about it. At that moment, Mordred finally snapped out of it. Now wasn't the time to be pondering such things. Any questions or doubts could be addressed after the battle. With a flash of red light and the reappearing lightning, Mordred, now moving faster, swung her sword at Shinji's lower back. Shinji was prepared. Just before the long sword could connect, he spun around, lowering his left hand to block the king's sword, which was also enveloped in red lightning. The last time he had tried to block Clarent, it proved that his Vajra left arm wasn't enough to withstand high-level noble phantasms. This time, the secret lay in the metal strip extending from his sleeve, a short blade, blending with the knight, a weapon commonly used by assassins. The appearance of this hidden blade eased Mordred's strong sense of incongruity. This was more like what an assassin should be, not playing with war lances. Mimicking her father's spear techniques, that was something only she should do. Fueled by anger, Mordred unleashed her magical energy once more. The sudden surge of power sent Shinji, who was blocking with one hand, flying. Surprisingly, Shinji, who nearly crashed through a wall, wasn't angry in the slightest. He looked at the hidden blade in his left hand with satisfaction, muttering to himself, only a shallow scratch. Fiori craftsmanship is really impressive. With this, I can use it with confidence. As he left the wall, Shinji now wielded a hand axe. It shared the same rugged design, non-reflective gray finish, and solid construction. Now, call me Master Shinji, the Creed-level assassin. Chapter 434, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 8. Do you remember the bet between Shinji and Fiori? The one about whether Gords would lose his mind. As it turns out, Shinji won, and Fiori lost. As a result, Fiori had to make several items for Shinji, 2 of which were a hidden blade and a hand axe. The rest included essential assassin gear like a hand crossbow and throwing darts, as well as Shinji's favorite slingshot, though this was the most demanding item. Despite Fiori's exceptional skill in creating metal prosthetics and the Igmalenia family's decades of resource accumulation, the slingshot wasn't completed. The choice of a hidden blade, hand axe, hand crossbow, and throwing darts was mainly because these weapons fit an assassin's role. While Shinji's noble phantasms were powerful, they emitted noticeable magical energy when used, making them unsuitable for stealth attacks or close-quarters combat. These new tools helped to compensate for this weakness. As for the idea of playing a real-life Assassin's Creed, that was secondary. Shinji knew what was important and what wasn't. Unaware of Shinji's reputation, Mordred naturally didn't take these insidious tools seriously. She could tell at a glance that they weren't noble phantasms and were merely reinforced with magic. Whether they could pierce her armor was uncertain, and even if they could, she was confident she wouldn't get hit. With full confidence, Mordred gave Shinji no chance to breathe, pressing him relentlessly. Mordred might be fearless, but Makiri was more cautious. Though he shared Mordred's fearless temperament, he wasn't foolish. Seeing Black Assassin's weapons and reckless fighting style, he knew charging it would be suicidal. So he chose to hide in a spot where he could observe the battle without being ambushed by archer or assassin. Scanning the surroundings, he found a duplex about 30 meters away. The multi-layered structure provided natural cover. That's the spot. With his decision made, Makiri ducked into an alley and sprinted toward his target. Just as he was about to reach it, he heard a strange noise. Bang, bang, came the muffled sound, as if something was striking the walls. The noise was faint but rhythmic and getting closer. Makiri sensed something was wrong, his muscles tensing. Soon, he saw a girl. She wasn't on the ground but floating in midair. In a narrow alley between two buildings, Fiori Forvege Igmalenia was using the two arms extending from her back to anchor herself to the walls. These arms had a smooth, hard appearance, resembling a spider's legs. So, your target is me. Makiri relaxed upon spotting his enemy. No, you're all targets. The girl smiled sweetly. Then, I suppose introductions are unnecessary. Indeed. We should already know each other's names. But may I still offer a warning? Go ahead. Leave this place immediately, necromancer. Every inch of this land belongs to the Igmalenia. I can overlook your uninvited intrusion. But if you ignore this warning, I'll have to make you pay the ultimate price for your folly. Oh. So you think I'll listen? Hearing Makiri's response, Fiori's smile grew even brighter. No. But without declaring it, I can't resolve myself internally. In other words, once she made the declaration, she wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Makiri had no intention of heeding her warning. Reaching for the shotgun in his bag was his response. Instantly, the surrounding magical energy density surged. This sudden rise in magical power was quickly noticed by the two nearby servants. That's. Mordred's magical energy was entirely supplied by Makiri. As Makiri started using a large amount of magical energy, Mordred immediately noticed, causing a slight pause in her relentless sword strikes. Heh, looks like things are starting over there too, Shinji remarked, unsurprised. Before the ambush, he and Fiori had already devised a strategy. Shinji would engage Mordred and find a way to drive off Makiri, creating an opportunity for Fiori to engage in a magus duel. Servant battles and modern magus duels were on completely different levels. If a servant was present, magus could only play a supporting role. Only away from the servants could the magus fully display their skills and compete in the magecraft. Coincidentally, the observation point Makiri chose was also targeted by the Forvege siblings. Naturally, Makiri ran into Fiori. The momentary pause in Mordred's sword strikes didn't escape Shinji's notice. He swiftly swung his small hand axe, aiming at the weak spot in the sword's trajectory, targeting Mordred's head. Thanks to a height difference of over 20 centimeters, this strike felt particularly effortless for Shinji, marking his best performance of the night. However, this excellent maneuver still didn't harm Mordred. Her response was nothing short of astonishing. With a few light clicks, certain parts of Mordred's chest and shoulder armor sprang upward, instantly forming a helmet that covered her entire head, leaving only her eyes visible. Indeed, Mordred's noble phantasm, secret of pedigree, was normally disassembled into parts stored in her shoulder and chest armor. A single thought could assemble or disassemble it, surpassing even high technology. With the helmet on, Mordred slightly tilted her head. Although it was only a few centimeters, it was enough to block Shinji's hand axe. How? Simply, with the horns on the helmet. Shinji had always thought the horns on the helmet were decorative. Historically, many generals liked to adorn their helmets with various horns, commonly from bulls or deer. Unexpectedly, these horns were so sturdy that they chipped the edge of the hand axe. Could these horns be the true essence? Or did Morgan enchant them with magic? Regardless, Mordred blocked Shinji's lethal strike unexpectedly, and her counterattack followed swiftly. An eye for an eye, blood for blood, she swung her sword down at him. Shinji had no choice but to block with his hidden blade while retreating. With equal strength, it was impossible to resist the power of a two-handed strike with just one hand. As he retreated step by step, Shinji didn't forget to launch a verbal assault. My master is over there waiting for your master. Aren't you worried at all? However, not only was Mordred unaffected, but her momentum also increased. I'm not worried at all. He's my master, the best master. He won't lose. The knight's sword, like her words, was full of confidence and unwavering determination. Chapter 435, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 9. Shinji, busy dealing with Mordred's outburst, did not hear her inner thoughts. I never thought there would be a day when I'd trust a magus. Until now, she had never placed any trust in magus. She always thought of them as twisted, reclusive individuals. No, in fact, the magus she had encountered were generally like that. However, this magus was different. He didn't hide behind the scenes, plotting unseen schemes like other magus. He fought head-on like herself, willing to do whatever it took for victory, with an attack-to-defense ratio of probably 90-10. Like her, he trusted his intuition. He would risk his life for her when she was in danger. So, there were magus out there who shared her interests. It made sense. The catalyst used to summon her was a fragment of the Round Table. This meant that any of the Round Table knights could have appeared, even Lancelot, who insulted her father, or the detestable model student, Gawain, but it ended up being her. The answer was clear: she and her master, Makiri, were the same kind of people. So, what was there to worry about? Mordred let out a loud cry, spun on her heel, and swung her massive sword, creating a storm of blades. All I have to do is take you down. The road they were on was not wide. Once Mordred's blade storm began, Shinji's space to dodge was severely limited, and his wrist blade and hand axe were insufficient to block the increasingly heavy king's sword. In an instant, the situation took a sudden and dramatic turn. Got you, assassin. In the blink of an eye, Shinji was cornered against the wall, but there was still no hint of panic on his face. With a flick of his wrist, the hand axe that had caused Mordred so much trouble was thrown. Then, changing his strategy from evasive maneuvering, he charged into the blade storm. A dazzling light shone from his outstretched left hand, and even the wrist blade attached to the device on his left wrist seemed to be coated in a layer of gold. This light was different from the light of the Excalibur that protected the planet or the light of the Rangaminiad that protected humanity. It was a color rare in the West, a mystery from the East, the power called Buddha, the faith known as Buddhism. Under the protection of this power, Shinji charged into the tornado-like sword pressure with a bravery that matched Mordred's. The continuous impact of the sword pressure, as strong as real blades, struck his body, cutting through the Buddha's light protection, creating numerous fine wounds and drawing forth blood dyed gold by the Buddha's light. However, Shinji's expression remained unchanged, as if he did not feel any pain. If the one being harmed did not fear, the one causing the harm would fear even less. Mana burst at maximum output, the claret was drenched in crimson lightning, completely turning into a red, demonic sword. The demonic sword, infused with all of Mordred's strength, slashed towards the increasingly close wrist blade with a force that surpassed fierce intensity. This strike was the strongest Mordred had delivered today, nearly reaching the peak of her power without unleashing her noble phantasm. This strike was not something the fragile wrist blade, even enhanced by magic, could withstand. Unsurprisingly, the wrist blade shattered, breaking into pieces from the tip of the sword and finally being blown to powder by the crimson lightning. With the last barrier between them gone, Mordred believed her king's sword would sever the arm before her and then cleave its owner in two. However, what happened next was entirely beyond her expectations. Just before this fatal blow, which would undoubtedly cause a mortal wound if it hit, could touch Shinji's skin, his left hand grabbed Mordred's sword-wielding wrist first. No. The first word reached her ears, causing a sharp pain in Mordred's nerves, a warning from her instinct. But it was too late for her to react. She could only watch as her fully powered Crimson King's sword was forcibly halted. To be precise, it wasn't completely stopped, its momentum was skillfully redirected, changing the body's center of gravity through footwork, thus moving Mordred's body. It was a throwing technique. It was only then that Mordred realized what technique it was. Shinji's right hand pressed against her breastplate, flipping her into the air and slamming her into a nearby building. It was also at this moment that he had time to finish the rest of his sentence. "I've got you." The fierce attack was deftly redirected back to Mordred, the violent impact penetrating through her armor, into her muscles, and finally reaching her internal organs. The young knight involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, her trembling right hand barely managing to thrust her king's sword into the wall before she slid down. Using the leverage, she leaped onto the rooftop. Seeing this, Shinji couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If the battlefield were wider, allowing Mordred to be thrown into the air and then slammed down, Shinji could have followed up with another combo, potentially crippling Mordred in one go. Hearing the sound of armor scraping against the rooftop above, Shinji knew he had missed his chance. Despite the precise calculations, Shinji had inevitably suffered significant injuries. His chest, thigh, and waist bore gaping wounds, the price of breaking through the blade storm. His left arm's biceps and triceps were also damaged. Even though he had grabbed Mordred's wrist and despite the wrist blade breaking the impact, even in his Vitra's left arm mode, he couldn't fully block Mordred's strike. This was why Shinji hadn't pursued her. What a pity, I even used Pancration. With a soft sigh, the staff of the goddess and life runes appeared simultaneously, quickly healing Shinji's injuries. Pancration, originating from ancient Greece, is a comprehensive combat technique that blends boxing and wrestling, the world's oldest form of mixed martial arts, and one of Shinji's specialized training results. Chiron, who possessed wisdom of divine gift, mastered all Greek system skills, sword, spear, and bow, not to mention unarmed combat techniques. To counter Achilles' speed and fierce combat style, Chiron specifically taught this combat art, which emphasizes flexibility over brute force and ingenuity over ritual, focusing on anticipation and adaptability, to Shinji. Shinji naturally used this throwing technique from the combat art against Mordred's ferocious assault. What? He mastered Pancration in just 2 days of special training and could use it proficiently. Are you sure this isn't a joke? It's not a joke at all. Shinji indeed mastered Pancration and became a true wrestler. Chapter 436, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 10. So the question arises, if Shinji's learning ability is so strong, why did he only gain this much power after studying with Scathach for so long? There are two reasons. First, his time with Scathach was spent building a foundation. Basic training might not show significant immediate improvement in power, but it is crucial for future development. Second, back then, Shinji was human, but now he is a servant. Teaching skills to a human requires direct instruction, while teaching skills to a servant is much simpler. The skills, Wisdom of Divine Gift, and Wisdom of Doing Scythe, are considered cheat skills partly because they allow one to bestow their skills to other servants. Note the word bestow. This means that as long as Chiron or Scathach is willing, and you want to learn, you can acquire the desired skills from them in a short time. Although these skills do not include the user's mastery and experience, and their level is not as high as the original, they are still enough to significantly boost a servant's power. However, most servants are heroic spirits who possess their pride and generally will not seek instruction from other servants. Neither of these legendary teachers can beg you to learn. Therefore, these two bug-like skills have never been fully utilized, until Shinji appeared. By becoming a servant through backdoor means, he was not a hero and lacked a hero's pride. As long as Chiron was willing to teach, Shinji was eager to learn as many skills as possible, believing that one can never have too many skills. In these 2 days, Shinji absorbed everything Chiron taught like a sponge, and his power increased rapidly. Now, even without relying on his noble phantasm, he would not be defeated so quickly when facing Achilles. Using his already healed left hand, Shinji took the final item from the assassin's triple set, a hand crossbow, and loaded a bolt with his right hand, aiming at the rooftop. He had learned far more than just pancration. There were many other miraculous skills lost in the river of history, including Chiron's famed archery. Mana continuously flowed into the bolt, a combination of mana release and archery, powerful shooting. The moment Mordred peeked over the rooftop, the bolt shot out harmoniously. Black Assassin and Red Saber fought back and forth in a thrilling battle, while their masters continued to confront each other. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight or were afraid, they were comparing the information in their minds with the enemy before them, trying to ensure victory. Fiori knew that Kairi Sisegu was a freelance magus with more combat experience than herself. Sisegu also knew that Fiori Forvej Igmalenia was the genius chosen to be the next head of the Igmalenia family. This person uses necromancy. However, it's not just a simple method of turning the dead into ghouls. For example, the firearm in his hand, this young lady uses spirit summoning and ergokinesis, something about a connection-enhanced magical device. The sound of Mordred crashing into the wall shattered the tense atmosphere between them. The sound of armor hitting the wall was particularly clear in the quiet night, intensifying the tension. Sisegu skillfully drew his sawed-off shotgun, while Fiori decisively levitated. He pulled the trigger, bullets made from the fingers of severed magi, capable of tracking a magus's aura, targeted her forehead. Jupiter, tin arm of protection, intercept. The deadly bullets, aimed unerringly at her head, were intercepted by the arms extending from her back without hesitation. Sisegu's surprise lasted only a moment. He retreated with unexpected agility for his large frame, taking cover in a nearby abandoned building. Meanwhile, the two metal arms extending from Fiori's back split along the center line. She now controlled 4 arms instead of 2. 2 of them replaced her legs, embedding into the stone floor, while the other 2 stretched towards Sisegu, opening like serpents about to strike. Mars, iron arm of war, fire at will. With a sound reminiscent of bullet fire, light projectiles shot out from the openings of the arms. These light projectiles, no less powerful than real bullets, instantly shattered the ground near Sisegu's feet. Ah, damn it. Those arms can do anything. Hiding behind the stairs, Sisegu grumbled, selecting new bullets from his waist pouch and reloading his shotgun. Curse bullets are highly effective against humans but lack significant penetration power against objects, unable to pierce through cover several centimeters thick in a short time. After firing a shot to suppress the enemy, Sisegu retrieved a modified owl's eye from his pouch and tossed it through a gap in the car. Once connected to his right eye, he began observing his opponent. First, he reassessed her mystic code. According to the personal data Sisegu had obtained beforehand, Fiori was supposed to be unable to move her legs due to the deterioration of her magic circuits. However, with this kind of equipment, that defect was hardly an issue. To her, the mystic code was like an incredibly proficient pair of hands and legs. Although only subsonic, the fact that it could easily catch his fired curse bullets indicated an unparalleled advantage in precise movements. Its autonomous defensive response speed is nearly perfect, probably comparable to the maid-type homunculus mystic code, Moon Spirit Marrow, carried by the princess of the El Meloy family. Even so, one is Mercury, and the other is Metal Arms. It would likely be quite challenging to counterattacks like claymore mines that do not attack a single point but rather an area. So, this should do. Sisegu pulled a Magi's heart from the inner pocket of his coat. This organ, embedded with the Magi's teeth and nails, was the perfect weapon against Magi. The scattered teeth and nails contained curse-like mana, and once they invaded the body, they would have an effect similar to Gander. However, probably due to the Magi's death, the effect was several times stronger. Simply put, once the teeth and nails invaded the skin, they would rot and dissolve the flesh. After pulling out the muscle fiber acting as a safety mechanism, the previously inert heart began to pulse instantly. Through the owl's eye, Sisegu had already pinpointed Fiori's location. Still hiding behind the stairs, he used a sudden burst of air to throw the heart grenade into a perfect position. Ugh! If Sisegu made any mistake, it was that he had used this trick once in a minor skirmish with homunculi, allowing Fiori to see it. Thoroughly examining the recovered homunculus corpses, she deduced their power and effect from their rotting state, recognizing it as a lethal attack method. Saturn, lead arm of roaring, crush it. The metal arm that replaced her right leg and supported her body suddenly transformed into a flat, shovel-like shape, instantly crushing the rolling heart from above. The teeth and nails, which should have scattered in the explosion's shockwave, were pressed beneath, unable to harm Fiori's body. However, for Sisegu, gaining even a moment was more important. He rushed to the landing between the first and second floors as quickly as possible and directly shot out the window. The finger bullets attacking from a different angle still couldn't break through the protection of the Jupiter, tin arm of protection, and the Mars, iron arm of war simultaneously adjusted its firing angle. Throughout, Fiori made no manual adjustments, relying entirely on the arm's automatic responses. This showcased the strength of the bronze link manipulators, coupled reinforcement mystic codes. Fiori, due to her mobility issues, wanted to design a mystic code that could both replace her legs and automatically protect its user according to the situation. Inspired by Kanatha's volumen hydrargyrum, marrow of the moon spirit, she forged 4 prosthetic limbs from a special alloy that conducted mana more efficiently, each limb imbued with the spirit of an animal. Unlike the volumen hydrargyrum, marrow of the moon spirit, the bronze link manipulators, coupled reinforcement mystic codes, only memorizes the minimum necessary action patterns. After all, it contains animal spirits, which cannot engage in overly complex thinking. Therefore, it falls slightly short of the volumen hydrargyrum in terms of attack power. On the other hand, when it comes to protecting its master, the animal's reflexes are fully utilized, making it nearly impossible for ordinary mystic codes to penetrate the defensive circle formed by the 4 prosthetic limbs. Similar to the volumen hydrargyrum, the bronze link manipulators can be operated in 2 modes, active and passive. The former is more flexible and versatile but places a significant burden on mana consumption. The latter reduces mana consumption. Incidentally, Fiori treats the 4 prosthetic arms as pets and has named them Asta, Blanca, Comet, and Wolf. However, this secret is known only to Calls, Wail, and now also to Shinji, who has read the setting documents. Ahem, getting a bit sidetracked. In any case, with just the mystic code designed by Sisegu based on modern weaponry, it's impossible to harm Fiori. At first, Sisegu could retaliate using finger bullets and heart grenades, but before long, he was forced to rely on the building's corridors for cover, constantly dodging, whether because Fiori's suppression was too intense or Sisegu's ammunition was running low. Seeing that the enemy wouldn't come out no matter what, Fiori frowned. After hesitating for a moment, she began to approach the corridor. Chapter 437, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 11. Although she held the advantage, Fiori did not become careless or underestimate her opponent. With 1 prosthetic limb for attack, 1 for defense, and the other 2 moving forward and backward, Fiori gradually advanced. Her own will began to communicate with the animal spirits attached to the limbs, allowing her to switch to manual control at any moment. Just as Fiori stepped into the corridor, a black organ rolled down from the stairs above. Thanks to her knowledge of the human body, Fiori quickly identified it as a Magi's lung. As it rolled, the lung inflated rapidly like a balloon, becoming bloated and bursting just as Fiori realized something was wrong. The foul stench instantly filled the entire corridor. The lungs, being respiratory organs, had been magically altered to store a large amount of gas. Sisegu Kairi used them to store poisonous gas. The organs of a Magi naturally contain magical power. As a necromancer, Sisegu utilized the natural decay of these organs as a breeding ground, producing potent corpse poison and rot poison. Ordinary people would die instantly upon inhaling even a tiny amount, and even Magus with some resistance would suffer respiratory collapse. It was essentially a magical version of a poison gas bomb. Unlike finger curse bullets and heart grenades, the lung gas bomb has specific environmental requirements. In an open outdoor space, a simple air manipulation could disperse the gas, but in a confined space like a corridor, the gas becomes terrifyingly effective. Fiori's expression changed. She immediately covered her nose and mouth, disengaged the automatic control of her prosthetic limbs, and used all 4 limbs to retreat outside faster than the gas could spread, moving like a spider, a beautiful spider. Her reaction was flawless, but precisely because it was correct and flawless, Sisegu knew she would do this. In the moment of her retreat, as Fiori, the beautiful spider, exited the corridor, still shaken, the necromancer's pursuit followed. A black shadow flew out from the previously broken window, hurtling toward Fiori at astonishing speed. At this moment, Fiori's 4 prosthetic limbs were still firmly gripping the ground. Jupiter, tin arm of protection. In the critical moment, Fiori demonstrated her prowess as the next head of the Igmalenia clan, a genius lamented by the clock tower. She forcibly interrupted her own will, transferring control of the arms of iron fire to the animal spirit attached to it. Under the control of the animal's reflexes, which far surpassed those of humans, the arms of iron fire flipped instantly, firing a barrage at the indistinguishable black shadow, while the Jupiter, tin arm of protection curved around to protect Fiori's head and face. The black shadow exploded without suspense, scattering a cloud of debris mixed with cursed teeth and nails, an improvised weapon crafted by Scythe based on the environment. He had embedded a heart grenade into a piece of wall debris and thrown it as Fiori escaped the corridor. As Scythe anticipated, Fiori's focus was on the poison gas ahead, leaving her no time to identify what was hurtling toward her. Thus, her reaction was predictable, blocking it with her arm or shooting it down with a curse bullet. Indeed, the debris was shattered, activating the heart grenade hidden within, finally giving the shrapnel of cursed teeth and nails a chance to unleash their power. So, you see, you academic types are still too inexperienced compared to us warhounds who've survived countless battlefields. The difference is vast. A hint of mockery flickered in Scythe's eyes behind his sunglasses. He had found a way to deal with the bronze link manipulators, coupled reinforcement mystic codes. While the 4 prosthetic limbs were indeed convenient and their reaction speed surpassed human nerves, their maximum number inherently limited their ability to provide 360-degree defense. Against dense shrapnel, they were inevitably somewhat inadequate. As long as even one piece of shrapnel got through, Fiori would be severely weakened if not killed. The battle is, no, not yet. Through the shared vision of the owl's eye, Scythe's sight remained unaffected by the explosion, accurately capturing the scene beyond the smoke. The cursed teeth and nails had undoubtedly penetrated the Jupiter, tin arm of protection. Even combined with the emergency measure of the Saturn, lead arm of roaring, it wasn't enough. However, just before the shrapnel could hit Fiori's body, it was halted by an invisible force, suspended in midair, unable to advance further no matter how much it struggled. Is that a rune? In front of the shrapnel, on Fiori's chest, an emblem resembling a family crest emitted a faint glow, outlining an ancient script. It was the power of this rune that blocked the shrapnel's impact. Although the Igmalenia family has many rune magus, none should have runes of this caliber. Is it some kind of ancient relic? If so. Just as Scythe felt a sense of doubt, the protective rune dimmed and vanished, along with the crest on Fiori's chest, which shattered and disintegrated. Fiori, grateful for her narrow escape, gently brushed the remnants of the broken emblem and softly said, "Thank you, assassin." It turned out that while Fiori was making equipment for Shinji, Shinji had also prepared a protective item for Fiori. He knew Fiori's weaknesses better than Scythe and knew how to compensate for them. The runes were one of these items, inscribed with I was, one of the 18 primordial runes, most often used to shield or mitigate damage at critical moments. This was what saved Fiori from disaster. Another stone flew through the air. Having suffered once, Fiori did not dare to use the Mars, iron arm of war to shoot it down again. She grounded her 4 prosthetic limbs and dodged far away. I won't fall for it again. However, just as this thought arose, reality struck back harshly. The stone hit the ground with a dull thud and remained silent. It was just an ordinary stone, not containing a heart grenade. Realizing she had been tricked, Fiori's face turned livid, but she couldn't find a way to gain the upper hand. She could only suppress her anger and glare fiercely at the dilapidated low-rise building where Scythe was hiding. Seeing this, Scythe let out a piercing laugh, extended his double-barreled pistol out the window, and fired 2 finger bullets, then casually threw another stone. Fiori didn't pay much attention to the bullets, but she couldn't ignore the stone, not knowing if it contained some hidden trick. With just a few bullets and stones, Fiori had been forced to move over 100 meters, expending a considerable amount of magical energy. If it weren't for Shinji's supply of mana shared through artificial batteries, Fiori might have already faced a severe mana shortage. I can't go on like this, Fiori gritted her teeth, ignoring the sharp pain in her legs and pushing her magical circuits to their limits. It's about time, Scythe muttered, taking off his coat and covering a sawed-off shotgun. Chapter 438, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 12. Experience does come with age. Fiori realized her problems and shortcomings, yet found herself at a loss for solutions. On the other hand, Scythe, after his attack was thwarted, could quickly devise a new strategy. This difference in experience is the greatest distinction between the academic and practical approaches. Having completed his preparations, Scythe stood up from his hiding corner, using not just his right hand holding the gun, but also his left hand, left foot, and right foot to simultaneously kick and throw 3 stones. To ensure the success of his strategy, one of these stones contained a heart grenade, the last grenade in Scythe's possession. Because of this, he chose this moment to decisively determine victory or death in one go. As the stones flew out the window, Sisegu also used magecraft to enhance his body and jumped out from the second floor. Seeing 3 stones fly out at once, Fiori realized Sisegu was likely launching a new round of fierce attacks. Her body instinctively tensed up, her eyes covering the entire area of the low-rise building. Her magic circuits continuously drew mana from the great source, injecting it into the 4 prosthetic limbs connected to her body. Through the previous battles, Fiori recognized a discouraging fact: if Sisegu remained hidden in the low-rise building, there was nothing she could do. The confined space of the stairway limited the effectiveness of her bronze link manipulators, coupled reinforcement mystic codes. But as long as Sisegu came out, her opportunity would arise, even if it was predicated on his fierce attack. All 3 stones were captured, their trajectories and landing points calculated, and the possible blast radius of the heart grenade estimated. Based on this data, Fiori found the most suitable course of action. 2 prosthetic limbs gripped the ground and propelled her, perfectly avoiding the 3 stones and the explosion of the hidden heart grenade. This round was avoided. Next, you will. At that moment, Fiori caught sight of another shadow. Only one. And its trajectory was quite off. So far, Sisegu had thrown over 10 stones, and Fiori had gradually gotten used to this mode of attack. The necromancer's throws were always quite accurate, and even if they missed, they wouldn't deviate much. The sudden large deviation was something Fiori was not used to. Was he tired? Or did he make a mistake? As Fiori pondered, she saw the shadow move slightly upon landing. No, that's not a stone, that's Sisegu himself. Realizing this, Fiori saw that Sisegu had already launched his assault. At this point, they were no more than 10 meters apart. 9 meters. A double-barreled shotgun slid out from under Sisegu's coat, firing 2 subsonic, heat-seeking finger bullets. 8 meters. Jupiter, tin arm of protection. The prosthetic limb infused with the spirit of an animal extended from her right shoulder, precisely crushing the bullets approaching her head. Mars, iron arm of war. Simultaneously, the prosthetic limb on her left shoulder began to fire light bullets, with a firing rate and frequency that far exceeded Sisegu's sawed-off shotgun. Sisegu had anticipated this. He held a lung poison gas bomb in his hand, aiming it at the muzzle of the Mars, iron arm of war. 7 meters. The lung poison gas bomb exploded, releasing a foul-smelling and oddly colored gas. Sisegu's figure vanished into the poison gas. Since he created the gas, he also made the antidote to neutralize it. He had no fear of being harmed by his weapon. Saturn, lead arm of roaring. Losing her vision, Fiori continued to issue orders. The prosthetic limb extending from her left waist left the ground, stirring the air to keep the poison gas at bay. Meanwhile, the Mars, iron arm of war continued its barrage, though it was unclear if it hit the target due to the gas obstruction. 6 meters. A blurry figure emerged from the poisonous mist. Mars, iron arm of war adjusted its angle immediately, unleashing a volley of light bullets at the figure. Unfortunately, the bullets passed through the gas without the sound of hitting a body. He's not there. At the same time, the sound of a shotgun fired again, from another direction. Jupiter, tin arm of protection was already on high alert, deflecting the 2-finger bullets. Naturally, the Mars, iron arm of war returned fire with light bullets, but the cunning Sisegu had already dodged. 5 meters. The sound of a heavy object cutting through the air came from behind her head. Uncertain of what it was and with her escape routes blocked by the poison mist, Fiori chose the safest course of action. The Mars, iron arm of war shot at it, while the Jupiter, tin arm of protection and Saturn, lead arm of roaring protected her vital areas. She also activated the second Iwas rune, made into a shell pendant hanging around her neck. The result of such elaborate precautions left Fiori very dissatisfied. The object turned out to be just a stone, the same kind Sisegu had thrown from the building earlier. 4 meters. Having failed multiple times, Fiori, still protected by the Iwas rune, intensified her attack. Not only did the Mars, iron arm of war continue to fire, but the Saturn, lead arm of roaring also joined the barrage. Though the 4 prosthetic limbs had different names and usual functions, their design and construction were identical. They could switch freely between movement, attack, and defense. The names were merely given by Fiori based on the animal spirits infused in her interest. The 360-degree barrage from the 2 metal arms seemed effective. A muffled groan reached Fiori's ears. Despite the interference from the rapid light bullets and the groan's faintness, Fiori identified it as Sisegu's voice. This discovery invigorated her, making the metal arms barrage even more frenzied. Unfortunately, Fiori didn't hear Sisegu's voice again. 3 meters. This was a crucial distance, close enough for hand-to-hand combat. It was also the limit of Fiori's current visibility. At the boundary of her vision and the poison mist, a black figure loomed. Initially blurry, it became clear in the next second, a black jacket. It was Sisegu. Fiori vividly remembered that Sisegu wore a black jacket today. Confirming this, the Magus girl ordered, and the 2 metal arms merged, firing a high-powered light bullet. Chapter 439, The Converging Storm in Saigasora. Unlike the thrilling battle between Fiori and Makiri, or the intense clash between Shinji and Mordred, the fight between Artoria and Chiron seemed more like a divine duel, devoid of any trace of mortal smoke and fire, yet containing an indescribable beauty. Both participants had surpassed human limits, elevating their skills and even their very existence to the divine realm. Each move, each action, was devoid of any excess, perfectly utilizing every ounce of potential within their bodies. This was not merely a unity of heart, technique, and body, but a realm beyond that, a complete fusion, the ultimate state every martial artist aspires to reach. For an ordinary martial artist, reaching this level in their lifetime would be a source of immense satisfaction. Yet, these two stood at the pinnacle of this state. In Chiron's hands, the bow and arrows were no longer mere weapons but extensions of his body, manifestations of his will. Where his heart aimed, the arrows followed. Obstacles that would hinder others were non-existent to him, he could shoot through them, change the arrow's trajectory by colliding them mid-air, or use the magical energy attached to his arrows to create invisible damage by shaking the atmosphere. Chiron's arrows could achieve anything imaginable. Artoria was equally formidable. In her hands, the sword and lance seemed imbued with life. Ordinary warriors might consciously direct their weapons to perform specific actions, but Artoria's weapons naturally found their ideal positions, either to protect their master or to strike down her enemies. This is the state where skill approaches the true path. One acted on pure will, the other with natural grace, and with one being an archer, their battle was destined not to be as straightforward as those of other servants. On the other side, Makiri and Fiori fought to a tragic conclusion, potentially resulting in mutual destruction. Meanwhile, Artoria had finally discerned Chiron's true nature. With no holds barred and Chiron executing his full power, even Artoria, with her divine-level skills, found it challenging to close the distance between them. Moreover, as Artoria moved, Chiron would not remain stationary. Chiron's agility, ranked at the highest level of A+ in this Holy Grail war, coupled with his lack of heavy armor like Artoria's, naturally gave him a speed advantage. If not for the urban environment providing various covers and if not for Artoria using invisible air, and occasionally unleashing mana burst to accelerate, even her exceptional skills would have only led to one outcome, being kited to death by Chiron. As for summoning her steed, Dun Stallion, Artoria quickly dismissed the idea. While Dun Stallion was faster than Chiron, it also made the rider a larger target. Dun, not being a noble phantasm, couldn't withstand an arrow from a servant. Against weaker archers, Artoria had confidence in protecting her steed, but against Chiron, she had none. Rather than summoning her steed and risking it getting injured, it was better to use the city's complex terrain to maneuver against the enemy. By the time Artoria saw Chiron's face, he had moved from the tallest clock tower in the city to the outer city's walls. He still maintained his high vantage point, bow and arrow at the ready. He was a handsome man clad in leather armor, with eyes glowing faintly green, sharper than a hawk's. His aura was vast and majestic, perfectly embodying the archer class. Unlike Gilgamesh, who was merely labeled an archer for throwing treasures, Chiron was a true master of the bow, having reached the pinnacle of archery. To such a formidable opponent, Artoria raised her lance in a knightly salute. Acknowledging her gesture, Chiron smiled slightly. The battle with Artoria rekindled his fighting spirit, allowing him to feel the joy of combat once more. How long had it been since he faced such a strong opponent, in life or death? When was the last time he shot arrows so freely? It had been too long to remember. All Chiron knew was that this opponent allowed him to exercise all he had learned without reservation. He had thought he would only feel this way when facing Achilles, but here you are, Black Lancer. Surely, in the long history of humanity, you are among the finest spearmen. In that case, let me see which is stronger, my bow or your lance. With an oddly cheerful feeling, Chiron released his fingers from the bowstring, and the arrow, brimming with magic, emitted a piercing whistle. This was Chiron's return gift to Artoria, a gesture of respect between strong warriors, signifying Chiron's recognition of Artoria. Father Cronus, Mother Philyra, this enemy is worthy of a fight. This open and unreserved shot did not escape Artoria's keen eyes. Facing the return gift from a formidable enemy, the Rhongomyniad naturally leaped into action. The speed of the arrow was fully understood. The time of arrival could be calculated. The coordinates of arrival could be deduced. The spear tip, glowing with the light of human reason, collided head-on with the arrow's blade, creating the largest surge of magical energy that night. Combining experience and instinct, she and her spear and sword either dodged or blocked, neutralizing Chiron's hundreds of shots in this manner. Emerald eyes looked through the slits of her helmet, meeting Chiron's sharp gaze. To Artoria's surprise, those eyes, deeper than the night sky, revealed an inexplicable hint of a smile, as if saying, "Watch out." At that moment, a sudden sense of foreboding and dread surged in Artoria's heart. Not good. Artoria's body instantly leaned back, her divine-level skill ensuring a reaction that was undoubtedly godlike. At the same time, a nearly silent arrow pierced through the yet-to-dissipate magical surge, targeting the only exposed part of Artoria's helmet, her eyes. Fortunately, Artoria had dodged just in time, otherwise, she would have lost an eye at best or been killed at worst. Now, this silent arrow embedded itself in the brow of her lion-shaped helmet. The magic contained within the arrow lingered, like a bolt of lightning, coursing through the helmet's faceplate. With a crack, a fissure appeared in the center of the faceplate. The crack swiftly spread, fracturing the entire helmet, which soon fell apart, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Chapter 440, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 14. Using a bow and arrow for long-distance sniping can be highly effective. Compared to modern firearms, a bow and arrow may lack power, range, and firing rate, but these shortcomings are not an issue in the mystical Type Moon world. Not enough power. Add magical energy. Not enough range. Enhance the bow and arrow with various mythological materials and magical powers. It's not a dream to knock off a head from 20 kilometers away. The firing rate can be compensated for by superhuman physical abilities and exceptional archery skills. Of course, to hit the target, one must possess considerable talent and undergo unimaginably harsh training. However, as the heroic spirits are summoned to the archer class, they naturally have these conditions. As long as they are positioned at a long distance, the archer class is almost invincible. Excluding these completely out-of-character elements, the bow and arrow have one major advantage: they are much quieter than firearms when shot. With certain special techniques, it's not impossible to achieve silent and stealthy shots. After Chiron fired the first arrow with all his might, he immediately shot a second arrow under the cover of the light emitted from the collision between the arrow and the lance. If Artoria hadn't tilted her head quickly, this arrow would have been decisive. Hearing the crack, Chiron looked somewhat regretfully at the female knight below, watching the magic in the arrow destroy her faceplate, revealing her true face beneath. By coincidence or fate, just as the faceplate shattered, the clouds blocking the moon were blown away by the wind. The bright moonlight spread over the land, casting a hazy glow over the city walls and illuminating the female knight in silver armor, holding a radiant lance. Under the moonlight, she was so beautiful that even Chiron, who had lived for many years and interacted with numerous deities, had to admit her beauty rivaled that of any goddess. Even Artemis, the symbol of the moon, could not surpass her in beauty. Having witnessed many heroes, Chiron understood that this beauty belonged only to humans and heroes, distinct from the high and mighty gods. Although Chiron, born from two deities, possessed pure divine blood and nature and once had immortality, he preferred humans and admired the beauty they exuded in their short lives, a beauty that nearly eternal gods could not match. Seeing the serene face of the female knight and her fearless gaze, Chiron showed a smile that did not match his sage-like image, a smile tinged with ferocity and bloodlust, a warrior smile. He thanked fate for summoning him to this world, granting him a second life. He thanked the Holy Grail War for allowing him to meet so many heroes. As Chiron marveled at and praised Artoria's appearance and spirit, she began her counterattack. Before her holy lance and the arrow collided, she had already planned her next move. The straight-line distance between them was 60 meters. With the simultaneous use of invisible air and mana burst, it would take 10 steps, not climbing with hands and feet, but sprinting up the vertical wall with her feet. If everything went smoothly, she could reach Chiron in 2 breaths, but would it be that smooth? The answer was clearly no. Just closing the distance to 60 meters had taken dozens or even hundreds of times longer than 2 breaths, not to mention the arrow that shattered her faceplate. Artoria had a feeling that this was not some sly, underhanded trick but a display of a more advanced technique. This feeling was confirmed in the ensuing charge. With the wind's protection, Artoria's feet stepped on the wall surface, covering 5 meters in one stride. Chiron's expression remained unchanged as he released an arrow. However, Artoria suddenly accelerated, surpassing the speed of the arrow with her second step, causing the arrow to miss. At this moment, Chiron's second arrow arrived. Artoria was prepared, her lance leaping up to precisely deflect the arrow as she took her third step. But, she stopped halfway through this third step. For an arrow had somehow appeared, firmly embedded in the wall, right at the spot she had chosen for her footing. The arrow had not arrived after Artoria moved but had already been shot to the position she moved to. This indicated that the arrow had been released before Artoria landed. This showed that Chiron had already seen through Artoria's movements. That's right, while I was predicting the trajectory of his arrows, he was also predicting my actions, and his predictions were more precise than mine. I rely on my innate intuition ability to foresee the future, but what does he rely on? Artoria, of course, doesn't know that Chiron isn't using any special talents. He relies solely on his unwavering perseverance and highly refined calculation abilities, honed through relentless practice, to reach the realm of predicting the future. From the era of the first Olympian sky god Cronus to the nearing end of Greek mythology, Chiron has lived far longer than the 1,500 years Artoria was asleep. This lengthy period allowed Chiron to perfect every skill to its peak, and all these accumulated experiences became part of his discerning eye. This accumulation is even reflected in the skills on his servant status, manifesting as B+ level clairvoyance and a level mind's eye, true. From Chiron's perspective, no matter how Artoria reacts, some things remain constant. For instance, no matter how you move, you always have to use your feet. Therefore, by knowing the frequency of your steps, the distance covered in one stride, and the timing of your leg movements, he can calculate where your next step will land. Afterward, by intercepting with the lance and long sword, he can force Artoria into a predicament where advancing or retreating is equally difficult. Retreat. Then the hard-earned distance of less than 50 meters will be wasted. Advance. How? Walking on a vertical wall relies entirely on continuous momentum. Once this momentum is broken, Artoria, who cannot fly, will find it difficult to even stand on the wall. Indeed, to prevent falling off the wall, she plunged her long sword into the wall, hanging in midair. For such a stationary target, Chiron certainly wouldn't hold back. Arrow after arrow, employing powerful shots and multi-arrow techniques, relentlessly attacked Artoria, who could only defend with one hand and a heavy lance. In a moment of inattention, an arrow struck her shoulder. Although the arrow penetrated the thick armor, losing most of its force, and the arrowhead embedded only halfway into her flesh, its significance was immense. This was the first injury for the invincible Black Lancer who had dominated Saigasora. The pain of the arrow in her body made Artoria acutely aware of the difficulty of her opponent. Gritting her teeth, she made a decision. 49 meters left. Although it's still a bit far, at this point, I can't care about that anymore. P.S. Clairvoyance, rank B. The degree of visual acuity. Enhances dynamic vision and the ability to capture distant targets. When combined with mind's eye, true, it can provide limited foresight. PS2, mind's eye, true rank A. Insight cultivated through training and discipline. A combat theory that allows one to calmly assess one's situation and the enemy's capabilities, finding a path to survival even in disadvantageous circumstances. Chapter 441, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 15. Since she had decided to make a move, Artoria naturally wouldn't remain in such an awkward position, being a target for Chiron. Her waist is slightly bent, and she exerted sudden force with her left arm gripping the long sword, swinging her body upwards. Though it was done hastily, her agility surpassed that of a professional gymnast. This movement didn't escape Chiron's eyes. In the realm of calculating the future, he easily read Artoria's intentions. Oh, planning to continue the assault, are you? In that case. He shot 2 arrows, each along a different trajectory, one aiming for Artoria's face and the other at her left hand, her only support point. As her body moved upwards, Artoria knew Chiron would attack. Her intuition skill was already at its maximum, and the magic generated by her dragon factor spread throughout her body, reaching every nerve ending. Success or failure hinged on this moment. The intensely focused Night King cleared her mind, seeing the approaching arrows and mentally mapping their trajectories, impact points, and force. Her A++ level intuition from her lifetime was pushed to its limit. Ha! With the activation of her dragon factor, Artoria's voice even carried a hint of a dragon's roar. Her previously closed legs suddenly split apart. She kicked away the arrow aimed at her left hand with her raised left leg. Simultaneously, her right hand wielded the holy lance in a simple arc, deflecting the arrow aimed at her face. She perfectly countered Chiron's twin arrows, earning his admiration. But admiration wouldn't make Chiron show mercy. The more skilled Artoria appeared, the more he wanted to defeat her. His bow is fully drawn, magic filled to the brim. Let's see how you block this full-powered arrow. How to block it? No need to block it. Chiron's arrow missed and did not hit its mark. In the instant the arrow was released, Artoria pulled out the long sword embedded in the wall, and then, the silver armor that wrapped around her body and provided tight protection suddenly disintegrated. This wasn't due to Chiron's attack but because the armor's owner actively removed it. This explained why Artoria could perform gymnastics while wearing heavy armor. She had been gradually removing the armor all along. Artoria's armor, the spiritual garment of a heroic spirit, was woven from magic. The more complex and heavy the equipment, the more magic it consumed. For Artoria, who possessed the dragon factor and could generate magic just by breathing, this was not a heavy burden, but in critical moments like this, it could be a decisive factor. Without the armor's constraints, the Night King's body felt significantly lighter, making her movements nearly twice as agile as when she wore the armor. Not only that, the magic used to maintain the armor was now freed. This time, it was a true full-power magical release. Artoria's A-rank magic, which was on par with all Magus, was fully converted into propulsion, turning her body into a rocket, charging at Chiron with unprecedented speed. Chiron's expression finally changed, his previous ease replaced by grave seriousness. The Black Lancer had bet everything on this strike. In other words, if he successfully countered this strike, victory would be his. At this moment, Chiron no longer relied solely on experience to predict the future. He activated his God-given wisdom of divine gift, a bug-level skill. Not only clairvoyance and mind's eye, true, but also many other predictive skills like mind's eye, fake, came into play. Chiron could acquire all skills except for those that were innate or exclusive. In that instant, Chiron's calculation ability was enhanced to its peak. The charging Artoria turned into streams of data in his eyes, inputted into his brain, producing new answers. Speed capture. Variable introduction. Trajectory correction. Prediction complete. Plan selected. All these calculations were done in an extreme moment, so brief that Chiron finished his analysis before Artoria completed a single step. Now. Chiron's left hand held the bow steady, while his right hand knocked 3 arrows. But this wasn't his usual multi-arrow divine skill, it was another technique to make up for the lack of shooting frequency, rapid-fire arrows. The 3 arrows followed one another closely, covering all possible landing points for Artoria's next step. If she dared to set foot, the arrows would pierce through her feet. As the rapid-fire arrows were released, Chiron knocked another 3 arrows, performing a true 3-arrow shot with a single bow. If Artoria used her sword and spear to block the first 3 arrows, these would hit her body, without her armor. Although she could use all her magic for speed, it also meant she had abandoned defense. Arrows that normally couldn't harm her could now inflict significant damage. However, Artoria neither landed her feet nor swung her sword and spear to block the arrows. She merely raised her spear, aiming it at Chiron on the city wall. In the next instant, a thunderous roar shattered the atmosphere, and the brilliance of the holy lance became especially dazzling due to the atmospheric change. It turned out that while Artoria was hanging on the city wall, the invisible air that had been wrapped around her legs had already been transferred to her holy spear. At this moment, the invisible air was completely unleashed. Strike air. At the moment the barrier was released, the air bound by magic turned into a gale, blasting towards the enemy like an invisible cannonball. This was a long-distance attack that could only be used once in a short period. The highly pressurized compressed air mass was released from the invisible barrier, erupting with a roar like a dragon god soaring into the sky, transforming into a hurricane hammer, sweeping away everything in its path. Under the divine might of strike air, the city wall, weathered by centuries, became pitted and groaned under the strain, with fragments of stone crumbling away. It was as if an invisible giant hand had swept across, carving a straight path and shattering Chiron's arrows in the process. And the final target of this hand was Chiron. In such a situation, Chiron couldn't release the 3 arrows he had knocked. This is the only shortcoming of calculation-based skills. If the pre-collected data is insufficient, the results can be inaccurate. Fortunately, the cautious Chiron had already considered the possibility of miscalculation. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, he immediately abandoned the shot, rolling to the side to evade the path of strike air. This evasion finally gave Artoria the space to move freely. She covered the distance of several dozen meters in a flash. By the time Chiron prepared to draw his bow again, Artoria was already in front of him, thrusting her spear straight at him. Having suffered greatly under Chiron's attacks, the Night King wouldn't give this world-class archer another chance to shoot. The Spear Thrust. Chapter 442, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 16. However, as he rolled, Chiron had already completed a new round of calculations. Without any new variables, Artoria's spear thrust was fully within his expectations. Simultaneously, he devised a countermeasure and a plan for retaliation. He was already standing on the crenellations of the city wall, and after rolling, he found himself at the edge of the wall. Facing the oncoming holy spear, he unhesitatingly leaped into the air. Artoria was left speechless. Even with her instinct predicting his moves, she hadn't expected Chiron to dodge her spear in such a manner. There were many other ways he could have dodged, so why abandon his foothold? Surely, he wasn't going to fly like Shinji, was he? If that were the case, she would immediately give up the fight. What a joke. If he could combine divine archery with flight, he could attack from above, unreachable while hitting her at will. How could she possibly fight that? Of course, Chiron couldn't fly. The reason for his action became clear to Artoria soon enough. By free-falling, Chiron had created an opportunity to shoot the 3 arrows already knocked on his bowstring. He didn't need a full draw, nor any particular technique, or even precise aiming. At such close range, Chiron could hit Artoria, dressed only in her inner lining, with his eyes closed, even if her sword and spear, ascended to divine realms by some unknown path, instinctively protecting her, 1 arrow still managed to pierce her chest. Thanks to Merlin, the additional cushioning from her mature form's chest prevented the arrow from puncturing her lung. No, it couldn't be said like that. If she were in her younger form, she might have dodged the arrow with a simple tilt of her head. Then again, if she were in her younger form, Chiron's trajectory would have been adjusted accordingly. In any case, Artoria was injured, and the subsequent wave of pain coursed through her body. However, the pain did not affect the Night King's movements or reactions. she ignored the ripple-like pain through sheer willpower and leaped after Chiron. I won't let you escape. In midair, she declared this, gripping her spear in a backward hold, adopting a throwing stance, and hurled the holy spear, one of the most formidable noble phantasms of all heroic spirits, without a moment's hesitation. This decisiveness surprised Chiron and heightened his vigilance to the maximum. He immediately abandoned the idea of loading another arrow and used his wisdom of divine gift to activate mana burst. Unfortunately, the distance between them was too short, and Artoria's spear, thrown with B-rank strength, was too fast. If they were on the ground, Chiron could have easily dodged, but here in midair, with no place to land, even using mana burst to forcibly change his falling trajectory, he was still grazed by the high-speed spear, leaving a deep, bloody gash on his side. Like Artoria, Chiron ignored his wound, steadily gripping his bow, his other hand already securing an arrow. However, he didn't immediately shoot but watched as Artoria landed, kicked off the ground, and charged at him with her sword, ignoring the holy spear embedded beside her. It was only then that Chiron moved. Sliding his left hand down to the base of his longbow, he wielded it like a short staff to parry Artoria's follow-up sword strike. After being knocked back by the force of the sword, Chiron immediately gripped the bow at the midpoint, knocked the arrow, and shot. Too close to shoot an arrow? That was a limitation for ordinary archers. For a true master of archery, distance wasn't an issue. As long as they could draw the bow, they could shoot, and the threat remained undiminished. With a single arrow, he disrupted Artoria's pursuit. Taking advantage of the gap, Chiron swiftly retreated into a nearby alley. Although he could shoot at close range, the pressure of being too close to a formidable warrior like Artoria was immense. Not to mention, he didn't want to face the wind pressure that had previously ravaged the city wall a second time. As the renowned wise sage, Chiron had a keen understanding of himself and his limitations. He knew his weakness lay in lacking powerful noble phantasms. Hence, against attacks like Artoria's strike air or Achilles' tempestuous immortal chariot, he was at a disadvantage. Thus, he wouldn't allow his opponents another chance to use such noble phantasms against him. Archers have always been masters of evasion, outshining even assassins and rogues. Of course, this situation carried a certain degree of helplessness. In the regular sparring sessions among the Knights of the Round Table, Artoria had endured no small amount of suffering at the hands of Tristan. Today, part of why she could hold her own against Chiron was due to her first-hand experience of an archer's terrifying prowess from Tristan. As a result, the Night King did not relax even after closing the distance, knowing that a single moment of carelessness could lead to being struck by Chiron's arrow. Closing the distance was just the beginning of the battle. Who would emerge victorious was still uncertain. How can I secure victory in this fight? How can I defeat Black Lancer? These thoughts simultaneously crossed the minds of the cautious Chiron and the fully armored Artoria as they continued their intense battle. Both, having already exchanged wounds, became even more cautious. As they carefully calculated their next moves, a sudden voice sounded in Artoria's ear. That's enough, retreat. Chapter 443, Chapter 443, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 17. Undoubtedly, this was an order from Shinji. It wasn't that he was defeated by Mordred and had to retreat, but rather that some unforeseen events had occurred on Fiori's side. Let's rewind to a few minutes earlier when Makiri successfully used a poisonous mist to disrupt Fiori vision and finally launched a deadly strike with a dagger made from the corpse of a juvenile hydra. With the hydra's venom, merely touching Fiori's body would be enough to claim her life, without even needing to pierce the skin. Fiori, in turn, used her secret mystic code, a bracelet sealing an evil spirit. The Forvege family is renowned for their spirit-summoning magecraft, excelling at either possessing spirits or sealing them in objects to be released when needed. Every member of the Forvege family, after mastering their summoning skills, creates a bracelet that seals a spirit as their first mystic code. Fiori and her brother Calls were no exceptions. Calls sealed a cheetah spirit, his loyal companion for many years, in his bracelet. Fiori, who had greater expertise in summoning magecraft, sealed an evil spirit. While an evil spirit isn't as tame or obedient as an animal spirit, its combat abilities far surpass those of most animal spirits. Moreover, the evil spirit Fiori sealed was of a high level. Without prior preparation, even Fiori would be severely injured by it, let alone Makiri, who wasn't a summoner. In other words, both Fiori and Makiri launched attacks capable of instantly killing the enemy, almost entirely abandoning their defenses. If nothing unexpected happened, this round of confrontation would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction or even both parties perishing. Surprisingly, neither Fiori nor Makiri was injured, let alone perished together. Just before the Hydra dagger touched the Iwas rune, and at the moment the long-sealed evil spirit broke free from Fiori bracelet, a dark shadow intervened between the two. Immediately following, Makiri, over 180 centimeters tall with bulging muscles, was forcefully knocked to the ground, rolling back into the still lingering poisonous mist. Fiori's condition was slightly better. Supported by her final metal arm, she didn't fall but was pushed back in a sweeping arc. More troubles followed. With Kyrie knocked away, the released evil spirit, having lost its food, lunged at Fiori. Being an evil spirit, it didn't care if its target was its master. Whoever was closest, it would attack. Fortunately, Fiori's other 3 metal arms had already reacted, ready to reduce the evil spirit to ashes with a few volleys. Being the strongest summoner of the Forvege family, Fiori had plenty of means to deal with evil spirits. However, before Fiori could release any light bullets, 2 cold glints flashed, and the snarling evil spirit was instantly sliced into several pieces. At this moment, Fiori finally saw the true identity of the shadow that interrupted their duel. It was a cute girl, looking 2 to 3 years younger than the Red Saber. She had short, messy silver hair and innocent, glowing eyes. She wore an unremarkable cloak, and through its gaps, one could glimpse a leather top and a sheath at her waist. The only thing marring her image was the weapon in her hands, 2 blackish-red knives. Flat-bladed, wooden-handled, each no more than 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. If Fiori's perception wasn't mistaken, they were 2 kitchen knives. And it was with these 2 kitchen knives that she dismembered Fiori's strongest sealed evil spirit into pieces. Then, she grabbed the pieces with her small, white hands and stuffed them into her mouth one by one. Yes. You didn't misread. She ate it. She ate the evil spirit. Throughout her life and years of studying summoning magecraft, this was the first time Fiori had seen someone eat an evil spirit. Were evil spirits even edible by humans? And she ate it with such relish as if enjoying some gourmet delicacy. Is the world crazy, or am I? The girl devoured the evil spirit at an astonishing speed. Before Fiori could even react, the girl had swallowed all 8 pieces, let out a cute burp, and contentedly said, "Delicious, just as good as the Hamburg steak Mom makes." Hey, is there more?" The girl turned her head, looking at Fiori with expectant eyes, making Fiori's sense of dissonance grow even stronger. Where did this girl come from? And why did she intervene in the duel between Kyrie and me? What's with her ability to eat evil spirits? The more questions Fiori had, the less she dared to act rashly. Seeing that Fiori didn't answer, the girl dashed over, staring at Fiori with eager eyes. Hey. Suddenly, the girl's eyes lit up, and she sniffed the air like a little pet. You're also Mama. Mama. Fiori was shocked by this sudden title. She had never imagined being called Mama. Below, the girl had already started hugging her arm, shaking it and acting cute. Hey, unknown name Mama, do you have more of that tasty stuff? We haven't had enough. There is. Fiori stammered, "No, I'm not your mama." Hearing this, the girl seemed visibly unhappy and instinctively touched her 2 kitchen knives. But she quickly remembered something, sheathed the knives, and pouted, saying unhappily, "You have Papa's scent, so you must be Mama." Papa's scent. But Fiori was getting more and more confused. How could there be a scent? Each member of the Igdmalenia clan's outfit is alchemically treated to leave no trace that could be tracked, including scent. Where did this Papa's scent come from? Well, to be fair, Fiori was overthinking it. The scent wasn't a physical smell but referred to magical energy. No matter how effective the clothing's enchantments were, as long as she bore Shinji's runes, she couldn't escape Jack's extraordinarily keen sense of smell or magical perception. Of course, this misunderstanding was compounded by Jack's sudden intervention, separating the 2, dismembering the evil spirit, and then calling Mama, all of which left Fiori bewildered. She hadn't realized that the girl in front of her wasn't an ordinary human but a servant. Kyrie, sitting in the poisonous mist, did realize this. But precisely because he understood, he dared not act rashly. Although this little girl had no class designations and her attributes seemed weak, servants couldn't be judged by common sense. If she teamed up with Fiori, he would be in real trouble. At this moment, the necromancer was out of resources, except for a few finger bullets and a hydra dagger. While he was contemplating how to retreat, the poisonous mist dispersed. Chapter 444, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 18. The poison mist refined from a magi's lungs by Kyrie had strong inert properties and didn't easily disperse. Additionally, it was mixed with substances that disrupted magical energy, allowing him to appear and disappear unpredictably within it, ultimately getting close to Fiori. One could say that the poison mist was greatly responsible for Kyrie's ability to fight from a disadvantaged position to a stalemate where both sides were severely wounded. After his decisive strike was foiled, Kyrie remained composed, thanks to the presence of the mist. But now, the mist had dispersed, meaning he had lost his greatest advantage. As the creator of the mist, Kyrie knew its duration well and it shouldn't have dispersed so quickly. The fact that it was spreading now indicated an external interference. His eyes never left Jack and Fiori, confirming it wasn't their doing. This meant, there was a 4th person hidden here. Instantly, Kyrie's body tensed, and he removed his sunglasses, scanning the surroundings with wide eyes. At that moment, he sensed an unfamiliar magical presence. It was incredibly powerful, not inferior to the best class, saber. This magical energy was so dignified that it could rival Black Lancer Artoria. This magical energy broke through the poison mist's barrier. No, it not only did that, but its inherent holy majesty also began purifying the necromancy within the mist. Necromancy was the source of the mist poison. Without it, the poison mist lost its threat. Damn, this is the church's work. Is the servant that appeared this time a saint from the church? While Makiri cursed inwardly, the owner of the magical energy had already appeared before him. And then, Makiri was dumbfounded. Because this face, except for the hairstyle and eye color, was almost identical to Mordred. If he hadn't seen Morgan's silhouette in a dream, and if he didn't know that Artoria was Black Lancer, he would have mistaken the person in front of him for Artoria. The resemblance was that strong. Now, he wondered if she was Mordred's sibling or distant descendant. The girl who looked remarkably like Artoria spoke to Makiri. I am servant ruler, true name Jean Dark. You must be the master of Red Saber. Servant ruler. Makiri was taken aback. He knew of the ruler's existence but had never seen one, and didn't expect her to appear now. That's right. Could I take a moment of your time? I have some questions to ask you. Jean nodded seriously, her expansive magical energy sweeping away the remaining poison mist. Ruler, I, Fiori Forvej Igd Millennia, master of Black Assassin, and he, Makiri Shishigu, master of Red Saber, haven't finished our battle. You, as a judge, shouldn't show favoritism, right? Fiori spoke, aiming her, Jupiter, tin arm of protection, Mars, iron arm of war, and Saturn, lead arm of roaring, at Makiri, seemingly ready to turn him into a sieve. Kairi's expression changed, and he instinctively raised his gun. Even though he was out of ammunition, he wouldn't surrender. Jean stepped between them and shook her head at Fiori. No, the battle is over. Are you going to favor the red faction? Fiori frowned. Jean shook her head again. I won't favor any side. The reason I say this is because... Mama, you can't fight anymore. Jack jumped onto the bronze link manipulators. Daddy said this scary-looking uncle over here can't die yet. Scary-looking uncle. Makiri twitched his mouth. Sorry if I look scary. No, I'm not scary at all. So, stop calling me Mama. I don't know your daddy. Fiori was about to lose it. She didn't realize that she had narrowly avoided death twice. If it were the old Jack, she would have drawn her knives and attacked the moment Fiori first said, not Mama. Thanks to Reika's good teaching, Jack didn't act out her ripper tendencies with an innocent face, she just pouted and mumbled in discontent. Mama is Mama. Maybe Jack's expression was too innocent and cute, or maybe Fiori couldn't handle Jack, so she finally compromised. Call me whatever you like, but Makiri Sisigu. Run, scary-looking uncle. Before Fiori could finish her sentence, Jack, who had a natural sensitivity to such things, had already shouted at Sishigu. Just call him Uncle, Uncle Sishigu is fine. The scary-looking uncle is not. Sishigu, being straightforward, immediately ran off, his speed comparable to an Olympic sprint champion. Fiori wanted to chase after him, but Jack kept causing trouble. At such close range, even with the quick reaction time of her connected enhancement equipment, she couldn't keep up with Jack. After a few random interferences, Sishigu escaped the range of the light bullets. Just as Sishigu was about to run into a nearby side road, the phantoms of several beasts emerged from the walls, pouncing toward him. Sishigu quickly drew his gun, shattering two of the beasts, then swung his fist hard, sending the remaining beasts flying. However, these beast phantoms were unexpectedly resilient. After being sent flying, they quickly got back up and continued to chase Sishigu. Despite his magically enhanced leg strength, Sishigu couldn't outrun them. Seeing that he was about to be caught, he had no choice but to turn and continue punching. At that moment, 4 daggers shot from behind, pinning the remaining 4 beasts firmly to the ground. Simultaneously, Jack's voice rang out, scary-looking uncle, these are all mine. Don't touch. All right, they're all yours. Sishigu was more than happy to leave them be, turning to run again. As he left, he didn't forget to correct Jack, don't call me scary-looking uncle. Jack wouldn't agree, quickly catching up and brandishing 2 cleavers to dissect the pinned beasts one by one, consuming them piece by piece. After finishing, she earnestly commented, not as tasty as the ones no-name Mama releases. Mama, do you have more? No, Fiori replied irritably. With Sishigu having been let go by Jack, she couldn't be in a good mood. It's all your fault, you bad child. Jack patted her small belly, smiling innocently. We're not bad children. Daddy told me to do this. Mama should talk to Daddy. So, who exactly is your daddy? Fiori asked. Daddy is just Daddy, came the typical childlike response. Fiori was speechless. Stop playing around, it's time to go. Jean walked over to the now satiated Jack, patting her on the head. Oh, goodbye Mama. Jack held Jean's hand with one hand and waved to Fiore with the other. Next time, remember to prepare something tasty for us. Farewell, master of the Igdmalenia clan. Jean nodded to Fiore, then looked in another direction with a smile. She then leaped onto a nearby rooftop with Jack, disappearing into the night. With her sensory abilities and A-rank agility, she could catch up to Sisegu even if he had run far, while Fiore could only stand there and fume. Chapter 445, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 19. After the two left, a young man with freckles and black-framed glasses emerged from where Jean had last looked. He was wearing a white uniform similar to Fiore and appeared somewhat timid. Sister. Why are you only coming now, calls. Fiore, still fuming, glared at her brother who had stepped out of the shadows. He was responsible for keeping watch for the possible appearance of the Black Lancer's master. Well, Calls scratched his cheek and explained, I've been here for a while, but the area was sealed off by Sisegu's toxic mist, so I couldn't see what was happening inside, so. Even though Calls was tasked with keeping watch, most of his attention was on his sister and Sisegu's battle. Like his servant Chiron, Calls' greatest asset was his insight. In the Igdmalenia clan, aside from the clan leader Darnik, his vision and judgment were the most precise. This might be why he summoned Chiron instead of Heracles. From Calls' perspective, his sister Fiore and Sisegu were on roughly the same level. Sisegu had the advantage in experience, while Fiore had superior talent. The outcome would depend on who could respond more calmly to changes in the battle, and in this regard, Fiore was indeed inferior to Sisegu. This wasn't to say Fiore was not calm or adaptable, but compared to the battle-hardened Sisegu, she was still too inexperienced. Calls, having spent much time online, had seen many similar examples. Therefore, when Sisegu broke through the low building and sealed the surroundings with toxic mist, Calls felt something was off. He recalled the animal spirits roaming the nearby streets and cautiously approached the battlefield, hoping to assist his sister at a critical moment. This approach was undoubtedly correct, but due to the obstruction of the toxic mist, Calls couldn't find an opportunity to act. He could only force himself to stay calm despite his anxiety. After a few minutes, Jack appeared, followed by Jean, who dispersed the toxic mist. The series of events was overwhelming, causing Calls' brain to freeze momentarily, so he didn't come out immediately. Only after Sisegu fled did he release the animal spirits to intercept him. Unexpectedly, Jack was so ruthless that she devoured anything that approached, whether it was animal spirits or evil spirits. Hearing his brother's explanation, Fiore's expression softened. I wrongly accused you. I'm sorry. Your judgment was spot on, the fault lies with me. No, sister, I'm also at fault. If only I had come a bit earlier. At this point, Calls shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. Although, it might not have made a difference. Yes. Fiore, too, had figured it out by now. They and that child must have been lurking nearby for a while, ensuring Sisegu's safety, and perhaps mine as well. What do you mean? Due to the toxic mist, Calls hadn't seen the final thrilling exchange between Fiore and Sisegu. After listening to Fiore's description, Calls nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, their goal, at least that child's, was to ensure both parties' safety. Otherwise, there was no need to break through Sisegu's bounded field, they could have directly killed the evil spirits you released or cut off your hand. But why do this? I don't know. The key probably lies with the daddy that the child mentioned. Who could it be? Fiore crossed her arms, one hand supporting her chin as she pondered. At that moment, she felt a strange gaze. Calls, why are you looking at me like that? I remember that child called you mama. Calls' mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Sis, when did you get married and have a child? How come I, your brother, didn't know? Fiore was taken aback, then became embarrassed and angry. Calls. Don't be mad, sister, I was just joking to lighten the mood. Calls quickly tried to appease her. He had been looking after Fiore since he was a child, so he knew very well if his sister had a love interest or not. But sister, why did that child call you mama? She's a servant. How would I know? Fiore, still vexed, suddenly paused. Wait, what did you say? That child is a servant. Yeah. Calls looked puzzled. Didn't you notice, sister? No. Fiore sighed. She had been thrown off by Jack's addressing her as mama. Forget it. This is not the time to discuss this. As soon as Sisegu retreated, he immediately contacted Mordred. At that moment, Mordred had just used her flying sword, basically throwing her sword, to destroy Shinji's crossbow. She then launched a wild attack, resembling a hungry dog, lion pouncing on its prey, showing no knightly decorum. Shinji wasn't one for propriety either, he rolled away clumsily to avoid her. If left undisturbed, these two maniacs would have probably rolled around on the ground for quite a while. Unfortunately, Sisegu's retreat order interrupted Mordred's frenzy. She could only vent her frustration by punching the ground, forcing Shinji away, and then springing up reluctantly. She left with a parting shot, "We'll settle this next time," before vanishing into the night as a streak of red lightning. Lying on the ground, Shinji crossed his legs and rested his hands behind his head, muttering to himself, "Missed this chance, probably won't get another to fight. Mordred's retreat means Fiori has driven off Sisegu. Not sure if calls helped or if Jack showed up to cause trouble. Well, either way, it was expected. Given that, Artoria should be wrapping things up, too." Artoria, more composed and rational than Mordred, immediately ceased her advance upon receiving the order. She spoke to Chiron, who was on the rooftop. "Let's call it a night. I look forward to witnessing your archery skills another time." Chiron, equally straightforward, lowered his bow and nodded in acknowledgement. "Let's consider this a draw. I look forward to our next encounter, Black Lancer." After battling for some time, the two, who had developed a mutual respect, departed in opposite directions without any intent of a sneak attack. Firstly, such tactics were useless to those who had honed their skills to divine levels. Secondly, their pride wouldn't allow it. Thus, this chaotic battle, sparked by a mix of calculations and coincidences, finally came to an end. P.S. Calls indeed has a very keen eye. In a certain sense, he and Chiron share quite a few similarities, a point that is repeatedly demonstrated in Fate/Apocrypha. Chapter 446, Chapter 446, The Crux of the Matter. In a corner of the ancient city of Saigasora, a pair of green eyes and a pair of blue eyes were locked in a silent stare. The green eyes, resembling the cat's eyes, were filled with intense dissatisfaction. The blue eyes, as clear as the sky after a rain, were full of confusion. This staring contest lasted for a good minute until the owner of the blue eyes, Jean Dark, could no longer endure the silence. Red Saber, why are you looking at me like that?" "It's because of your face. Wow, we do look alike. If my master hadn't told me your true name, I might have thought." "Never mind, it's nothing, just a resemblance." Mordred shook her head, trying to dispel the inexplicable irritation she felt. After all, it could only be a coincidence that a Frenchwoman from over 1,000 years ago looked so similar. Having had a similar experience before, Jean quickly caught on. "With your father, King Arthur, Artoria. You know my true name." "Oh, right, you're a ruler, you have that privilege, so, you've met my father." "Yes, she came with me. We're currently in an alliance for some reason." Jean nodded frankly in response to Mordred's inquiry. "Alliance? I can't pretend I didn't hear that." Sisegu, who had been smoking nearby, interjected. "A ruler and the Black Lancer forming an alliance? That's not a funny joke." "It's not a joke." The sound of leather boots striking the cobblestone street was accompanied by a dignified female voice that stood out in the tranquil night. Artoria, clad in a wool coat, emerged from around a corner of the winding alley. Her emerald eyes, so similar to Mordred's, paused on Sisegu for a moment before moving to Jean. "I'm back. It seems things went smoothly on your end." "Yes, everything went smoothly," Jean nodded with a smile. "What about Jack?" She went back to her mother. "Alone." "What if?" Artoria's eyebrows twitched slightly, and her gaze instinctively shifted to Mordred. Mordred snorted and turned her head away petulantly, avoiding eye contact with her father. "Don't worry, she left wearing a cloak." "I see, then there shouldn't be any problems." Upon hearing this explanation, Artoria's expression finally relaxed. She was well aware of the cloak's protective effects. Thanks to it, there was no need to worry about Jack being discovered by other servants. Jean noticed and teased, My, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about Jack, Mama Artoria." Artoria blushed and quickly retorted, "And you, Mama Jean, that's the cloak he lent you, and you just lent it out like that." Now it was Jean's turn to blush as she stammered, "Well, he's Jack's father, anyway." One would think that a King Arthur and a saint wouldn't engage in such banter, but with someone like Rakuta Reika around, both had been influenced by her bad manners. Though this level of teasing might seem trivial to a seasoned veteran like Sisegu, it was quite different when it involved two of Europe's top 10 most famous heroes. In just a few minutes, Sisegu felt his historical perspective crumbling. "You're telling me this is a saint? This is King Arthur?" They just seem like two ordinary teenage girls, mentally. Dealing with Mordred was already enough, and now there are two more with the same face. Sisegu felt an overwhelming pressure. "Alright, now there's a third face added to the mix. What exactly is your relationship with that child?" Mordred asked, voicing her primary concern. If she hadn't mistakenly thought Jack was Artoria's child, she wouldn't have acted so strangely. "Oh, you mean Jack?" Her situation is quite special and hard to explain briefly. To put it simply, she likes to call any woman she feels close to Mama. I've tried correcting her many times, but she just won't change. Jean sighed as she spoke, having no solution for such a stubborn child. "Is it the same for you, father?" Mordred asked Artoria. Yes, it was a bit unsettling at first, but I got used to it, Artoria nodded. Mordred should thank Jack. If it weren't for Jack constantly calling her Mama, Artoria would have been just as unsettled by Mordred calling her Father/Shishiu or My Lord. However, even knowing this, Mordred was too overjoyed to care. Realizing things were not as she thought, she nearly floated with happiness, grinning foolishly and mumbling, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. Sisegu watched in speechless disbelief. She looked silly. Artoria turned to Sisegu, is she all right? Sisegu almost blurted out, she's your child, why are you asking me? But recalling that dream, he swallowed his words. If King Arthur truly knew, Mordred wouldn't be like this now. It's precisely because she couldn't have what she wanted that she craved it even more, just like himself. Thinking about his reasons for joining the Holy Grail War, Sisegu took a deep drag of his cigarette and rasped, she's fine, she'll be okay in a bit. More importantly, I want to propose a deal with you. What kind of deal? Jean asked. Nothing complicated. You have questions for me, and I have questions for you. How about we trade questions? Don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything against the rules. What do you say? Jean and Artoria exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Sisegu continued, I'll go first. Why did you two form an alliance? Because there are major issues with this Holy Grail War, Jean replied, Artoria and I are investigating the cause. What kind of issues? That's the second question. Now it's my turn, have you seen the Master of Red Lancer? Thus began their exchange of information, and over the next half hour, there were numerous exclamations. What? The Master of Red Lancer wants to kill you. What? You've been acting alone. You've only seen Red Assassin and her master. And they contacted you later through familiars. What? You said Red Assassin is like a sister. What? They were in Saigasora earlier. In summary, amid all the commotion, both sides obtained the information they wanted. Although many questions remain, one thing is clear to all four of them, the key to the problem lies with the Red Team, specifically with the Red Assassin and that peculiar priest Shiro. Find them, and the answers will follow. Chapter 447, Chapter 447, Shiro's Decision. Jean, who had set her sights on Shiro, had no idea that the priest named Shiro was also keeping an eye on them. Of course, considering the perceptive abilities of servants, this time Shiro wasn't relying solely on Semiramis's pigeons. He also employed a fair amount of high-tech equipment. Like Sisegu, Shiro did not reject technological creations as traditional magi might. Currently, Shiro, situated in the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, was monitoring Jean's every move through cameras. Though the gardens, being a purely mystical creation, did not come pre-equipped with modern display devices, by sharing the pigeon's vision and projecting it onto the monitors set up in a hidden room in Saigasora, long-distance surveillance was still achievable. So she came back and even managed to evade my notice. Your concerns were justified, Master. Semiramis lounged lazily on her throne, one hand resting on the armrest and the back of the other hand supporting her chin. Shiro, standing beside the throne, remained focused on the screen, not responding. Semiramis continued, unconcerned by his silence, I didn't expect the ruler to possess such wisdom. It seems we need to reassess this adjudicator. Shiro remained silent. This unusual behavior finally caught Semiramis's attention. She raised her voice slightly, Master. Master. Shiro snapped out of his trance with an ah. What's wrong, Master? You've been quiet for a while now, Semiramis asked. Nothing, just lost in thought. What did you say earlier? I said we need to reassess the ruler. Her intelligence is noteworthy. We indeed should reassess her, Shiro first nodded, then shook his head, but this time, it probably wasn't her strategy. Not her. Then who? That Black Lancer who looks a lot like her. No, it's someone hiding in the shadows, just like us. Like us. Semiramis's laziness vanished, replaced by curiosity. I'm quite intrigued. You'll meet them sooner or later, and it won't be too far off, Shiro hinted cryptically. Then I'll look forward to it. That said, since you've said that, you must have seen through their strategy. Of course. I believe you can see it too, Shiro smiled, after all, this isn't a particularly sophisticated plot. Well, I've seen through the method, but the motive. So I'd like to hear your analysis. Let's start from the beginning. Firstly, it's certain that this person reached some agreement with the ruler without our knowledge, and even without the Black Faction's awareness. Although the specifics are unclear, the ruler has considerable trust in them, otherwise, she wouldn't follow their arrangements. What's the goal of the plan? If I'm not mistaken, it's to gather intelligence on us. This is also why the Black Lancer, who was fighting the Red Saber, later teamed up to fight the Igmalenia clan, and why the ruler took that child to rescue Sisegu. It seems the Red Lancer's attack made the ruler feel threatened. Semiramis, being a natural schemer, could deduce a lot from just a little hint. The Black faction is all concentrated in Millennia Fortress. If the ruler is determined, she can quickly rule out the Black faction's involvement. Next, it's our turn, those hiding outside of Triphos. Exactly. The closest and most suitable place to use as a base near Triphos is Cygasora. It's only natural for the ruler to come and check, but since we've moved entirely to the gardens, she won't find anything. If it were you, what would you think? I would think that you are deliberately avoiding me, which is suspicious in itself. What will you do then? Draw the snake out of its hole. Semiramis's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Bingo. Shiro snapped his fingers. With the 6 Black faction servants entrenched in Millennia Fortress, and with us having lost Berserker, the best bait is the 7th Black Lancer. Whether we want to recruit Black Lancer or eliminate her, we won't remain indifferent. As soon as we deploy our servants, the ruler can seize the opportunity to gather intelligence on us, achieving their goal. This is the clever part of the plan. The solitary Black Lancer is bait we won't ignore. And the formidable strength displayed by Black Lancer ensures that even if she can't defeat our elite, she can still escape. I think the pride of Achilles was anticipated as well. As long as she doesn't face Achilles and Karna simultaneously, she won't be in danger. Once Black Lancer escapes, the ruler can inquire about our information. Servants are not puppets. As long as the ruler sincerely communicates, it wouldn't be hard to learn that, except for me and Sisegu, the Red Masters haven't shown themselves, and even their servants haven't seen their true faces. Thus, I become the focal point of the problem. At that point, using the ruler's authority to command them to bring her to you would ruin your plan. Oh my, thinking about it, that would be quite interesting. As she said this, Semiramis couldn't help but show a mischievous, bewitching smile. Too bad they underestimated my caution. Shiro's expression remained unchanged. I didn't rush to deploy the servants who know the location of the gardens. Instead, I sent Sisegu, who was acting alone, to take the lead. Although he could also reveal that I am problematic, as long as they can't find me, it won't affect the plan. Too bad, they were one move short. What about the Black faction? Semiramis asked her final lingering question. Who knows, they probably want to kill Sisegu to expand their gains, or perhaps it involves Black Lancer. Is there something you don't know? Semiramis half-joked. Shiro looked helpless. Come on, even though I know more than most, I don't know everything. For instance, I can't predict what that person in the Black faction will do next, or how long it will take the ruler to find us. But it doesn't matter if I can't guess, we just need to make sure they follow our design. What do you plan to do? Tell Ryder and Archer that tonight's operation is cancelled. As Shiro said, Sisegu and Mordred were just the vanguard. He had also arranged for the highly mobile Achilles and Atlanta to be on standby, ready to support Mordred at any time. Now that the ruler had appeared, there was no need for that. Once they return, have everyone gather here. You've finally made up your mind. Semiramis waved her hand, dispersing the image before her as she stood up from the throne. Yes. Shiro stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Semiramis. Your gardens are complete, and that is nearly finished as well. It's time to launch a full-scale assault on the Black faction. Chapter 448, Gathering. To avoid detection by Jean's ruler authority, Red Rider Achilles and Red Archer Atlanta didn't venture too deeply, instead patrolling the border of the Cygasora region. Not long after receiving Semiramis's message, the two returned to the throne room. When they pushed open the doors, Achilles was still carrying half a deer on his shoulder, which seemed to be a catch Atlanta had made while on standby. As expected from the legendary huntress of ancient Greece, she never missed a chance to hunt. As for the other half of the deer, it had already been roasted and was in Atlanta's hands. Judging by the grease on Achilles' lips, he had eaten quite a bit himself. Seeing their relaxed demeanor, Semiramis immediately frowned. I ordered you to wait in readiness to fight the enemy, not to have a picnic. Enemy? I don't see any, Achilles said, raising his free hand to his forehead in a mock lookout pose. You had us blowing in the cold wind all night, so shouldn't I be asking you for an explanation? Atlanta was even more direct. She didn't bother to say a word, continuing to gnaw on the deer's leg. Her wild eating habits blatantly conveyed her attitude. I, Atlanta, ignore you, Semiramis. Their disrespectful behavior naturally angered the Assyrian empress, but Shiro quickly intervened to calm things down. All right, since the operation is cancelled, let's not fuss over these small matters. Thank you for your efforts, Ryder, Archer. Achilles snorted in response. Atlanta raised a deer leg. Want some? Shiro glanced at Semiramis beside him and shook his head. Thanks for the offer. To be honest, he wanted to accept Atlanta's invitation. After a busy night, he was indeed a bit hungry. But since Atlanta and Semiramis were at odds, accepting would certainly upset Semiramis. So, for the sake of the upcoming battle, he had to endure it. Atlanta didn't mind and continued to devour the meat. Although Shiro felt better compared to the scheming and decadent aura of the Assyrian empress, her wild instincts told her he also had issues. Radiant particles of light dispersed as Red Lancer Karna walked into the throne room. Despite his silence, his presence was impossible to ignore. "Lancer, sorry to call you here specifically." At these words, Lancer lightly shook his head. His slightly pale face remained mask-like, his frozen expression unwavering. "No problem. What happened? Please wait a moment. I'll explain when the last person arrives." Shiro's attitude towards the hero of charity was noticeably more respectful. Not only Shiro, but all the other Red faction servants, including the Empress, treated Karna with a certain deference. 5 minutes later, the last person arrived, bearing the impatience of everyone present with a flourish. As he walked through the open doors, he spread his arms dramatically and loudly proclaimed, "Oh, you as black as hell, as dark as night. I find you so beautiful, even dazzling." Semiramis sighed and asked, "Are you talking about me?" The addressed man, Red Castor, the literary monster Shakespeare, nodded. "Who else could it be? The Empress of Assyria." "No, I apologize. I got a bit carried away. I've been itching to write again." "Ah, by the way, Father Shiro, did you get that thing?" "You mean the computer?" "It's ready in my room." "Then let's hurry," Shakespeare urged eagerly. Seeing this, Semiramis and the others couldn't help but feel exasperated. "Castor, don't forget about the Holy Grail War." "Of course not, Empress. Since you've gathered us here, there can only be one reason. It's war, right? Heroes will compete for supremacy, engaging in brutal battles, right? As Castor, I will certainly watch closely." "Hey, aren't you going to fight?" Actually, I am quite unfamiliar with war and magic, but the gods, to make us human, have added suitable flaws." Even though he was a Castor, Achilles and Atlanta restrained themselves from pointing this out. As Shakespeare himself said, he was essentially a heroic spirit unrelated to acts of war. His self-imposed duty was to record the Holy Grail War and weave stories of suffering and despair, hope and violence, involving its protagonists. More exasperated than the Greek duo was Empress Semiramis, given the challenging personalities among the Red servants. Spartacus didn't listen to orders, Atlanta and Achilles were free-spirited, and Shakespeare, who had no combat ability, frequently caused minor disruptions. Apart from the ever-obedient Karna, the rest constantly tested the Empress's patience. Especially when gathered together, their disruptive potential grew exponentially. One had to wonder how their master managed to reconcile these personalities. At times like these, Semiramis greatly admired her master. "Anyway, everyone is here. Now that our preparations are complete, it's time for us to attack. A rare Holy Grail war like this isn't interesting if we keep engaging in small skirmishes." Achilles and Atlanta reluctantly nodded at Semiramis's words. Indeed, small-scale battles were quite dull. However, war isn't determined by mere enthusiasm or interest. Atlanta, the pragmatic one who lacked a typical hero's pride, said, "Our berserker has already become an enemy pawn, and our saber isn't here. Is it wise to launch a full-scale attack on the Black faction under such unfavorable conditions?" "Hey, sis." Before Semiramis could respond, Achilles spoke up. "I'm here. I can take on at least 3 of them by myself. Your true name has been exposed." Atlanta's green eyes glanced at Achilles coolly. "Even if it's exposed, no one can exploit my weakness in a direct fight with me," he laughed arrogantly, embodying the spirit of a hero. Atlanta persisted, "What about a sneak attack? You've already been ambushed once by the Black Assassin." Achilles shrugged helplessly. "Sis, whose side are you on? I just don't want to lose. I have wishes to fulfill, that's all. Then let me help you fulfill those wishes. In return, you guard my weak spot. With you around, I don't have to worry about sneak attacks." "You are really..." At first, Atlanta was dissatisfied with Achilles' naively cunning words. But after thinking it over, she realized it was the best approach and reluctantly wagged her tail in agreement. "But this doesn't change the fact that we are at a disadvantage. Assassin, what's that look?" Atlanta noticed Assassin's mocking eyes as she looked up. "Nothing, I just think your relationship is quite good," Semiramis said, no longer hiding her amusement. "I wonder what Ryder's father, Peleus, would think of this scene. What does my father have to do with this?" Achilles looked puzzled at Atlanta, who was equally confused. "Nothing, just talking to myself," Semiramis chuckled to herself, knowing of Peleus's admiration for Atlanta but not revealing it. "I have no idea what you're thinking." Achilles crossed his arms and sat down. "Instead of saying things I don't understand, why not answer Sis' question?" "Allow me to answer that." "You." Atlanta and Achilles turned in surprise, even Karna showing a slight reaction. It was none other than Castor, Shakespeare, who responded. Chapter 449, Shakespeare's trump card. You said you would remain a spectator until the end and never join the fray, didn't you? Why are you saying this now? Have you changed your mind? Of course not. Shakespeare, having read their thoughts, spoke to himself. However, he didn't rush to explain. Instead, he maintained an enigmatic expression, savoring the brief moment of being the center of attention for these great heroes. After a while, he revealed a smug smile. Father Shiro, Empress of Assyria, this is a rare opportunity. May I showcase my work here? Of course, I was just thinking of having others test it out. Shiro nodded happily. It's not just your work, you must include me and my master, Semiramis corrected. Yes, as you said, it's a creation by the three of us together. This garden, blending illusion and reality, Father Shiro's miraculous power, my life's work, and the Queen's noble phantasm created this masterpiece, this miracle. Shakespeare declared loudly, as if on a grand stage, the focal point of everyone's attention. Now is the time for this miracle to be born. Assassin, Father Shiro, let us begin. First, assassin. Watch your tone, writer. Semiramis glared at Shakespeare, displeased but not rejecting his command. Her slender, delicate fingers moved rhythmically in the air, and everyone felt an indescribable wave of magical energy. Subsequently, the space began to warp, spatial manipulation, a domain of the second magic, yet Semiramis accomplished it. This was not only because she was a demigod, a powerful magus from the age of gods, but also because this was her garden, her territory. Indeed, no matter which country this aerial garden traveled to, it would always function as her domain. As long as she stayed in the garden, Semiramis would enjoy the same benefits as Vlad III in Romania. All her attributes would be enhanced, her fame would rise to the highest level, and her attacks would receive beneficial adjustments. Performing magic at the level of true magic, such as spatial transfer or creating puppets, would not be difficult. Of course, this came at a cost. This noble phantasm itself was almost at a game-breaking level. Once outside the garden, Semiramis would be powerless. However, this garden was a mobile fortress, making it impossible to leave. The puppets created by Semiramis were not ordinary ones. Compared to the grotesque clay puppets made by Black Castor Abisprin, Semiramis's creations were undoubtedly more exquisite. The puppets were made of metal, yet they did not give off a cold feeling. Instead, they emitted a warm, ceramic-like luster. The construction of the puppets was incredibly detailed, from the overall shape and weaponry to the smallest lines on their bodies, all meticulously crafted as if by a master sculptor. Oh, no matter how many times I see it, it's always so beautiful, Shakespeare expressed with an exaggerated look of intoxication as if gazing at his lover. Naturally. Whether it's the garden or the puppets, I only use the finest. This is the dignity of a monarch, the tools of a noble. Semiramis's serene expression, her lofty demeanor, and her unreserved words reminded everyone once again that she was a ruler who pursued wealth and grandeur. Now then, Castor, the vessel is ready. It's your turn. Yes, your majesty. Shakespeare placed his hand on his chest, then raised both arms dramatically, a book appearing in his hands at some point. The magical energy radiating from its cover made it clear to everyone that this book was the sublimation of the legendary works of this great playwright. Behold, this is my noble phantasm, first folio, when the curtain rises, the applause shall be as 10,000 thunders. Let me first introduce this noble phantasm. A noble phantasm is a servant's ultimate trump card, and anyone with a sane mind would hide its information as much as possible. Shakespeare's proactive disclosure and detailed explanation were virtually unheard of. However, considering his various eccentric behaviors, it wasn't surprising for him to do such a thing. Sometimes, the line between genius and madness is very thin. Shakespeare's sole noble phantasm embodies the pinnacle of his life's work in theater. First folio, when the curtain rises, the applause shall be as 10,000 thunders. Rank, B. Type, anti-unit noble phantasm. Range, 1. Maximum target, 1 person. This stage-type noble phantasm compels the world to enact the story according to the script. It possesses the same enforceability as a reality marble. Under certain conditions and with the cooperation of the surrounding environment, it can impart independent will to actors playing specific roles. These actors, driven by their obsession with the target, use their will to erode the world, recreating their souls and transplanting their original personalities and memories. They appear as classless servants, but as actors' souls, their physical shells are as frail as those of elderly men. The noble phantasm inflicts almost no physical damage but can be devastating to certain heroic spirits. Shakespeare can target the deepest traumas in an enemy's heart, bring them to the surface, and mock or thoroughly critique them, causing the target's spirit to be broken. The more confident someone is in their physical strength, the more easily they fall into this noble phantasm. Only a few who can assert that their lives are spotless and pure can overcome this noble phantasm. Those who can face their psychological wounds might be able to counter Shakespeare's critiques. When one's spirit is broken, one suffers from a negative status called absent-mindedness. During its duration, they are defenseless against anything, unable to act unless they have a noble phantasm that can automatically counter malice. After hearing the explanation of the noble phantasm, Achilles did not hide his disgust, instinctively sensing that this noble phantasm might be his nemesis. Are you planning to use your noble phantasm to launch a psychological attack on the enemy, and while they are in a state of absent-mindedness, kill them with these puppets? Such a dirty tactic. No, no, you misunderstand. Great hero blessed by the gods, Shakespeare waved his hand. First, I said I wouldn't enter the battlefield, so your guess is incorrect. Second, a truly strong person should be strong in both body and spirit. Mere physical strength is just the boast of a brute. Then do you want to test my strength? Achilles was provoked by Shakespeare. I've already said, I'm not good at fighting. Or do you, a great hero, want to bully a weak and powerless writer? Shakespeare looked at Achilles with a faint smile. Achilles scoffed disdainfully. A clown who only knows how to play with words and pens. Words and pens are also a form of power, Shakespeare said, making a grasping motion with his empty hand, causing a quill to appear out of thin air. If certain conditions are met, this power can become real and overturn reality. Achilles snorted coldly. I'd like to see how you turn words into reality and overturn it. Please enjoy. With that, the book in his left hand opened, and its pages turned one by one. The quill in his right hand wrote in the air, the words appeared in sequence and began to move. Then, the scenery of the throne was replaced, and the content of the book began to erode reality. First folio, when the curtain rises, the applause shall be as 10,000 thunders. Respond to the creators, my, call and manifest here. Macbeth, King Lear, Hamlet, Othello. P.S. Yes, Shakespeare is just that dramatic. Before using his noble phantasm, he explains it to you, though even knowing it doesn't help you handle it. P.S. 2. Shakespeare, the lie of lies can instantly reverse truth and falsehood. The falsehood of falsehoods can instantly become reality.